Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
As soon as Cha Jin Hyok and Shin Uri entered the village, the dwarves, who each appeared to be around 120 centimeters tall, aimed their bows at them. Characteristically, their ears and feet were unusually larger compared to their bodies, and most of them were dressed as hunters. Who are you? This village seemed to have an untold story as they were wary of strangers. It was very cliché. Uri, who was standing beside Jin Hyok, flinched slightly. A strange window popped up. Uri said, "You just need to stand still." Both Jin Hyok and Uri were reading the same notification that each of them had received. Anyway, it was a prompt asking them to choose how they would respond based on the given choices. 1. We are adventurers, following the call of the great will to arrive here. I must ask, are there any in need of help? 2. So you're the dwarves of the forest, eh? I hear your ears make excellent potion ingredients. Hand them over willingly, and I will spare your lives. Jin Hyok was considerably disappointed after examining the choices. He remembered Maria saying, the difficulty of the first choice will be very low. I don't think I need to help you with that. I guess I should be happy about the fact that the dungeons are getting more complicated. Usually, the first challenges are the easiest. One shouldn't be greedy from the get-go, so Jin Hyok naturally chose option 1. We are adventurers, following the call of the great will to arrive here. I must ask, are there any in need of help? Forest dwarves' trust level toward the party has increased by 1. Current trust level, 1. At that moment, the dwarves lowered their bows, and one of them spoke, "Sorry for the misunderstanding. There are many in this village who could use help. We look forward to your help." There was no real need to read too much into it. These NPCs were passive NPCs, programmed to behave according to preset variables. The dwarves who were aiming their bows at Jin Hyok and Uri dispersed as if they had never been hostile in the first place. This is fascinating. It's like playing a game, Uri said. It's quite similar. Uri seemed to be quite interested as well. It was a great start. One had to be interested and intrigued by something for one to properly engage in it. I wish I could live stream this. In exchange for being provided with an abundance of information about the place, Jin Hyok had agreed with Maria not to live stream while inside the dungeon. She said she jumped through hoops to get that information, and she didn't want it to be public. Still, it's good to have her by my side. Jin Hyok glanced at Uri. The newbie who had just set foot in this world was reacting quite vividly to everything. Is this similar to the joy of interacting directly with viewers? Though Jin Hyok only had one, the fact that he had a viewer was enough to give him a sense of excitement. Moreover, her enthusiastic reaction and quick grasp of all the things Jin Hyok was teaching her were somewhat endearing. I see. So we need to talk to NPCs and obtain quests. Yes. But there is usually a certain order to these things. Order? What happens if you mess up the order? Well, it's just less efficient, and you might miss out on the rewards you want. Every strategy had its optimal route. Since Jin Hyok already knew all the information about this place, he had planned out his own shortest strategy route. Our first goal is to secure a trust level of 12. Understood. Jin Hyok walked toward a small cabin nearby. There was a young boy with a glum expression inside. As he approached, the young boy's dialogue automatically activated. "Ah, you must be the adventurer who came to our village. Could you please help me a little?" Young dwarf's request. The young dwarf is too scared to milk the goat. He is seeking an adventurer to acquire goat milk on his behalf. Uri looked at the boy with a sympathetic expression. Being a newbie, she seemed emotionally invested in the NPC, who looked like a real person. Do they even make kids do labor like this? This was common for newbies. Without much explanation, Jin Hyok pulled out an item labeled goat milk from his inventory. Here. You have cleared the quest. Young dwarf's request. Forest dwarves' trust level toward strangers has increased by 1. Current trust level, 2. Uri looked surprised. Weren't you supposed to milk it yourself? That would take a long time. Whether as a swordsman, a streamer, or even as a ruler or a navigator, the reality was that the content of milking a goat did not offer much merit. The early quests in this village were nothing special. Also, if we proceed in this order, the herbalist, who is a friend of this young dwarf, will immediately ask for our help. You have received the quest Herbalist's Minor Request. The request was for Silver Bell Root, which could be easily found near the village or even purchased at the broadcaster's shop. You have cleared the quest Herbalist's Minor Request. Forest dwarves' trust level toward strangers has increased by 1. Current trust level, 3. The information Maria gave was accurate. Jin Hyok had listened to the NPCs the first couple of times just in case, but now there was no need for that. Oh, you're the Adventu. You have received the quest Innkeeper's Request. You have cleared the quest Innkeeper's Request. The current trust level was 4. Hello. You're the. You have cleared the quest Young Lady's Request. The current trust level was 5. Soon enough, Jin Hyok reached trust level 12 and got a new notification. You have reached trust level 12. The old dwarf who had given him the previous request spoke up. The village chief wants to see. Jin Hyok was already walking toward the chief's house. Uri was gradually getting used to the system. So NPCs aren't real people, Uri thought. She knew that they weren't real people, but it had not really sunk in. They spoke and appeared to think like real humans, after all. So, the conversation can just be cut off, and everything still progresses, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It seemed like it was all pre-programmed. Even if she proceeded without listening to the requests, the quests would still be marked as complete. She had learned that this was the standard from Jin Hyeok. Achieving a trust level of 12 was quick. It seemed easier than she had thought. Uri, while keeping pace with Jin Hyeok, asked, "Is this how you usually play?" "Yes, this is the basics." "I see." She had learned the wrong standard. Her reference point had become Jin Hyeok. In the distance, a colorful and gigantic mushroom came into view. That was the village chief's house. The story that unfolded afterward was fairly standard. Various words were exchanged, but ultimately, the quest was nothing more than the age-old tale of rescuing the chief's granddaughter. "You have received the quest Save the Chief's Granddaughter." Truth be told, the quests of these dwarves were not of much consequence. The only reward they offered was trust, which was essentially useless. What mattered was the chief's granddaughter. "Did you understand the story?" Jin Hyeok asked. "Yes, roughly. The chief's granddaughter was kidnapped by an army of ants and taken to a giant tree called the Sacred Tree. The roots of this massive tree are deeply embedded in the ground and are hollow, serving as the habitat for the ant army. We need to rescue the kidnapped granddaughter." Jin Hyeok nodded. She had a full understanding of the general storyline. "How big do you think this sacred tree is?" "It has to be enormous." The chief said it's much larger than the trees around here. For some time now, Uri had seemed completely engrossed in the play, as if she had temporarily forgotten reality. This was a talent, perhaps, and fortunate for her. They looked at the map and moved. Even after about 14 hours of play, Uri showed no signs of fatigue. Clearly, her earlier tiredness came from her mindset. Jin Hyeok pointed at a tree that just came into view. "That looks like the tree. Wow, I've never seen a tree that huge before." As the chief had said, the tree that came into view was enormous. It was an old tree that looked like a Zelkova tree. Though it was gigantic, it didn't appear particularly lively. "That tree seems to have lost a lot of its vitality since the ant army nested in its roots. If left like this, the tree will die off before long." "Wow, I hadn't thought of that. I just saw it as a big tree." Uri spoke as though making a resolution. "I will reflect on it." As they drew closer, a name appeared. Sacred Tree. Curiously, no other plants grew around the sacred tree. It stood alone, as though it was the only tree in this area of the forest. "I see the ants." Around the sacred tree, ants the size of a human palm scurried about. They had 8 red eyes on their heads and rather sharp jaws. LV44/red-eyed worker ant/dash. LV42/red-eyed worker ant/dash. LV44/red-eyed worker ant/dash. Each individual ant isn't particularly strong. Jin Hyeok glanced at Uri to see if she was frightened by the ants. Some players had a particularly hard time with insect-type monsters. However, Uri displayed no signs of fear. Instead, her eyes held a strange madness, undoubtedly the gleam of someone thirsty for hunting monsters and playing. It seemed she hadn't realized it yet, but just seeing her eyes like that gave Jin Hyeok a bit of a thrill. However, when these ants form an army, they become dangerous. These creatures can attack in swarms of thousands, sometimes tens of thousands. It's practically impossible for the two of us to kill them all. Jin Hyeok paused for a moment. It was to allow the audience to soak in the tension. As a streamer, it was essential to pause at crucial moments like this. Jin Hyeok continued to grow as a streamer, even at this very moment. Then it's likely there is another way to clear the quest, aside from killing the monsters directly. Jin Hyeok had already fought the red-eyed ant army before, and their weaknesses were fairly well known. Let's look for something sweet nearby to lure them in, like honey, for instance. Do you think that will actually work? That's the official strategy, but I've already prepared it. Jin Hyeok took several jars of honey out of his inventory. We will lure them and annihilate them with this. Maria had told Jin Hyeok that the red-eyed ant army inhabited this area. She didn't tell him how to deal with them, but knowing they were here was practically the same as knowing the strategy to kill them. But she didn't mention this. Shin Uri, I want you to handle ranged attacks, Jin Hyeok said. We are playing right now, so call me by my player name, Waiting Wife. 1. Good attitude. She even actively offered her opinion on the strategy. But once I attack, I'll be vulnerable to counterattacks. Unless we can kill all the ants in one go, it might actually put us in danger, she said. It was an excellent point. Uri was also growing as a player. Look closely at the sacred tree. Do you feel anything? Jin Hyeok asked. He had some expectations, but it seemed she was not there yet. I have no idea. I will be better. The ants have left numerous scars on the sacred tree, but above a certain height, there are no scars. You're right. It probably means the sacred tree itself has some power to keep the ant army at bay, so the upper area of the sacred tree is safe. It should be. Of course, nothing was 100% in a dungeon. Jin Hyeok's guess was likely correct, but if he was wrong, so be it. If a player couldn't take a chance, they were not fit to be playing. I will use this honey to lure the ants. Once they've gathered, unleash your abilities, Waiting Wife. Uri, or rather, Waiting Wife, climbed up the tree. She had climbed trees a lot as a child, and her skill showed. Jin Hyeok distanced himself from the sacred tree. This should do. From here, Waiting Wife would certainly be able to unleash her full potential. As Jin Hyuk shattered the jar of honey, the worker ants immediately turned their attention toward him. They're crawling in. Many worker ants also jumped out from the ground. Their numbers were so overwhelming it was as if a dirty river was surging backward. Jin Hyuk cautiously moved back, just in case. Then Waiting Wife, once called the ultimate villain after her irregular awakening, unleashed her one and only skill. Waiting Wife activated the skill Wrath of Nemesis. The firepower was incredible for a level 45 skill. It was like firing a railgun with a diameter of about 2 meters. A beam, or rather, a pillar, of purple light erupted, tearing through the surrounding area as if to rip it apart. The force was so fierce that Jin Hyuk almost wanted to get hit by it. Just then, the purple beam strangely curved, pointed skyward and started to descend. It was like a pillar of light descending from heaven, toward me. The attack from Waiting Wife was descending upon Jin Hyuk. Far away, he could make out the movement of Uri's lips. Die. One in the raw, it says, which literally translates, a stone waiting for her husband. It comes from the legend that a wife died waiting for her husband, who had gone away and turned into a stone. Her gaze, her demeanor, everything about Shin Uri resonated deeply with Cha Jin Hyuk, leaving an impression that could not be ignored. A descending pillar of light, seemingly aimed toward him, struck the ground right in front of him. She is only level 45, and her skill is this powerful. Some might call her a half-completed player, but her single-strike destructive power was top-notch. She almost killed it. Only half of the monster's body managed to emerge from the ground. LV55/Red-Eyed Deputy Commander Ant/Skills. It was a monster that was more than 10 levels higher than the average red-eyed ant. It was significantly larger too. It was roughly about 50 centimeters, and its teeth attached to its jaw were as sharp as blades. Jin Hyuk unsheathed his dagger and finished off the nearly dead red-eyed Deputy Commander Ant. You have defeated a red-eyed Deputy Commander Ant. Then, as Jin Hyuk looked up in the distance, Waiting Wife was biting her lip. Hashtag could have killed it in one strike. Hashtag I'm still lacking. Hashtag I need to be better. More than just resonating deeply within him, Waiting Wife's attitude was inspiring. Today was her first real battle. She wasn't even in perfect mental condition. Yet, she had anticipated the enemy that would spring forth before Jin Hyuk and proactively attacked the area. Normally, that attack shoots in a straight line, but she managed to curve it. Any player with artillery skills could do it, but this was a different matter. It was her first time casting the skill. This could only be described as a God-given talent. But what inspired Jin Hyuk more was Waiting Wife's mindset. She could easily be pleased with this minor success, but instead, she is whipping herself to do better. Players, especially the low-level ones, or those who had not been playing for long, tend to be elated even by small successes. Thus it was reassuring to see that Uri was setting her first foundations well. Jin Hyuk moved slowly, and cautiously, so as not to provoke the lesser ants and climbed the sacred tree. He hid his joy and excitement, opting to educate this player to become a better one. Your instincts were good. However, accurately assessing and judging your allies' abilities is also one of the important virtues of a player. Please teach me more. Did you think I didn't know there was a deputy commander ant there? Ah, I see. It was more efficient for me to kill that one. It was stronger, but it was alone. Your role was to annihilate those weaker ones that come in groups. How long is your skills cooldown? About 5 minutes. Wow, that's long. Being able to attack only once every 5 minutes. Depending on the situation, she really could be considered a half-completed player. That one attack wasted us 5 minutes, Jin Hyuk said. I will do better. She could have easily taken a hit to her pride, but she was ready to learn to become stronger. Teaching such a quick learner always made Jin Hyuk enthusiastic about passing on even more knowledge. We're nearly at the 5-minute mark. This time, we will move as we agreed upon. Jin Hyuk and Uri divvied up roles and battled against the red-eyed ants. Jin Hyuk took out the occasional deputy commander ant that revealed itself, while the remaining lesser ants melted under Uri's artillery fire. As time passed, Uri astonishingly gained 3 levels. My cooldown has been reduced by a whole 30 seconds. Uri thought. She saw hope. The higher her level, the shorter the cooldowns. Every now and then, Jin Hyuk climbed onto the sacred tree and offered Uri various pieces of advice, and each time, she felt a deep gratitude bubbling up from her heart. For his part, Jin Hyuk was enjoying himself as well. He was broadcasting for an audience of 1, but the viewers' reaction was excellent and impressive. If the deputy commander ants have appeared, what do you think comes next? Jin Hyuk asked. Is there a commander ant? Exactly. Now, look at those ants sloppily submerged in the honey and slurping it up. What do you feel? Uri desperately wanted to give the right answer. Her brain was racing. They don't seem intelligent enough to act in a coordinated group, Uri said. That's correct. Uri had an epiphany. Then that means something is commanding these lesser ants, and that must be the commander ant, right? Uri said. Yes, that's my assessment. So, a commander ant would be a monster with significantly greater intelligence. Jin Hyuk, who was proud of her answer, nodded, giving her time to continue. Uri suppressed her elation and spoke calmly. The deputy commander ant wasn't enticed by the honey and tried to ambush Master instead. It was smarter than the lesser ants. Before Jin Hyuk knew it, Uri was addressing him as her master, and Jin Hyuk seemed to naturally accept this title. So the commander ant would be an even more intelligent monster. She had accurately grasped what Jin Hyeok was trying to teach her. In that case, I will cease my attacks when the Commander Ant shows up. Such an intelligent being would definitely identify me as a threat and attack me if I took any action. However, if Master successfully hunts down the Commander Ant, the organized Lesser Ant army will fall into disarray, which should improve our situation, Uri said. Jin Hyeok couldn't help but clap. It was an incredibly satisfying answer. Exactly. Managing and adjusting the aggro well is another important virtue you should have, waiting wife. It's not all about strong attacks. I'll keep that in mind. And the situation unfolded just as Jin Hyeok and Uri had anticipated. Jin Hyeok sensed something lurking beneath his feet. Depending on its depth, the entity would sometimes appear and sometimes vanish from his broadcaster's clairvoyance. As the monster approached, it came into full view of broadcaster's clairvoyance. LV65/Red-Eyed Commander Ant/Skills. It's approximately 1 meter below the ground. Given the scale of the ant army, Jin Hyeok assumed there would be at least 5 commander ants. Here it comes. He subtly shifted himself backward. Moving further back would be safer, but he deliberately moved only a slight distance. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. By now, using Broadcaster's Barrier had become second nature to him. He had tried to minimize its use while getting accustomed to the ability, but things were different now. He could operate Broadcaster's Barrier exactly when needed and in just the right amount. He felt a sharp energy surge up from the ground, and he blocked it at the right time. I can feel it. He had a sense of the monster's capabilities now. The size of the commander ant that had revealed itself began to grow. Underground, its size had been similar to that of Deputy Commander Ant, but as it emerged onto the surface, it was almost as tall as Jin Hyeok. It stood on 2 legs, like a human, but a pair of scale-like wings were attached to its back. It can use its 8 eyes for some minor hypnosis. The monster possessed psychic abilities that could make its enemies disoriented or slow. However, Jin Hyeok, who bore Imperial Resilience, was not affected in the slightest. Flying monster is a bit annoying, but fortunately, a drizzling rain began to fall. Monsters with scale-like wings like this one could not fly properly when it rained. Then it will attack me with its front legs that look like swords, Jin Hyeok smirked. These days, he found joy in many things, but he always loved sword versus sword combat the most. I will stick to what I love the most. He swung his greatsword of Logon. As he did so, he thought about what catchphrase would suit the moment if it were an actual live stream. You are already dead. As Jin Hyeok had discussed, Uri did not attack the commander ant, and just when it died, she targeted the worker ants. Roughly 6 hours later, Jin Hyeok had managed to kill 7 commander ants. It's done. The worker ants began to scatter. Originally around level 45, the worker ants became mere garbage monsters of around level 15 due to the -30 levels penalty. The glow faded from their 8 radiant red eyes. It meant that all the commander ants were gone. We were lucky. Thanks to the rain, killing them was much easier, Jin Hyeok said. I couldn't even see your sword properly. Your movements were too fast, Uri replied, visibly excited. Seeing her reaction, Jin Hyeok cleared his throat. Such reactions always pleased him. Anyone could do this much, he said modestly. The world of play is truly astonishing. Anyway, all the commander ants are dead now. Let's move toward the root passage. There should be a gate leading to the roots among the places the monsters were digging through. At the very location where he had killed the last commander ant, a gate had formed approximately 3 meters underground. Roots of the sacred tree. Let's go in. Okay. Although the gate was 3 meters below them, Jin Hyeok simply hurled himself toward the gate, and Uri, who was playing for the first time today, also threw herself in without hesitation. You have entered the field roots of the sacred tree. This place felt like a cave, with long winding passages split off in multiple directions. Embedded throughout the roots were luminescent stones that seemed to glow. It was the sap leaking from the roots of the sacred tree, in a solidified and glowing state. Jin Hyeok took the first step forward. Just then, an odd notification popped up. You are entering a fragment of the scenario Collapsed Reverence. A scenario? Here? And the name of the scenario is Collapsed Reverence. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Several clues floated into Jin Hyeok's head. The mere existence of a scenario isn't common, and with a name like this, it must be related to the Revered One scenario. Jin Hyeok knew of the 4th Soul scenario, named the Revered One, which was for those invading Earth. He knew there was a counterpart scenario for the Defenders, but he had no idea what it was called. There is a high chance that it's called the Collapsed Reverence. Thinking about it, the pieces seemed to fit together like a puzzle. It seems like Uri had once progressed through the Collapsed Reverence scenario as the Defender. Since she had been a legendary villain, she had not particularly fought against the invaders. That was why scenarios like the Revered One or the Collapsed Reverence weren't widely known. Uri must have acquired the abilities of the Defenders here. Specifically, the defensive mystery called the Iron Dome. It was a sufficiently plausible story. Jin Hyeok felt like he was finally piecing together the timeline of his previous life. Thanks to Uri turning evil, we have a hell of a time fighting against those from other servers. His vision seemed to become more clear. No wonder things had felt so tough not long after the open beta service. Back then, Jin Hyeok had briefly succumbed to self-loathing, thinking his rate of growth was too slow, but there was no need for that. Uri, who should have been a stronger defender on their side, had turned into a villain. It was no wonder Jin Hyeok struggled before his regression. That's right. I was never weak back then. As to confirm his theory, a choice notification popped up. 1. Enter the fragment of the scenario collapsed reverence. 2. Refuse to enter the fragment of the scenario collapsed reverence. Upon clicking the choices, several explanations followed. To put it simply, it was familiar information. This scenario came with immense responsibility and risk, and those who were either not chosen or unqualified would face the judgment of the sacred tree and so forth. There was also a mention that their route would differ based on the choice. Jin Hyeok turned to Uri and asked, Uri, you can see the choices too, right? Yes, I can see them. You're seeing the same thing as me, right? Yes. What would you like to choose? Option 1. Why? Because it says it comes with greater risks and heavier responsibilities. Is that more appealing to you? Isn't that usually a bad thing? You might be right, but for some reason, option 1 feels right. I might be the odd one. Uri seemed a bit flustered. However, Jin Hyeok didn't think this was a matter to be flustered about. After all, this is how everyone should be playing. There were many players who could learn from Uri, such as Mok Jae-hyeon. No, you're perfectly normal, Jin Hyeok said. Oh, that's a relief. Uri looked genuinely relieved at his words. With a sigh of relief, she cautiously asked him another question. Do you happen to know what they mean by the special qualifications and conditions required here? Not precisely, but if this scenario is related to what I think it is, I feel like I've already met some of the conditions. Truth be told, matters like this were typically in the realm of navigators, so even Jin Hyeok didn't know the exact details, but this time, he had a hunch. He felt like he would know for sure if he just went with his decision. So, he immediately chose option 1. A voice, likely that of the sacred tree, resounded. It said something about following the will and qualifications. Jin Hyeok listened carefully, just in case there was important information, but there was nothing particularly useful. The most crucial part was at the end. How can this be? Why do I sense the will to protect from you? The voice was so loud that his head began to ring. Prove your worth to me. Show me that my 7,000 years of waiting, enduring humiliation from those vile ants, was not in vain. The entire passage quivered. You have received the hidden quest 7,000-year wish of the sacred tree Bakurid Nema. Huh? This is exciting. Anything involving the word hidden or scenario usually brought joy to Cha Jin Hyeok. When the two were interwoven, the joy doubled. The name of the quest alone gave off such an intense vibe that he couldn't help but feel his heart race. 7,000-year wish of the sacred tree Bakurid Nema. The sacred tree, Bakurid Nema, was born out of the will to protect. Though time had weathered its appearance and diluted its power, it had never forgotten its original essence. Offer a fragment of your will to protect. Offer Bakurid Nema a single piece of evidence that can prove your will to protect. The current hidden quest was connected to the set scenario called the Revered One, and the Collapsed Reverence. If it's related to the will to protect, Jin Hyeok had two pieces of evidence. One was the Guardian Ring, and the other was the planter's record journal related to the Golden Guardian Tree. Judging by the specification of offering only one piece of evidence, the route might differ depending on what I offer. Jin Hyeok wondered which one would be better. Not all quests or scenarios operated solely on rational choices and logical reasoning. Scenarios were not math problems, after all. In times like these, the answer was predetermined. You have activated the mystery pure luck. Jin Hyeok might not trust in his own luck, but he did trust in mysteries. Perhaps its vigor had waned lately, but the mystery did not shoot out bolts of lightning like it used to. I can feel it. Jin Hyeok made his choice. For his single viewer, Jin Hyeok thought of a catchphrase for this situation. May this journal serve as evidence of my will to protect, and hopefully, offer some solace to your 7,000-year vigilance. With that said, Jin Hyeok took out his planter's record journal. A furtive glance revealed his only viewer's eyes sparkling. It seemed like he chose the right catchphrase as he was satisfied with Shin Uri's reaction. The hidden quest was important, but so was the reaction from the viewer before his eyes. Usually, he tried not to read into their feelings with his broadcaster's clairvoyance, fearing it might erode his social skills. However, this time, he was too curious. Was it good? Was it too cheesy? Was my catchphrase too cliché? #beautiful. #very. A swell of pride washed over him. Jin Hyeok always found beauty in an excellent play, and judging by Waiting Wife's reaction, they were equally entranced by Jin Hyeok's play. Recognized by a fellow enthusiast, Jin Hyeok's mood soared even higher. The planter's record journal in his hand started to float. With a soft sound effect, it unfolded. And then, the voice of the sacred tree came through. Impossible. You were meant to be a king, destined to rebuild the civilization of gold. The will that surrounds you is indescribable. Ah, it's dazzling. You have cleared the hidden quest 7,000-year wish of the sacred tree Bakurid Nema. In an instant, a shimmering liquid started seeping through the dark passage. It was as if the roots of the sacred tree were shedding tears. Oh, glorious one, follow this path. Beyond this road where life and death intersect, there shall be a radiance that will brightly illuminate you. My 7,000-year wait has not been in vain. Among the multiple branching passages, one was exceptionally radiant. The sacred tree had paved the way itself. But do proceed with caution. At the end of this path, a queen harboring boundless greed gnaws on my spirit for thousands of years. It was probably talking about the red-eyed queen ant. Has this queen been kidnapping children? Yes, she has defied the natural order and feasted on children for thousands of years. She seems to believe that after consuming 10,000 children, she can become human. Just then, the sacred tree fell silent for a moment. The queen just consumed her 10,000th child. Jin Hyeok's mood plummeted. Those words essentially meant that the quest to save the chief's granddaughter had failed. Even if it was a minor quest, a quest was still a quest. Failing it hurt his pride. You must act quickly, heir of the Golden King. The obsession and greed accumulated over thousands of years have finally culminated in a plausible miracle. The queen is transforming herself. I have underestimated the corrupted will of the queen. Time is of the essence. Prevent the impending calamity, heir of the Golden King. Even in his previous life, which operated at a much higher level, nothing like this ever happened. The red-eyed queen ant is eating children, consuming 10,000 children over thousands of years, and transforming into a human as a result. So what will she become? Jin Hyeok couldn't know for sure, but a sudden, piercing headache overwhelmed him. An image formed in his mind. It felt as if a piece that had taken its place in his psyche shattered into smithereens. Pure luck. The mystery that he possessed, pure luck, felt as if it had broken. Jin Hyeok had an inkling of what this sensation meant. Luck alone can't avert the situation unfolding before me. Something big was about to happen. Let's go. Yes. Jin Hyeok and Uri began to run down the brightly lit passage. This passage is incredibly long. Jin Hyeok continued to sprint down the path. Perhaps it was because the sacred tree had fulfilled its role and was gradually dying, but the light was progressively dimming. The duo increased their speed, but it wasn't long before Uri reached her limit. I can't go any faster? Go on without me. Okay. Jin Hyeok stopped briefly to whisper something into the ears of the panting Shin Uri. After listening to Jin Hyeok, Uri replied, okay, I will do as you said. Yes, please take care. Jin Hyeok left Uri behind and dashed forward like a madman. Just as his breathing grew erratic and fatigue set in, he felt a momentary sense of danger. Jin Hyeok instantly ducked, activating Broadcaster's barrier at the same time. Activate Broadcaster's barrier. In a flash, the barrier shattered, and even the usually stoic Jin Hyeok felt a chill running up his spine. Had I not ducked, my neck would have been severed. Something appeared from the void, a thin thread, shimmering as the fading light was reflected by the thread. A silver thread. He reflected the incoming silver thread by swinging his greatsword. It's sharp. It was much sharper than any ordinary sword, the destructive power imbued within it tingling his wrist. This guy's incredibly strong. An attack was coming from somewhere, but Jin Hyeok could not pinpoint where it was coming from. Jin Hyeok couldn't even see it with Broadcaster's clairvoyance. This implied a significant difference in levels or abilities. I stand no chance in a one-on-one fight. However, he felt one thing. It's getting closer to me n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Slowly, bit by bit, the monster was approaching from beyond the faint light. I need to buy some more time. Relying on his animalistic sense, Jin Hyeok dodged and parried incoming attacks. Activate Star Shield. 7 strands of silver thread aiming for Jin Hyeok's neck were deflected. Soon after, even the faint light disappeared entirely, and a voice echoed in the darkness. Not bad. A voice that was neither male nor female, neither adult nor child, resonated. It was a cacophony of many voices intertwined. As the voice gradually neared, something appeared from Jin Hyeok's Broadcaster's clairvoyance. LV, ///. It was a monster with all its details displayed as question marks. All that could be seen was a dark silhouette, the rest was obscured by the darkness. Are you the Queen Ant? Show some respect, you fool. As the voice got even closer, Jin Hyeok felt as if his breath was stuck in his throat. The pressure is overwhelming. Judging by the approaching silhouette, she appeared to be about 150 centimeters in height, roughly the size of a short person. This body, these abilities, everything is ecstatic and beautiful. Jin Hyeok's mind was in turmoil. He was wondering how to fight this being without any regrets. Even if he were to die, he would want to fight without any regrets to make it enjoyable. What do you want? Jin Hyeok asked. I will establish a beautiful empire, the monster responded. It was an answer befitting a queen ant. My offspring, inheriting my beautiful blood, will escape this dark underworld and dominate the places where light touches. The queen ant laughed ominously. Soon, my children will awaken. Well, if you want to see the light so much, here it is, Jin Hyeok said while smirking. You have activated the skill Broadcaster's light. Flash. His skill brightened the area. Instantly, the queen ant stepped back and shot silver threads from her fingertips. Jin Hyeok hurled himself to the side and dodged them. She's almost just like a human, isn't she? Aside from the antennae on her head and the scaly wings on her back, she looked entirely human. Her overall form even seemed somewhat feminine. She has the power to overwhelm me, yet she only revealed herself after it was completely dark. It seems like she's weak to light and overly cautious. Being overly cautious often hampered movements. Confused by the sudden light, she was even more cautious. Now was the opportunity. Jin Hyeok lunged forward immediately, utilizing sharper spirit to slice at the queen's torso. It's not working. The queen ant was protected by a barrier and it was so sturdy that not even a sliver of damage could be inflicted. Once again, dozens of silver threads rushed toward Jin Hyeok, who evaded and deflected them with nimble movements. She seems much stronger in melee battles than me, but Despite this, the Queen Ant insisted on long-range combat, controlling her silver threads. She outright denied Jin Hyuk any form of close combat. "You've got some cute tricks," the Queen said. By now, the Queen Ant had grown accustomed to the light from Broadcaster's light. The skill no longer had any effect on her. Silver threads flew toward Jin Hyuk, entangling the greatsword. "It's been a fun game," she said. Abandoning his greatsword of Logon, Jin Hyuk flung himself backward, rolling 3 times. A swordsman letting go of his sword. His rational mind, which had always insisted that he was not a swordsman but a streamer, was overtaken by his primal instincts. It was an utterly humiliating moment, but there was no other choice. He was too far from his greatsword of Logon now, so he drew his dagger. Just then, 2 strands of silver threads flew in and stabbed both of his thighs. Unable to hold himself up, Jin Hyuk partially knelt down on the ground. "Paralyzing toxin has entered my system." His body gradually grew heavy. The Queen Ant, now assured of her victory, began to approach. More strands of silver threads formed, tying Jin Hyuk's wrists and ankles and lifting him into the air. The threads dug into his skin. Drops of red blood trickled down the silver threads. "Red blood is beautiful." She looked up at Jin Hyuk as if admiring a piece of art. A single drop of red blood fell on her finger, flowing from one of the silver threads. She licked the drop of blood and let out a smug smile. "Your blood is incredibly sweet." Then suddenly, the Queen Ant screamed, "No." She started to fly away. "What do you mean, no?" Jin Hyuk muttered. Jin Hyuk, who was still connected to the Queen Ant through the silver threads, was pulled along at a swift pace. Grasping the silver threads that had pierced his wrists, he clenched his fist tightly. "I'll die if I let go." He focused Broadcaster's barrier on his wrists and palms. "I need to concentrate. Otherwise, my wrists will be cut off." Floating in midair, Jin Hyuk managed to draw out his greatsword of Logon that was stuck in the ground. He successfully retrieved it. "It's getting hotter." A familiar smell reached his nose. It was the scent of gunpowder from Uri's skill Wrath of Nemesis. She must have carried out my request well. Soon, a vast space appeared before him, engulfed in flames and filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Her intrinsic setting of cherishing her own eggs hasn't changed. Jin Hyuk was certain that somewhere here was the hatching chamber. He had requested Uri to destroy the ant eggs in the chamber, and it seemed she had done so successfully. Amid the roaring flames, a human figure became visible. "You wretch!" The Queen Ant, devoid of rationality, flew toward Uri. Her hand transformed into a sharp, glimmering silver blade. Just then, Uri spoke loud enough for Jin Hyuk to hear as well. "Activate the mystery, Iron Dome." Instantly, the most powerful mechanical defensive mystery revealed itself. Hundreds of mana bullets shot out from behind her. This mystery displayed the most efficiency when used in defense. The mystery, which had an exceptional compatibility with Uri and her job, aimed at the Queen Ant. Boom! Dozens of explosions sounded almost instantaneously. Dozens of mana bullets hit the Queen Ant, while the other dozens of mana bullets were fired behind her to block her retreat. Additionally, another set of mana bullets was fired in a specific location. As the explosions continued, a vacuum state formed for a brief moment, followed by a fierce wind strong enough to blow away any human. Jin Hyuk felt his mystery, pure luck, which had shattered earlier, begin to regenerate. "I guess I can use my pure luck now." You have activated the latent skill 1 with the sword. The inertia from being tangled by the silver threads, combined with the gusts from the explosions, Jin Hyuk poured all of that force and his own weight into activating his level 90 swordsman exclusive skill 1 with the sword. The Iron Dome had weakened even the protective barrier around the Queen Ant. Thud! Jin Hyuk successfully thrust the greatsword of Logon into the Queen Ant's back. Kiok! The Queen Ant screamed in agony and swatted with her arm. Thwack! Jin Hyuk was struck and sent flying. "I think my cheekbone just caved in." Despite the surge of intense pain, Jin Hyuk was smiling. "The direction I'm being sent flying in is perfect." At the end of the path previously cleared by Uri's mystery, a green mana rune was glowing. The direction Jin Hyuk was sent flying was nearly perfect. As he reached out his hand to the green rune, he felt something subtly different from when he usually gained a mystery. This is not a mystery. It was similar to a mystery, but not quite one. It was a feeling that Jin Hyuk had never experienced before. "You have made contact with Will to Protect." Just then, the voice he had heard earlier spoke again. "Oh, glorious one, follow this path. Beyond this road where life and death intersect, there shall be a radiance that will brightly illuminate you. My 7,000-year wait has not been in vain." The place where life and death intersected, Jin Hyuk surmised that the true reward of the hidden quest awaited there, and that place was none other than the hatching chamber, where Shin Uri had destroyed all the eggs, turning life into death. It seemed as though the will to protect revealed itself where countless lives and deaths intersected. "You have proven your qualification to Barudnama, so the will to protect will awaken as a mystery." Green mana lines flowed from his hand, across his shoulders, and spread throughout him. It felt as if he had plunged into an ocean made of mana. The high density of mana even made it slightly difficult to breathe. Ah, so this is it. Jin Hyuk came to a realization. He couldn't be sure if this were the correct term, but the will to protect was an ingredient for the mystery. It seemed this ingredient had met him, the player, and a custom-made mystery was being born. Uri must have gone through a similar process in my previous life. The resulting mystery would have been the only one in the entire universe. The reason Iron Dome was the only one in all the servers was precisely because that mystery was custom-fitted for URI. Who would have thought such a thing existed? However, something felt off. As mana was absorbed into him, Jin Hyeok could clearly sense something. The will to protect was converting into a defensive-type mystery. You have acquired the mystery Phantom Swordswoman. Phantom Swordswoman. Once again, it was a mystery with a name he had never heard before. It felt like a custom-tailored mystery, one made just for him, yet it still felt a bit peculiar. This doesn't feel like a defensive-type mystery. Just like how pure luck had felt like a solid fragment earlier, mysteries had their own unique sensations. When a player focused on a specific mystery, an image of it naturally came to mind. No matter how I think about it, this mystery feels too aggressive. Anyone who possessed this mystery would say that the Phantom Swordswoman felt more like an offensive-type mystery rather than a defensive one. There was no way of precisely knowing until he used it. Jin Hyeok immediately activated the mystery. You have activated the mystery Phantom Swordswoman. In that instant, it felt as if something had been pulled out of his body. A ghost. Something resembling a ghost appeared, translucent. In her right hand, she held a sword that closely resembled Jin Hyeok's greatsword of Logon. Her overall form appeared feminine, but the face was not fully visible. The veil is covering her face down to her nose. Below that, only the mouth was visible. She's smiling? She was indeed grinning. With broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyeok could examine the phantom body his mystery had created. Hashtag die. Hashtag die. Hashtag die. Jin Hyeok's intuition was right. He had thought that it seemed more like an offensive-type mystery rather than a defensive one, and soon enough, he understood why. Ah, right. Jin Hyeok had momentarily forgotten, caught up in using broadcaster's barrier, that the best defense was a good offense. This simple truth, which he had forgotten, was exemplified by the Phantom Swordswoman. The Phantom Swordswoman had a ghostly form, facing few physical restrictions. She could float through the air and pass through walls. This makes long-range attacks possible. What could be considered Jin Hyeok's clone, the Phantom Swordswoman, was at a considerable distance from him, swinging her sword toward the Queen Ant. What's the cooldown on this? Compared to the unpredictable pure luck mystery, this one felt much more familiar. It was as if Jin Hyeok had been in the company of an old comrade. You have activated the mystery Phantom Swordswoman. Can it be used consecutively? You have activated the mystery Phantom Swordswoman. A total of 3 Phantom Swordswomen manifested. All of them charged toward the Queen Ant, their faces adorned with eerie smiles. Ah, but I should stop now. The Phantom Swordswomen were mentally connected to him, and he had to partially control them. With my current mental strength and my abilities for controlling the mysteries, 3 is my limit. To be honest, even 3 were pushing it. He could barely manage to control one properly. Can I deactivate it? You have deactivated the mystery Phantom Swordswoman. You have deactivated the mystery Phantom Swordswoman. Jin Hyeok dispelled 2 of the entities. Now, he could focus more on controlling the remaining Phantom Swordswoman. This is it. He charged at the Queen Ant while focusing on controlling his Phantom Swordswoman. Unintentionally, he was muttering as if he was live-streaming. This Queen Ant is overly cautious and thinks too much. She seeks stability, as she's been planning for thousands of years. I should have raised my voice. He wanted his only audience, URI, to have heard him, but he failed to raise his voice properly. Being a monster that despises close-quarters combat, especially in an injured state, and with all her possible allies destroyed, she really only has one choice. Jin Hyeok's sword cut through the air. The Queen Ant, which had been in front of him, vanished. True to her character of not tolerating even the slightest risk, she fled despite possessing far greater power. Whew! Jin Hyeok had hastily cancelled the use of the Phantom Swordswoman mystery because the Phantom Swordswoman was about to swing her sword at URI. I almost attacked URI by accident. He had let his guard down for a moment because the Queen Ant ran away, causing this unintended consequence. Interestingly, URI had also been about to use her Iron Dome in a defensive stance. Why did she stop attacking? URI asked. Hashtag what a shame. Hashtag she looked strong. Hashtag I wonder if I can block Ja attack. It looked like URI actually wanted to be attacked. Brilliant. Do you often encounter monsters like the one we just faced when you are playing? URI asked. It depends on how you play. If a player was a level grinder, who only farmed in easy areas to level up safely, it was unlikely they would run into creatures like the Queen Ant. They didn't even get to engage in exciting situations like hidden quests or scenarios. Jin Hyeok could read URI's mind. There's a sense of tension, but it also strangely thrills and excites you, doesn't it? Jin Hyeok asked. You can be honest. There's nothing strange about it. Is this normal? Absolutely. URI nodded in agreement. It's a shame we couldn't save the child. No need to feel bad. NPCs were just programs. They might seem like they had emotions, but they just appeared and disappeared as required. You don't mourn when you delete an app from your phone. When they returned to the dwarf village earlier, the entire area was reduced to ashes. Dwarf corpses were strewn everywhere, likely victims of the Queen Ant. A quick glance at URI revealed she seemed unfazed. She catches on really quickly. Many players would be emotionally affected or mentally shaken by such a sight. Jin Hyeok didn't think they were wrong, but it put them at a disadvantage as players. They have to be able to see NPCs as NPCs. In that regard, URI seemed inherently well suited for playing. Have we accomplished most of what we can here? URI asked. Yes, we will be leaving now. How can we get out? Although there are various types of dungeons in the world, you usually can exit by successfully hunting down the boss monster. Was that creature from earlier the boss monster? Yes. However, it had vanished somewhere. Even if they went looking for it, the chances of defeating the queen ant right now were slim. Fortunately, there's a hole over there. A hole wide enough for a couple of people to enter was visible. It was so deep that its depth was unfathomable. It seems like a route the queen ant made to escape to the outside. Although rare, there had been cases where the boss monster created a path to escape the dungeon. So, should we jump down here? Uri asked without a hint of hesitation. We could, but there's also a chance we might die. While the probability was high that it led to the outside, there was no certainty. If they were unlucky, death awaited them. I'm not particularly afraid of dying, Uri said. Isn't a dungeon a place where you could die with just one wrong move? Exactly. She was right. Too many foolish players in the world failed to grasp this simple premise. A dungeon was a place very close to death. Jin Hyuk found himself grinning unconsciously. Why are you smiling? If I were with foolish players, we would spend about 30 minutes debating whether or not to go down there. Jin Hyuk knew that in other situations, he would undoubtedly have had lengthy discussions and debates on whether jumping was the right or wrong move. Let's go. They jumped down, falling for what felt like an eternity. You have entered the field midpoint of Bukansan. Both Uri and Jin Hyuk were able to return to Bukansan, and there was no trace of the queen ant to be found. As they descended Bukansan, Uri seemed somewhat disheartened. Don't forget how you are feeling right now. That's how you will become stronger, Jin Hyuk said. Yes, I will not forget. They were defeated by Queen Ant today. Uri seemed bitterly disappointed, and Jin Hyuk felt the same. Before they knew it, they had completely descended the mountain. Is it okay if I continue to play alongside you, Master? Jin Hyuk shook his head. He had set her on the right path. I've done my part. Uri's firepower was unparalleled, but there were various constraints in playing together all the time. It would be best to enjoy dual play as needed rather than always being together. Contact this number. Who is this? A person named Maria will answer when you call. She is affiliated with the National Intelligence Service, and she will take good care of you. Even better than I could. If I'm with Maria, then. Uri hesitated for a moment, watching Jin Hyuk closely. Go ahead, it's fine. Can I become stronger than you, Master? It was a welcome question to hear. You might, but it won't be easy. I will strive to become really strong enough not to disappoint you, Master. And I will try to become stronger than you. I've learned so much and... As if the tension had finally dissipated, Uri collapsed onto the ground with a huge sigh. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed softly. Inside the dungeon, she could momentarily lose herself in play, forgetting all else. However, as soon as she stepped outside, reality seemed to come crashing back. She suddenly looked so vulnerable. It seemed like the reality of losing her husband and being left alone was hitting her again. After sobbing for a while, she bit her lip and spoke, I will never forget your kindness. I will definitely repay you someday. I am truly grateful. Then, a notification popped up. Contract of Blood and Iron has been created. Looking with broadcaster's clairvoyance, this was a trait of the artillery of Nemesis job. A metal plate dripping with blood and a quill pen, its tip stained with blood, appeared in front of Jin Hyuk. This is a token of my gratitude and respect toward you, Master. If you write the name of a person who bears you malice on it, I must become the embodiment of vengeance and kill them. Is that how you understood it? Before even hearing Uri's explanation, he had inspected the contract of Blood and Iron through broadcaster's clairvoyance. Uri wasn't wrong, but she wasn't exactly right either. Did I misunderstand? No, it's not only for vengeance. It can be utilized in various ways. Apparently, the detailed description had probably only written about the revenge-related aspects. It was no surprise. The detailed description did not contain everything. There were other underlying functionalities, and it was up to the player to be able to read between the lines. In other words, it's like a forced directive. Although ordering her to take revenge on his behalf was possible, it also allowed for other options. Jin Hyuk picked up the blood-stained quill pen that had materialized in midair and began to write on the metal plate. No forcibly holding back tears. Mourn as much as you like, but do not break down. In truth, these vague commands were difficult to enforce effectively. To function properly, instead of saying, no forcibly holding back tears, the command should be more specific and clear, like use your right hand to wipe away the tears that are currently flowing. It didn't really matter anyway. The important thing was letting her know that the contract of Blood and Iron wasn't strictly limited to revenge. Just before parting ways, Jin Hyuk suddenly recalled his own experiences and shared them with her. I've also lost people who were precious to me. The immense sense of loss and loneliness couldn't be filled by someone else's comfort. Overcoming that heavy weight of solitude was her own burden to bear. Jin Hyuk offered one last piece of advice. Playing will help you overcome those feelings. Okay, thank you. Jin Hyuk parted ways with Uri and headed toward Yunhuidong. There were noticeably more people than usual near the Saryaga Mart. The alleys were bustling everywhere. Why are there so many people? It didn't really matter. He had something he needed to do here. He headed straight for the young golden guardian tree. It was only a few hundred meters away, yet for some reason, it felt incredibly distant. I've finally arrived. Standing in front of the young golden guardian tree, he started the live stream. His heart pounded with excitement at being able to share this with his viewers. As Cha Jin Hyuk turned on his live stream, he could see the number of viewers watching the stream rising in real time. Oh, through this experience, one thing became abundantly clear. Jin Hyuk much preferred live streaming for the masses rather than the premium live stream for one viewer. While Jin Hyuk wasn't actually communicating with the viewers in the traditional sense, Jin Hyuk decided to label it as such because he was, in fact, talking to his audience. Now I have 10,000 live viewers. Not even a minute had passed since starting the live stream, and the viewer count had already surged past 10,000. Before 2 minutes were up, it soared past 20,000. Of course, that was what appeared on the surface. 19,200/19,200. However, in reality, the flood of viewers continued to surge. The exhilaration from watching the numbers climb was intoxicating. Jin Hyuk wondered if this was why streamers turned on their live streams without doing anything, just passing the time with music and such. Jin Hyuk had learned something new. All of a sudden, something occurred to him. He remembered an interview with Egan Paul he saw a few days ago. Egan Paul had said something about being the first to adapt to the new civilization, boasting record-breaking viewership. But I have more viewers than him. Originally, Jin Hyuk had aimed for 3rd place. It was a given that Egan Paul would take the top spot. However, now, the narrative seemed to be changing. Egan had mentioned Jin Hyuk first. To be precise, the reporter had asked Egan Paul a question. How do you compare yourself to Korea's Kim Chul-soo? I often hear that he's trying to surpass me. However, we're not comparable. We started on different playing fields. What do you mean by different playing fields? Kim Chul-soo displays a range of versatile performances. However, a single human's time and abilities are limited. The gap already started to show in the viewer count. You will understand as time goes on. In his earlier days as a streamer, Jin Hyuk had time and time again conceded to the fact that Egan had an overwhelming number of viewers, but right now, Egan's viewer count was around 50,000, roughly on par with Jin Hyuk's. Jin Hyuk had no idea why Egan acted so superior when their viewer counts were similar. This shouldn't bother Jin Hyuk, but it was starting to. A streamer proves himself through live stream. Let's just focus on that. Here I am, standing before the Golden Guardian tree. I think it's time to sprinkle some Bakurid Nama's spirit water that I happened to acquire. Jin Hyuk pulled out the item he had gained as a reward for clearing the hidden quest earlier. Egan Paul, I bet you have never planted a Golden Guardian tree. You don't even have any Bakurid Nama's spirit water, never fought against the Queen Ant, and don't even possess any custom-crafted mysteries. Jin Hyuk wanted to spill all of this, but he restrained himself. Instead, he just changed the title of the live stream. World Premiere? What happens when 7,000-year-old sacred tree spirit water is sprinkled on Earth-Sever's only Golden Guardian tree? The title felt excessively long, but today, Jin Hyuk felt like going with it. As you can see, Bakurid Nama's spirit water contains the essence of a spirit of a sacred tree that was born from the will to protect. This is the spirit water of a spirit that has nurtured a single will for 7,000 years and is said to greatly enhance the guardian tree. Let's try using it. As he sprayed the spirit water, it touched the air and transformed into golden mist before being absorbed into the trunk of the Golden Guardian tree. Almost immediately, a mist began to rise around the tree. The mist collided with the golden light emanating from the guardian tree, creating a soft, reflective glow. Even as time passed, the mist continued to circulate around the guardian tree, enhancing its already majestic appearance. It's like I've turned on some lights. How splendid. Before he knew it, the name of the Golden Guardian tree had changed. Spirited Young Golden Guardian Tree. A descriptor had been added to the Golden Guardian tree, accompanied by new changes. It seems the application will to protect has strengthened, allowing for a sort of restricted zone type of setting to be set by me. It's fascinating. Now, Jin Hyuk could control who entered and left the Guardian tree's domain at will. He was not entirely sure, but he believed anyone below level 150 would find it hard to break through his control. Let's run a test. There seems to be a party of assassins targeting me. It was a given that top players attracted the attention of assassins. Ah, I forgot to show you guys this. He pulled out a red piece of paper from his pocket. We will hunt you down tonight. Written by Blackthorn Alliance. This note was dropped to him while he was waiting for the viewers to gather on his live stream. These guys were clearly professional assassins. They had given him a prior warning and even disclosed their alliance. It was a textbook play by assassins. Let's try driving these guys away for now. Jin Hyuk stood in front of the Golden Guardian tree. A regal aura cascaded from its branches, enveloping him. Over there, and over there. I see 3 of them. Their player names are Thief Lynx, Black Hippo, and Lawless Hell. It seems the restricted zone setting can be adjusted according to their level and my capabilities. Their levels were in the 40s. They were not exactly exceptional players. This is something I have to visualize in my head. Jin Hyuk needed to control this as well. He had to mentally formulate where to designate the restricted zone. If he were not someone who had meditated a lot, handling this power from the start would have been hard. Ah, the assassin seems to be retreated, but there were also side effects. 2 of them ran toward the road, moving outside of Yinhuidong, but one fell from the window. It almost looked like he was committing suicide. Damn. The assassin fell from a height of 5 stories. He didn't die, but it seemed like he broke both of his legs. Despite the broken legs, he forcibly stood up and started walking somewhere, most likely making his way out of Yanhuidong. It seems like the restricted zone can control their body and make them leave the area that I've set, seeing that guy is still moving even though both of his legs are broken. That must hurt a lot. From a distance, Jin Hyeok heard someone shouting, Kim Chulsu. The voice was laden with indignation. I don't know why they're so mad. It was not like he used a gun or anything. Jin Hyeok wondered why his enemies were angry when Jin Hyeok fought back fair and square with his play. They're probably furious because they failed to assassinate me. Additionally, within the Guardian Tree's domain, the defensive type mysteries, traits, and skills were maximized. Jin Hyeok was itching to show this off to the viewers, but he held back. Showing off everything at once takes away the fun, doesn't it? A little pause before the livestream started. A slightly more provocative title. And pacing his content. Jin Hyeok felt proud of himself once again. I'm still growing as a streamer. Are you watching this, Egan Paul? Jin Hyeok had made the area around his home a restricted zone. Except for his family and those with permission, no one else could approach the area. Though he had used the Deceiver's mask, his identity was already well known. Many reporters had already found out Jin Hyeok's address and set up camp around his place. The reporters found themselves involuntarily moving away. What's happening? My body's moving on its own. It wasn't just the reporters, even the streamers were not immune to the effects of the restricted zone. After chasing away the unwanted guests to a certain distance, Jin Hyeok relaxed at home while waiting for nightfall. Those guys had some grit, at least. Their levels were relatively low, but they were true to the reputation of the Blackthorn Alliance. If it were the Blackthorn Alliance that Jin Hyeok knew, they wouldn't give up on assassination that easily. They said it's tonight, right? The Blackthorn Alliance leader was named Magpie Viper. If that guy were in on the assassination, he would surely make his move. Checking his phone, Jin Hyeok noticed several missed calls. It was from Angel Girl Song Ha Young. What's up? Why aren't you picking up your phone? I was busy. What's going on? There are people from the Blackthorn Alliance that are trying to kill you. Yes, I'm aware. You know, how? They've been scouting me with an advance party. They even declared war with a note. Damn it! Do you know who their leader is? Jin Hyeok knew the leader very well. It was Magpie Viper Kwakdu Haeyong. He was a player who had quite a reputation in Jin Hyeok's past life. I don't know. Who is it? His player name is Magpie Viper. He is an assassin class player specializing in deadly poisons and incantations. His level is currently estimated to be in the late 50s. Those guys approached my party for information on you? What information did you give them? Are you crazy? We didn't give them anything. Jin Hyeok couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. You provided nothing? Why? No, seriously, why? You guys are an alliance of thieves and informants. Why would you not provide information? Are you being serious right now? You should have. No, do it now. Do you know that I am way stronger in the vicinity of Yanhuidong? If they want to kill me, they should drive me north past the Sidamungu office or south below Yanhui interchange, which is the small road that connects Yanhuidong to the highway. Make sure to collect a hefty fee for this information. Nov. L. B / JNN. Why on earth would you want me to share this information? Because it makes things more interesting. Also, it will spice up my LTube content. At that, Ha Young snapped back to reality. She felt like she had momentarily forgotten the fundamental rule that plays needed to be enjoyable. Fine. I will relay the information. It's accurate, right? You're not lying? Of course. What do you take me for? Oh, one more thing. Approaching the area near my home is outright impossible, so they should avoid that. I just said that on my live stream. You didn't happen to miss it, did you? Seriously, how can the leader of an alliance consisting of thieves and informants be so out of the loop? To be fair, Ha Young had her reasons. She, too, had only one body and could not monitor everything by herself. There were informants specifically assigned to collect information related to Cha Jin Hyeok, Kim Chulsu, and they would send her reports. The report on his recent live stream had not yet been submitted. Still, Ha Young made no excuses. I'm sorry. I'll do better. Good, you should. Jin Hyeok ended the call and lay down on his bed. Today's play had been extremely fun, but he felt a significant amount of physical and mental fatigue accumulating. Assassins, huh? A wry smile crossed his lips. No, this is not supposed to be fun. Though no one was listening, he convinced himself with his monologue. Once I reach a higher level and the real deal assassins and hunters start coming after me, it's going to get really exhausting. For now, he was mentally planning to play up to level 150 and then retire. But you never really know, right? What if I end up enjoying my play even at higher levels? If that happened, truly dangerous players that hunted other players would start coming after Jin Hyeok. No matter how good the streamer protection treaty was, traits like all-rounder that Jin Hyeok possessed were definitely enticing enough to make those hunters salivate. If, by some chance, I am still enjoying playing at that level, it might be a good idea to hone my practical skills against the assassins. No one knew the future. Training for practical purposes was always important, and maintaining a light level of tension was very beneficial for always having a good condition. So, I would appreciate it if more assassins came my way. With that thought, he closed his eyes for a moment. Evening had arrived. The anticipation of the night's event helped Jin Hyeok get a good night's sleep. When he opened his eyes, night had fallen. Stretching lazily, he got out of the bed. Shall I get moving then? With his heart pounding in excitement, he started the live stream. Breaking news: forewarned murder by the Blackthorn Alliance? Kim Chol-soo on the run, danger incoming. As he began the live stream, he walked down an alleyway. Surprisingly, the street lights were out, shrouding the area in darkness. It seemed like even the electricity had been tampered with beforehand. Oh, he could already sense the presence of assassins. There were roughly 7 by his count. They had even prepared traps for him here and there. Wow, they really did prepare a lot. There was no one else around, not a single soul. It appeared they had blocked non-players' access beforehand. Good. This is the basics of playing. As if to test Jin Hyeok's awareness, an arrow flew toward him from somewhere. But an intriguing idea popped into his head. What if I just let it hit me? Jin Hyeok's abilities were significantly boosted in Yanhui-dong. He wondered if he could withstand a mere warning shot without any aid from his broadcaster's barrier. He believed his defensive stats should be more than enough for that. The aim is slightly off. Jin Hyeok moved slightly to the right. Thud. A minor impact was felt on his chest. The arrowhead fell to the ground, unable to pierce through him. I should act startled. Grasping my chest would make it seem more painful, wouldn't it? This is great for my live stream. Jin Hyeok glanced around. As if that was the enemy's cue, a barrage of arrows showered down on Jin Hyeok. There were quite a lot. Jin Hyeok now wondered what would happen if he were to get hit by all of the arrows. Would my defense hold? Jin Hyeok had to find out. This is rather painful. Even a massage from a strong man hurt, but being hit by arrows hurt way more than that. For the sake of performance, Jin Hyeok pretended to use broadcaster's barrier. They're not really trying to kill me with these attacks. They're doing a good job. It seemed they had good information on how to assassinate Jin Hyeok, probably thanks to Ha Young. Their intention had to be to drag him out of Yanhui-dong by various means. They are leading me toward that magic circle. Jin Hyeok saw the magic circle. It looked like it had a debuff that would drain his health. I should also check my mana resistance while I'm at it. With the enemy's meticulous preparation, it was an excellent chance for Jin Hyeok to see the limits of his capabilities. He skillfully dodged some arrows and took some hits, adding a touch of acting based on his previous experience in showmanship. Huh? What? His performance was perfect. Jin Hyeok had come a long way, or so he thought. Jin Hyeok should have checked the chat in Mystery Box's LTube channel. Not doing so was his mistake. He was blissfully unaware of what was being discussed there. Wang Yumi had changed her LTube channel name from Mystery Box. The initial concept I had in mind is long gone, after all, she thought. The original idea behind Mystery Box was to remain anonymous while featuring players with average skill levels. That concept had been abandoned long ago, prompting the need for a new name. I will change the channel name to Kim Know It All TV. As you all may know, I chose this name because this is a channel dedicated to Kim Chol-soo. Her lively chat continued as always. Kim Know It All TV has been selected for a non-stop laughter livestream in real time. Kim Know It All TV has been selected for a bustling livestream in real time. Although these notifications did not bring a significant benefit to Yumi, they lifted her spirits considerably as a streamer. It felt like receiving a sort of medal. Kim_woof_woof. Wait, isn't Kim Chol-soo in a crisis right now? Yumi promptly pinned the last chat. The chat in Kim Know It All TV, which was like a playground for the viewers, heated up even more. Kim_woof_woof. Wait, isn't Kim Chol-soo in a crisis right now? Yeah, he does seem to be in a bit of a danger. How can arrows be raining down like that? Isn't this the first time Chol-soo himself acted as if he was in pain? Looks like he's also caught in a magic circle trap. This is really dangerous. At first, there were viewers who expressed concerns, but that was short-lived. Do y'all really think he's in a crisis? Sigh. You guys don't know Chol-soo at all. You'd be better off not watching. Can't you see it's a build-up for the Kim scenario? LOL. Explanation AI Kim scenario, a directorial approach where Kim Chol-soo deliberately acts as if he is in a crisis to induce tension and amusement. A quarrel broke out among the viewers. Yumi interjected at just the right moment. Honestly, I'm not sure myself. What's important is that Chol-soo is doing his best. From Yumi's perspective, it was clear as day. At the moment, Chol-soo was not doing his best in terms of power, but he was certainly putting in all his efforts as a streamer. It's kind of fascinating. From what I see, it's obvious he's just toying with the enemies, but it seems the viewers don't quite see it that way. Yumi decided to do a real-time poll. 1. This is totally a Kim scenario. 60%. 2. What are you talking about? He's in a real crisis. 40%. The vote split 60-40 in ratio. It was surprisingly close. However, as time passed, public opinion started to shift. 1. This is totally a Kim scenario. 88%. 2. What are you talking about? He's in a real crisis. 12%. Now, it was becoming apparent even to the viewers. This could be problematic. Yumi thought it would be better to spice up the chat with more heated exchanges of opinions. That way, it would attract more attention and become a bigger topic. Yumi decided to change her strategy. From what I see, the chances of this being a Kim scenario are about 30,000%. 1. This is totally a Kim scenario. 92%. 2. What are you talking about? He's in a real crisis. 8%. But there is no doubt that Chol-soo is acting like he's having a tough time. This became some sort of a meme. Let's go with the suffering Kim Chol-soo. What do you think? King God General Yumi, the Kim Chol-soo who thinks he's struggling, the Kim Chol-soo who's giving his all, the Kim Chol-soo who really thinks that he's pulling it off. Lol. By the looks of it, Chol-soo really thinks he's fooling the viewers. If that's the case, why not just be in a crisis for real? LOL. Not a scratch on him. Ha ha ha. He's just panting, but there's not even a single drop of sweat? LOL. Is this really happening? Haha. Yumi even captured a screenshot of Chol-soo's expression. King God General Yumi, the epitome of tranquility. Lol. So true. LOL. LOL. Externally intense, internally tranquil. Haha. And thus, a meme was born. This was the birth of the intense man Kim Chol-soo, who thought he was intense but was actually more tranquil than anyone else. The news started to spread like wildfire even on online communities like the Korean region Minor Gallery. Chol-soo looks really struggling this time. He's up against the Blackthorn Alliance, known as Korea's strongest assassin alliance. Yeah, was watching the live stream, and it really worried me. What's gonna happen? Isn't this a dangerous situation? He's in too dangerous of a situation. Honestly, shouldn't someone of Kim Chol-soo's caliber be a promising figure in Korea? Why is everyone so silent? Someone should step in and protect him. 2222-333. Really hope Chol-soo manages this crisis wisely. During a brief break from the live stream, Joseph, who had been waiting in another room, was visited by none other than Yumi herself, and he held out his hand toward her. Yumi, I think collaborating with you was a brilliant choice. Yumi and Joseph shook hands, both wearing satisfied grins. Intense man Kim Chol-soo thinks he really appears in a crisis. This live stream will not be archived, so only those who watched it live will know what happened today. That way, Chol-soo will think he looked genuinely in danger and will feel like he has grown as a streamer. Yumi said n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It would not matter when Chol-soo eventually found out this was all a meme. What was important to Yumi was right here, right now. She continued to speak. What we have here is what's known as the unexpected charm. You see, Chol-soo is actually too skilled, which makes him less relatable. But this vulnerability will become a huge point of affection for his fans. Star maker Joseph had already grasped the essence, but he learned a new term today. Unexpected charm. I'll have to take a note. Cheers to Intense Man. Cheers. The two clinked their beer glasses, sharing the same satisfied smile. At this point, it felt like Cha Jin-hyuk had done enough to sell the performance. He had fallen into their exhausting traps. He had been hit by arrows, albeit only a few. He had even pretended to be out of breath and wiped away non-existent sweat. The arrows do fly at an impressive speed, though. From his point of view, the speed of the arrows was reasonable, but it probably seemed incredibly fast to a casual or low-level player. Their relentless pursuit as they tried to drive him out of Yunhui-dong was rather admirable, but they're missing that final touch. At this rate, it would take forever. However, it seemed like the assassins were already aware of this problem. A powerful figure emerged, aiming to speed up the process of driving Jin-hyuk out of Yunhui-dong. Oh, LV56/Taekwon V1 incarnation of Warang 2/skills/their trusted ways. To be honest, Jin-hyuk was quite pleased. That's Kim Do-won, also known as Taekwon V. Naturally, this Taekwon V looked much younger than the one Jin-hyuk remembered. A memory floated into his mind. Do-won and the leader of the Blackthorn Alliance, Kwak Do-hyung, had been friends since childhood. They would later publicly deny their friendship, but anyone who needed to know already did. To see Warang of Ashen Cherry Blossom here. Though Jin-hyuk had no personal relationship with Do-won, he had always admired him. Do-won was not a player who went out killing monsters. He was like an entertainer-class player. As time went on, the types of players would diversify, and Do-won would grow into an entertainer-class player. A former national taekwondo representative, Do-won would integrate the martial art into his play, displaying flashing and beautiful techniques. He was truly cool. Whenever Do-won used his skills, ashen cherry blossoms would bloom, creating a spectacle. He was a type of player completely different from Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk was a hunter, pursuing extreme efficiency, but he had a genuine affection for entertainer-class players. It was like, they ignited a fire in a man's heart. There was even a time when children aspired to become Taekwon V. He's closing in at a considerable speed. Jin-hyuk quickly increased the distance between them. During that time, dozens more arrows flew at him, disrupting his movement. They're working well together. Rather than directly attacking Jin-hyuk, Do-won was gradually applying pressure, forcing him to move continuously. His kicks are incredibly flashy. Do-won embroidered the air with hues of ash. The cherry blossoms had not reached full bloom yet, but it was still delightful to watch the play of a player Jin-hyuk had admired. You have activated the skill time-lapse recording. Do-won's movements slowed to 0.8 times his usual speed, allowing Jin-hyuk to see his movements in detail. Such beautiful kicks. Cling. With a light sound effect, time-lapse recording was deactivated. For the first time, my time-lapse recording skill has been broken. It seems like the opponent has considerable resistance or control over adjusting the time-lapse recording speed. It's impressive. I mean, to exhibit such flashy, remarkable, and swift kicks, one would need that kind of ability. Jin-hyuk continued to be pushed back. Their grueling battle went on. A great deal of time had passed over 4 hours, it seemed. At a certain moment, Jin-hyuk intuitively knew. I've left the Golden Guardian Tree's territory. He could no longer rely on the protection of the Golden Guardian Tree. As a streamer who was constantly growing, one thought crossed his mind. I should pretend to try to re-enter Yanhuidong. That would make the scene more intense. Naturally, the enemies staked their lives on preventing Jin Haeok from entering Yanhuidong. After roughly 15 minutes of trying, Jin Haeok finally gave up and stopped trying to enter Yanhuidong. The arrows have stopped, and the opponent's spectacular kick attacks have also ceased, Jin Haeok noted. Duwan stood, blocking his path. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Duwan spoke, I apologize for ganging up on you. However, I must do my job. As long as you don't attempt to go further in, I won't attack you. It was a favor for an old friend of mine. Jin Haeok almost cracked a rather satisfied smile. I guess they're actually going to assassinate me now. Blackthorn Alliance was an alliance of assassins. However, their actions against Jin Haeok were too overt to be considered assassination attempts. It seems like what they've been doing was just preparation for the actual assassination, Jin Haeok said to the viewers. Herding him out of Yanhuidong was their preliminary move. The real domain of assassination was about to begin. I can feel the sharp bloodlust closing in. It had to be the sharp bloodlust from Magpie Viper Kwakdu Haiyang. He seemed to be waiting for the right opportunity, for the right place, to resolve this himself. However, I like Kim Do-won. I should give it my best when facing him. It's the least I can do. Jin Haeok could not keep pulling his punches when facing a player he respected. It wouldn't be courteous to him. Now I will give him my best, Jin Haeok declared, gripping his greatsword of Logon as he stood before Do-won. By the way, I do acknowledge that your play has entered the realm of art, Jin Haeok said to Do-won. However, we are completely different types of players. Do-won had yet to find his proper path. He was not the type of player who hunted down monsters. He was more of an entertainer class player. When I give it my all, Jin Haeok pondered on how to make this sound and look as dramatic as possible. He wanted to say a cool catchphrase that went along with the situation. The ashen dance shall crumble before my impenetrable barrier. It sounded corny, but it was still cool. Jin Haeok had been drawn to these kinds of lines lately. He looked down at his right wrist, quite pleased with his line. His viewers would be able to see it as well. A black pattern materialized on his right wrist. He deliberately displayed the all-clear mark that had been in stealth mode. At the same time, he opened a window on the right of the screen to aid the viewer's understanding. 2+1 to defensive attributes. The achievement bearer may boost the attributes of one of their defensive abilities when using defensive skills/traits. Complete immunity to physical attacks below level 80. Partial immunity to physical attacks below level 100. Then, Jin Haeok deliberately began to walk forward, slowly. Your art will experience a tragedy today. In honor of the man Jin Haeok once admired, he resolved to give it his best. So you've finally decided to take the punishment. Do-won's tone was weird, undoubtedly affected by Jin Haeok's previous dialogue. Do-won advanced and unleashed hundreds of kicks in a split second, but Jin Haeok didn't even bother to defend. Complete immunity to physical attacks below level 80. Do-won's physical attacks had no effect on Jin Haeok. Even though Do-won linked various techniques and showcased moves that would be considered finishing strikes, they were meaningless. Activate Star Shield. All attacks from those of the same level or lower were entirely nullified. If Jin Haeok timed it right, he could block everything without taking any damage. Do-won was getting worn out, and Jin Haeok took a quick glance behind him. It's about time for Du Haiyang to make his move. Du Haiyang would undoubtedly try to seize an opening to ambush Jin Haeok. But then, a brilliant idea came to mind. There was no need to keep waiting to counter Du Haiyang. Jin Haeok had an excellent defensive mystery, after all. I will now reveal my most powerful defensive mystery, Jin Haeok announced, feeling that the timing was just right. You have activated the mystery Phantom Swordswoman. One Taekwon V is the main character from Robot Taekwon V, which is a South Korean animated film released in the 70s. It's often compared to the Japanese anime series Mazinger Z. Taekwon V is unique in that it incorporates elements of traditional Korean martial arts, Taekwondo, into its fighting style. Two Warang, or Flowering Knights, were an elite group of male youth in the ancient Korean kingdom of Silla, which existed between 57 BC and 935 AD. Wang Yumi, who operated the Kim Know-It-All TV, previously known as Mystery Box, channel on LTube, was as happy as ever. Breaking live reveal? Kim Chul-soo unveils the ultimate defensive type mystery Phantom Swordswoman. What exactly is this so-called ultimate defensive type mystery, the Phantom Swordswoman? Utilizing one of the special skills exclusive to streamers, Yumi activated stream delay. This skill deliberately slowed down the live stream feed of the contracted streamer. It gave viewers a moment to freely discuss their thoughts about the defensive mystery Phantom Swordswoman. Now, I am going to show you the ultimate defensive type mystery, the Phantom Swordswoman. Then, on screen, Chul-soo activated the Phantom Swordswoman. The outcome was strikingly different from what people had expected. Square Cloud? Defensive mystery? Buster Call? Suddenly, a ghostly figure of a woman appeared on the screen and swiftly flew off somewhere. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Summer in black. What was that? Dong. Why is that woman so pretty? I am calm. She's so pretty even with her face covered. The Phantom Swordswoman that had revealed herself abruptly assaulted Kwak Du Haiyang, the assassin that was lurking. Unable to put up much resistance, he perished. Octobox has donated 10,000 dias. Octobox, that long-range defensive mystery is specialized in counter-attacking. It may look like an offensive mystery, but it's a defensive type. Trust me? The chat window that was filled with question marks erupted into a cascade of lols. Buster call, LOL. A long-range defensive mystery specialized in counterattacks. Totally legit? LOL. Ibu, LOL. That's a defensive mystery? Ha ha ha. Angelina Jelly, Intense Man's defensive mystery LOL. That's new. After killing Du Haiyang, the phantom swordswoman dissipated like smoke. Soon after, Du Haiyang rose to his feet once more. I never heard anything about long-range attack capabilities, Du Haiyang thought. A chill ran down his spine. Du Haiyang had prided himself on thoroughly researching Kim Chulsu. He thought he had a comprehensive understanding of Chulsu's skills, but evidently, there were many secrets yet to be revealed. Kim Chulsu, Du Haiyang said. His level is 59. And his player name is Viper 1. He is the leader of the Blackthorn Alliance and the assassin who is trying to kill me. Fortunately, I've successfully defended his attack. It could have been dangerous without my long-range defensive mystery, Chulsu calmly explained to his viewers. And his viewers happened to include Yumi, who had been live-streaming the event on her own live-stream channel, Kim Know It All TV. It seems like Intense Man made a mistake. He should have been more intense, but he got too excited about showcasing his new mystery and messed up. That was not very intense at all, Yumi seamlessly chimed in, trying to create another trend for Chulsu. Asterisk feel free to leave your comments. Asterisk excessive attacks / profanity may be deleted without notice. Asterisk please refrain from political / hate speech. Asterisk excessive hate comments may lead to being blacklisted. I am intense. He got so excited showing off his mystery, that he forgot about the concept he was going for. An intense man. LOL. LOL. Let's pretend we didn't notice. People make mistakes. Haha. Just say it was intense. LOL. The most intense battle I've ever seen. Haha. Yumi grinned as she watched the viewers freely share their opinions, laughing and chatting. Mysteries aren't even that familiar to the general public, Yumi thought. Thanks to Intense Man, the only one who thought he was intense, the viewers were very easily and comfortably accepting the concept of mysteries. This is the power of Kim Chulsu's content. She subtly inserted a few pieces of information. As far as I know, mysteries have human-like traits. The same mystery can behave differently depending on who wields it. There is compatibility between the caster and the mystery, and certain conditions make one handle the mystery well. The fact that Kim Chulsu killed a top-ranked assassin in one go shows that he has perfect synergy with the ultimate defensive mystery. Yumi naturally continued to glorify Chulsu, and the viewers of Kim Know It All TV collectively chose to turn a blind eye to his mistake. Consequently, the assassination attempt by the Blackthorn Alliance was recorded as an event that had put Kim Chulsu in great jeopardy. Kim Do-won clenched his teeth. It seemed his ego was severely bruised, as all his attacks had been futile. At least there was some romance to your attacks, Cha Jin-hyuk offered what he considered to be a sincere consolation. Do-won's attacks carried a flair that went beyond mere functionality. That alone earned Jin-hyuk's respect. Are you mocking me? Do-won asked. I'm being serious. Why is he getting mad at my compliment? Is he trying to be modest? Hashtag deep sense of defeat. Hashtag helplessness. Hashtag insurmountable wall. No, he is genuinely frustrated. But he doesn't need to feel defeated just for losing to me. Would a soccer player feel defeated for losing at basketball to a basketball player? Jin-hyuk left Do-won, who was drowning in his self-loathing, alone and instead approached the corpse of Viper Kwok Du Haiyang. He's dead but not really dead, Jin-hyuk said. He saw Du Haiyang's finger twitch. It seems like he's under some kind of resurrection setting. I will investigate thoroughly with my broadcaster's clairvoyance. I will use the exclusive in-depth interview as well. Jin-hyuk already knew a lot about Du Haiyang's abilities, but Jin-hyuk acted as if he were seeing them for the first time. Jin-hyuk was proud that his acting skills had reached a considerable level, even nailing the act of being surprised. My goodness, he has an incredible trait called 7 captures 7 releases. Just like the name, it literally meant being captured 7 times and being released 7 times. However, Du Haiyang's trait had a more specific nuance. Viper can attempt assassination up to 7 times on a single target. Once a target is designated for assassination, he can even come back to life if he gets killed by the target. What a powerful trait. Enough. Du Haiyang struggled to his feet. Jin-hyuk didn't quite catch what he meant by enough. People could be so cunning. Jin-hyuk knew he shouldn't rely on broadcaster's clairvoyance, but he could not help it. Hashtag that's my Achilles heel. Hashtag shut up. Hashtag cruel bastard. Come to think of it, the reveal of Du Haiyang's trait would have been far in the future. Perhaps Jin-hyuk revealed it too soon, but it wasn't his fault. Du Haiyang was playing his role as an assassin, and Jin-hyuk was just doing his job as a streamer. I'm just playing my role as a streamer, you know, Jin-hyuk said. As a streamer. Hashtag a streamer? Hashtag are all streamers this strong? Hashtag how did I get one shot by a streamer? Du Haiyang looked highly aggrieved. However, he soon hid his expression and spoke to Jin-hyuk. I have a favor to ask. Okay, I'll do it. But I didn't even tell you what it is. You wanted to ask if you could get 6 more chances, right? 7 captures 7 releases was not just about reviving 7 times. It also provided 7 chances to assassinate the designated target, but if all attempts failed, Du Haiyang had to devote loyalty to that target as a penalty. Quoc Du Haiyang, I choose you. In Jin Haiyok's previous life, Du Haiyang had targeted Li Haiyang for assassination, not Jin Haiyok, denting Jin Haiyok's pride. Jin Haiyok always wondered why Du Haiyang chose Haiyan over him, who was clearly superior. When Jin Haiyok held an overwhelming #1 rank in the swordsman class, what made him angry was the constant teasing from Haiyan that Jin Haiyok didn't have any loyal subordinates. So, do you have any subordinates? Haiyan would always ask. Truth be told, Jin Haiyok didn't. He had surpassed Haiyan in all aspects, except for having subordinates. Ever heard of Viper of 7 captures 7 releases? That was almost the only moment when Jin Haiyok felt defeated by Haiyan. Once Haiyan had Du Haiyang as his subordinate, Haiyan ruled as the honorary alliance leader of the Blackthorn Alliance led by Du Haiyang. The Blackthorn Alliance will eventually emerge as an assassin alliance vying for top status in Korea, or even globally, Jin Haiyok thought. Since Jin Haiyok needed to create his own faction, this could be a huge benefit for him. Seeing that Jin Haiyok seemed to know a lot about 7 captures 7 releases, Du Haiyang bit his lip. How much do you know? Jin Haiyok tapped the corner of his eye. Streamers know everything. Then, 2 months passed. In the span of 2 months, Jin Haiyok had focused on leveling up in solo mode while gathering information about the Queen Ant. The Queen Ant has disappeared from sight. She was undoubtedly hiding somewhere, preparing for something. All he could do at the moment was to level up in preparation for when the Queen Ant would reappear. Though sporadic ambushes from Viper had occurred, Jin Haiyok managed to deftly evade them, showcasing his performance skills befitting a streamer. To the eyes of the viewers, it would seem as though he barely survived those assassination attempts. I've reached level 90. For context, Jin Haiyok was 3 levels higher than Egan Paul, who kept mentioning and provoking him. Jin Haiyok didn't know why Egan kept getting cocky when Egan's level was lower than Jin Haiyok's. Today marks Quoc Du Haiyang's 7th defeat. It was late summer. On a stormy night, Viper Quoc Du Haiyang suffered his 7th defeat against Cha Jin Haiyok. Viper collapsed at Jin Haiyok's feet, and Jin Haiyok pointed his blade at Du Haiyang's neck. I win again, Jin Haiyok said. Ridiculously, Du Haiyang had failed in his attempt to assassinate Jin Haiyok within Yanhuidong this time. Until now, he had tried to kill Jin Haiyok outside of Yanhuidong, or by infiltrating dungeons that Jin Haiyok was about to enter. However, Jin Haiyok thought this last attempt was admirable. Just as he had given his all during his battle against Du Wan, perhaps Du Haiyang had grown a semblance of respect for Jin Haiyok during their 7 encounters. Thus, Du Haiyang had to have done his best to attack Jin Haiyok in Yanhuidong, where Jin Haiyok could perform at his peak. Kill me, Du Haiyang said. This is not what's supposed to happen. With the 7th encounter of the 7 captures 7 releases concluded, he should be pledging loyalty to me. Kill me, I said. What if I don't? How much longer will you toy with me? Jin Haiyok could not understand why Du Haiyang was willing to pledge loyalty to Haiyan after defeat, but only demanded death from Jin Haiyok. #overwhelming defeat. #endless despair. #insurmountable. #ego broken by a monster. Jin Haiyok had no idea how Du Haiyang successfully led the Blackthorn Alliance in Jin Haiyok's past life with this kind of mentality. Was it all just a fluke? How did Haiyan win him over? Jin Haiyok could not figure out the method. It had to have involved skillful coaxing. Jin Haiyok sheathed his sword back into his inventory. Please just kill me. Even if I want to, I can't. Stop mocking me. Jin Haiyok never mocked him. He did want to finish the 7 battles quickly, but he had made an earnest attempt to make those battles look challenging. And the online response from the Korean region minor gallery had been electrifying. He had even earned the nickname Intense Man, indicating his excellent performance. So what mockery is this guy talking about? This territory is under the domain of the Golden Guardian Tree, and I can't kill people in here. Didn't you see that in one of my previous videos? Du Haiyang, who had been lying on the ground, slowly dusted himself off and stood up. Let me ask again. You're not keeping me alive just to mock and manipulate me, are you? Is that what you want to hear? If you wish, I can do as you please. As you already know, I am well aware of the 7 captures 7 releases. Why do you think I've kept you alive all this time? Why? Because I want a competent subordinate. Competent? Me. Yes. Say that again. Say what? Say I'm competent again. You're competent. Du Haiyang's eyes widened. He looked as if he could not believe he was being praised. How many assassins in Korea are more outstanding than you? Jin Haiyok asked. Du Haiyang's eyes seemed to light up a little. The CO sisters from my previous party even consider you as their role model. His gaze appeared to grow softer, almost twinkling. I never expected you to evaluate me as competent. Well, not now, but you will be in the future. At those words, Du Haiyang visibly flinched. I see. You value my potential. Sincerity resonated between them. The contract of the 7 captures 7 releases has been successfully established. Viper has sworn loyalty to Kim Chulsu. In the end, Du Haiyang pledged his loyalty to Jin Haiyok, and Jin Haiyok was able to bring the Blackthorn Alliance under his control. Preparing such a small faction for the future did not seem like a bad choice at all. Wait. However, an unexpected issue related to this arose, something Jin Hyeok had not even considered. One from this chapter on, the author decided to just use Viper when referring to Magpie Viper. The Seo sisters, Seo Jia and Seo Jisoo, who had been in scarce contact with Cha Jin Hyeok in the past month, suddenly came over. Appa, I feel hurt, Jisoo said. About what? I've really been trying so hard to meet your standards. You know I even formed the K-Killers Alliance, right? Apparently, the K could stand for Korea or Kim Chol-soo, and the capital S at the end stood for either Seo Jisoo or Seo Jia. Just for convenience, her alliance was pronounced K-Killers. Hashtag feeling hurt. Hashtag really hurt. Hashtag extremely upset. Hashtag I might cry. Jin Hyeok didn't know why Jisoo was so upset with him. Even Jia, who usually kept her emotions in check, looked grim. Hashtag are we weak? Hashtag self-reflection. Hashtag self-loathing. Why is she acting like this too? Jisoo clenched her fist and spoke, I thought you would be the first to recognize and accept the K-Killers as a cooperative alliance. Of course, we still have a lot to improve compared to the Blackthorn Alliance. We are the underdogs, I understand that. But we thought we would be your first choice, so we have worked really hard. We take pride in the fact that we're growing much faster than the Blackthorn Alliance. As Jin Hyeok listened, he began to understand how they felt. Having their top spot taken would have been a big blow to their pride. You are mistaken. You are my first cooperative alliance. Really? Of course. Just like she said, the K-Killers have shown tremendous growth. Both Jisoo and Jia are already in their late 70s, level-wise, holding 5th and 6th rankings respectively. It was quite rare for one alliance to have two high rankers. Moreover, they were not level grinders. While they ranked 5th and 6th in terms of levels, their actual skills were likely higher. This won't do. Jin Hyeok vaguely sensed that he needed help from his faction in the distant future. His most substantial base of support consisted of his original party members. If they wavered, Jin Hyeok's entire faction wavered. I need to set the discipline. Jin Hyeok decided to gather them for a discussion. He was planning to listen to their concerns, evaluate how well they were doing in their respective roles, and offer advice if he could. If possible, I should also conduct one-on-one meetings occasionally. It reminded Jin Hyeok of the Han Seirin of his previous life, who became a ruler later on and often held such meetings. So, this is why she had all those meetings. Jisoo, who had sought Jin Hyeok out in a state of emotional turbulence, now wore a regretful expression. I'm sorry. I was just so angry because it felt like we were pushed aside. Actually, I was jealous and hurt. No, it's all right. This is also something I should be doing as a ruler. Huh? What? Did you just say that you are a... What did I just say? Jin Hyeok asked Angel Girl, Song Hayoung, to objectively investigate the standing of Jin Hyeok's original party members. Quite intriguing, she started. Though they had a bit of a late start, they have all established themselves quite remarkably. Let's start with Mok Jae-hyen. According to her, Jae-hyen's journey was different from the others. He wandered a bit before finding his way. At first, he was part of an alliance that prioritized safety, playing cautiously. He seemed content, at least on the surface. However, it wasn't long before Jae-hyen left that alliance. Looks like he got tired of repeating the same thing over and over. Recently, he formed a new alliance called KSM. Do you know what that stands for? No, it's Kim Chol-soo Sybil One Mok Jae-hyen. As she spoke, Jin Hyeok realized that it took Jae-hyen some time to truly understand himself. The stifling environment of the safety-first mediocre alliance led him to branch out, and eventually, he founded his own alliance and became its leader. Jae-hyen wasn't satisfied with other alliances, so KSM had been growing explosively, Ha-young said. Good to hear. What's interesting is that, although their process differed, the results for your other party members are quite similar. Unlike Jae-hyen, the Seo sisters hit the ground running. They immediately formed the K-Killers Alliance, gathering assassins and expanding their influence. Even the Blackthorn Alliance is taking notice. The K-Killers' growth rate is unparalleled. And as for Kim Jong-hyen, he is leading the Flaming First Alliance, which as you know, has grown into one of the top 5 major alliances in Korea within just 3 months. Probably due to the name recognition of the Flaming Fist Alliance. Mok Jae-hyen, the Seo sisters, and Kim Jong-hyen, they were all leading their own alliances, and they were all Jin Hyeok's first picks for his cooperation alliances. You know that Han Seirin, who was planning on joining the National Intelligence Service team, became the navigator for the Flaming Fist Alliance, right? Yes, I heard. And the man known as Mole Man, considered Seirin's rival, has joined the Kim Chol-soo Sybil Alliance. Mole Man said the name appealed to him, but I think he just wanted to compete with Seirin. Why does it feel like Ha-young emphasized the word Sybil? People usually call it the KSM Alliance, don't they? Jin Hyeok asked skeptically. I just like saying the full name, but I think she didn't even say the Mok Jae-hyen part of the name. Regardless, everyone was growing tremendously, not only with competent navigators, but also by gathering exceptional talents in various fields. Jin Hyeok already knew all of this, but hearing it reported by the leader of the Black Rose Alliance made him inexplicably proud. Everyone is achieving remarkable success, but still, the best among them is your sister, Cha Jin-sol. Jin-sol. She had been extremely busy these days. Jin Hyeok hadn't had much time to talk to her, so he was not sure what she had been up to recently. Player name, Baby Shark. Alias, Saintess of Freedom, Ha Young said. Jin Hyeok felt a chill run down his spine when he heard his sister's alias. People called her the Saint of Freedom. She isn't affiliated with any particular alliance, but instead wanders freely, showing miraculous healing powers wherever she goes. Although her level ranking is only within the top 10, she is famous for being the most coveted healer across all alliances. Everyone is absolutely desperate to recruit her. Her worth is astronomical, and her influence is immense. Ha Young filled him in. But that's not entirely a good thing. Given Jinsol's current growth rate, she was bound to become a top-ranked player. If that happened, she would need a strong alliance to keep her safe from threats like those players who hunted other players. To think that I would worry about her becoming a top-ranked player. Jin Hyeok had initially thought that was impossible, but it appeared there were no absolutes in life. He was proud, or rather, worried about how she would grow and create new concerns for Jin Hyeok. But it's not an immediate concern. Healers and streamers were relatively safe, so it was not time to worry about that just yet. Apart from their incredible growth rate, there is another striking similarity among them, Ha Young continued. And what would that be? She tilted her head, as if unable to comprehend the next point, and then spoke. They all severely underestimate themselves. They keep saying that the things they were doing were just basic stuff. But their idea of basic stuff is bizarre. How so? You know how the United States is trying to prohibit dying consecutively within 3 days, right? Well, your party members tell their alliance members to die dozens of times a day. If the alliance members couldn't handle that, they were told to leave the alliance. They have many such strange standards, and they consider that to be the basics. Jin Hyeok also tilted his head. Isn't that the basics? Just like how Sae-rin had done in his previous life, Jin Hyeok held a gathering with his party members. Though now that he thought about it, Sae-rin mostly just cursed at her members. I've heard you all have been maintaining the basics well, Jin Hyeok said. He also introduced them to Song Ha-young and Kwak-do Ha-young, who could be considered their allies in this cooperative venture. Jisoo, slightly tipsy, playfully flirted, saying, "Appa, if I become stronger than that man, will you date me then?" That man here referred to Do Ha-young, who was also an assassin like her. Jin Hyeok promptly knocked Jisoo unconscious with a tap on the nape of her neck. Jia, on the other hand, quietly sipped her wine until she fell asleep. Jae Hyein, being underage, drank grape juice. He slammed his glass down. Thunk. I thought I was going to die of frustration playing with my previous alliance. Jin Hyeok had no idea why Jae Hyein, who hadn't drunk a single drop of alcohol, was acting drunk. I've been thinking. This might be crazy, Jae Hyein continued, muttering obscenities under his breath. He seemed deeply frustrated for some reason. As much as I hate to admit it, there are times when I miss playing just among us. I know I'm being crazy right now. Jin Hyeok considered knocking him unconscious for talking too much, but left him alone. Come to think of it, Sae-rin did curse a lot at her party members in Jin Hyeok's past life, but she also listened to them. As a ruler, it was Jin Hyeok's duty to do the same. Why is everyone not able to just stick with the basics? It's simple. Jae Hyein said. I agree with you, Jin Hyeok said. The basic premise is that you can die in dungeons, right? If you can't handle that, you shouldn't be playing. It seemed Jae Hyein had a lot to get off his chest. He continued to speak. Do soccer players quit because they're afraid they will hurt their legs? Do volleyball players quit because they're afraid they will hurt their fingers? Do athletes quit because they're afraid they will hurt their joints? No, they don't. They play despite knowing they'll get hurt because they are professionals? So why don't players have the same mindset? Why is everyone's standard so messed up? Listening to this, Ha Young coughed awkwardly to bring Jae Hyein back to reality. Well, those athletes don't have to worry about dying, while players have to, Ha Young said. Then they should just stop playing. Hey, why are you yelling at me? If dying is one of the basic premises, then why are they overlooking the basics? I agree with you. I'm just saying that's how people think. There was a lot of back and forth, but the mood of the room remained amicable overall. Du Haiyang, the head of the Blackthorn Alliance, sat next to Jin Hyeok and quietly spoke. To be honest, I thought I was the crazy one. There was a lot of opposition within the alliance when I designated Hyung as the assassination target, Du Haiyang admitted. Du Haiyang was older than Jin Hyeok, but he still called Jin Hyeok Hyung. Jin Hyeok guessed it made Du Haiyang feel more comfortable or something. But now I understand. Coming here, I realized I'm not the crazy one. In a world of abnormalities, it's the sane ones who get ostracized. Turns out, I was sane. Du Haiyang seemed deeply touched, as if he had found inner peace. Please invite me to gatherings like this in the future. At first, setting up this gathering felt like a nuisance, but as time passed, Jin Hyeok found it oddly enjoyable. It was a kind of joy he had never felt before. After a significant amount of time had passed and Jisoo had regained consciousness, Jin Hyeok opened his mouth. Both solo mode and dual play mode have been updated. The open beta service will end soon, Jin Hyeok informed them. The atmosphere turned serious as the topic of play arose. Their reactions were quite gratifying. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Before the official launch, I suspect there will be a major event. Originally, there should be a war tied to the fourth soul scenario between invaders and defenders. Normally, a powerful invader would appear, and people from the Earth server would have to unite and drive the invaders out. That should have been the event signaling the official launch. However, since Jin Hyeok was the one leading both the invasion and the defense, he was not sure how it would turn out. Ha Young abruptly raised her hand. Regarding that, I have a few serious things to say. I wish I could claim I found this out on my own, but... Du Haiyang visibly flinched. Apparently, the relationship between the two was not all that harmonious. It seemed like they had some sort of competitive edge. It might be due to their overlapping classes. Unfortunately, it's information that Viper and I found out together. What I'm about to say is huge. I would appreciate it if what's discussed here doesn't leak outside of this room. Du Haiyang added one more thing. After listening to our stories, it would be nice if you paid us an appropriate fee for the information. After all, information. Ha Young smiled and picked the conversation up from where Du Haiyang left off, has its own price. I can't tell whether their relationship is bad or good. Hashtag it's our time to prove. Hashtag our superiority. These two never seemed intent on accepting any compensation for the information in the first place. The instinct to savor the superiority of one's information is only natural. Jin Hyeok understood that sentiment perfectly. The desire to boast about one's expertise in one's field was quite natural. But why do I get the feeling they're thinking about me? Hashtag this time I will win. Hashtag Kim Chul-soo is below me. Hashtag I will win. Hashtag defeat Kim Chul-soo. With a prideful expression, Ha Young continued, let me reiterate, it's crucial that this stays confidential. This is related to the Seoul scenario. It's a big event that even involves the GMS and the mysterious VIPs referred to as Trinity. They think that they can surpass me with just this information? They've crossed the line. One, as most of you probably already know, Sybil, or, is a Korean swear word. Most of the time, it means fuck, but for this occasion, I think the author is just trying to emphasize that Jae Hyein created this alliance while thinking of Kim Chul-soo, the leader of the Black Rose Alliance, Angel Girl Song Ha Young, and the leader of the Black Thorn Alliance, Viper Kwok Du Haiyang together. They began to unravel the information they had obtained by helping each other. The first to speak was Du Haiyang. A certain deal has been made with the GMS. It was an illicit deal. Corruption was everywhere, and the Black Thorn Alliance had already established connections with several corrupt GMS. Thanks to this, we've learned that a major event is planned around the time of the open beta service's termination. It's also connected to the official launch of the Earth server. The ultimate goal of this event is to unify the players on the Earth server by introducing a powerful invader. Next, it was Ha Young's turn to talk. However, there was a slight problem in the process. They called this a scenario, and for some reason, the scenario got all tangled up. So the system's own recovery program had to be activated. This required significant manpower and resources. Numerous GMS had to work overtime, and some entities that are in a group called the Trinity Club seem to have helped a bit on the official launch of the Earth server. Ha Young and Du Hyung looked at Jin Hyeok with eyes full of anticipation. Jin Hyeok, who had been looking forward to hearing what they would say, seemed a little disappointed. That's it? Jin Hyeok asked incredulously. What? So what you're trying to say is that, instead of the original scenario, a major event is going to take place. Basically, to make Earth players tightly united. Jin Hyeok shook his head in disbelief. He explained, the original scenario you mentioned is called the Revered One, the Fourth Soul scenario. As you said, there are supposed to be invaders attacking Earth, and Earth players have to band together to stop them. The scenario being conducted by some of the invaders who have infiltrated the Earth server in advance is the Revered One. The scenario that the Earth players have to carry out to stop them is called the Collapsed Reverence. Ha Young and Du Haiyang looked at each other. What the hell is going on? I'd like to ask the same. Jin Hyeok thought they had brought valuable information, but he was already well versed in the information they had brought, and in even more specific details, to boot. I feel like we're losing this. Say something. No, you say something. Feeling as though they had hit an insurmountable wall, they were briefly disheartened. However, their ears were already tuned to Jin Hyeok. As their vague information took concrete shape, their curiosity was sated, filling them with an intoxicating sense of satisfaction. So, in the end, humans need a calamity to unite them, and I think that might be related to the Queen Ant, Jin Hyeok said. He played a video related to Queen Ant that had not been publicly disclosed. The moment his party members saw Queen Ant in the video, they were visibly shocked. That's insane. There's a monster that strong. Each expressed their surprise and concern in their own way before Jin Hyeok continued to speak. But you said the system is self-repairing, right? A lot of manpower and resources are being consumed in the process. Why yes, that's true. Why yes. I don't think the GMS are simply setting up an event to make the Queen Ant attack us. That wouldn't cost too much. Ha Young's pride was no longer wounded. Humbly adopting an attitude of learning, she quietly inquired, why? Something as simple and boring as that would not get Trinity Club's VIPs to sponsor it. They're not on the side of the GMS. Then what? Those VIPs are a group who always think of their own interests and entertainment. To make them sponsor the GMS, something more interesting is needed. I don't know what it is yet, Jin Hyeok said. Do you know a lot about the Trinity Club? Du Haiyok asked nervously. I know at least 2 of the VIPs who are actively involved in Korea. Can you tell us? Choi Gap-soo from Cheongdam-dong, and a Korean Amarayan businesswoman said as Gap-soo's distant relative, Jang Michelle. Du Haiyong's eyes widened. As if he had been electrocuted, his body trembled for quite some time. Is it okay to tell me such high-level information? There was no request to keep their identities a secret. They were openly revealing themselves in the live stream. In the live stream. Didn't you guys see it? On the right side of my live stream, it says contributor, Jang Michelle. Du Haiyong could not escape the sea of shock. He had thought he could outdo Jin Haiyok in terms of gathering information, but that was a huge misconception. I was foolish, Du Haiyong thought. He was still lacking. Clenching his fist, he looked at Jin Haiyok. It felt like Jin Haiyok was standing on a distant peak, looking down upon Du Haiyong. It was a humiliating defeat, but less so than when he had lost in the battles. After being defeated in the battles, the only thing Du Haiyong felt a sense of hopelessness, but right now he was burning with a competitive spirit. Someday, I will definitely surpass you. Even if I have to join forces with that damned angel girl. I will beat you, Jin Haiyok. Even if I have to cooperate with that despicable viper. Even though Haiyong and Du Haiyong didn't seem to like each other, due to their same goal, they reconciled. Jin Haiyok asked the other party members to make some preparations on their own. See if you can recruit a tamer class player, especially those who deal with ant-type monsters. Or players specialized in dealing with insectivorous plants would also be good, Jin Haiyok suggested. Having Jin Haiyok's own faction made things convenient. He had people who could do these tasks for him, so he didn't have to do it all himself. Also, try to bring in players who can wield fire-type skills. There was one more thing. If it came to a battle with the Queen Ant, they would certainly need Shin Yuari's power. For this, Jin Haiyok contacted her. Of course. Although I am currently serving the National Intelligence Service, my true allegiance is with you, Master. Jin Haiyok had already talked this through with Maria. 3 times a year, Uri could defy orders from the NIS to act on her own accord with Jin Haiyok. It was a condition in her contract when she joined the NIS. I've been working hard to become stronger. If the ant army really shows up, I promise I will be a lot more helpful this time. Uri's voice seemed brighter. She seemed to have healed from her past wounds, which lightened Jin Haiyok's heart. All preparations that can be done now are done. After finishing the call with Uri, Jin Haiyok called Lilia the succubus. Chairman Choi Gapsu? Yes, he is available. Oh, you're coming now? I haven't even done my makeup yet. What does that have to do with anything? Wouldn't a succubus naturally want to look good in front of someone she's fond of? You still haven't given up. Jin Haiyok thought she had given up, but she was at it again. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Because of you, I had to pay Chairman Choi a massive compensation fee. Compensation fee. Jin Haiyok was on his guard. If she asks for some money, I'm hanging up immediately. I had to pay 10 times the initial contract fee because I failed to seduce you. I don't have that kind of money, so now I'm working for the chairman without pay. She went on and on, probably leading up to ask for a loan. Anyway, since Jin Haiyok had told her that he was going there, he just hung up the phone. Click. When Jin Haiyok arrived at the alchemist workshop, Lilia was standing at the door. She pouted her lips in annoyance. How could you hang up on a lady like that? I'm not lending you any money. Does she think I'm new to this honey trapping game? When did I ever say I wanted to borrow money? You weren't going to. I just wanted to. Lilia put on a slightly pitiful expression, one so forlorn it could evoke great sympathy from ordinary people. People on the street snuck glances at her, captivated by her aura. I just wanted to say that I have a crush on you. I was going to tell you that I don't mind working here for free since it gives me an opportunity to be near you, she said softly. Some people even stopped in their tracks, entranced by Lilia. Quite a few people fell in love with her at first sight. That won't work on me. The most dangerous things in the world were beautiful women. Swords weren't frightening, but beauty could be deadly. There were truckloads of top-tier players who died from beautiful women's honey-trapping skills. Cut the shit and just show me the way, Jin Haiyok said. Lilia wiped a tear from her eye with her right hand. Seeing her like that, Jin Haiyok almost fell for her trap. Anyway, the two of them ascended to the second floor to meet Chairman Choi Gapsu. Old man, I heard you were making a significant investment in the Earth server. Haha, indeed. Does it have anything to do with me? There was nothing like this in Jin Haiyok's previous life. Until the moment he regressed, Chairman Choi had never revealed that he was a member of the Trinity Club, nor had he ever been so proactive. This meant some variable had altered his behavior, and the most likely candidate was Jin Haiyok. Gapsu readily admitted it. Why else would I invest in this boring server if not for you? Gapsu seemed to have nothing else to hide. Oh, by the way, I made a bet involving you, Gapsu said. A bet involving me. Wait a moment. Gapsu made a phone call, and before even a few minutes had passed, someone came up the stairs. Jang Michelle. Michelle was approaching with a light smile on her face. Michelle and Gapsu had made a bet on whether Jin Haiyok could maintain the same level of performance even after reaching level 100. So, let me get this straight. There have been countless streamers with similar concepts who all eventually fizzled out around level 100. And you want to see if that's the case for me? That's the gist of this bet. Jin Haiyok asked. Both of them answered simultaneously. Who said it was just the two of us? No one mentioned it being just the two of us. Jin Haiyok was not entirely sure, but it seemed like more viewers might be involved in this bet. To think they placed such a wager on me. So which side did you two bet on? I wagered that you would be fine up to at least level 130. Me too. Jin Haiyok felt a tiny bit pleased. Just as expected, VIPs had a good eye for talent. However, the majority are predicting your downfall. History and data don't lie, and they're saying you will fall. Though it stung Jin Hyeok's pride a bit, it wasn't entirely untrue. It was something he himself had been worrying about. But isn't saying I will go down around level 100 too much? Come to think of it, Jin Hyeok was a bit disappointed at these two who knew Jin Hyeok relatively well. Setting their bet on level 130 instead of level 150 was somewhat disappointing. While Jin Hyeok's brain said it was a good thing, meaning he had hidden his abilities well, his heart found it unpleasant. So, how about I make you two an offer that's really tempting? Tempting. You seem quite confident, Michelle observed, her eyes narrowing slightly. Although she was smiling at Jin Hyeok, he did not feel entirely comfortable. It was as if she could see right through Jin Hyeok, and every inch of him felt exposed. While it was uncomfortable, it wasn't exactly terrifying. I assure you, it will be intriguing. And if it's not, I will quit live streaming and cut off my tongue. Ha 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 ha. Are you saying you would give up the most valuable thing in your life right now? Good, good. A man should have that level of boldness. Alright, what's your proposal? I will ensure that both of you win, no matter what. Level 130? That's ridiculous. I can maintain my current performance up to at least level 150, Jin Hyeok asserted. Chairman Choi, who had been laughing heartily, abruptly stopped. That's some audacious confidence. I've seen many like you, but they all collapse around level 100. I hope it's confidence based on evidence. I don't particularly like people who just talk without any basis, Michelle added. The atmosphere grew heavy as they became serious, and Jin Hyeok felt a sense of pressure. Had it not been for his imperial resilience, he would have been disoriented. So, I plan to show just the two of you a little more. Jin Hyeok immediately sent out the invitation. Would you like to enter the top VIP exclusive live stream? 0/2. It was a private live stream for just the two of them. Just the fact that they were invited to this live stream seemed to make them extremely satisfied. Though they were right in front of Jin Hyeok, they took out their phones to launch the LTube app. They seemed quite pleased with the situation. Money shower, off to a good start. Money shot, then let's see what you've got to show. However, the content of this live stream must remain strictly confidential. I trust that both of you will keep this secret. Money shower, of course. Money shot, I promise on my honor. And you, old man? Money shower, promise made. I stake my honor and entire fortune on it. Done. The guarantee of secrecy seemed secure. Not only would they find immense pleasure in knowing something no one else did, but if those two Trinity Club members said that they would keep it a secret, that was as good of a guarantee. Money shower, consider it promised. Money shot, I promise to. Jin Hyeok continued the live stream. First, let's watch some videos. They were recorded videos of when Jin Hyeok played as the Yasu Sword Master, as Kim Pyongbyum, and finally, recent episodes of the Queen Ant. Moreover, I will disclose my hidden mystery, multiple lives. This is confidential information, only for you two, the top VIPs and the biggest supporters of my live stream. Chairman Choi Gap-soo burst into hearty laughter upon discovering all of Cha Jin Hyeok's secrets. Both he and Jang Michelle were highly satisfied with his live stream. So, why are you showing this to me? Gap-soo asked. Though it seemed like a casual question, Michelle quickly caught on the nuance. You mean showing this to us, right? You're sharp. Alright, why show this to us then? Or better yet, why have you been hiding such abilities? There was no need for a lengthy explanation. Isn't it boring if I reveal everything? Jin Hyeok replied. Fair enough. That's true. The important thing is that I've proven that both of your judgments about me were correct. With my abilities, I can at least maintain my performance up to level 150. Gap-soo nodded. You're absolutely right. What do you think, Michelle? I agree. Although I've seen countless streamers with this concept, what's especially impressive is the all-rounder trait he hid as the almighty jack of all trades. Have you ever seen the all-rounder trait, old man? Never. This is a first for me. Both of them were quite satisfied with the content Jin Hyeok provided. Watching their reactions, he, too, felt a sense of satisfaction. This is what I was aiming for. This was the joy of live streaming. It was regrettable that he had not known this excitement in his previous life. I've shown you everything. Secrets unknown to tens of thousands are now known only to the two of you. I will leave it to you both to evaluate the worth of this live stream. This time, Michelle spoke first. Alright. The price has been more than met. So, what's this tempting proposal you mentioned earlier? I know there is a major event before the official launch of the Earth server. I need you to help me survive it. Michelle narrows her eyes. Someone wants you dead, don't they? From the system's perspective, I am highly likely to be a disruptive element in the ecosystem. The GMS aren't too fond of me either. If I were them, I would want to eliminate me during the upcoming event. Jin Hyeok's impending crisis, his gut told him Gap-soo and Michelle already knew. Considering them entirely on Jin Hyeok's side would be a mistake. These two were extreme hardcore viewers among the hardcore, living for their own enjoyment. However, that also made them more predictable. To perfectly unfold the story and complete the scenario, I suspect they will back the Queen Ant. I've detected a certain strategy in play here. What kind of strategy? The Queen Ant is powerful in her own right, but she essentially wants to build an empire. Hence, she needs an army and numerous ants as her soldiers. However, as you saw in the video, her army-level ants are all dead, and the eggs in the hatching chamber were also destroyed. So, she must be raising ants somewhere as we speak. Jin Hyeok reached a single conclusion. For a newly raised ant army, the queen ant will need a large amount of food. However, Earth doesn't have quality food in abundance. This was the essence of the scenario Jin Hyeok had discerned. I anticipate monster waves occurring all over the world. Monster waves were a frequent event, but triggering one would require a substantial amount of resources. If the members of the Trinity Club were making moves, a monster wave was highly likely. Most likely, monster waves will erupt to provide food for the ants. And I suspect that the Queen Ant, empowered time and time again at various corners of the world, will ultimately aim for the Korean region, where I'm currently located. Gapsu stroked his chin and looked at Jin Hyeok, his eyes filled with genuine interest. Haha, I thought you were just crazy, but it turns out you are a clever kind of crazy. Is my theory accurate? Jin Hyeok asked. I wouldn't know the details. Do you watch TV with such deep analysis? No, I'm just a consumer, not a creator. Michelle added a comment. However, hearing you out, your argument does make sense. Michelle wore a subtle smile, clearly very satisfied with Jin Hyeok's theory. Alright, let's bet on your future then. I'm looking forward to your episode with the Queen Ant. What do you need? Just say it. If it's something money can accomplish, consider it done, Michelle said. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After the cataclysm, the demand for online games surged dramatically. No longer were they a realm of fantasy, as monsters and dungeons now existed in the real world and players lived among civilians. What was once an escape from reality had now become reality itself, and those who could not engage as players in the new world became even more engrossed in games. Naturally, the popularity of game streamers rose exponentially, and among them, Shut Up and Play was a streamer who recently garnered much attention. Although he had awakened as a player, he ultimately could not overcome his fear of actually playing and transitioned successfully to being an online game streamer. He had just blown 3 million won on a gacha game. Damn this luck-based trash game? Fuck. Pounding his keyboard furiously, Shut Up and Play yelled, and his chat window was filled with lols. His live streaming persona was simple. Whatever he did, he was bad at it, and whatever he tried, it never worked out. Yet, he was always overly confident and energetic, which ultimately led to him losing his temper and smashing things. Grabbing a baseball bat, he struck his keyboard. Thud, thud, LK312, LOL, here comes the keyboard shotgun, Takamai, ha 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 ha, handsome, LOL. Still fuming, Shut Up and Play declared, if I ever play this shitty-ass luck-based garbage of a game again, just kill me please. Grandbaby, LOL. If that's the case, he should have been killed 322 times. Dung dung poo, maybe he's immortal. Haha, the chat was buzzing, and a considerable amount of donations flowed in. Shut Up and Play eventually ended his live stream. He then tuned into the most popular channel, Kim Know It All TV, to keep tabs on what was trending around the world. The host, King God General Yumi, spoke. For those of you unfamiliar with the gacha system, let me explain briefly. A single draw costs a whopping 10 million dios. If you don't have the money, you can't even attempt it, and most of the time, you end up with crap. All gachas are luck-based disasters, but the system's gacha is the epitome of a luck-based garbage game. It was the bitter truth Shut Up and Play had just experienced. Egan Paul had famously poured about 700 million won and ultimately gave up. What do you think Kim Chol-soo has in mind? A lot of people were eagerly tuning into the actions of Kim Chol-soo's live stream. Whistle Houston, that's insane. LOL. This guy just lost 370 million won. Ha ha ha, Taylor swag, so the downfall rumors are real, huh? Chol-soo is #2. Streamers of this sort usually fizzle out around level 100. It's academically established. For context, Chol-soo is #2 was actually Shut Up and Play. Cute, 400 million has evaporated and he's still going. Crazy one, he doesn't even feel about it though. The comment gaining the most traction was that of Chol-soo is #2. Chol-soo is #2. Streamers of this sort usually fizzle out around level 100. It's academically established. Seems accurate. 222-333. Looks like he's dumping all his assets before quitting. Why the hell would he dump all his assets like that? No need to worry about Kim Chol-soo. He's a billionaire with a building under his name. LOL. No worries. Shut Up and Play laughed without realizing it. Haha. This feels good, he said. Shut Up and Play had always been envious of Chol-soo. Both as a player and as a streamer, he had felt insignificant in comparison. It was because Chol-soo was always above him. He's plummeting? Straight into the abyss. In Shut Up and Play's view, Chol-soo was committing career suicide as a streamer, probably pulling these stunts to grab the last bit of attention. Though no one was listening, he smugly said, most people face the harsh reality of their limits around level 100. The sense of loss and despair they feel upon encountering their own limitations are almost impossible to overcome. He grinned slyly. If you can overcome that like I did, you can make a comeback in another field. It won't be easy for someone like you, who's had a smooth path all along, haha. However, something felt off. As more time passed, Shut Up and Play, too, sensed the strangeness. Whistle Houston, 2 billion won gone, just like that. 2.1 billion, 2.2 billion, 2.4 billion. 2.5 billion. Cholsu was recklessly pouring out dias to the gacha game. The chat, which once mocked him, now sang praises of awe and astonishment. This was something Shut Up and Play could not stand. Cholsu is #2 has donated 10,000 dias. Kim Cholsu is not in his right mind right now. He is burning his last spark even while using his building as collateral and accumulating debt. Rumor has it that his donation money is almost exhausted. Shut Up and Play began to spill his own calculations and experiences, arguing how much Cholsu would have earned, what his current assets should be, and how close he was to bankruptcy. His comment rose to the surface thanks to the invisible support of Wang Yumi and became a major topic of discussion. So many comments flew by that usernames became almost impossible to read. However, with keen eyes, Yumi did not miss one specific name. Money shower? What do you guys take me for? Money shower? What do you guys take me for? Is that really him? It's money shower? Up, up, up. Money shower up? What? Money shower? Wow. This is insane. Seems legit. This is madness. Money shower has arrived. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Cholsu kept rolling the gacha. 3.1 billion won had evaporated. 3.2 billion won had evaporated. 3.3 billion won had evaporated. Once again, thank you to Money Shower and Money Shot for your support. This is the first time I've received unlimited donations. As contributors, both of them could send messages directly on Cholsu's live stream. Contributor Money Shower is proud. Contributor Money Shot is pleased. Money Shower, thank you for the 100 million won donation. If I get what I want in between, I will refund the rest. Money Shot, thank you for the 100 million won donation. Money Shower refuses the refund. Money Shot refuses the refund. Money Shower continued his donation as if to show off and didn't forget to leave a comment on Yumi's live stream. Money Shower, what did you say about my donation? LOL, where did Cholsu is #2 go? Hey, Cholsu is #2, where are you? I thought Cholsu had no donation money left. Cholsu is showering with money. Can I borrow some money? Money Shower sensei, how can I get rich like you? Teach me your ways. LOL, he's literally saying that his donation is unlimited. Where did Cholsu is #2 go? Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had spent 4 billion dias. Even he could not believe the reality of this unlimited donation. Both Gapsu and Michelle promised unlimited support, but he didn't think it would be this much. But when will my pure luck be ready? After a few tries, Jin Hyuk could feel at the timing of when to use pure luck for the most significant effect. He was waiting for the perfect moment. It's not time yet. 4.1 billion. 4.9 billion. Having invested nearly 5 billion dias, Jin Hyuk felt the time had come. You have activated the mystery pure luck. Timing it perfectly, Jin Hyuk pulled something from the gacha system. At last, I have acquired a mythic grade card. It is a card type item of mythic quality. I think I'm the first one on the Earth server to do so. Truly, the greatest power comes from items. Shut Up and Play let out a loud scream. He wasn't even on air, but he still smashed his phone with a hammer in a fit of rage. Bang, bang, bang. His phone shattered to pieces. Fuck. How can anyone be this damn lucky? From that day on, Shut Up and Play retired from live streaming, and nobody remembered his retirement. Two massive events had eclipsed his exit. Firstly, Jin Hyuk had acquired the first ever card type mythic grade item, and he had done so by spending a staggering 5 billion dias. Given that 1 dia held a currency value of approximately 1 Korean won, it was akin to spending 5 billion won. A 5 billion won miracle. What is this mythic grade item? A journey of a streamer or unrivaled content. News outlets and countless online communities were plastered with stories about Jin Hyuk. At the same time, another event unfolded. The United States, Germany, China. A new scenario, Devourer of Bugs, was simultaneously activated across 3 different regions. Swarms of bugs appeared, causing significant damage to these countries. The situation was so severe that it was widely predicted to escalate into a global catastrophe. Thus, the so-called bug tsunami had begun. In a world consumed by chaos, the event known as the bug tsunami gave birth to countless heroes. Leading the charge, the United States Avengers Army repelled swarms of bugs in epic battles. The ground was so covered with the corpses of the bugs that they were almost beyond count. Egan Paul declares, "Nothing can destroy our freedom." The casualty count in America roughly reached 100,000. As time passed, the Avengers Army and other American heroes began to effectively combat the bug tsunami. The United States became the first country to reduce daily casualties to the thousands. China, too, successfully fended off the bug tsunami. Emerging from the shadows, the People's Force revealed themselves. Nurturing formidable players at a national scale, China had been secretly forming a group known as the People's Force. These heroes resisted the bug tsunami, strategically placing players where they would be most effective, thus minimizing damage. Although they had the most player casualties among the 3 major countries, civilian casualties were the lowest. The current death toll in China stood at around 70,000. President Yuan Hao urged, "We shall all unite and wisely overcome this disaster." President Yuan Hao's approval ratings skyrocketed during this crisis. Despite some criticisms regarding the forced conscription and human rights abuse of players, it was undeniable that China had managed to combat the bug tsunami effectively. However, the story was different in Germany. A divided EPU in the face of humanity's calamity. As soon as the cataclysm had begun, Europe had hastily established the EPU, promising collaboration and unity among players. Yet, due to tangled interests among its member states, Europe could not respond as swiftly as the US or China. Germany's players were insufficient to effectively combat the bug tsunami. The casualty count in Europe had reached about 140,000, twice that of China. Eventually, they managed to establish a cooperative system and began to counter the bug tsunami. The media coverage around the globe focused extensively on these three nations. Shut Up and Play, now retired, sighed as he scrolled through various news stories. Such nonsensical national pride disgusts me. Headlines flashed with absurd narratives, such as America astonished, Japan shocked, and so on. There were articles on how XXX nation, which once ignored South Korea, was not begging for help, Europe welcomed Korea with open arms, and so forth. Normally, Shut Up and Play would block such titles immediately, but this time he hesitated. The video had been posted by none other than Kim Nawatal's King God General Yumi. Video category, King God General Patriotism. Undoubtedly the world's strongest, the United States, enters the 1,000 casualty per day mark for the first time ever, and what are they begging South Korea for? Shut Up and Play stared blankly at the video. In the footage, the narration of King God General Yumi continued. As if foreseeing all of this, Korea had made extensive preparations. With Waiting Wife as their leader, they formed the Phoenix Knight Brigade, made up of Fire Elemental class players and even various players with abilities that were efficient in dealing with bugs. All of them were in a temporary alliance. It was revealed that they had actually arrived in the US even before the bug tsunami erupted. They called themselves the K-Force. Opinions were divided among the people whether the K stood for Korea or it stood for Kim in Kim Chul-soo. Wang Yumi did not comment on that. They are all part of Kim Chul-soo's cooperative alliance and worked effectively against the bug tsunami alongside the Avengers Army and other America's heroes. Then, an interview with an American citizen followed. It was filled with content saying that they would not have defended as efficiently without the help of Korean players, expressing gratitude. Subsequently, even China has requested cooperation from the K-Force. The same was true for Germany. Currently, the K-Force continues to get calls from countries around the world. We will end this video by dedicating footage of the glorious K-Force. After watching the entire video, Shut Up and Play blankly stared at the screen and rewatched it several times. Something indefinable began to bubble up within him. I too want to create videos like this. He had run away from being a player because he was too scared to play himself. However, seeing the heroes of the K-Force being active and praised worldwide ignited a fire in his chest. The fact that everyone was associated with Chul-soo strangely made his heart race. Chul-soo, once the target of his fervent jealousy, had somehow become the idol of his heart. Kim Chul-soo. He is a god. After living like a bum for a while, Shut Up and Play suddenly stood up from his chair. He sent an email to King God General Yumi. Hello, I am applying in response to your editor recruitment notice. Like a catastrophe for all of humanity, swarms of bugs had appeared everywhere. The bug tsunami had gradually abated due to the actions of heroes around the world and the K-Force. People began to see hope, escaping their fear. However, this respite was brief. The new scenario, Devourer of Bugs, was just beginning. People would soon learn what the Devourer of Bugs meant. Arg. Uyua. If, during the bug tsunami, various insect-type monsters had assaulted humanity, now a single type of monster started attacking people. They first appeared along the Pacific coast of the United States. The new scenario, Devourer of Bugs, refers to the red-eyed ants. Escalating damage, snowballing out of control. A swarm of ants emerged, far more powerful than the bug tsunami. Supercomputers warned the people that this swarm of ants was a scourge that would destroy the human race. The Devourer of Bugs was the herald of the end of mankind. However, the one silver lining for the United States was that the red-eyed ants were moving across the Pacific rather than the American continent. System notifications followed on each region. A server-wide new scenario has begun. The Queen Ant's prophecy is transmitted. A notification sounded for all awakened players. At the same time, a prophetic scroll was added to their inventories. Foolish humans, behold. Upon checking the scroll, a hologram was generated. It resembled a human, but was, in fact, the Queen Ant. I shall dominate every place that the light touches. The story began with this proclamation from the Queen Ant. Their first target was the Korean region. The red-eyed ant swarm had already spread its wings and was crossing the Pacific. Struggle all you want, it makes it more fun for me. Remember my name, Arlo P. Demiraz. The name that will bring all of you to your knees. Given that all players received this message, the Queen Ant's prophecy immediately became a global issue. Some idiot, is it just me, or is the Queen Ant kinda hot? LOL. Oddly sexy. Some people still could not grasp the gravity of the situation. Cult leaders in Korea claimed that the end was near. Airports were flooded, and the nation went into a state of emergency. Egan Paul declares, heading to Korea, the front line of freedom. Yuan Hao declares, China will use all means to protect Korea. Heroes from all over the world came to fight the red-eyed ants, while some people fled Korea. Meanwhile, in an office in Yeonhwi-dong, Cha Jin-hyok gathered his alliance members. This time, Maria from the National Intelligence Service was there too. We will start by defending the East Sea. Though we probably can't stop them, Jin-hyok said. Cha Jin-sol wore a worried expression and asked, Appa, we will be okay, right? If we just fight them head-on, we won't be. The point of this scenario seems to be to wipe out at least one region. The system was fully capable of uniting all Earth players by destroying one region. Crossing the Pacific and passing by Japan will exhaust the enemy to some extent, Jin Hyeok said. I heard that players are gathering in Japan, saying they will intercept them midway. Don't count on that. Jin Hyeok shrugged his shoulders. He had been through this kind of crisis more times than he could count, and he knew all too well how the players from each nation and each alliance would move. Do you honestly think Japan will bother intercepting the ants flying toward us? At most, they'll put on a show and then back off. Why would they unnecessarily draw the ants aggro? They definitely don't want any damage done to mainland Japan, Jin Hyeok said. He assessed even the so-called heroes who were willing to die for Korea and freedom in a similar light. They just don't want to fight on their own turf. If they have to fight, they would rather do it in Korea. Jin Hyeok had the inclination to interpret the situation less harshly, but years of experience had taught him to see it plainly. Those who have flown in to save Korea will probably flee when things get hard. We should operate under the assumption that they won't be around. Seo Jisoo raised her hand. So if we mobilize all our resources to somehow draw the queen ant near the golden guardian tree, we should be okay, right? No. Jin Hyeok scanned the faces around him and then continued to speak. What I'm asking you all to do is kill the red-eyed commander ants. There should be hundreds of them, at least, by the scale of their army. Jin Hyeok showed them an image of the commander ant. This one. Kill these ants, and the rest of the ants will be significantly weakened. We have gained real-world experience fighting in the US, China, and Germany, so I believe we can take them on. Sending players to other nations had been for precisely this reason. After all, nothing beat real-world experience. As for the queen ant, I will handle her myself. Jin Hyeok shared his plans with the alliance members and Maria. As he concluded, he flashed a sly grin. Let's live to tell the tale, shall we? Arriving on the rooftop of a hotel near the East Sea coast, Jin Hyeok began his live stream. Far in the distance, over the horizon, dark swarms are approaching. The red-eyed ants have passed through Japan, but it looks like they have not suffered much damage. The sky was blanketed with the red-eyed ants, and it seemed like only a matter of minutes before they would make landfall. I am getting ready for dual play with siege weapon. Waiting wife. How are you feeling? Jin Hyeok asked. I'm nervous. Waiting wife, you've fought these ants before, right? Yes, I have. Then, you will be able to fight them even better this time. Yes. They operate in a very organized manner. They have a certain flow to their movements, and disrupting that could easily throw them into chaos. The globally renowned siege weapon, Shin Uri, prepared her arsenal. Should I use Iron Dome? Let's reserve that for defense, for when we absolutely need it. We will focus on offense. But we need to be mentally prepared. I'm ready. I'll fight with all I've got. Not like that, I meant something else. Jin Hyeok pulled out an item from his inventory. It was the mythical grade card, obtained only after investing billions of won. I'm revealing this for the first time. This is the mythic grade card I acquired with the help of Money Shower and Money Shot. Contributor Money Shower is proud. Contributor Money Shot is curious. Jin Hyeok raised the front of the card so the viewers could see it clearly. Written on the front was the name of the card. To stand at the summit of that path. Jin Hyeok only showed the name. Revealing everything at once would be less exciting than doing it bit by bit. Waiting wife, get ready. Uri's right hand transformed into a massive cannon. Jin Hyeok continued the live stream. In terms of destructive power, this cannon is unparalleled. It is a weapon infused with the power of Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance. It seems even more powerful than the last time I saw it. Mana surged around Uri. The war between the players and the red-eyed ants army had already begun. Along the coast, piles of ant corpses were accumulating, and human casualties were mounting as well. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Jin Hyeok read the name of the card out loud, to stand at the summit of that path. I will now reveal the power of this mythic grade item. The card in his hand gently floated up. Sprouting a golden aura, it transformed into dozens of streams of light, which were then absorbed into Jin Hyeok. To fully harness the power of this mythic grade card, the designated incantation was required. Those who fail and crumble, unable to reach the summit. Golden aura began to ripple from Jin Hyeok. In his eyes, the world began to appear in shades of gold. Although he could not be certain, it felt like his irises had taken on a golden hue. Sing a song of despair as you face the unreachable summit. The first line was the real incantation, the second one was just Jin Hyeok's own creation. He thought he did a good job. It felt rather impressive, and he was pleased. The power of this mythic grade card allows me to completely duplicate an ability of one targeted individual during a focused live streaming session. There were some restrictions, of course. Deep observation and understanding of the target had to precede the process, and the consent of the streamed target, in this case, Shin Uri, was also required. While he could copy the ability, it might not be compatible with him, meaning he might not be able to use the ability properly. Furthermore, since it was a mythic grade item, it could only be used while engaged in at least a citywide scenario. It was complicated, so he kept his explanation brief and to the point. I feel a great power surging in my right hand. Some people referred to this kind of power as the Black Flame Dragon 1. Regardless, a cannon similar to Uri's had materialized in his own right hand. It felt like it harmonized extraordinarily well with him. With the all-rounder trait, he had anticipated this, but it felt even more natural than he had expected, as if it had always been a part of him. However, his cannon continued to emit a golden aura. Shortly thereafter, it began to disassemble and reassemble itself in a mechanical fashion. It's as if my arm is one of the transformers. Yet, it seemed to be a phenomenon he was already familiar with. I know what's going on. This is just referring to a famous meme in Korea, where the line "I feel the power of the black flame dragon surging in my right hand" is used to describe a very Chuyuni person. So no special meaning to the actual story here. In Cha Jin Hyeok's past life, the legendary villain, Shin Uri, was a player who wielded a formidable artillery, capable of killing many with a single strike. The phenomenon that was happening to Jin Hyeok's right arm right now was a scene observable when her artillery entered the Tier 2 phase. Wasn't it said that Uri first manifested the level 2 phase when she reached level 100? At the moment, his level was 92. Uri was an individual with an extraordinary compatibility to the job known as the Artillery of Nemesis. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was born to become the Artillery of Nemesis. And yet, Jin Hyeok managed to reach level 2 much sooner. Can this really be happening? It was said that even a difference of 2 or 3 levels could indicate a large power gap between players, but the current Jin Hyeok was 8 levels below the Shin Uri of his previous life when she first manifested her level 2 phase. It seemed he had an even better compatibility with the Artillery of Nemesis job compared to Uri. However, it feels somewhat difficult to control. The artillery had transformed, becoming even more massive and noisy. An enormous amount of mana was concentrated in his right hand, making it difficult to control. He was forcibly holding it down for now, but he felt a looming sense of danger as if it might explode at any moment. I think I need to devise a plan to manage this. In the meantime, Waiting Wife spoke up, activate Wrath of Nemesis. Once again, Uri manifested the power that Jin Hyeok had witnessed when she previously fought the ants. Currently, Waiting Wife was at level 69. Despite being only level 69, her destructive power seemed to be on par with players above level 100. Wherever Waiting Wife shot, thousands of ant corpses lay scattered. Although he didn't know for sure, it was clear that the many people watching this situation would be admiring Waiting Wife's performance. I need to do well too. Jin Hyeok wondered what was the point of creating a level 2 artillery if he could not control it to his liking. It was as if his physical capabilities could not catch up to his abilities. I need to concentrate for a moment. Not being able to handle a power beyond his control could be worse than not using it at all. At this point, employing the Wrath of Nemesis he had acquired could potentially harm even his allies who were fighting the ants. I can see blood seeping from my arm. There were no external injuries. The pressure within the arm could not be contained, and blood was slowly oozing out from within. The area near the biceps was tinged with a purplish hue as if the arm was rotting away. I need to be at a higher level to properly handle this. He wondered if he needed to reach at least around level 100, the level the Shin Uri of his past life had been at when she first manifested this ability to be able to control it proficiently. That was not all. The artillery that had advanced to level 2 began to morph again, emitting mechanical whirring sounds, and started to form into an even larger shape. It continued to grow in size. This is insane. Jin Hyeok also knew what this was. It was the ultimate version of the artillery that Uri had wielded in the past. It was not just a transformation of the right arm into an artillery, her entire body would become a gigantic cannon. She would eventually become a mobile siege weapon. This was a unique case where a skill had acquired its own nickname. Without a doubt, it was the skill known as Babylon Cannon. But mine seemed to be smaller in size. For reference, this skill was something Uri had controlled when she reached level 150. It was a level 3 artillery, and she had called it the ultimate weapon. I remember the southern part of Gyeonggi-do was engulfed in flames back then. In the aftermath, some people referred to Uri as a walking tactical nuclear weapon. If Jin Hyeok could properly use this, annihilating those swarms of ants would be no problem at all. But I can't. Not only would it kill the swarms of ants, but it might also kill all the people here. Carried away by this unimaginable destructive power, he might even end up losing his life. This was a force he absolutely could not control in his current state. Should I just give up on this method? His physical body couldn't keep up with his talent. It was both exhilarating and depressing. But he didn't want to give up. Uri looked at him with a worried expression. "Master, are you okay?" she asked. Jin Hyeok could not respond. There was not enough time to talk. He sat down cross-legged right where he stood just moments ago. He did not want to miss this moment. This sensation of not wanting to miss this moment was the tantalizing feeling that appeared right before a realization. Jin Hyeok closed his eyes. He heard Uri speaking again. "I will protect you, master. Without fail," she said. Though the situation might expose him to being defenseless, he concentrated his mind to the fullest on his right hand. At the level 2 phase, his right arm was consumed by this ability, but now it felt like his entire body was being torn apart by this ability. The skill, Wrath of Nemesis, felt like it was eroding his entire body. I need a way to control this violent power, and to do it efficiently. As he closed his eyes and contemplated his inner self, it felt like he could see the universe within him. This universe was protected by a solid shell, and he could feel that it was Imperial Resilience. Imperial Resilience was holding his inner universe firmly yet flexibly, preventing it from crumbling. Jin Hyuk reached out to a brightly shining fragment in the dark universe. This fragment was undoubtedly the mystery pure luck. The mystery elusively darted around, seemingly graspable yet evading his grip. He ran swiftly to catch that fragment. He couldn't tell how much time had passed, he only knew that he had been engrossed in this illusion for quite a long time. This place is within the universe of his inner world. He halted his steps somewhere and finally opened his eyes. I know the way now. If his body could not accept the wrath of Nemesis, if he could not control the skill with his power, he just needed to draw upon another power for help. He understood now. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. I have an amazing defensive type mystery. Thinking back on how the old URI was able to handle this overwhelming and oppressive skill, the answer became clear. URI also would not have been able to handle this level 3 phase Babylon cannon with her power alone. This violent skill is perfected through a combination with a superior defensive type mystery. URI's defensive mystery, Iron Dome, and her offensive skill, Wrath of Nemesis, merged to create the siege weapon, Babylon cannon, moving as a single power. If URI could do it, so could Jin Hyuk. The materialization of the previously ghost-like form of the Phantom Swordswoman is underway. The ghost-like figure of the Phantom Swordswoman transformed into a human-like form. The veil hiding the face disappeared, revealing a woman with flowing golden hair laid long. She had a pale complexion, and 6 white wings sprouted from her back. Her wings were torn here and there, akin to a fallen angel. She was clothed in white fabric, with crimson wounds and scars vividly displayed across various parts of her body. Blood is streaming down both of her eyes. Dark purple veins are expanding across her skin, and the sword that the Phantom Swordswoman had been holding began to be stained in a dark violet hue. The Phantom Swordswoman opened her mouth, grasped the blade of vengeance in your hands. Jin Hyuk zoomed in to capture the image of the Phantom Swordswoman up close. He heightened the volume to precisely make out the words she was murmuring. Let them know what the end of the fools are like. She swung the violet sword she held in her hand. A deep and ominous bloodlust could be felt emanating from that sword. What is the target of annihilation, my master? Their eyes met, and it felt like Jin Hyuk's psyche, protected by imperial resilience, was shaking in its entirety. Receiving that gaze, drenched in profound bloodlust, was quite a thrilling experience. I've successfully connected Phantom Swordswoman with my mind. Let's try using the defensive mystery. The Phantom Swordswoman spread her wings and began to fly. While the sight was beautiful, there was a hint of disappointment. It seemed as if some background music should accompany this scene, but there was no time for that now, and he couldn't bear the silence. He, as a streamer, conjured the coolest line he could think of. He stretched his right hand, which harbored the destructive power, and said, "Swing the blade of vengeance. Let them know what the end of the fools look like. Prove your will to annihilate." Sigh. I shouldn't be doing this. He knew it looked absurd, but something inside him was bubbling up and he could not suppress it. Tear out the enemy's heart. Good. I have to admit, that sounded pretty cool. Leading the Avengers army, Egan Paul adeptly conducted the livestream, true to his seasoned steamer persona. Facing off against the swarm of red-eyed ants, he felt a sudden sense of crisis. This absurd level of destructive power. Could it be Korea's waiting wife? Egan thought. He was well aware of the abilities of waiting wife. However, this power was overly flamboyant and potent, drawing the viewer's attention overwhelmingly in that direction. I need to film the actions of my players. The Avengers army was also fighting well. They were displaying enough glamour, yet, inevitably, their single-strike destructive power could not match up to waiting wife. There's no helping it. But still, Egan was a professional streamer. Grasping what was more important, what the viewers wanted at the moment, he swiftly captured and displayed the wrath of Nemesis of waiting wife accurately. He captured the red-eyed ants melting away instantly under her railgun-like attack on the screen. After showing the awe-inspiring spectacle, he naturally continued the livestream. Players from all around the world are joining forces to battle against humanity's calamity. This here is the forefront of freedom, Korea. Rather than focusing solely on URI, he portrayed and showed that numerous players worldwide were uniting to fight against the disaster. The sight of humanity's heroes coming together and sacrificing to fight against a common enemy touched the entire world. In various places around the world, people held candles for the heroes, singing songs for them. Countless people took to the streets, waving the flags of various countries, praying for humanity's victory. This is good. This is how I wanted to frame my livestream. It had to capture the efforts of all those who were uniting and working together, not just the unilateral actions of one individual. And naturally, at the center of it all had to be the Avengers army. That was his plan for directing the scene. But then, an ominous figure of an angel appeared. Egan Paul had hired a few staff for the livestream, and one of them informed him by writing in a notebook. That's Kim Chul-soo's ability. Defensive type mystery called Phantom Swordswoman. That ability belongs to Kim Chul-soo, a popular streamer in Korea. That defensive type mystery is called Phantom Swordswoman. He used the mythic grade card. He's copying and merging with waiting wife's skill. He also used a mythic grade card to copy and merge with waiting wife's ability and now possesses. As a seasoned streamer, Egan continued the livestream but soon found himself at a loss for words. After a brief moment, he swiftly regained his composure and resumed. The sword has transformed into dozens of whips, attacking the area like a tornado. The sacred sacrifices of the heroes were supposed to be the focal point of this content. The Avengers army should have been at the center stage. However, that could no longer be. It seems like a violet rain is pouring down. This was not what Egan had planned. In the face of the overwhelmingly magnificent sight unfolding before them, all he could do was capture the phantom swordswoman's martial prowess on screen. It kind of looks like swords are raining down, and each droplet is slaughtering the ants. It clearly started as swords, but it ended in explosions. I don't know how to describe this. Egan Paul, the leader of the Avengers army, was engulfed in a profound sense of defeat. He had never seen anything like this before. To sum it up, it is a slashing, explosive, large-scale area of effect, defensive-type mystery. The phantom swordswoman's sword stretched out like whips, pouring down like rain. Everywhere the rain touched caused a massive explosion, dismembering the ants into dozens of pieces. In an instant, tens of thousands of ants were slaughtered. Amidst this, the ants began to scatter in all directions. It seemed almost as if they were fleeing, but it wasn't a retreat. Foolish, utterly foolish. Among the scattered ants, the queen ant revealed herself. Moving at an unimaginable speed that was barely perceptible to the eyes of an average human, the queen ant flew toward the phantom swordswoman and grabbed her by the neck. In the blink of an eye, the phantom swordswoman disintegrated into dust and disappeared. Jin Hyeok, who was controlling the phantom swordswoman, had deliberately ceased using the mystery, and the queen ant shifted her gaze toward the building where Jin Hyeok was hiding at. The one who harmed my beloved children. The queen ant flew toward the building where Jin Hyeok was hiding at, but not at a particularly fast pace. The queen ant's voice reached all the players. Experience the terror of death that slowly corrodes you. I swear upon my name. She ascended to the rooftop of the building, the very place where Jin Hyeok was hiding. You won't die a comfortable death. At the tips of the queen ant's fingers, a silver thread that was almost invisible to the naked eye fluttered. From behind the air conditioner units on the rooftop, Jin Hyeok rose up from his hiding spot and walked toward the queen ant. This is great content for my live stream. Jin Hyeok smiled as he stood before the Ant Queen, an entity set to be recorded as humanity's first calamity since the cataclysm. Experience the terror of death that slowly corrodes you. I promise. You won't die a comfortable death. In truth, the nature of the queen ant had not changed at all, as evidenced by the lines she just said. Despite saying a torrential amount of words, what she meant remained the same. She was planning to kill slowly and with utmost caution. Good, Cha Jin Hyeok thought. In other words, she was a coward. Such cautious beings might make fewer mistakes, but they could never succeed in the end. That was what Jin Hyeok believed, at least. I will try to fight the queen ant. You have activated the skill time-lapse recording. First, he slowed down the queen ant's speed to the utmost. You have activated the skill exclusive in-depth interview. Then, he tried hard to read the movement of the queen ant with an exclusive in-depth interview. In the process, Jin Hyeok saw a glimmer of hope. It's much clearer now. The silver threads flew toward him. Left. 3 strands. Jin Hyeok wondered if he should dodge the attack, or block it. This time, I'll block it. You have activated the trait Broadcaster's Barrier. He blocked all 3 silver threads effortlessly. 2 months ago, he wouldn't have been able to block this easily. However, his current level range was now in the 90s, and things were distinctly different the moment he stepped into that range. That was just a containment attack from the queen ant. Jin Hyeok could read the queen ant's attacks much better than before. He even had the leisure to live stream it. Once he had the queen ant as a benchmark, he could clearly realize it. I've grown? The exhilaration felt when perceiving his own growth was what made him excited. The next attack is going to be from above my head, and from below the feet. A total of 10 silver threads are targeting me. You have activated the trait Broadcaster's Barrier. He deployed Broadcaster's Barrier under his feet to block the incoming attacks from below. Then, he swung his sword, the Greatsword of Lagon, and parried several strands of silver threads. He twisted himself to dodge several more threads, before he hurled himself backward, performing 2 aerial somersaults. I've avoided them n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He felt a faint heat on his cheek. Touching it with his hand, he found it was bleeding. But I could not avoid them completely. Soon, Jin Hyeok closed the distance between the queen ant and himself, and he swung the Greatsword of Lagon fervently. You have activated the skill Sharper Spirit. The queen ant took to the air using her scale wings, evading his sword with just that simple motion. Jin Hyeok had clearly grown a lot, but he was still far behind compared to the queen ant. It needs to start raining soon. If Jin Hyeok could not dampen those wings to decrease her mobility, he would not stand even a 1% chance of winning. Do-do-do-do. The sound of a helicopter reached his ears. It's here. He had asked Maria for this in advance. In case he ended up fighting the queen ant, he asked Maria to mobilize a firefighting helicopter. Swoosh! Water poured down. If it were up to me, I would have destroyed the helicopter before it approached. However, the cowardly queen ant didn't do that. This is proof that she is paying more attention to me than expected. It's easy to read what she is thinking. This is going well. Psychological warfare was part of a battle. A strong person who could not conduct psychological warfare was just a muscle-bound idiot. All of a sudden, the queen ant brushed past Jin Hyeok. Cook. The queen ant had attacked his arm. It hurts quite a bit. The queen ant, who had been sticking to ranged attacks up until now, suddenly approached him and swung her blade-like arm. Although Jin Hyeok managed to twist himself at the last moment, his left shoulder was still almost completely severed. It's fortunate that her wings got wet, otherwise it might have been my neck that had been severed. This was indeed a good fortune. Anyways, there is a significant limitation on my movements now. Rather than leaving it dangling like this, it might be better to just cut it off completely. Jin Hyuk himself severed his own left arm and carefully placed it in his inventory. Having dealt this level of injury on Jin Hyuk, the queen ant's mouth widened eerily from side to side. I did promise you wouldn't die easily. The queen ant stretched out her 10 fingers, firing dozens of silver threads. Jin Hyuk didn't feel the need to block them. There was absolutely no bloodlust in her attack. This is not an attack that was designed to kill me. Instead, it was just an attack with the intention to torment him, rather than to kill. Among the dozens of silver threads, not a single one dealt a fatal blow. All of them just grazed near his skin, causing him to bleed and a searing pain to surge. It stings. And my left shoulder is hurting more than I thought. He had experienced the pain of losing an arm hundreds, if not thousands of times. However, this was something more. There was poison. The area around his left shoulder was grotesquely darkened. It was spreading toward his neck and body, much like a fungus. Jin Hyuk made a face as if he had fallen into despair. The queen ant seemed to enjoy his expression. Feel free to be terrified and sing a song of fear. It will continue to erode you. Jin Hyuk looked around anxiously as if searching for a way to escape. The quick-wit queen ant read his movements. She crossed her arms in a nonchalant manner. Yes. Since your 2 legs are still intact, try running away. Every place your feet touch will become a prison that binds you. The poison seemed to hold a special power. No matter where Jin Hyuk fled, the queen ant would be able to chase after him. I need to run. Jin Hyuk ran toward the temporary war portal he had prepared earlier, and the queen ant just stood still, simply watching him with her arms crossed. She is completely off guard. As expected, Jin Hyuk had shown the world another intense man moment. He was able to completely deceive the queen ant. I am heading to Yanhuidong. The queen ant was completely off her guard. He had succeeded in inducing her to let her guard down, and now it was time to move on to the next step. In the midst of escalating chaos, Minad's Kong Miane was trembling, her legs shaking as she hastily retrieved her phone. Despite the anxiety that coursed through her, she managed to maintain her role as a streamer, narrating each event with a shaky but steadfast voice. Kim Chul-soo promised to come. He will come, right? Before the ant army set foot in Korea, Jin Hyuk and Han Sae-rin, along with Miane, had meticulously planned out the escape routes. Oh, for those who have just joined, let me explain again. We are currently in the process of creating a temporary war portal with the help of Pathfinder, our navigator. Though the venture had been costly, Jin Hyuk had managed to finance it, easing some of their concerns. Since Kim Chul-soo has retreated, he is expected to come this way. The odds are 50-50. We have prepared 2 escape routes, just in case. Kong Miane narrated the precarious situation, the tension palpable even through the screen. They had 2 exit strategies in place. One was being overseen by Minad's Kong Miane, while the other was manned by Bonjour's Bong King, both on standby and prepared to act at a moment's notice. Please come this way. Miane pleaded silently. Suddenly, a burst of green light emanated from the temporary war portal that was created on the ground beneath her. He has come this way? He looks extremely pale and is on the brink of death? It seems the queen ant's poison is stronger than we thought. Miane reported with urgency as Jin Hyuk emerged, his body soaked in sweat and bearing the unmistakable scent of the queen ant's poison. Though they encountered several red-eyed worker ants and warrior ants along the way, Miane had successfully thwarted their attacks with her broadcaster's barrier. Chul-soo is nearly unconscious, so I will take over the live stream. With the aid of the temporary war portal they had prepared in advance, they continued to move, making strides towards safety. We only need to pass through 4 more war portals to enter Seoul. Chul-soo has lost consciousness. I am on my way. Please be prepared, Saintess of Freedom. As Jin Hyuk fell unconscious, his live stream ended abruptly. This, in turn, caused a surge of viewers flocking to Miane TV, their anxious eyes fixed on Miane's live updates. Yes, thank you for your donation. Yes, welcome to my channel. Please like and subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to turn on the notifications. Yes, he is completely unconscious. His body is turning dark blue and it seems the poison is spreading rapidly. It seems to be an extremely potent poison. The condition of Jin Hyuk was being broadcast live through Miane TV. In Yanhuidong, Cha Jin-sol, who had been waiting in advance, was biting her nails nervously, anticipating Jin Hyuk's arrival. We're here, everyone. I will hand Chul-soo over to Saintess of Freedom. The healing process has begun. Look at Saintess of Freedom, gulping down the blood from the blood packs we prepared. No, this isn't product placement. Although watching her makes it seem somewhat appetizing. But please regain your senses, that's not a beverage, it's blood. Jin-sol, while drinking the prepared blood, administered treatment to Jin Hyuk. After a considerable amount of time, Jin Hyuk finally opened his eyes. Chul-soo has regained consciousness. But the battle with the queen ant was so fierce that, everyone, where are you going? Don't leave my live stream. My live stream is entertaining too. Actually, Jin Hyuk had regained his consciousness a while ago. However, he deliberately kept his eyes closed, focusing his mind and choosing to rest until he felt capable enough to resume live streaming. I should rest as much as possible until I can manage to live stream again, Jin Hyuk thought. Before he knew it, His arm was reattached and his stamina recovered to a point where he could live stream again. Jin Hyuk turned on his live stream. The viewers who had shifted to Miane TV came flocking back to Cholsu's channel as the live stream resumed. Jin Hyuk spoke, "I will use the mythic grade card once again." He glanced at Miane, whose audience had been stolen, was glaring back at him, her face turned a bright shade of red. Jin Hyuk raised the mythic grade card with a cheeky smile, causing Miane to have an auditory hallucination. "You don't have a mythic grade card, do you?" Regardless, Jin Hyuk continued the live stream. "I will acquire the ability of the Blood Priest," Jin Hyuk stated confidently, indicating that several conditions had already been met. It seemed he had grown slightly more accustomed to the card since this was not his first time using it. His body, which was decaying from the Queen Ant's poison, began to revitalize. "It seems to be thanks to the enhanced human and enhanced revival trait that I copied. Normally, these two traits should have caused a significant clash with other traits. However, Jin Hyuk could feel the transformations occurring within his body. The all-rounder trait is gently harmonizing these two traits with my other traits." However, this wasn't something he could disclose on the live stream. The almighty jack of all trades trait is mitigating the rejection tendencies of these two traits toward other traits. "Now, I will use abnormal status healing, one of the Blood Priest's skills." The current state of Jin Hyuk was far from normal. "I think I need some blood." He urged his sister to come closer. "Come closer." "I'm going to suck the blood out of Jinsol." Jin Hyuk bit down sharply on Jinsol's nape. Ouch. Jinsol was taken aback. She had always been the one to suck other people's blood, never the one on the receiving end. "My stomach feels queasy," she thought. This sensation of having all her blood drained, if exaggerated a bit, felt like her internal organs were being pulled out through her neck. It sent a strange chill down her spine. An urge surged within her to push Jin Hyuk away at this very moment. Suddenly, she realized something. He's been enduring this all along, while appearing unaffected. Being the victim of blood-sucking transcended mere discomfort. It was downright revolting. It felt as if the organs inside her were being obliterated, invoking a primal and instinctive fear. "So this is how it feels to have your blood sucked." Jinsol bit her lips tightly, trying to control the turmoil of emotions raging within her. Now she could truly feel the weight of what her brother had been bearing all along. However, this was a misconception on Jinsol's part. In truth, Jin Hyuk had not experienced as horrendous emotions as she did. Initially indifferent to negative emotions, he also had imperial resilience, which differentiated him from Jinsol. Anyway, the disgust that Jinsol felt transformed into a surge of affection toward her brother. "Appa," Jinsol managed to utter weakly. "I need you to stop now." Jinsol wanted to yell at Jin Hyuk to stop sucking, and that she felt dizzy, but she couldn't. She lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Only then did Jin Hyuk regain his senses. He scratched the back of his head. "I must have sucked too much blood unknowingly. Sucking blood feels really good. It seems I couldn't control it since it was my first time." He had been so engrossed in the act of blood sucking that he had not paid much attention to Jinsol's condition. She was pale as a sheet, and if he had sucked any more blood, he would have had to return some of the blood he had absorbed. "I guess I should focus on recovering now." Jin Hyuk picked up Jinsol and headed home. He laid her down on her bed, and then he too laid down. "It seems like the recovery will take quite some time. I will adjust the screen briefly. This is the first time I have revealed my live stream in the third-person perspective. However, I have significantly altered my face using the Deceiver's mask." Jin Hyuk turned off the screen momentarily. Then, he laid down an avatar he had created using his multiple lives ability on the bed. The avatar looked just like the current Jin Hyuk and was even poisoned all over its body. Then, Jin Hyuk used a level 70 skill exclusive to streamers. "You have activated the skill Fixed Camera." It was a skill that allowed him to install an external camera and live stream through that camera. He even changed the title of the live stream. "A sleeping live stream has begun." This was sort of a sleeping live stream and a recovery live stream. After laying the avatar down, Jin Hyuk moved to the living room to begin his actual healing process. "You have activated the skill Abnormal Status Healing." Perhaps because he had consumed a large amount of his sister's blood, which had a good compatibility, the recovery was not as difficult as he had anticipated. It felt far more effective than when Jinsol used it, leading him to ponder. "Maybe I have a talent as a healer as well." He could not help but smirk as he once again realized the true power of his all-rounder trait. Then, he stepped outside and headed toward the nearby guardian tree. A few people seemed to recognize him, but the only person who truly identified him was Kong Miane. Overwhelmed with excitement, Miane shouted, Kim Pyongbyum? Kim Pyongbyum has revealed himself? The Kim Pyongbyum who succeeded in killing the level 90 flying toad a few months ago. That's right, Earth's strongest swordsman has shown himself? Yes, you heard right. The person Miane TV revealed a few months ago has appeared. Thank you for your donation, Mr. Funny Guy. The viewer count on Miane TV began to increase exponentially. Previously, Kong Miane had acquired exclusive rights to live stream Kim Pyongbyum. In other words, Miane was the only person who could broadcast Pyongbyum. I will conduct an exclusive interview with Kim Pyongbyum. I will disable donations temporarily to ensure a smooth interview process. She even disabled the donations. Utilizing the skill, Air Steps, Miane dashed toward Cha Jin Hyuk like a wild boar. Jin Hyuk glanced at her, running toward him. Air Steps. It was a skill that allowed her to create a thin panel in the air to step on, enabling her to run in the sky. She rarely uses it unless it's extremely urgent. It was one of the skills that even Miane hesitated to use due to the risk of potentially falling to her death if misused. However, at the moment, it seemed like nothing else mattered to her. Her sole mission appeared to be securing an interview with Pyongyang. Kim Pyongyang? It's been a while. Jin Hyok couldn't remember whether he spoke informally or formally with Miane. When in doubt, informal speech is the way to go. That way, he wouldn't appear weak. It's been a while, indeed. Can I interview you? Of course. This was the reason why Jin Hyok had stationed Miane in this very location. What have you been doing, showing up here all of a sudden? Miane asked. I don't think there is much time to answer such trivial questions. What do you mean? Check out Bonjour TV right now. Bonjour TV. Miane pulled out her phone and opened LTube. Through Bonjour TV, she saw the queen ant flying toward them. Coincidentally, the feed from Bonjour TV showed Bunking giving up on trying to follow the queen ant. I can't chase her any longer, huff huff. Soon, the image of the queen ant disappeared from the screen. Jin Hyok said, Kim Chul-soo said that the queen ant is coming here. Kim Chul-soo? You know him? Yeah. Is he alright? He's recovering right now. He's doing a sleeping live stream if I'm correct. Well, it's actually Cha Jin-sol who's doing the sleeping live stream. However, he didn't say that part. It seems the queen ant's poison is very potent, and it possesses a special ability. Thanks to that ability, the queen ant is able to pinpoint her target's location and fly here, Jin Hyok said. And you revealed yourself to fight the queen ant directly. Correct. Jin Hyok pulled out the great sword of Logon from his inventory. That sword is? Yes. It's Chul-soo's sword. You seem to be quite close to Chul-soo. Quite. Jin Hyok swung the great sword of Logon around as if it was his first time handling it. It's a sword that I fancy. From what I know, that is known to be a really good weapon. Did he lend it to you for free? This is not the only thing he lent me. Then what? Jin Hyok stalled for a moment. He was doing his best as a streamer. I've got the editing points figured out. And then, he pulled out another item within his inventory. I also got this. Wait. This is. Miane's eyes widened. Hold on a moment, everyone. Take a look at this. Is this for real? Miane said to her viewers. Boneless chicken, this is crazy? LOL? Minus 2017, wow, a mythic grade loan, is this even real? LOL. Spicy sauce, this is amazing. I'm absolutely stunned. Gobala77, I don't know who's crazier, a player borrowing a 5 billion worth item, or a player lending a 5 billion worth item. Wastewater filter, I think we can safely say that Kim Pyongyang is Kim Chul-soo's wife. LOL. A whopping 5 billion dios were spent just to obtain the item. Jin Hyok even used the luck-related mystery pure luck. Pyongyang was holding the mythic grade card that brought Kim Chul-soo the greatest fame. He lent this to you? Miane asked. Yes. This is that item, right? The one worth 5 billion dios? He lent it without any collateral. Jin Hyok nodded. Then, speaking like a true streamer, he said, now is not the time to discuss that. Jin Hyok didn't really believe in beautiful ideals or justice. His life had been too harsh and brutal for such beliefs. However, while studying Egan Paul's livestream this time, he realized what moved people's hearts. Players from across the Pacific, from other continents, risked their lives to come here, to defend the front line of freedom, to prevent the end of humanity predicted by the supercomputer. Jin Hyok decided to fully utilize Egan's content. One had to learn what could be learned and benchmark what could be benchmarked to follow the path of success. Even China, with whom our relations had been slightly strained recently due to various issues, has sent their elite forces. They are still fiercely battling the Red-Eyed Ants army in the East Sea. On the other side of the globe, players affiliated with the EPU are steadily arriving to help. Everyone was fighting together. All of humanity was fighting against an unprecedented server-level disaster. We, as humanity, are doing well. Jin Hyok wanted to say something cool but stupid, but he suppressed the line in his heart. He was now a seasoned streamer, and he knew when and where to utter such lines. The goodwill and justice of countless people have come together, forming the first line of defense against the calamity. Right now, numerous people are lighting candles, waving their respective national flags, and protecting Korea in spirit. Miane did not interrupt Jin Hyok and waited quietly. His speech isn't too fast, nor too slow. This pace and tone are just right for editing. Anyone can see that Kim Pyongyang is a hero in his own right. Jin Hyok continued, in this situation, my old friend, Kim Chul-soo, asked me for a favor. What did he ask? Miane, who had been speaking informally until now, suddenly used honorifics. The chat window was flooded with messages such as yes, that's how one should address a hero of humanity. He asked me to protect our parents, our children, and our territory. It wasn't a request, it was an order. I received an order on behalf of humanity. An order to fight against the Queen Ant. While giving me such a noble order, Chul-soo handed over the mythic grade card. For a while, Miane said nothing. The still somewhat naive Miane was half genuinely moved, and half creating a moved atmosphere. Wiping away a tear swiftly, she said, my earlier question was foolish and rude. She brought up a screen explaining what the question was. This is that item, right? The one worth 5 billion dios? He lent it without any collateral? Meanwhile, Kang Cheol, the new editor at Kim Know-It-All TV, who was watching Miane's live stream, felt his heart swell with emotion. Thud. He slammed the desk. This is it. Tears streamed down his face. The former shut up and play Kang Cheol bit his lips firmly. Kim Chul-soo. He is a god. The meeting between the reclusive strongest swordsman in Korea, who had thoroughly concealed his true identity, and the unofficial top-ranked, the most famous streamer in Korea, was quite touching. With clenched fists, he made a vow. I will dedicate a beautiful video. For this purpose, he began gathering all videos and information related to Kim Chul-soo. He immediately started working on it. Bong King from Bonjour TV shuddered violently. Why did it have to be Miane who got this opportunity? An exceptionally favorable opportunity had been given to Miane. Moreover, the production was phenomenal. This has to be Egan's intended scheme, Bong King thought. It was the same scheme, yet on a wholly different level. It's a total defeat for Egan Paul, who was close behind Kim Chul-soo's first place. Bong King wondered if this could be a coincidence. However, the seasoned streamer Bong King didn't think so. This is meticulously planned and directed by Kim Chul-soo. It was also a warning thrown at Egan, who was in second place, not to covet the position of the top-ranked streamer. It subtly yet powerfully conveyed the gap between them. Egan felt the same as Bong King. I lost, Egan thought. The Avengers army was also fighting well against the red-eyed ants in the East Sea. However, given the current situation, they were nothing more than sidekicks. They were just supporting roles in the grand epic of Kim Chul-soo and Kim Pyongbyeom. I can't back down now either. The whole world was watching. If they considered this battle had no further métis and pulled out now, it would make them look like traitors to humanity. Damn it! Kim Chul-soo. Egan clenched his teeth hard. Don't you dare die. Chul-soo's situation looked dire. Exaggerating a bit, it seemed like his entire body had turned purple. You can't die. Not until I surpass you. Egan desperately wanted to surpass Chul-soo and make Chul-soo kneel before him. Egan had always dreamed of becoming the overwhelming #1 in the streamer class. He called the office manager at his headquarters in his home country. Yeah, about the thing we acquired this time. Just in case, have it shipped to Korea. It might be necessary for Chul-soo's recovery. Shut up. Just send it if I say so. I'll take care of everything. Do you really intend to fight the Queen Ant? Miane asked cautiously. Of course. Jin Hyeok showed her the back of the mythic grade card. At the summit of that path, one shall look down. As seen on Chul-soo's live stream, the front side copies the abilities of the designated streaming target, but the back side contains a power that maximizes the strength of the streamer themselves. The streamer themselves? You mean? No, I'm not a streamer. However, it didn't matter. Chul-soo has a special ability, Jin Hyeok said. You don't mean? Yes. Rule breaker. It didn't matter much since, technically, he was a steamer, but since he was pretending to be a swordsman, it was necessary to grant some coherence to the narrative. So, amidst such severe injuries, Chul-soo used the rule breaker to alter the settings of the mythic grade card and passed it on to you. Is that it? Yes. But it feels like I'm flattering myself. I like it. Wow. Suddenly, Miane pulled out a white and yellow flower from her pocket and laid it at Jin Hyeok's feet. This is a snowdrop. It symbolizes hope, comfort, and patience. Through Chul-soo and Pyongbyeom, I felt hope and found comfort simultaneously. It showed that there is still hope for humanity. Even if another disaster strikes, I know that we can sufficiently get through it. We are, indeed, doing well. Oh, my. She seems to understand my concept very well. #touched. #there is hope. #can I love you. Strange. Why is she moved by something like this? Is it because she's still innocent? My viewers told me that the operations of the military forces worldwide are going well, Miane said. The military could not exert much power against monsters beyond a certain level. However, it was entirely possible to destroy the weakened red-eyed ants that had lost their commander ant, and the ant eggs hidden in various places around the world. They say that they found and destroyed more than several billion ant eggs globally. Then the queen ant will go even crazier and rampage. Jin Hyeok slowly walked toward the guardian tree. The queen ant is going to be off guard, and in a state of anger. Under normal circumstances, the queen ant would not set foot here, but now things were different. She would breach the domain of the guardian tree to kill Jin Hyeok, even if it meant risking everything. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What is that monster? N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. It was the voice of the guardian tree that he had heard before, like a hallucination. It was the voice of a child. Ugh. I don't like that one. Why did you bring that gross monster here? Wondering if Jin Hyeok could communicate with it, he asked in his mind. Can you stop that monster? To his surprise, a response genuinely echoed back. I'm still just a child. How am I supposed to stop that? It seemed it was thanks to the mythic grade card. The card basically added 20 levels on top of Jin Hyeok's current level. Thanks to this, it seemed that he could now converse with the guardian tree. I can't fight her. It seems like it would hurt. Then don't fight her. Instead, conserve your power to assist me. What are you planning to do? I am going to kill the queen ant. The all-clear mark appeared on his right hand. The effects of the all-clear mark were activated. Within a radius of 1 kilometer from the Saryaga Mart dungeon, all of his abilities would increase in power dramatically. Mythic grade card, all-clear mark, and even the assistance of the golden guardian tree. Now, the preparation was complete. Before he knew it, from afar and at the end of the street, the queen ant was slowly walking in this direction. Okay, I'm really not going to stop her. I'm just going to let her pass through. As she really came in, I didn't stop her, the golden guardian tree said. But your power should still be intact right now. There was no need to protect the entirety of Yanhuidong. After all, a certain amount of damage was inevitably necessary. Protecting a broad area would be more challenging than simply protecting me, don't you think? I don't know. I'm scared. The queen ant approached Jin Hyeok. Then, she tilted her head in confusion. What a strange occurrence, the queen ant said. She seemed to find it odd that Jin Hyeok had transformed into Kim Pyongbyum. I can clearly smell the pungent odor of the fool on you. The queen ant smiled sardonically. I suppose it doesn't matter. I intend to completely annihilate humankind. Tell me, are you attempting to stop me? Information about the queen ant began to appear before his eyes. LV-178/Arlo P. Demiras/skills/achievements. Before he could even respond, a silver thread flew toward him. Wow, the boss monster is attacking me before I get the chance to answer. Huh. It was much faster than before. Swoosh. He felt a sensation as if his throat was being cut off. In the moment when the silver thread was flying toward Cha Jin Hyeok's neck, he felt an illusion as if time had come to a halt. It happens sometimes, this phenomenon where in the heat of battle, engrossed in a relentless fight, time seemed to slow, as if he and his surroundings were operating on a slower timeline. It felt like entering a completely different space-time, a domain where the sense of reality became detached. It was a phenomenon that high-level players would later refer to as entering the transcendent realm. This is such good content for my LTube channel. He even thought of an awe-inspiring title for the hypothetical video. SSS tier Queen Ant conceals her true power. He felt like if he uploaded a video with this title, he would gain at least 1,000 subscribers. Lately, his knack for crafting titles seemed to be becoming more and more exceptional. Unfortunately, as he was not Kim Chulsu but Kim Pyongbyum at this moment, he couldn't possibly upload such a video. In an instant, the Queen Ant's silver thread made contact with his neck. Simultaneously, he deactivated the all-clear achievement effect. This is a guaranteed instant death. Swoosh! He felt a brutal sensation as if his neck was truly being severed. Just experiencing this sensation would be enough to deal severe mental damage to most players. This was one of the reasons why one should not try to become a level grinder. This attack qualifies as an instant death attack. The effect Reflection +1 has been applied. Although the sensation of his neck being cut chilled him to the marrow, he was glad the Berklef necklace played its role. It won't work on the Queen Ant anyway. It was an already failed method of attack. He never thought it would succeed. I just need a brief opening. The Queen Ant was fundamentally fearful by nature. Those who were fearful tended to be cautious, reacting sensitively even to minor changes or attacks. It was just like this in the previous fight. When Jin Hyeok first battled the Queen Ant, he fully utilized the effects of the Berklef necklace. Although he didn't count how many times he had used the item, he believed the Berklef necklace had reflected the instant death attacks at least 5 times. Each time, he noticed the Queen Ant would only flinch ever so slightly. However, that flinch was all Jin Hyeok needed right now. The opportunity only comes once. You have activated the skill time-lapse recording. Jin Hyeok used time-lapse recording to widen that brief opening. My movement feels light. In a blink, he closed the distance between him and the Queen Ant. You have activated the skill 1 with the sword. Once again, he entered the transcendent realm. All his senses focused intently on the Queen Ant, filling this realm entirely with her presence. She seemed dozens of times larger than her original size. A sensation of becoming one with the sword enveloped him. It was a mysterious euphoria that could not be explained to those who had not experienced it. Ah, whatever. Take this? Humph, the guardian tree said. Once again, the all-clear mark surfaced on his right hand. The all-clear achievement effect, which Jin Hyeok had momentarily deactivated for the Reflection +1 effect, was reactivated. Then, a notification popped up. The Golden Guardian Tree has manifested its power. The Golden Guardian Tree has manifested the power. What is the best defense? A formidable mana surged into Jin Hyeok. It felt as if the Golden Guardian Tree was lending him immense strength. As Jin Hyeok delved deeper into the transcendent realm, his senses expanded even further, and he began to perceive the world around him. The posture of the Queen Ant, the bloodlust directed at him, the direction of the wind, the firmness of the ground he stepped upon. Everything around him transformed into a series of data transmitted to him. The best defense is offense. To put it simply, it was a buff from the Guardian Tree. This mana harbored a strange bloodlust within. The mist that had enveloped the Golden Guardian Tree expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire area of Yanhuidong. The will of the sacred tree Bakurid Nema assists you. The mist that had covered the area deepened, and the humidity escalated in a flash. The scent of trees. Jin Hyeok could smell the refreshing smell that one could experience when entering a lush forest. It felt as though he had stepped into a pine forest. Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's clairvoyance captured the surroundings and saw what was going on. World of phytoncides. The sacred tree Bakurid Nema has been harassed by the red-eyed ants for a long time. To protect itself from the ants, it produced a massive amount of phytoncides. Oh, sacred tree. Return the ancient pain to the enemy. Through the thick mist, Jin Hyeok could hear Kong Miene's voice. It smells of phytoncides. Miene trivia time? Phytoncides refer to the volatile organic compounds deliberately produced by plants to fend off bacteria, fungi, and pests that threaten their survival, and have lethal efficacy. Jin Hyeok could feel that this world of phytoncides had temporarily weakened the queen ant's abilities. The mist, denser than water, restrained the queen ant's mobility. Now, you have activated the inherent skill See the Future. You have temporarily accelerated the revealing of job skills by 30 levels. Right now, Jin Hyeok was level 92. He also temporarily gained 20 levels due to the back of the mythic grade card, bringing him to level 112. By adding 30 levels with See the Future, he was now at level 142. Although it was still significantly lower than the queen ant's level, it didn't matter. You have activated the skill Perish Together. It was a skill acquired at level 140 for the swordsman class. It maximized destructive power at the cost of one's life, boasting the strongest attack power under level 200. When used in conjunction with one with the sword, its ability was amplified, and incidentally, only around 10 players in Korea were able to use one with the sword and Perish Together at the same time. n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om. It's been so long since I've felt this sensation. Utilizing the Perish Together skill meant putting his own life on the line. It was a skill normally used in areas with resurrection settings or in PvP zones. It wasn't a favored skill among players due to the immense mental strain it imposed after use, but Jin Hyeok was one of the few who favored using the skill. Time for my attack. At that moment, the transcendent realm shattered, and all sensations returned to their original state. Jin Hyeok's shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. I've stabbed her. Time resumed its normal flow. The greatsword of Lagon had properly pierced the queen ant's chest. The trait Extra Life has been applied. Barf? Due to the aftermath of using Perish Together, Jin Hyeok involuntarily retched. I need to kill her now. A battle could end with a single choice, with a single slash of a blade. Standing on top of the queen ant, Jin Hyeok repeatedly struck her with his greatsword of Lagon. Her protective barrier is completely gone. Thud. The queen ant screamed and flailed violently. Her sharp claws grazed his body. It stings. Blood oozed from various parts of his body. However, there were no fatal injuries. In contrast, the condition of the queen ant was far from okay. The effect of phytoncides is quite remarkable. The phytoncides were causing the queen ant's wounds to fester as if they were poisonous. The phytoncides are granting me a detoxifying effect too. They were neutralizing the queen ant's poison. You're right. The guardian tree's voice rang in his ears. The best defense is indeed offense. Now I know. The voice seemed slightly altered, and when Jin Hyeok glanced back, he noticed the leaves of the guardian tree had taken a slight purple hue. Originally entirely golden, now it harbored a mysterious purple tone. It looked even more unique and better. But I thought you disliked anyone dying in your domain. Since the best defense is offense, it seems unavoidable. Jin Hyeok stabbed his greatsword of Lagon into the queen's chest once more. Thud. You have defeated the queen ant Arlo P. Demiraz. You have leveled up. You have reached level 93. Wait, I only leveled up once for defeating her? I guess as a streamer, I should stick to live streaming. That was the only way to level up efficiently. Doing this was highly inefficient. And there's no reward. Jin Hyeok killed the boss monster in a scenario of this magnitude, and there was no reward. He smirked as he realized the hidden meaning behind this. Meanwhile, Miane seemed extremely delighted. He did it? He just solo killed the queen ant? A miracle has happened. A huge number of viewers flocked to Miane TV. She did not miss the opportunity to capture every aspect of Kim Chol-soo, who was in the form of Kim Pyongbyeom, on screen. I've gone up by 3 levels. Miane thought. She had leveled up a whopping 3 times. Donations poured in from all over the world. The concurrent viewer count is an astonishing 500,000. For some unknown reason, the viewer limit had disappeared. Nevertheless, achieving a concurrent viewer count of 500,000 was a first for her. All of this felt like a dream. This is insane. Truly insane. And this dream was very emotional for her. October 10, 2022. I wish today could be the starting date of me and Pyongbyum's relationship. 500,000 viewers. She could not predict when would be the next time she'll come even remotely close to having such an amount of viewers, if ever again. I will attempt to interview Kim Pyongbyum. However, Pyongbyum had already vanished. As he had always done, he disappeared once again, leaving no trace. Sadly, I couldn't get to do an interview. Instead, let's thoroughly examine the Queen Ant's corpse. The whole world was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Numerous videos related to this event were produced, and festivals erupted both online and offline. Humanity, having learned that they could achieve great things, would continue to advance today. K&K. The lessons learned from the heroes. K&K. The names of Kim Chol-soo and Kim Pyongbyeom rose to unprecedented heights. They topped trending search rankings on online websites worldwide. The LTube number of views of channels reveling in national pride soared. 12 ways the 2 Korean players prevented humanity's catastrophe. Top 3 reasons why foreign players admire Korean players. Why top-ranked players worldwide are horrified and causing a stir about Korean players. The definitive reason why Korean players are receiving unprecedented praise all over the world. Meanwhile, Jin Hyeok was very pleased with the reactions on the Korean region minor gallery. The accomplishment of defeating the Queen Ant by the cooperative work of Kim Chol-soo and Kim Pyongbyeom cannot be attributed to mere luck. Through meticulous calculation and collaboration, they prevented a catastrophe. Firstly, secondly, thirdly, they navigated through numerous variable calculations. And thus, they eventually managed to hunt down the queen ant. The queen ant's estimated level was in the late 100s. Even if, through various allocations, the two managed to elevate the level of one of them to around level 140, it was still a difficult monster to kill. However, Cholsu and Pyongyang eventually showed a miracle that made the impossible possible. Today, I witnessed a miracle. Written by Encyclopedia. Numerous comments were posted on the analysis article by the named user Encyclopedia. Wow, so much calculation went into those few seconds. I just thought it was endless stabbing, and that's it. It really is true that you see as much as you know. I didn't realize so much calculation went into it. Thanks for the analysis article. They are simply radiant. We should call them Radiant Cholsu and Radiant Pyongyang. Just radiant? How dare you? They're gods. All hail God Cholsu and God Pyongyang. Encyclopedia fairly accurately analyzed how Jin Hyok was able to confront the queen ant, and even inferred the level of him and the queen ant rather precisely. Encyclopedia was indeed very smart. Maybe I'm becoming too famous. If Jin Hyok was a promising young soccer player from an island nation before, now it seemed like he was a promising player from a prestigious soccer club. I want to become more famo. Almost revealing his true intentions, Jin Hyok shook his head. Becoming too famous without sufficient power could be problematic. Although he was not sure for how long he could do this, it was indeed wiser for him to only show the power-related side of him when using the identity of Kim Pyongyang. I am a streamer, after all. I should be safe for the time being. According to the global treaty, streamers were protected. The job of being a streamer itself would serve as a primary institutional barrier protecting him and his surroundings. Let's just enjoy until level 150. Having experienced the vicinity of level 140, he was certain. Up to level 150, he could achieve accomplishments beyond those of his past life. He was confident that his current self was stronger than his past self at this stage in time. The fact that there was a possibility that, in the future, he could become even stronger than he was in his past life, made his heart flutter as if falling in love for the first time. I should stop looking now. The reactions from countries worldwide were so heated that he could not take his eyes off them, but with superhuman patience, he closed various websites from the screen. It will pile up more if I wait a bit, right? Everything tasted better if eaten in one sitting after starving. It would be even better if, in between, there were a lot of trending posts. He hoped the name Kim Cholsu spread even more. Lying on his bed, he reviewed the record journal. Planter's Record Journal, bound. A journal that automatically records the birth and growth of the Golden Guardian Tree. 2022/7/26, seed was sown. 2022/7/29, the young Golden Guardian Tree has grown. Asterisk 2022/10/10, successfully connected with the planter, learning that both the will to protect and will to kill can coexist through what is the best defense. It sort of felt like writing a childcare diary. Jin Hyok was proud to see the Guardian Tree learning and growing so well. It seemed the Golden Guardian Tree was connected to the planter's mind, heavily influenced by his values and thoughts. Seeing the highlighted bolded text, it seemed like he was doing a good job. He had a feeling that he needed to continue putting efforts into proper upbringing. Oh, I almost forgot. Heading to Cha Jin-sol's room, he found her still lying down, sleeping. Jin Hyok kind of felt sorry for her, so he revealed his neck and moved closer to his sister. Jin-sol flailed her arms around like someone lost in a dream before biting into his neck and drinking his blood. The color seems to have returned to her face. He believed she should wake up in a few hours. I really want to turn on my live stream. The withdrawal symptom of not being able to live stream was worse than he expected. In the public eye, Jin Hyok was still critically injured, so turning his live stream on was somewhat challenging. But there is always a way. Jin Hyok headed to Cheongdam-dong. He met with two people who knew his true identity. Choi Gap-soo and Jang Michelle were sitting on the sofa, anticipating his arrival. Oh, if it isn't the hero of humanity, Kim Pyongyang, Kim Cholsu, and Cha Jin Hyok. Their eyes were sparkling. It seemed like they wanted something from Jin Hyok. And he knew exactly what it was. I have brought a video exclusively for both of you. It's a super rare collector's edition video from a first-person perspective. Jang Michelle squinted her eyes and muttered softly, a super rare collector's edition video from a first-person perspective, exclusively for the two of us. A faint smile hung on her lips. Yes, it is an unreleased collector's edition. I want to give it to both of you, Cha Jin Hyok said in a stern manner. You're giving it to us. Michelle's eyes widened in surprise. Unlike Choi Gap-soo, who was stroking his chin with a thoughtful hum, she was not one to hide her emotions. I'll ask again, you are giving it to us, she asked. Yes, I'm planning on doing that. Not selling it. I did consider selling it. To be honest, selling it was not a bad choice either. However, this time around, while playing as the swordsman, Kim Pyongyang, and finding himself unable to live stream, Jin Hyok realized a very important fact. Even a single viewer is extremely precious. He had now become a full-fledged streamer. Just swinging a sword, fighting fierce monsters, and defeating strong adversaries did not provide the same joy and sense of achievement as before. I have properly learned this time how valuable and fulfilling it is to showcase my play and share my videos with others. Jin Hyok could not be more grateful for these two. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to achieve things that he had achieved. So, to also express my gratitude, I want to dedicate the video to both of you. Gapsu, who had been continuously stroking his chin, finally opened his mouth. I don't have a desire to see the content I like for free. Just for my sake, I like to pay a fair price for the joy provided for me. How about you sell the video to one of us? The quest Choi Gapsu's proposal has been activated. The quest was to sell the video to one of them. I offer 1 billion dias. Then I offer 1.1 billion dias. 1.2 billion. 1.3 billion dias. Jin Hyeok's heart pounded. He knew exactly what this feeling was. I can activate my latent skill. The inherent skill in the almighty streamer job was trying to reveal its latent form. Latent skill diplomacy. This was the level 60 skill that was exclusive to rulers. Latent skill master of negotiation. This was the level 90 skill that was also exclusive to rulers. Jin Hyeok considered using both skills, but decided not to. No, never mind. Honestly speaking, Jin Hyeok did not need money at the moment. Not only was money unnecessary, it was even to the point of it being undesirable. He had a feeling that if he had too much money, he would have to retire earlier. In fact, he was even pretending not to know about the donations from his live stream since, as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, and he really didn't want to know about the donations. Jin Hyeok now realized this. Using the diplomacy skill last time was a mistake. Using a mere skill to sway their hearts or to resolve the situation was not a good idea when dealing with these two, because, in the eyes of experts, the actions of the inferior were always clearly seen. Jin Hyeok recalled the memory of using diplomacy during his previous encounter with these two. Hostile, unfriendly, neutral, friendly, very friendly. At that time, the arrows were pointing at the question mark and not at very friendly. Just because it was listed after very friendly, it did not necessarily mean that it was more favorable than very friendly. Now, Jin Hyeok understood. The diplomacy skill wasn't successfully activated back then. These two just found me cute. That's all. Jin Hyeok felt fortunate to realize this now. If the skill did not work, there was no other way but to approach sincerely. And he was indeed grateful to them. Jin Hyeok did not bother to awaken any latent skills. I reject your proposal, Jin Hyeok said. What? You have rejected the quest Choi Gapsu's proposal. A fledgling player whose level is merely in the 90s is rejecting my quest? A quest that is worth 1 billion dias. Gapsu said. If I accept money here, won't the value of my video plummet? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Why? How so? You are the producer who creates the videos, and I am the consumer who buys them. And that is why I have created this appreciation video for my viewers. I learned the hard way this time that I exist because of my viewers. This is my appreciation video, not a commercial one. If I sell this for money, it feels like my gratitude toward the viewers will be distorted. Please understand. Michelle laughed as if this whole situation was amusing. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be rejected by a level 90 player? Well, it's not too bad, actually. It feels like I've met a proper streamer after a long time. These days, kids lack sincerity. Back in my day, Gapsu was about to start a very long story, but Michelle cut him off at the right time. I could fully recognize your sincerity as a streamer. It was a much better choice than using a trivial skill like diplomacy. I'll gratefully accept the video, Michelle said to Jin Hyeok. I will also accept it gratefully, Gapsu said. With a fluttering heart, Jin Hyeok handed over the collector's edition video to both of them. They immediately viewed the video, showing various reactions. Those reactions made Jin Hyeok proud. I'm glad I became a streamer. His old username was Chulsui's #2. Now, he changed his username to Chulsui's God and continued his active life online. INTE Seaman Kim Chulsu was indeed intense. This is his sincere intense mode. He even revealed his true identity. He was the new editor of Kim Know-It-All TV. He quickly rose to fame as a named user on the Korean region Minor Gallery by editing videos related to Kim Chulsu's and uploading them to LTube, and distributing various memes on KRMG. If Intense Man is serious, he will save the world. LOL. Sincere intense mode? That's clever. Is there a fake intense mode? There is no such thing as a fake intense mode. Intense Man is always intense, hence he is Intense Man. Scratch that. Intense Man is always intense. Therefore, there is no such thing as a sincere intense mode. He is sincere at every moment. And today, Kang Cheol met his god. His god, Cha Jin Hyeok, was resting at his residence in Yeonhui-dong. Hello, I am Kang Cheol, the new editor of Kim Know-It-All TV. Yes. I have been enjoying your posts and watching the videos. Upon seeing Jin Hyeok, Kang Cheol could not help but open his mouth wide. Is that appearance right now the real look of Cha Jin Hyeok? Yes. You're truly beautiful. Jin Hyeok read the youthful craziness in Kang Cheol's eyes. Those eyes, which could see the real beauty, were quite appealing. My new editor seems to know exactly what the fans want, and the editing quality is excellent, probably because he is a huge fan of Your Majesty himself. I brought him here on purpose today because we need to get permission from you, Your Majesty, Wang Yumi intervened. Jin Hyeok slightly frowned. From some point, she kept referring to Jin Hyeok as Your Majesty. Seeing his past life self overlapping, he suddenly wanted to keep a distance from Yumi. Can we stop with all the Your Majesty talk? The important thing isn't what I call you, Your Majesty. The reason I specifically brought Kang Cheol is because we have a favor to ask you. Jin Hyuk listened. So we are considering creating a separate Kim Bibong 1 category, Yumi said. Kim Bibong. Yes, you heard right. Originally, it was going to be King God General National Pride, but upon consideration, Kim Bibong seemed to be a more appropriate name. She said she was going to create a new category for videos similar to the nationalistic videos, but it would be specifically about Kim Chol-soo. Hashtag I really want to do it. Hashtag admiration and hashtag respect. Hashtag he is a god. Hashtag genuine repentance. How intense the emotions Kang Cheol was feeling were evident from the underlined genuine repentance that was visible to Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk was able to read some parts of Kang Cheol's past. So in the past, he harbored intense jealousy and envy toward me, but now he serves me in repentance. Something like that, I guess. But why does this feel like something is not right? In his past life, only Yumi was obsessed with him, but now it seemed that someone even more obsessed than Yumi had appeared. There was a vague anxiety that, as time passed, a more difficult situation than in Jin Hyuk's past life might unfold. Jin Hyuk welcomed a moderate amount of madness, but if that went too far, it tended to make many people uncomfortable. He felt that he should prevent the creation of the Kim Bibong category. With more narratives, streamer Kim Chol-soo can surpass even Egan Paul, and obviously, become a streamer loved by people all over the world, Yumi said. Jin Hyuk decided to give permission. Jin Hyuk was not sure why Kang Miene and Wang Yumi were fighting. I am the only streamer who has an exclusive contract with Kim Pyongbyum, Miene snarled. Well, I'm streamer contracted with Kim Chol-soo, you know, Yumi retorted with a smile. Your livestream is fake. You are just showing Chol-soo's livestream, not your own. I create secondary creation videos based on Chol-soo's livestream, providing a playground-like environment where viewers can have fun. I am ranked #1 in Korea. I can't be compared to a nobody like you. Well, I'm not a level grinder like you, Uni. Uni? How am I an uni to you? Well, you look like you're older than me. How old are you? This many. Yumi said while holding up 4 fingers. You little. The topic of their fight changed constantly. Humph. Your content is a secondary creation at best. Nobody will recognize you as a real streamer. Miene said. I'm a pioneer in a new genre of live streaming. I am contributing to diversifying content and increasing the market pie. Why do you belittle what I do, Uni? I'm not your Uni. They say that you lose when you're angry. Are you angry right now, Uni? I'm not angry. Yumi covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Even for Jin Hyuk, Yumi's teasing made him a bit angry. Miene's face turned red. This is just like the past life. Miene had always lost to Yumi. Jin Hyuk remembered from his past life when Miene just gave up arguing with Yumi and accepted to be the girl of fire who was dearly raised on planet fire and did as Yumi told her to do. Eventually, Miene clung to Jin Hyuk and whined, hey, can't you talk to her? About what? Watching his old colleague, Miene, like this somehow calmed his heart. It felt like he had entered a battlefield where swords were flying around. Come to think of it, I've been to many battlefields with Miene. You decide who is the best streamer. Miene said to Jin Hyuk. Huh. You've heard our conversation so far. Jin Hyuk wondered if what he had witnessed until now could be categorized as conversation. Anyway, Miene demanded an answer from him, make a decision. Now, she seemed ready to grab his collar if he didn't answer quickly. Jin Hyuk shook his head vigorously. Is that even a question? Miene gulped noisily, focusing on what Jin Hyuk was about to say. On the other hand, Yumi was calmly drinking warm green tea. Right? I'm the best, right? Miene asked again, as if to confirm. What are you talking about? Jin Hyuk had no idea what she was talking about. She seemed like she had not gotten out of the beginner's mindset yet. To get out of the beginner phase, one needed to start with self-objectivity. Obviously, I'm #1, Jin Hyuk said. Miene wore a face as if she had been slapped. Jin Hyuk didn't know why she was making that face when he was saying something so obvious. Yumi, who took a sip of the tea, gave the answer. You'll always be below Kim Chol-soo. Yumi already knew the answer. Just like in the previous life, Miene had lost again. Keel wished he could die instead. My work-life balance, he thought. It had already been 3 days since the last time he went home. He felt so disconnected from society that he couldn't tell whether he was alive or dead. Earth scenarios, the revered one and the collapsed reverence, had derailed so much from the original plan that even the new scenario was smashed to bits. Earth scenarios should have obliterated the Korean region and parts of the Chinese region from the beginning. In truth, Keel wished and wished for that to happen. He had hoped that if the Korean region were destroyed, he would be able to take a relatively long break. The new scenario should have lasted at least more than 2 months. It should have, but it came to a halt within a few days. Now, there was a gap created before the official launch. Besides being physically exhausted, his head felt like it was about to explode. However, Searchin was humming a happy tune. If we handle this incident well, we might get promoted, Searchin said. An event that had never occurred across all dimensions was unfolding. One player managed to finish most of the 2 conflicting scenarios, and even the newly introduced alternative scenario was cleared by the same player. It's an unprecedented event, signifying that we are writing history. We are about to set a precedent, Keel. I haven't been able to leave work for 3 days, assistant manager. Keel, you are great and all, but it seems like you lack a bit of devotion. Talking about leaving work at a time like this? You're joking, right? Keel had to hold back his urge to punch Searchin in the face. You know that I am currently utilizing all the administrative power to postpone the reward for clearing the scenario, right? I am constantly entering new codes, removing unexpected variables, documenting system rationales. I feel like I'm going to go insane. Keel said. See, I knew you were a competent GM. I don't want praise. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't. I can't postpone it any longer. We have used up all viable resources. Eventually, we have to meet up with Kim Cholsu and Kim Pyongbyum and settle this. Keel wondered why on earth this mess was happening in Sitamungu. If the scenario rewards proceeded as it was, the balance issue would surely be raised. I'll be back, Keel said. Since Pyongbyum was hard to locate, he decided to meet Cholsu first. However, Keel did not know yet that Cholsu had the potential to awaken the latent skills diplomacy and master of negotiation, or that Cholsu was even able to determine the perfect timing to use them appropriately. One bibong is a Korean internet slang that refers to a state of being overly immersed in the bragging points of the object of one's affection. In the midst of an ever-expanding world, Cha Jin-hyuk found himself basking in the vivid sensation of being alive each day. It was a testament to his personal growth that had become more noticeable recently. He had evolved in multiple facets, not only as a swordsman but also as a streamer and even as a ruler. His growth as a ruler, in particular, felt immensely pronounced, akin to how teenagers shoot up in height during puberty. It's probably because I was such a novice as a ruler, the growth seems hugely apparent. The initial phase of growth in any venture was always great. Being a novice ruler, Jin-hyuk was savoring that greatness to its fullest extent. The reward was too stingy. He had only leveled up once for killing the queen ant. This could not possibly be the reward. There's definitely something forcibly delaying the rewards. Probably an issue with system balancing. In a small country like Korea, even events like the college entrance exams received flack if not properly balanced. In a universe-level server, the repercussions of a lack of balance were incomparable to any exam. The GMS had to be frantically delaying rewards while discussing countermeasures. I can't believe I thought of that. Jin-hyuk was getting goosebumps. The Cha Jin-hyuk from his previous life would have muttered, "What the hell? What a shitty reward," and just moved on, but not anymore. While things like these did not appear before the eyes of the swordsman Jin-hyuk, they were crystal clear before the ruler Jin-hyuk. In any case, it didn't take long before Keel visited him. He too had been through a lot. So that's what's going on. Surprisingly, Keel did not beat around the bush. He disclosed most matters candidly. Just like when Jin-hyuk faced Choi Gapsu and Jang Michelle with sincerity without resorting to trivial skills, it seemed Keel chose to confront him with genuine methods. You have activated the latent skill master of negotiation. For reference, they were inside Jin-hyuk's home, a domain where all his abilities were amplified. As soon as Keel stepped into his house, Jin-hyuk boosted his level by 20 using the effect on the back of the mythic grade card. Though Jin-hyuk's experience as a ruler was still in its infancy according to his standards, various effects made it seem like he had transformed into a remarkable ruler. Jin-hyuk instinctively felt how to grill Keel to get what he wanted. You're right. Balancing is indeed crucial. Due to the GM's mistake in management, if all of the rewards are acquired by one player, it would be problematic. Those rewards were probably created to be distributed among several players, like the protection of the Guardian Tree, the Rule Breaker, or the Guardian Ring, custom-designed defensive-type mystery, and so on, Jin-hyuk said. As he spoke, Keel's expression progressively worsened. It seemed the bleak reality was becoming more perceptible as he listened. I understand the predicament of the GMS. Really? Keel asked while looking at Jin-hyuk with a hint of skepticism. Jin-hyuk found himself feeling dubious too. He was articulating his arguments too well. I also understand that the GMS are employing every means to delay the rewards. So it's alright to postpone it further. I also know that if I'm on the same side as you, it would be a lot easier for you guys to delay the rewards. Am I wrong? Jin-hyuk said. Keel's eyes widened slightly. It was a very subtle change, but in Jin-hyuk's eyes, it appeared significantly pronounced. This too, was the effect of Master of Negotiation. What do you want? Keel asked. Now why would you say that? I just wish for your convenience. The combination of the broadcaster's clairvoyance and Master of Negotiation demonstrated an excellent collaboration. Jin-hyuk could reel Keel's mind much better than before. Hashtag I don't believe it. Hashtag he is a capitalistic monster. Hashtag devoid of blood and tears. Jin-hyuk lowered his voice a bit. What is done is done. While delaying the rewards might be possible, denying them entirely was not. It was a fact known both to Jin-hyuk and Keel. And Jin-hyuk had no intention of refusing the rewards at all. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Someone has to clean up the mess, but, Jin-hyuk said and paused at the perfect moment, amusing himself by watching Keel's reaction. Keel seemed to gulp nervously and his ears twitched, not literally, but that was how it appeared to Jin-hyuk, thanks to the effect of the Master of Negotiation. You just don't want to be the one responsible, right? Jin-hyuk asked. Through broadcaster's clairvoyance, a symbol visible only to Jin-hyuk appeared above Keel's head. It seemed like Keel had an epiphany. The open beta service will end soon and the official launch will begin, right? You just have to transfer to another department before the official launch. I will wait until then. What Jin-hyuk had just said was half true and half false. Jin Hyeok found Keel likable. It was almost certain that the GMS assigned to manage Jin Hyeok exclusively would include Keel, who had been observing him for a long time. Consequently, Keel would not be able to transfer and would have to continue accompanying Jin Hyeok, but Jin Hyeok didn't mention that. But it's well known that the mess created by the predecessor is cleaned up by their successor, who also takes the blame. It's a pretty good idea, don't you think? The predecessor could not avoid taking some blame, but it was much better than being the successor. This would undoubtedly be a sweet proposal for Keel, who had the spirit of a weary office worker. I can read all these psychological nuances. Jin Hyeok was growing day by day. Keel, not yet ready to relinquish the last thread of skepticism, asked, "Why are you being this nice to me?" "I'm not being nice to you. This is all for my benefit." "For your benefit?" "Yes, by doing this, it grants me a just cause. My actions will serve as a political gesture demonstrating that I've shown utmost consideration in the system's operation, that I am fully prepared to cooperate with the GMS, and that I'm not a despotic ruler without any leniency." Jin Hyeok could not flourish alone. In the end, he needed to expand his influence, and he would become an outcast if he just boasted about his greatness and antagonized everyone around. The swordsman Jin Hyeok might be able to afford to do that, but the ruler Jin Hyeok could not. "What is your job again?" Keel asked. "Me," Jin Hyeok said, perplexed by the obvious question. "I'm a streamer." Upon delaying the rewards for clearing the new scenario, it was decided that it would be received after the official launch. What that reward would be, however, was still under the system's discretion. He, Jin Hyeok giggled. Cha Jin-sol, who was eating soybean paste stew, looked at her brother with strange eyes. "Appa, you're acting like a crazy person. Have you ever seen a crazy person as smart as this?" After a cheerful family dinner, Jin-sol followed Jin Hyeok persistently. "What is it? What's making you so excited? Did a really strong monster appear?" "Before the official server opens, I plan to strive to raise the standard of the entire Earth server." Raise the standard of? Jin Hyeok couldn't receive any rewards at the moment. The rewards given to him at this point were too overpowered, disrupting the balance severely, which was the reason. "Yes. That way, other players will grow stronger, and I might receive less flack." Jin Hyeok briefly explained the incident with Keel to his sister. Being someone who had studied diligently, she understood quickly. So you're trying to raise the overall standard of the Earth server to make your rewards seem not so overpowered." "Exactly. But isn't that bad for you? Relatively, the quality of the rewards would decrease, right? That's only if you look at it from Earth's perspective." However, there was more than just the Earth server to consider. Once the official server was launched, inter-server movements would gradually become more liberalized. Eventually, servers would compete with each other, and the raised standard of the Earth server meant that his home base was becoming stronger. More powerful beings will appear, more resurrection settings will be applied, and more good items will drop, Jin Hyeok said. "We should prepare accordingly, too. Thanks for the info, Appa. Did the GM tell you this? Do you think the GM is crazy enough to tell me all of this?" Jin-sol blinked her eyes and stared at him. "So you came up with this all by yourself?" Hehe. Jin-sol's reaction was quite promising. It felt like watching a viewer with lots of reactions, which he quite liked. "I feel like I'm finally getting rid of my newbie sticker. I'm growing," Jin Hyeok said. "Getting rid of what? Growing? You, Appa. Why can't she acknowledge it? I was clearly growing." This was somewhat hurting his pride. "Yes, as a ruler." Jin-sol showed a facial expression that he could not comprehend. She frowned and then tilted her head in confusion. Jin Hyeok considered using broadcaster's clairvoyance to see what she was thinking but decided to let it be. Relying on skills even in such a mundane conversation with his sister seemed like it would completely evaporate his social skills. Jin Hyeok believed that the appropriate use of skills was a necessary virtue for a player. "Alright, yeah, let's just assume you are still a newbie. So, what is the newbie Appa planning to do now?" Technically, it was a hiatus now. The new scenario was supposed to last for 2 to 3 months, which also meant Jin Hyeok had that amount of leisure time. "I was thinking of visiting the New World." The bug tsunami engulfed 3 nations, the United States, China, and Germany. Moreover, Korea faced an invasion by the Queen Ant. In various locations of the capitals of these 4 nations, dungeon gates bearing the same name revealed themselves. New World. Though there were multiple gates, they all led to the same dungeon. The minimum level required for entry was 70, making it the dungeon with the highest level restriction on the Earth server as of now. What is the New World? Rankers unable to avoid struggles at the threshold of the New World. Numerous players had already ventured into the New World, yet none had witnessed its end. Infinite resurrection. Is it a blessing or a poisoned chalice? The New World had an infinite resurrection setting. In unfortunate circumstances, one might face death continuously, resulting in a number of players succumbing to a state of exhaustion. Also, relying heavily on infinite resurrection during play could push them beyond a mental breaking point, plunging them into a vegetative state. The New World was a dungeon that was both kind and unkind to the players. It was the first dungeon where the save and load settings were implemented. It was also a dungeon where players could freely enter or exit and even establish save points. Once dead, they could resurrect at the save point, retaining all progress made prior to establishing the save point. New World. Jin Hyeok's heart pounded heavily. "I've struggled quite a bit in there in my past life." It was a dungeon that he had cleared in his previous life. He knew every detail and strategy to clear it. Back then, my party's average level was around 120. In his past life, for a long time after the official release, the New World remained an unexplored dungeon. Only when a substantial amount of time had passed, when the average level of Jin Hyeok's party members reached around 120, did they manage to clear it. At that time, having achieved a personal level of 124, Jin Hyeok finally managed to clear the dungeon. Can I clear it now? Probably not, right? But what if I proceed with the solo mode setting? Entering with the solo mode would slightly reduce the difficulty of the dungeon. The content won't change even if I go with the solo mode activated. That was a fact he already knew very well. In fact, before clearing with his party, he had entered the New World several times on his days off. I think I died more than 200 times back then. The number wasn't that accurate since he had stopped counting after the 10th death. My level was around 115 when I attempted the solo mode, probably. Thus, the New World could be considered a great benchmark to compare the past and the present Cha Jin Hyeok. I really hope the content hasn't changed. The likelihood of improvements in rewards or experience gains was high, probably because the GMS would have begun efforts to uplift the average skill level of the Earth server. However, altering the content of a dungeon created by the system itself was not an easy task. My current level is 93. With the effective at the summit of that path, one shall look down applied, he would be level 113. Moreover, he had the same weapon as his past life, the Greatsword of Logon. I can play at a level similar to my past self. His heart throbbed excitedly. He believed that the ultimate competition was the one with oneself. If it could be proven that his current self, who had awakened as a streamer and discovered more joy and fun, was stronger than his past self who was self-obsessed solely with the sword, then he felt he would be able to savor a great sense of accomplishment. It seemed like he would be able to fully relish being alive. I absolutely have to go to that dungeon. The gate to the New World in Korea was located on the 44th floor of the Lottie World Tower. First floor, second floor, third floor. The elevator ascended rapidly and his heart began to beat increasingly faster. As the elevator door would open on the 44th floor, so would the gate to the New World. I will now venture into the New World, the talk of the town these days. Just for reference, I am going in by myself. After confirming the flood of viewers streaming in like a tidal wave, he set it to solo mode. 30th floor, 31st floor, but wait a second. 41st floor, 42nd floor, 42nd floor, 43rd floor. Jin Hyeok had forgotten about something. 44th floor. The door opened, but he could not step out. The door is closing. Jin Hyeok got off not on the 44th floor, but on the 45th floor. Before satisfying his ambition and quenching his thirst, there was an issue that absolutely needed to be addressed. Cha Jin Hyeok valued and emphasized the basics more than anyone else. In his time as the swordsman, he believed that striking one more time with the sword was more important than leveling up. One must not forget the basics. This was a principle that still applied even now as a streamer. A streamer produced high-quality content for the viewers. The viewers, in return, provided attention and support to the streamer, and the streamer reciprocated with gratitude by offering even better content. A streamer doesn't exist without their viewers. Recently, Jin Hyeok felt a deep sense of gratitude toward the viewers. As a streamer, he obviously had to show reactions of appreciation for the support. That was the basics of being a streamer. Up until now, I was so engrossed in my own greed that I forgot about the basics. He reflected deeply. When money became too plentiful, he felt like he had to retire earlier. It seemed like the lingering vestiges of his conscience made him deliberately avoid the donation window. However, he decided to return to his original principles and basics. But what should I do if the viewers donated too much money? With a trembling heart, Jin Hyeok opened the donation window, and he began to express his gratitude one by one. Thank you for the 1,000 Dios donation, Strong Arm. Thank you for the 3,000 Dios donation, Morningstar. Thank you, Pink Poopoo, for the 2,000 Dios donation. It was said that famous streamers even had their very own signature reactions when they received donations, but Jin Hyeok didn't have anything prepared. There was still a long way to go for him as a streamer. Jin Hyeok once again realized his incompetence. I should feel bad for my viewers. The face of Shin Uri, who always said that she would reflect, came to mind. If Uri was improving by constantly self-reflecting, then he couldn't afford to forget the basics. I don't think I need to read them all, but this was the way Jin Hyeok was reflecting. At least for this time, he felt he had to diligently read each and every donation. Thank you, Victim's Perspective, for the 3,000 Dios donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Quite a long time had passed. Cherishing and memorizing each word, and calling out the viewers' names with care, it had already become dark outside. Jin Hyeok discovered quite an astonishing fact. There's no end to this. Jin Hyeok knew the reason why. Are donations accumulating faster than the speed I can read them? The content he was currently providing was not particularly interesting. He just earnestly and wholeheartedly reacted to the donations, though calling it a reaction seemed too grandiose. Yet, strangely, the donations were pouring in abundantly. This can't go on. Jin Hyeok did his best, but he realized that it was impossible to catch up with the speed of the donations coming in. In the end, he had to close the donation window. Meanwhile, at the playground for the viewers watching Jin Hyeok's live stream, Wang Yumi of Kim Know It All TV was once again showcasing the fervor of Intense Man. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He is really fiercely continuing his battle with himself? Intense Man is intense even today. It seems he hasn't realized yet that the speed of donations is faster than his reactions to the donations. I'm curious about the expression he will have when he realizes it. Yumi said. The chat window of the Kim Know It All TV channel was filled with lols. The viewers were forming up to make the intense Kim Chul-soo even more intense. I'm gonna donate also. Oh, you too? Me too? Everyone, donate away. Yumi continued to subtly influence the situation, not letting her excitement show. I will try donating too. Will he call out my name too? I hope he does. The demand from those who wished to garner attention from famous streamers was always there. There were quite a few viewers who desperately wanted to have their usernames called out by Kim Chul-soo, who was famous for not doing so, and Yumi stimulated their desires. The donations didn't stop coming. When Chul-soo's donation reaction surpassed 8 hours, the Korean region minor gallery also started to become chaotic with the topic. Seems like Chul-soo's live stream has failed. LOL. His live stream is utterly boring, haha. His donation just surpassed 1.2 billion dias. Yuri calling a 1.2 billion dia in a single live stream a failure? Haha. But why is he so intense? Is it really necessary to be that intense? That's because he is Intense Man. LOL. He's never been this intense before. You can say his sincere intense mode season 2 has been activated. Haha. Intense Man referred to Kim Chul-soo, who thought he was intense, but in reality, wasn't intense at all. However, it was different this time, as Intense Man was genuinely intense. I'm with him on this. I'm still young, so I should also be intense. LOL. You sound so old. Let's go. It took a few more hours after Jin Hyeok closed the donations for his reactions to finally finish. Jin Hyeok felt like he had finally completed a long procrastinated assignment, but he wasn't entirely happy. There was nothing to be happy about. After all, he only did what he was supposed to do. I need to create my very own signature donation reactions. He couldn't be a real streamer who didn't adhere to the basics of a streamer. It was immensely distressing for him that all he could do was read the usernames and express his gratitude. Kang Miene and Wang Yumi managed to make their reactions incredibly fun while naturally carrying on the conversation. While watching the emergence of King God General Yumi, Jin Hyeok thought he could communicate with his viewers better than her. However, he repented for being greedy, wanting to communicate with viewers and live stream at the same time. I'm just a beginner. He was glad to leave the communication to Yumi. Now, I will really venture into the new world. For a smoother play and to focus on the dungeon, I will temporarily close the donation window. The elevator door opened. You have entered the dungeon new world. As he took a few steps forward, a new world, both literally and figuratively, unfolded before him. It was the square of a village, with a background reminiscent of medieval Europe. You have entered Azov village. It's been a long time. The village was quite extensive. Looking from the war portal situated at a relatively high point, the red roof stretched out in the distance. It was large enough to be called a city. I have finally entered a proper dungeon. A dungeon had to be of this scale to be deemed a proper dungeon. There should be many NPCs, a variety of quests within the dungeon, and diverse clear routes. Only then would play be enjoyable. It seems like I have been transferred to a separate space because I'm in solo mode. For reference, if a player proceeded in the general mode, they could meet other players. I will go down the stairs. As he descended the stairs, an NPC approached and started a conversation. Are you a new adventurer? Yes. Is this your first time in Azov village? If so, I can tell you a few things. Options appeared. He had a choice between exchanging pleasantries and engaging in a conversation, and just ignoring the NPC altogether. I know that quite a lot of strategies for this dungeon are already known to the public, so I am going to choose to ignore it. Numerous players had already tried to clear this dungeon. While no one was successful, the route up to the mid-boss monster had been pioneered. I've done my research by watching several videos. I will quickly skip the initial parts that everyone else has already gone through. The dungeon had the village at its center, flanked by routes leading to the west and east. To the west lay the burning fortress, and to the east, the eastern ancient castle town. Normally, it would be easier to start with clearing the eastern ancient castle town. For some unknown reason, other players were starting with the burning fortress. Come to think of it, he seemed to have done the same in his past life. Clearing that in one go is impossible anyway. Jin Hyeok knew he might die several times and perhaps even fail to clear it. For now, he decided to move according to the strategies disclosed by others that had cleared it. He arrived at the western gate of Azov village. A guard dressed in worn-out armor stood there. Hi, adventurer, are you planning to venture west? Yes. There are rumors that treasure might be hidden in the burning fortress. Then could you do me a favor? You have received the quest request of the Western Gate Guard. This was a mandatory quest to accept. This guard asked for a favor to retrieve one of the thermal flowers, which only grew in the burning fortress. To properly harvest the flowers, a special vase given by this guard was needed. That bottle would be valuable later, but it seemed like no one had played up to that point yet. No one had even found the thermal flowers to begin with. I will definitely find the thermal flowers for you, Jin Hyeok said. Please do. Having accepted the quest, he headed toward the west. You have entered the western region barren plains. To make an accurate comparison with his past self, he applied the effects of the mythic grade card. The air is quite dry, the ground is crumbly, and the plants are withered. Over there seems to be a creature resembling a Galapagos giant tortoise. It's about 2 meters tall, weighing roughly 700 kilograms. It's walking over here cutely. Thump, thump. For an animal, it was quite large, but for a monster, it was rather adorable in its size. I heard the monster has extremely high defensive stats and can be very tricky to fight against since it hides inside its shell if necessary. LV70/Desert Tortoise/Skills. It was level 70. Jin Hyeok raised his weapon, Greatsword of Logon. I will test the waters first. Instead of using any skills, he tried to pierce the monster with normal attacks. Swoosh. Huh. The Greatsword of Logon had pierced through the body of the monster. It pierced through more easily than I thought. The surprised desert tortoise flipped its body and hid within its shell. They say it becomes very easy to kill when it resorts to this pose. The underbelly of the monster was relatively weak in terms of defense. You have activated the skill Sharper Spirit. This was a basic skill acquired at level 50. Since it was a basic skill, the preparatory motion was minimal and it consumed significantly less mental energy. It's hard to cut through in one go. He had to break through the protective barrier. However, the structure of the barrier was very uniform, making it easy to find the point to strike. I will try slashing at it around 7 times. Jin Hyeok slashed at it 7 times. The protective barrier completely disappeared. I think I can just stab the monster now. Jin Hyeok climbed atop the tortoise. Thud, thud, thud. With a thrilling sensation in his hand, dark green blood splashed up. It's pretty easy. He was more exhilarated than he should be. Thud, thud, thud. He continued to stab it. It's certain. It's easier than my past life. Of course, even when he first entered this dungeon in his past life, this monster wasn't one that could be considered difficult. It was primarily because there was a significant level difference between him and the monster. However, comparing the Cha Jin Hyeok who was a swordsman of around level 110 back then to the Cha Jin Hyeok of right now, it seemed like the current Jin Hyeok was stronger. Alright, let's not get too excited. This monster was too weak to be considered the benchmark. Also, the current Jin Hyeok had much more experience than the past. It might not be that my abilities have improved, but that I've accumulated more experience. He suppressed his excitement as much as possible. Thud, thud, thud. You have killed a desert tortoise. Thud, thud, thud 1. You have acquired piece of the desert tortoise's shell. Thud, 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 thud. Completely suppressing his excitement, he leapt off the tortoise. This is how you should kill this monster. Jin Hyeok was slightly taken aback. Did I portray the killing as being too easy? But on second thought, it seemed unnecessary to make every encounter intense. If things were portrayed in the same pattern every time, the viewers might get bored. I should change the concept a little for this content. Being intense should fundamentally underlie the narrative. If Intense Man was not intense, it wouldn't be right. He killed a few more desert tortoises, even though he didn't really need to. So you stab it like this. He taught the viewers who might be struggling against such minor monsters. Then you flip it over like this. Swoosh, swoosh. Jin Hyeok swung his greatsword. This is how it's done. Easy, right? Jin Hyeok thought surely there would not be any player unable to do it after being taught to this extent. Even so, he fervently showed the viewers, giving consideration to those who might be slightly inferior. After killing a total of 17 tortoises, he continued to move forward. There were monsters resembling cacti and scorpions here and here, but he ignored them as they were unrelated to clearing the dungeon. Those monsters might stab you from the back like this, but you can just ignore them. No need to waste energy unnecessarily, right? Using Broadcaster's barrier, he blocked several spike attacks and tail attacks. The cacti and scorpions eventually grew tired and distanced themselves. For now, I will set up a save point here. My word, a dungeon where you can save? How considerate of them. Such a player-friendly setting should be utilized wisely. It's getting increasingly hot. The side of the Crimson Land began to unfold before him. A clear demarcation from the barren plains was apparent. There's flowing lava up ahead. Lava Valley. It seems like I have to cross that. Crossing it in itself wouldn't be a big problem. He just had to run across swiftly. He might get a bit burned, but probably would not die. However, death was a given in unfortunate situations. The issue isn't the lava, but the lava fish that jump out of it. The lava alone wasn't the problem, and the lava fish alone weren't the problem either. The trouble began when the two were combined. He had seen it many times in videos. Players tend to freeze up the moment a lava fish bites their leg, which often results in them falling into the lava. Those fortunate could simply cross the lava valley. Those unlucky got engulfed and burned to death in the lava. I'll give it a try as well. He took a running leap. It could be considered unfortunate, but a lava fish bit his leg as soon as he landed on the lava. I got bitten, but it's fine. Jin Hyeok just kept running, and he soon reached the other side. If you don't flinch even when bitten, you can safely get across. The monster had such tremendous biting force that quite a bit of flesh was torn away. When injured, you get affected much more easily by the heat of the lava, inducing a state of thermal injury. Consequently, the wound became mushy, and the skin melted away, revealing the bones in his ankle. It was a minor injury. Jin Hyeok smirked slightly. The difficulty seems rather low compared to the notoriety of the new world, doesn't it? He asked his viewers. It felt significantly easier than the new world he remembered from his previous life. Or maybe it's just my perception. In the Kim Know-It-All TV channel, a new poll was presented to the viewers. 1. That injury is minor. The difficulty level of the dungeon is low. 2. How can that injury be labeled minor? Kim Chul-soo is the weird one. From a rational standpoint, everyone should have chosen option 2. 1. That injury is minor. The difficulty level of the dungeon is low. 72%. 2. How can that injury be labeled minor? Kim Chul-soo is the weird one. 28%. However, in an unexpected turn, the majority of the viewers on Kim Know-It-All TV chose option 1. At this, Wang Yumi could not suppress a sly smile that graced her lips. Excellent, everything is going according to the plan, she thought. It was a known fact amongst the viewers that such a ghastly injury could not possibly be insignificant. However, regardless of the truth, they had willingly chosen option 1. It's proof that Chul-soo's persona is coming along perfectly. She firmly believed that the power of the content's success emanated from meticulously shaping a streamer's persona. Look at his extraordinary composure. His sense of morality seems twisted somewhere. His peculiar attitude makes it seem like everything is easy while it's clearly a difficult situation. As Yumi livestreamed Jin Hyeok's livestream, she found herself becoming an ardent fan of Cha Jin Hyeok. A pity, such a pity. Her only regret was that Jin Hyeok had not revealed his true face to the world. If he showed his face, he could elevate his livestream to a whole new level. That was the belief she held when it came to matters related to Jin Hyeok, at least. Nevertheless, there will come a time when he will reveal himself. With anticipation bubbling inside, she decided to infuse the narrative with even more story and character depth, preparing for that fateful moment when Jin Hyeok would step into the light. Wow, that looks really easy. Huh? I think we just got news coming in. Several alliances and parties are reportedly attempting to replicate the play showcased by Chul-soo. Oh, they sent me videos to my email. Yes, thank you. Let's check out the footage, Yumi said. An influx of reports poured in from victims, who had endeavored to mimic the strategies laid out by Chul-soo's livestream. The desert tortoise strategy was where it started. Yumi, who shared the videos, shook her head with an amused smile. That's so strange. They're unable to accomplish something so easy. The chat window was now flooded with strings of lols. Marry me, lol. Wow, they can't even do that. Quack quack quack, how are they so dumb? Even I can do that and I am level 25. Myurryuk, their play seems to be clouded. From a general standpoint, Chul-soo's play was nearly an art form, killing the desert tortoise with an efficiency that bordered on mastery. Everyone was well aware of this fact. Nevertheless, they all insisted that Chul-soo's play was incredibly easy. There are also quite a few videos where players managed to follow along quite well. There were those who could somewhat mimic the strategies up until the desert tortoise hunting part. Although not as seamlessly as Chul-soo, they managed to succeed reasonably well in killing the desert tortoises. The real problem begins with the lava valley. Watching Chul-soo, it seemed remarkably easy to get across the lava valley, and the injuries appeared to be nothing significant. However, there were no players who could replicate it. Average Joe, I am one of the players who sent the videos. I'm sorry for not being able to do something so easy. Crying face. The viewers were telling these players to reflect on their play. Average Joe has donated 1,000 dios. I will reflect on my actions. Crying face. I'm such garbage for not being able to do something so easy. Running across the lava valley like Chul-soo seemed almost impossible. Even if their physical abilities were up to par, many failed mentally. Even those who managed to muster the courage to run could not cross the threshold that was the lava fish. Pinned comment Ice Demon King, who the fuck is saying this is easy? How is this easy? You guys are a bunch of insane fucks. Among those who couldn't get with the program, a few were subjected to a barrage of public criticism. You don't have any friends, do you? I can't even do this simple strategy. LOL. Just need to run as fast as you can while getting bit by a lava fish until only the ankle bones are showing, yet you can't do this? Watch how intense man is playing. It's damn easy, what's the fuss? Engrossed in his play and unable to check what was going on the Kim Know-It-All TV, Jin Hyeok fell into a brief moment of contemplation. If I only show the easy parts, the tension decreases, he thought. Around 30 minutes had passed. He had fully healed his ankle by drinking a potion. Feeling that the progress of his livestream was becoming too lax, it seemed like the right time to showcase something new. While recovering from the injuries, I took a closer look at the lava valley. It seems there might be an item hidden within the valley that could be acquired. Jin Hyeok shared the information that he had gathered from broadcaster's clairvoyance, capturing and sharing the details of the item. Magma fruit. Inside the valley, there exists an item called the magma fruit. However, I'm unsure how to retrieve it. Without the help of a thief or a navigator, extracting it seemed nearly impossible. As of now, even Jin Hyeok was unable to ascertain the strategy. It was a testament to the inefficiency of the solo mode. There's a certain romance to it. The more unknowns and the more seemingly impossible the tasks were, the more enjoyable the play became. Despite pondering intensively, he couldn't figure out how to retrieve it. For now, let's just remember that the magma fruit is there, and continue on our journey. Jin Hyeok resumed the move forward. It's hot. As Jin Hyeok continued walking through the lava valley field toward the burning fortress, he arrived at a field right before the fortress, known as the sun-scorched wilderness. The overall landscape is similar to the barren plains we passed earlier, but it's even more parched and desiccated. There were cacti and monsters in the barren plains, but nothing seems to be visible here. All Jin Hyok could see was barren land and sand. Apart from the blistering sun, nothing else was in sight. Far away, the burning fortress, looking like a mirage, served as a landmark, blazing fiercely. A mid-boss monster appears here. No particular monsters appeared in this area. However, a level 90-something mid-boss monster called the Madman of the Wilderness did make an appearance here. His level isn't that high, but despite that, Jin Hyok had died to that monster more than 5 times in his past life. The mid-boss monster was adept at utilizing this terrain, a monster perfectly optimized for this field. Simplifying having a higher level was not enough to overpower him. I have seen a few videos of this monster, the Madman of the Wilderness, appearing in this area. He shared a few prepared photos with the viewers. The photos captured the appearance of the Madman of the Wilderness. He has a face resembling a crazed old man, and a form similar to that of a spider. The Madman of the Wilderness resembled what one might imagine a giant human would look like if they crawled around like a spider. He had an old man's face with unkempt, dirt-streaked white hair, and freakishly long arms. Those arms resembled both the limb of a person with necrotic flesh, or of rotten wood. He is a monster with 8 limbs, with the front 2 being grotesquely long and monstrous. Can we really fight and defeat such a monster? I'm a bit terrified. Having adequately portrayed the diligent instructor role till now, it was time to revert to Jin Hyok's original style and show his intense man side. The tension is gradually building up. Jin Hyok became curious about the kind of challenge the Madman of the Wilderness, whom he was about to face directly now, would present. Here he comes. Using his grotesque arms, the monster could freely move beneath the sands of this wilderness. It had the knack of emerging unexpectedly, attacking players by snapping at their heads. I should refrain from using broadcaster's clairvoyance for now. Utilizing it would allow him to pinpoint the monster's position too accurately. Being able to move freely while concealed in the sand was the monster's special ability. This way, not only does the tension remain, but I can also compare well with my past self. To the viewers, it would look like a situation too urgent to properly use broadcaster's clairvoyance. As expected, a brief message arrived from Yumi. You have received a message from King God General Yumi. You didn't use broadcaster's clairvoyance. Clearly, Jin Hyok must have looked quite frantic. Considering Yumi, who tried to minimize direct intervention during live streams, made the effort to send this message, it had to have been quite noticeable. He's underneath my feet. Jin Hyok narrowly avoided an attack from the Madman of the Wilderness, erupting from below with a twirl. The monster soared into the air. An old man's face was visible. Drool dripped down steadily from his mouth. He spat something from his mouth. It was a string of green, sticky spider webs. Eek. Jin Hyok retreated a few steps backward. The green spider web touched the spot where he had just been, and with a sizzle, the sand melted away. Oh, I managed to avoid his attack even without broadcaster's clairvoyance. This attack was what had brought about Jin Hyok's first death here in the past life. Now, he managed to dodge it purely with his physical ability and instinct. It was a considerably good outcome, but it was not enough to claim that he had become stronger than his past self simply based on this. I knew what kind of attack was coming at me. Blocking an attack one was aware of and blocking an unknown attack were two different things. Should I swing my sword a bit, as if I'm panicking? Jin Hyok intentionally didn't say anything out loud. To the viewers, it would have looked like he was so pressed that he didn't even have the leisure to use the broadcaster's clairvoyance. Without a word, he charged directly toward the Madman of the Wilderness and swung his sword. The monster blocked his blade by crossing its elongated forelimbs in an X shape. Thud. A dull sound echoed, resembling the noise of chopping wood. That monster hardly took any damage. The Madman of the Wilderness hid beneath the sands once more. Seeing that opportunity, Jin Hyok spoke. The defense capability of monsters with unusually long front limbs is quite substantial. I think to land effective hits, I have to attack while avoiding those two limbs. Now regaining some composure, Jin Hyok used Broadcaster's Clairvoyance. Thanks to multiple lives, Broadcaster's Clairvoyance was renamed to Broadcaster's True Sight. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The situation seemed too urgent to even use Broadcaster's True Sight, Yumi said. The viewers also poured out various reactions. Using the feedback skill, Yumi selected a few reactions and sent them as messages to Jin Hyok. This was the streamer's feedback, discreetly conveyed to Jin Hyok without being displayed on his live stream. Myuryuk, judging by my perspective, Kim Chulsu seems very, very intense. Taylor Swag, never seen such an intense battle. How about that tension? Amazing ugh. Feedback summary, people love the tense portrayal. They are enthralled by the breathtaking battle scenes. Of course, the feedback was filtered. He intentionally didn't use Broadcaster's Clairvoyance, right? It's so obvious that he's just pretending. LOL. Another day of being the only intense person in his intense world. Haha. This is kind of like being a campus couple, where everyone knows you're dating, but you don't know that everyone knows. Various other reactions were not included in the feedback. The intense man who believes he is genuinely intense, but in reality he's pretty easy to read. Whether it was a concept or not, it didn't matter. What mattered to Yumi was Chulsu's image and character development, which had already achieved a certain level of success. Cha Jin Hyok was very pleased with Yumi's feedback. He clenched the hilt of the greatsword of Lagon tightly in his hand. Judging by Yumi's feedback, it seemed he had succeeded in giving the viewers a sense of tension. Tension is essential in content. Once again, the madman of the wilderness sprang up from the sand. Should I stab him? Jin Hyuk was sure that he could stab the monster in the face while he was in midair. However, the intense man portrayal was currently working well. It's hard to verify my growth against this monster. Comparing his past self with his present self seemed difficult with just a mid-boss monster. Strangely, the madman of the wilderness felt too easy. If it's hard to verify through attacking, then communication in a battle wasn't limited to attacks. Getting hit was also a part of the communication. Ha! Jin Hyuk swung his sword toward the monster that leaped into the air. He aimed for the monster's forehead, but the monster evaded the sword with grotesque movements. Then the monster snapped his own neck backward, and lunged himself forward like a stretched rubber band that was released to bite down on Jin Hyuk. Chomp! The madman bit down hard on Jin Hyuk's head. Jin Hyuk's blood was dripping down along with the monster's drool flowing from the monster's mouth. Jin Hyuk was quite pleased with the result. His bite attack seems much softer than before. Incidentally, Jin Hyuk did not even use the Berklef necklace. When facing a mediocre monster, the item could actually be disadvantageous for him, since the item could turn potentially fatal attacks into instant death attacks. Chomp! Chomp! The madman of the wilderness was biting Jin Hyuk's head with strong jaw strength, meanwhile dragging Jin Hyuk down with his freakishly long and strange arms, as if trying to separate Jin Hyuk's head from Jin Hyuk's body. He. Jin Hyuk felt that he had grown once more. Just as expected, having a benchmark allowed him to feel the growth more tangibly. Should I let myself die at this point? It seems like the LTube views would skyrocket if I do that. Jin Hyuk pondered for a moment. If Jin Hyuk kept this going, it was clear he would die, either from his head being crushed or his body being torn apart. Dying doesn't seem like a bad idea right now, but then Jin Hyuk saw the monster's tongue. The tongue. That's his weakness. To be more precise, the black stones dangling at the tip of the tongue were this monster's weak point. In any case, if Jin Hyuk were to rip out the tongue completely, the monster would die instantly. In other words, saying that the tongue was the monster's weakness wasn't incorrect. Swallowed by the monster's maw, Jin Hyuk pondered rather calmly. Should I die here or should I kill the monster? What would make a better scene for my live stream? I think I should die to heighten the tension. While streamer Jin Hyuk was thinking so, a grotesque voice resounded. Weak. Pathetic. Bastard. Jin Hyuk extended his hand above his head. I will eat you. Jin Hyuk stretched his hand toward the monster's tongue, which was surprisingly soft for its size, and grabbed it fiercely. Thud. Jin Hyuk yanked out the tongue, roots, and all. For a moment, he forgot that he was a streamer. His instincts took over his mind. You think I'm weak? He asked. How dare you bite me? You want to eat me? Crunch. Jin Hyuk bit down hard, shattering the black stones at the tip of the monster's tongue. How dare you? You have defeated the madman of the wilderness. Only then did Jin Hyuk regain his composure. Huh? This isn't supposed to happen. You are the first to have successfully soloed the madman of the wilderness. The conditions for activating the New World scenario walking alone in a new place have been met. It was the first time he heard this notification. Even Jin Hyuk, who had ventured into this dungeon hundreds of times before in his previous life, had not heard of such a notification before. Wait, this place is a scenario dungeon. Jin Hyuk wondered. In fact, there had been a lot of talk regarding whether this place was a scenario dungeon or not. A scenario dungeon, as the name implied, was a dungeon with a scenario. Numerous quests merged to form a single story within the dungeon. Naturally, for a dungeon to be a scenario dungeon, it had to be of a certain scale and quality. This fact was not revealed in my previous life. As always, there were only two possible answers as to why that was the case. It was either because the players, who had acquired this scenario, all died without being able to reveal the information, or because the rewards they obtained from it was so exceedingly rare and good that they thoroughly concealed its content. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk remembered what Han Seirin used to complain about in his past life. I really don't understand why the name of this dungeon is New World, Seirin said. Back in Jin Hyuk's swordsman days, he couldn't understand why Seirin was discontented. He just assumed it was because she was inherently a person with a lot of anger in her heart. There's no coherence to the name? No coherence at all. Of course, eventually, some minimum coherence was established. Upon clearing the New World, the player was granted the qualification to move to a different server. To be precise, it was called the New World License, a certificate with an expiration date. Although slightly varying depending upon the quality of the clear, they usually received one valid for 2 years. No, that's still not enough. Think about it carefully. It's a dungeon that announces the official launch, which is very important. And the name is New World, at that. Do you really think the system gave it such a grand name just to issue a license? Hey, if that thing above your neck isn't just a decoration, put some thought into it. Naturally, Jin Hyuk didn't engage in such thoughts. That was the role of a navigator or a ruler, and Jin Hyuk's role in his previous life was to wield a sword skillfully. Anyway, it seemed a scenario that he wasn't aware of was hidden here. As you all probably noticed, the first to defeat the monster in the solo mode seems to be the condition for activating the scenario. Jin Hyuk's heart raced. He was ecstatic about how he was about to challenge the unknown, and in solo mode at that. You have acquired the fragment of the madman's memories. It was an item that he had never managed to acquire before. An orb-shaped item was transmitted to his inventory. Fragment of the madman's memories. As he took out the item and held it in his hand, an illusion unfolded before him. We were happy. It was a forest bathed in the warm rays of the sun. Small huts were huddled together, presenting a peaceful sight as it merged with the sound of chirping birds and the laughter of playing children. An old man was sitting on a small bench in front of one of the huts, watching the children with a contented smile. It was a dazzling and beautiful time. But then someone dressed in a white gown appeared. It was a man with blonde hair wearing glasses. It was a face Jin Hyuk knew. Dr. John Pritch. Dr. John Pritch's right hand was made of machinery. That hand was known as the all-purpose hand, a hand that could transform into various machines such as a saw, a knife, or even an axe. Holding a leather bag in his left hand, Dr. John Pritch visited this small village with a gentle smile on his face. Before that despicable bioterrorist, John Pritch, showed up, that is. Afterward, a horrifying scene unfolded. On a rainy day, Dr. John Pritch poisoned all the villagers, knocking them out, before conducting all sorts of biological experiments on them. He severed limbs to attach them elsewhere, artificially created conjoined twins, and even experimented with combining them with other creatures or monsters, creating grotesque beings. All I remember is resisting that man. The old man had been fused with a spider-like monster. Locked behind iron bars, he continued to transform grotesquely due to various drugs and experiments. The world darkened, leaving only his voice echoing. Please return my happy days to me. The illusion ended there. With a clang, the fragment of the madman's memories shattered. It turned into a red powder that softly fell, scattering in the wind. So, the monsters that are here were originally humans. It seems like that's the setting for the dungeon. The important thing was that this monster was related to Dr. John Pritch. He was a globally famous celebrity, especially in the United States, where he enjoyed immense popularity. Although his background was not disclosed, his exceptional surgical skills led him to heal many people whom others had given up on, earning him the nickname of Godly Doctor. So he was originally a bioterrorist? And has connections with the New World. It was an interesting fact. Sairin, who had always claimed that something more was hidden in this dungeon, seemed to have been right all this time. Yet, Jin Hyuk discovered another interesting fact. The red powder seems to be moving in one direction. The red powder flew somewhere as if it possessed its own will. The powder reached the corpse of the madman of the wilderness. It seemed to be circling around the right shoulder, and soon it was absorbed into the right arm. Thump! The madman's right arm fell off. Madman's right arm. So this is now an item. An elastic arm created by grafting a tree that grew roots and blossomed in the lava. It has the properties of being hard, tough, and resistant to heat. Equipment restriction, exclusive to Navigator class players. This item seems to be exclusive to Navigators, but that doesn't really matter to me. Jin Hyuk used the rule breaker to remove the restriction of being exclusive to Navigators. I'm going to try to wear the item. Oh, this is fascinating. My arm has become extremely long. Moreover, if he wanted, he could stretch it even further with ease. It kind of feels like a rubber band. Jin Hyuk swung his right arm around to test it. It didn't really feel like it was his own arm, but it moved relatively well. It seems like this item was made from a very special tree called the lava tree. I think I know why it was given to me at this stage. Jin Hyuk immediately retraced his steps and headed toward the lava valley. I think I can use this to retrieve the magma fruit. Using Broadcaster's clairvoyance, he precisely located where the mega fruit was. He immediately reached out with his right arm. It's quite hot. Just because he could endure the heat did not mean that it wasn't hot. It felt like his flesh was melting. However, that didn't matter. The important thing was the fact that he could obtain it himself without the help of navigators or thieves. The fish are rushing toward me and biting, but it's useless. This was the arm that had effortlessly blocked Jin Hyuk's sword. Such clumsy bites from those fish had no significant effect on him. I got the magma fruit. He retrieved the magma fruit that was submerged in the lava. The lava dripped down his arm. TSSS. The lava that dripped down on the ground solidified. I've successfully acquired the magma fruit. Let's ride this momentum and head straight to the burning fortress. Once again, Jin Hyuk entered the barren wilderness. You have entered the field wilderness of the test subjects. The field that revealed itself looked quite different from what he originally knew. This is not going to be easy. Monsters of strange shapes loomed everywhere. There was a monster that looked like several humans joined together, like a centipede, a monster with a human upper body and a lower body of a snake, and even one with a lion's face and a sheep's body. There are many monsters I'm seeing for the first time. They were artificially created monstrous beings. Most were around level 70 to 80. I will try fighting them first. After slashing a couple of monsters, he noticed something peculiar. It seems like the monsters don't die even when slashed. Even when beheaded, the monsters still moved. It seemed like they weren't alive in the first place, but instead controlled or manipulated by something else. This is going to be hard. My stamina is also decreasing. A monster horde of this scale naturally brought a surge of tension. However, Jin Hyuk already knew how to kill these creatures. It was somewhat similar to the madman of the wilderness. There would be something like black orbs somewhere in their bodies, and all Jin Hyuk had to do was either shatter them or expel them from their bodies. I should fight fiercely, and maybe die at some point. Dying a few times would probably make this livestream more enjoyable. It would be good to retreat and contemplate a strategy, but that seemed like a slightly pride-hurting choice. This time, I will fight to the death. This is going to be fun. Instead of considering stamina management or efficient combat strategies, Jin Hyeok decided to simply surrender to his instincts. He swung his sword like a madman. Before he knew it, he was almost out of breath, and his head was feeling dizzy. He felt as heavy as a waterlogged sponge. He couldn't even tell how much time had passed. Like how 1 hour felt like 10 minutes when deeply engrossed in a game, his sense of time became dulled. He couldn't even remember how he fought. Why are there no attacks coming toward me? I guess I didn't die. Jin Hyeok had intended to die but seemed to have accidentally killed all the monsters. He couldn't remember much, but the monster corpses were piled up like mountains around him. Dark fluids and green blood from those monsters formed puddles here and there, transforming the arid ground into something resembling a marsh. I was so lost in a trance that I didn't even realize I had activated my defensive mystery. It seemed he had ventured into the trance realm, beyond the transcendent realm. It was a realm where, in extreme situations, one discarded oneself to bring out instinct solely for battle. I can't believe I just experienced this. Jin Hyeok could not believe that he had just experienced the trance realm, something that a player would generally experience only at levels over 200. It was an unimaginable situation. His body felt tingly, as if electrical currents were flowing through it. I can't believe there are 5 phantom swordswomen. Jin Hyeok could properly control only about 1 phantom swordswoman with his own will. However, in the trance realm, he managed to wield as many as 5 phantom swordswomen. Honestly, I don't remember much. But that's okay. Jin Hyeok found himself speaking faster without realizing it. In his previous life, during his swordsman days, he worked tirelessly to observe himself entering the trance realm, because the trance realm brought out another level of skill from within Jin Hyeok that he didn't know about. There should be recorded footage of me fighting the monsters. Jin Hyeok could view and study himself immersed in the trance realm from a more objective point of view. Without realizing it, he clenched his fist tightly, exhilarated. I can become even stronger. He had reached level 95 without even realizing it. Everything was perfect. You have acquired the achievement One Who Breaks Artificiality. Suppressing his pounding heart, he went on his way, heading toward the burning fortress perched on a cliff. You have entered the field burning fortress. Bong King of Bonjour TV had been feeling a serious sense of crisis recently. It was because Kong Miane, whom he considered to be perennially ranked second, had been maintaining the first place for several days now. I can't lose to Miane TV. It was something Bong King's pride couldn't allow. He wanted to become the best streamer in Korea, excluding Kim Chulsoo. Kim Chulsoo is in a league of his own anyways. From Bong King's perspective, Chulsoo was someone who was untouchable. He never considered Chulsoo to be his competitor. His true competitor was Miane TV. Wait, she's not the only competitor. If Miane TV was a rival in a traditional sense, Kim Know-It-All TV was a rapidly rising rival. It was overwhelming enough with just Miane TV, and now Kim Know-It-All TV had entered the scene. It can't just let this go on. Bong King planned new content for his channel. Kim Chulsoo's New World Strategy. Can a party of ordinary players replicate the godlike player's strategy? Bong King rallied the top-tier players he was already acquainted with to try Chulsoo's strategy for the new world. His livestream received quite a lot of positive responses. Ordinary players can do it too. We successfully killed the desert tortoise very easily, indeed thanks to the number 1 player in the swordsman class, Lee Hyeon-sung. He is truly remarkable. Ultraman, calling Lee Hyeon-sung an ordinary player? That's quite a novel bullshit. LOL. No, you. Chulsoo is God. Anyone who is not Kim Chulsoo qualifies as ordinary. Bong King was quite thrilled with the fairly positive reactions. This is good. Nov. L. B /JNN. After killing the desert tortoise, they reached the lava valley. Fortunately, we also have an excellent thief with us. The thief used the thief exclusive skill and successfully extracted the magma fruit from the lava. We did this even better than Chulsoo. The next stop is the barren wilderness. Thanks to Chulsoo, we've figured out the weak point. I will show you how Chulsoo did it. Hyeon-sung, who was level 88, attempted the same strategy as Chulsoo. Ugh, Hyeon-sung thought. He deliberately offered his head to the madman of the wilderness, but it felt like his head was getting crushed. The pain was much more severe than anticipated. The mouth of the madman of the wilderness was excessively confined, dangerous, and filled with a foul smell. I need to find the tongue. Even Hyeon-sung momentarily panicked. I found it. Eventually, he managed to rip off the tongue in the same manner as Chulsoo. However, he felt no joy. If my party members had not diverted the monster's attention with their attacks, I could not have done it. If I had been alone, my head would have been smashed. Hyeon-sung ended up realizing the gap that separated him from Chulsoo. Not caring about Hyeon-sung's emotions, Bong King continued the livestream with excitement. Lee Hyeon-sung? He has done it. Technically, he didn't do it alone, but it was close. From now on, I shall refer to Hyeon-sung as the Sword King. Hyeon-sung couldn't hear what Bong King was saying. Kim Chulsoo, how far have you climbed? He felt loneliness amidst the noisy crowd. Bong King maintained high tension, speaking quickly. Oh, we have also entered a scenario? I will reveal the name of the scenario. Glory to the one following the lonely footsteps ___. I've never seen this before. The letters at the back are blank. Following the lonely footsteps, It seems to imply following the footsteps of Cholsu, who is clearing the dungeon in solo mode, but we need to progress further to understand it fully. Bong King puffed out his chest and shouted loudly. This is great content for my LTube channel. Don't you guys agree? Unbeknownst to Jin Hyuk, a new scenario had unfolded. It's been a long time since I was here. From what I remember, there should be a giant mace that comes swinging down at me as soon as I enter. Something's odd. The corrupted fire spirit, Ifrit, roamed freely on the first floor of the burning fortress. In fact, it was quite normal for Cha Jin Hyuk to, upon entry, encounter a fiery mace that would come swinging right at him, but no such attack came this time around. Why? For the sake of good content, Jin Hyuk wanted to get hit by the mace. He was extremely frustrated, but he didn't show it and looked around the area instead. This place is quite hot. Everything is on fire. Over there in the distance, you can see a monster resembling a demon. Its name seems to be Ifrit, and it looks like a spirit-type monster. LV99/Ifrit/skills. With a barely audible gasp, Jin Hyuk almost revealed the full extent of his disappointment, which was also clearly written all over his face, to the viewers. Level 99? Why is it nerfed? Is it because of the solo mode? No, that's not it. Back in his swordsman days, he came here often in solo mode. It used to be around level 110. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk had struggled quite a bit against Ifrit. It was a monster that was quite strong against swordsman class players. Being a spirit-type monster, it inherently had a high resistance to physical attacks, even more so to sharp weapons like knives and swords. To counter it, dull weapons without edges were much more effective than sharp ones. This is so annoying. It felt like the monster was nerfed due to the regression of the scenario, but it wasn't the development Jin Hyuk had hoped for. His zeal to clear the dungeon seemed to be diminishing in real time. That is a level 99 monster. It seems to have noticed me. He drew his sword, the great sword of Logon. I will give it a try. The burning spirit flew toward him. Its face resembled a black bull. The image of a burning black bull, flying toward me on two legs, is quite ominous. He swung his sword and slashed the monster. Ugh, I don't like this feeling. He definitely cut it, but it did not feel like a solid hit. It was closer to the sensation of having slashed through the air. The part he slashed seemed to disperse like smoke, only to gather back again. It's certain, spirits really don't match well with me. This time, it swung its fist at Jin Hyuk. Whoosh! A destructive sound echoed in the air. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. Using Broadcaster's Barrier, Jin Hyuk blocked Ifrit's punch, and it seemed bewildered, disappearing like smoke only to reappear at a distance. The monster seems to have a skill similar to warping. Jin Hyuk was deep in thought. It doesn't have the same impact as the Madman of the Wilderness. The Madman of the Wilderness was really grotesquely formed and used the terrain around him, making it great for extracting visual aesthetics for Jin Hyuk's LTube content. However, this monster, although at a higher level, did not seem to be that great for Jin Hyuk's content. My sword doesn't seem effective, but the monster seems fairly weak. I think I will just use something else. Jin Hyuk wasn't angry because it was nerfed. I'll wield something other than my sword. This would have been unimaginable during his swordsman days. How could a swordsman wield a weapon other than a sword? This alone showed how much Jin Hyuk had matured and grown. This is the rule breaker. The rule breaker was indeed a weapon, but it was a hammer-type weapon. As Jin Hyuk mentioned before, the swordsman, Zoro, from the Audal server, also used this rule breaker. Since this is a hammer-type weapon, it seems good for hitting. I wish I had some proper movement-type skills or mysteries. A proper streamer should have at least one movement skill. Anyway, Jin Hyuk quickly approached Ifrit, and it put its hand to its mouth and whistled loudly. Weak. Then, small ripples began to emerge from the flames engulfing the area. From those ripples, one by one, more Ifrits began to reveal themselves. I can see their feet sticking out. It seems like it thought the battle would be hard on its own, so it's calling its friends for help. In the meantime, Jin Hyuk swung the rule breaker at the first Ifrit that appeared. The rule breaker made contact with its chest. PSH. Smoke billowed up. It definitely felt more like a solid hit compared to when using the greatsword. It feels different, but it's not bad. It kind of felt like beating soft tonkatsu batter. Though devoid of sophisticated skills or techniques, Jin Hyuk's level still exceeded 110. Using Broadcaster's Barrier to fend off the monster's attacks, he hit its head with the hammer. After several exchanges of blows, he was able to kill the first Ifrit. You have defeated Ifrit. It's too easy. Jin Hyuk couldn't help but feel a bit of a crisis. Ifrit had become much weaker than he expected due to the nerf. There's no tension or intensity. This won't make good content for my channel. It seemed there was somewhat of a problem with balancing the difficulty of the dungeon. I need to skip through this section quickly. He considered deactivating the bonuses applied by the mythic grade card for the sake of content, but that did not seem like a good choice. The fact that the monster being nerfed was infuriating enough. Jin Hyuk wondered how pissed the viewers would be if the main character of the livestream were also nerfed. Killing these monsters with overwhelming power has its own kind of fun after all. Jin Hyuk swung the hammer. Die. You have defeated Ifrit. Die. Die. You have defeated Ifrit. Die. You have defeated Ifrit. Jin Hyuk beat up every Ifrit that came into his view. It was for the sake of a quicker progression, absolutely not because he was angry. Huh? Why are the Ifrits retreating? This was the first time he saw something like this. Jin Hyeok was hugely disappointed. I wish they would at least fight back. They were nerfed, and now not willing to fight. They weren't helpful in any way. It felt as though the livestream was spiraling downward. Jin Hyeok had to find something, anything, that could make for an entertaining livestream. I guess now is the time. Jin Hyeok slowly unraveled information that he already knew, as if he was just realizing it. From my experience in the lava valley earlier, the flames here somewhat feel artificial. Oh, now I remember other players' strategies. The strategies for the first floor of the burning fortress were already well known to the public. While fighting the Ifrits, at one point, a slightly special-looking Ifrit would appear, an Ifrit engulfed in blue flames. However, there was no significant difference in its abilities compared to regular Ifrits. I understand that if you fight the blue flame Ifrit, a scroll called Breaking the Fire Prison drops as an item. Throwing that scroll into the palace ahead, where flames were fiercely burning, would put out part of the flames and create a staircase leading upward. With the amount of Ifrits I have killed, it seems about time for the blue flame Ifrit to show up. I wonder why it's not appearing. The blue flame Ifrit is not showing up, and the Ifrits that should be charging at me keep subtly retreating. Why is this happening? Monsters hardly ever retreated. After all, being monsters, they were beings filled with hostility toward humans. It seemed like a lot had changed as he progressed through the scenario. Jin Hyeok slightly changed his strategy. I will try to solve the problem as a streamer. You have used the skill exclusive in-depth interview. Jin Hyeok discreetly used the skill toward the interviewee who was running away from him. Retreating means having at least the minimal intelligence to suppress hostility toward humans and make rational judgments. Communication might even be possible. Hey, let's talk this out. Using broadcaster's clairvoyance and exclusive in-depth interview simultaneously, characters made of mana appeared above one of the Ifrit's heads. 1. They were strange characters that could not be interpreted. Had it been a language from Earth, it would have been automatically translated. It turned out to be for the better. Jin Hyeok changed the title of the livestream. Shocking content. What would the fire spirit, which had been hostile toward humans, reveal in an interview after suffering a severe beating? Why didn't I think of this before? Simply beating them up was too straightforward. As a streamer, he should conduct interviews even with monsters. Jin Hyeok approached the Ifrit while being happy about his personal growth. Before he knew it, the Ifrit had been cornered. Although Jin Hyeok could not interpret it, the monster seemed filled with fear. Jin Hyeok, who was using exclusive in-depth interview, asked, "Why are you running away?" The eyes of the Ifrit, who resembled a black bull, was filled with injustice and fear. Its pupils alone made it look like it was a calf. I will reveal it for the first time on the Earth server. Are you watching this, Egan Paul? I'm the best. Jin Hyeok, who prided himself on not caring much about things like being compared to Egan, said, "This is Transcendental Translation, a level 100 streamer exclusive skill." This was a skill that did not just translate the language of humans, but went further to translate the intentions and inner feelings of the interviewee. It has the ability to interpret the underlying meaning contained within the language. You have activated the skill exclusive in-depth interview. You have activated the skill Transcendental Translation. By this point, you must be considering participating in the interview, right, Mr. Ifrit? Jin Hyeok even used honorifics, as the monster seemed too frightened. Instantly, text appeared above the Ifrit's head. Need to ignite blue flame. Wow, an interview with a monster. Jin Hyeok was very proud of himself for being the first person on Earth to do so. Blue flame. But why aren't you igniting the blue flame? Need to ignite blue flame. Through Transcendental Translation, the meaning contained in the language was conveyed to Jin Hyeok. Over time, a certain number of Ifrits would be generated on the first floor of the burning fortress. And after some more time, the energies of the Ifrits would gather, revealing the blue flame Ifrit. I see. Jin Hyeok now realized. I killed them too quickly. The Ifrits, who had been sent back to the spirit realm, would be blessed with fire in the spirit realm and would reappear after recovering. That was the setting on the first floor of the burning fortress. However, the Ifrits that were hammered by Jin Hyeok refused to be summoned again, hence there wasn't enough energy accumulated to create the blue flame Ifrit. So, I messed it all up. At this point, he had no choice but to admit it. I was indeed angry when I hammered them. If he had proceeded with a more careful observation, this would not have happened. I can't tell this to the viewers, can I? It clearly looked like a botched development for his live stream. The fact that Jin Hyeok was unable to progress because he excessively assaulted the monsters was difficult to reveal, as it was a significant mistake as a streamer. The usage time of Transcendental Translation was almost over. Need to ignite blue flame. After finding out through Transcendental Translation, it seems that the fire energy needs to strengthen for the blue flame Ifrit to appear. I will give a present to the interviewee who sincerely participated in the interview. Jin Hyeok took out the magma fruit from his inventory. Eat this. It's good for your body. Jin Hyeok approached with a sly smile. Bong King had fairly effortlessly entered the first floor of the burning fortress. Today, the party members accompanying me really have tremendous skills. At this point, he felt that it might be time to change his live stream concept a bit. Kim Cholsu is wandering around the first floor right now, Bong King thought. Although Cholsu was fighting the Ifrits on his own, for some reason, the blue flame Ifrit was not revealing itself. After all, as of now, clearing the second floor and above is impossible for the Earth players. The second floor was like an impenetrable wall. Unless Kim Pyongbyum, known to be a friend of Cholsu, made a surprise appearance, Cholsu wouldn't be able to clear it. And Bongking knew that was not going to happen because Pyongbyum had once again entered a period of seclusion. Cholsu must know this himself too. That's why he is trying to extract content for his channel on the first floor as much as he can. From Bongking's perspective, he thought his judgment was very logical. Now, it's time for us to take the lead. Unlike Cholsu, who was struggling on the first floor, he decided to move to the second floor smoothly. The blue flame Ifrit has appeared. Unfortunately, Cholsu hasn't reached this stage yet. I should change my livestream title now. The original title was Kim Cholsu's New World Strategy. Can a party of ordinary players replicate the godlike player's strategy? Bongking still recognized Cholsu as an otherworldly player, but at least for today, he felt like he might be able to triumph even against Cholsu. Shall I try to attract some viewers with my title? Seems like I beat Kim Cholsu today. It's no big deal. Bongking, along with the players accompanying him, entered the second floor of the burning fortress. Then, a new notification rang out. You have acquired the hidden achievement Overtaking the Lonely Footsteps. And that notification was also shown to Jin Hyok. The magma fruit had granted the Ifrit a sufficient amount of fire energy, and eventually, the blue flame Ifrit revealed itself. I would have simply beat it to death under normal circumstances, but, thanks to the recent mistake, Jin Hyok learned a valuable lesson. He needed to be more careful. The narrative on the first floor of the burning fortress changed as he progressed the scenario. Therefore, the response needed to change slightly as well. Let's interpret this further. Due to the nerf on the monster, he could observe it more calmly and smoothly. While blocking its attacks with Broadcaster's Barrier, Jin Hyok utilized Broadcaster's Clairvoyance and exclusive in-depth interview to extract information from the monster. It's blurry, but I can see something. It was hiding something in its belly. Jin Hyok observed it for quite a long time. I see it. Transplanted Spirit Gate N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. As a player who had cleared this place numerous times, this was content he was seeing for the first time. The cooldown for Transcendental Translation was 17 minutes, and Jin Hyok once again used the skill to communicate with the Blue Flame Ifrit. Save her. Jin Hyok realized that simply killing the Blue Flame Ifrit to advance to the second floor was not the end. There was something else hidden. I can smell the hidden achievement. Only now did his confidence as a streamer sprout exuberantly. It was a slightly relieving sensation. From now on, I will venture into entirely new content. It seems like this might also be a premiere. This is Arabic, but the author probably used it as a placeholder for a foreign language. You have activated the hidden quest seal, the Transplanted Spirit Gate. Jin Hyok's mood had greatly improved. As a streamer, it was necessary to exert effort to excavate such content. He needed to find a story that only he could undertake, a unique narrative that others could not achieve. Then a notification suddenly popped up. The conditions of the hidden achievement overtaken by those who follow the footsteps have been fulfilled. A hidden achievement? What's going on? What kind of notification is this all of a sudden? I have no clue. At the moment, Jin Hyok lacked information. Though he wasn't entirely sure, the word overtaken there didn't have a good ring to it. Besides, it did not say that Jin Hyok had fulfilled the conditions, but rather, it sounded like someone else had done so. This somehow doesn't feel right. You have received a message from King God General Yumi. Today, the involvement of Wang Yumi felt more frequent than usual. Nevertheless, it seemed like it would be helpful, so Jin Hyok immediately checked. He could hear her voice. Bongking TV1 and other top-tier players followed your strategy and entered the second floor faster than you. They're pretty audacious, aren't they? They entered the second floor before me. To be honest, it wasn't a big blow to his pride. After all, quite a number of players had already reached the burning fortress's second floor. It wasn't really a problem, but Yumi seemed to know exactly what to say to get Jin Hyok riled up. Sword King Lee Hyein-sung's performance was quite remarkable. Sword King? Now I'm pissed off. Who the hell does he think he is, calling himself the Sword King? Let's not get agitated. Jin Hyok was no longer the Sword King. Now, he was a streamer. It didn't particularly matter that that brazen fellow took the title of Sword King. Jin Hyok proceeded with his livestream with a sly smile on his face. It seems someone, somewhere, decided to make progressing faster than me their concept. Jin Hyok didn't bother checking LTube. Fast clearings make good content too. Content that involved competition always tended to have demand from the viewers. However, compared to the content Jin Hyok was currently working on, it was nothing. The fact that they entered the dungeon later than me but reached the second floor earlier than me indicates that they missed this precious hidden quest. I will proceed step by step while working on the hidden quest. Jin Hyok felt more at ease instead. While competition certainly had demand, the intrinsic power that the content held was different. Any streamer could create content competing with Jin Hyok, but right now, the only one capable of igniting that small door flickering with flames before his eyes was Jin Hyok. He didn't feel threatened. It seemed like he was still growing. That looks like a ring of fire. The surroundings have become considerably hot. Transplanted Spirit Gate. This is the Spirit Gate created by the Blue Flame Ifrit when it sacrificed itself. It seems like it's set to be connected to the spirit world. Jin Hyok stood in front of that gate. I have read the Ifrit's mind through transcendental translation. Neither Bunking from Bunking TV nor Sword King Li Haiyan Song could undertake something like this. It was information discovered through the power of exclusive in-depth interview and transcendental translation. The spirits told me to save them. The spirits here were forcibly summoned by someone and imprisoned in this place, the Burning Fortress. Perhaps it's related to one of Dr. John Pritch's experiments, like those we saw in the wilderness earlier. It gives off that kind of vibe. The Burning Fortress was John Pritch's spirit experimentation ground. Jin Hyeok had ventured into the new world a great deal, but he never expected such a setting to be hidden here. So this means that I've grasped what Han Sa-Irin failed to grasp back then. Jin Hyeok had entered this dungeon to verify that he had surpassed his past self, but it turned out he proved something else. Of course, it was ambiguous to claim he had surpassed Sa-Irin with the abilities of a navigator, but at least the result seemed that way. It was a pity he could not brag about this to Sa-Irin, but his mood was gradually improving. So the transplanted spirit gate is an artificial spirit gate forcibly opened by John Pritch. It seems to be used to summon spirits through it. The blue flame Ifrit asked me to seal it, and that is what I am going to do. Contributor Money Shower warns you of spirit fever. Contributor Money Shot warns you of heat illness. Jin Hyeok already knew about those. If attacked by a fire spirit, one ran the rare risk of suffering from the aftermath of spirit fever. It was like a sensation where a person's mind was on fire, though there was not any actual flame. It's really torturous. The fortunate thing was that if a player overcame spirit fever, they would develop a tolerance. Just for reference, Jin Hyeok already had this tolerance. Jin Hyeok wondered if it disappeared when he regressed. Still, since it affected the mind, he presumed the tolerance remained. If not, this would be an excellent opportunity to develop it. Thankfully, I have an item for this scenario. It was an arm made by grafting a tree that grew roots in the lava that could withstand magma. It looked somewhat grotesque at a glance, but regardless, Jin Hyeok equipped this useful wooden arm. The spirit gate is artificially created, so I think I might be able to seal it with this artificially created arm. The size seems just right. He shoved the wooden arm in. Ah, it's hot. As he pushed the arm into the hole, he could feel it intuitively. I guess I still have a tolerance. Jin Hyeok still possessed tolerance against spirit fever. As expected, since it was engraved in his mind, the tolerance seemed to be working well. It seems like the seal is gradually forming as I keep it blocked like this. As Jin Hyeok endured for a while, the flames that filled the first floor gradually diminished. It does feel like my arm is melting though. It was painful, but Jin Hyeok could withstand it. Roughly after 15 minutes of blocking the hole, a notification finally popped up. You have successfully sealed the transplanted spirit gate. You have cleared the hidden quest seal the transplanted spirit gate. I somehow sealed the gate. You have acquired the clear reward fragment of the spirit stone. You have acquired the clear reward final flame. Yumi was thrilled. The world's first, absolute first. He managed to successfully complete the hidden quest of sealing the transplanted spirit gate. I never thought that in the new world, where countless players are trying to clear, a story like this would be hidden. However, do any of the viewers know well about this spirit gate? It wasn't just viewers from the Earth server watching the Kim Know It All TV. Over a third were from other servers, sharing information about the spirit gate. Their languages were automatically translated and reinterpreted to suit the respective servers by the system. Ultraman, the moment an ordinary person touches the spirit gate, they burn because of the spirit fever. Their body remains unharmed, but their mind burns away. Yumi immediately pinned this comment. People only know one thing and ignore the other factors. Tisk tisk. The spirit fever is the second thing to act after the physical burn. The body burns before being affected by the spirit fever. That's the norm. Even if it's a gate artificially created, it is well known that any player below level 150 dies the moment they touch it. Yumi struck her left palm with her right fist. So it's well known that any player below level 150 dies upon touching it, but Cholsu managed to endure it? Of course, he had help from the scenario item, but is such a thing usually possible? Ultraman, impossible. Taylor swag. Clearly, enduring that shows that there is something wrong with Jin Hyeok's mental state. A sane person could not withstand that? There were also many comments in the Korean region minor gallery. Although the opinion that the gallery should be promoted to an official gallery instead of a minor one was overwhelming, similar contents were flooding the still minor gallery. The New World's biological experiment scenario has only been executed twice in the whole universe. It's a progression rare enough that not many people know about it. Using the madman's right arm to seal the artificially created spirit gate is correct. However, it was not meant to be cleared like that. Originally, thus, hence, was the method intended for sealing. There is no correct answer in play, but the two previous plays succeeded in sealing the spirit gate that way. Both of those players died about 6 times to get that far. Written by Encyclopedia. People were only focused on one detail from the post by Encyclopedia. However, it was not meant to be cleared like that. LOL? So it wasn't supposed to be cleared like that. I can hear the one who created the scenario tearing their hair out from here. LOL. Seasoned players don't care about such things. Koreans tear apart the developer's intentions. Koreans? No. Kim Chol-soo? Yes. These comments were soon distorted to narratives claiming Kim Chol-soo actually tore apart the developer. Yumi found all these phenomena incredibly pleasing. The intense man persona is really good, and now a seasoned player tearing apart the developer is added to his persona. Yumi focused on another point. But he doesn't know it himself. Yumi, without realizing it, let out an exhilarated moan, hugging herself. From her perspective, Kim Chul-soo's persona was unspeakably beautiful. While Chul-soo took a moment to recover, Yumi also paused the livestream briefly. She immediately started talking with Joseph. Chul-soo is just doing his best. That's it. But the rumor says that he tore the developer apart. Isn't that cute? Yumi said. It's not cute, but I understand what you are saying. How can you not think this is cute? Aren't you a star maker? I'm disappointed that you can't comprehend this pure cuteness. I will try to understand. Anyway, it seems like a good idea to put this concept into his persona. Yumi paused, lost in thought for a moment before speaking again. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Kim Chul-soo universe. Let's shorten it to Chul-soo verse. Yes. It means a universe where Chul-soo, albeit he doesn't know it himself, is the best. We will use this for Chul-soo's persona. Chul-soo verse. Joseph, who had proudly claimed to be a star maker, nodded in admiration. I learn a lot from you, Yumi. Please proceed with the PR. Before long, hours had passed and Chul-soo resumed the livestream. It took quite a while for Jin Hyeok's arm to recover. My arm has almost melted. It felt genuinely painful for some reason. It would have been easier if there was a healer, but then, there wouldn't be the romance of the solo mode, am I right? This was why Jin Hyeok loved solo mode. He got up. The flames have all been extinguished, and stairs to the second floor have been created. I will go up and check. You have entered the field burning fortress second floor. The conditions of the hidden achievement overtaken by those who follow the footsteps are still fulfilled. The second floor of the burning fortress was generally similar to the first floor. Perhaps because the spirit gate was closed, the flames had significantly subsided, but instead, the area was filled with black smoke. Breathing is a bit difficult here. It seems I will need to conserve my breath. Between the plumes of black smoke, Jin Hyeok could see the information with his broadcaster's clairvoyance. LV-111/Ygritte/skills. From what Jin Hyeok could remember, a fierce battle with that monster was inevitable. Ygritte, a higher grade spirit than the Ifrit, was significantly smaller and more nimble, resembling a small lizard but possessing far greater destructive power. For reference, Jin Hyeok had died about 7 times to that monster in his previous life. The fragment of the spirit stone acquired on the first floor supposedly allows me to converse with the sentient being of fire. Fortunately, I have skills that facilitate easier communication, so let's use them together. He decided to use transcendental translation and exclusive in-depth interview, along with the fragment of the spirit stone. At this point, it felt like the scenario was created solely for streamers. Jin Hyeok's satisfaction with his streamer job was gradually increasing. As time went on, it became more enjoyable. You have activated the skill exclusive in-depth interview. You have activated the skill transcendental translation. Brushing aside the smoke, Jin Hyeok approached Ygritte and shattered the fragment of the spirit stone. You have shattered the fragment of the spirit stone. Whoosh! Colorful flames surged from the shattered fragment of the spirit stone, disappearing shortly after. I approached Ygritte closely, but I don't sense any hostility. Moreover, the information has changed. Anguished fire spirit. It had transformed into a setting more akin to an NPC rather than a monster. It seems that having a casual conversation will be difficult. Afraid. Must. Stop. That person. John Pritch. The one I need to stop is John Pritch, as expected. Please, save the daughter of the Spirit King. Wait, hold on a minute. The daughter of the Spirit King? Was this where it all began? Somehow, Jin Hyeok felt like he knew what this scenario entailed. From here on out, Bonjour TV is now called Bonking TV. There was always going to be a certain amount of coherence in the system. Usually, there were causes and effects, no matter how trivial. Even though there were certainly instances when something incomprehensible occurred via the system, most of the time, the cause of the outcome was revealed as time passed. But there were a few cases that remained a mystery until my death. One of them was the frenzied invasion of the Spirit King, Alcinous. It was a kind of incident that was truly difficult for humanity to understand. Spirits usually refrain from committing acts of violence. Yet, Alcinous had perpetrated slaughter beyond mere violence. At the time, no one understood the reason behind it. The first appearance of Alcinous was in Nevada, USA. He massacred the nearby people as he kept repeating the phrase, "Give me back my daughter." The scale of the damage was at least the level of a server scenario. Jin Hyeok didn't remember exactly, but at least hundreds of thousands of civilians died. It was an event that shocked the United States. He was too powerful. We couldn't stop Alcinous by fighting him head-on. Humanity realized they could not kill the Spirit King and began to devise other methods, ultimately succeeding in sending the mighty Spirit King back to the spirit world. We had to seal the Spirit Gate. Jin Hyeok didn't know the location of the Spirit Gate. Anyway, it was said that players with special abilities joined forces and, at the cost of their lives, sealed the Spirit Gate that appeared somewhere. With the spirit energy from the spirit world being cut off, Alcinous eventually went back to where he came from. It was a very mysterious incident. It was not related to any known scenario, yet a monster of the final boss tier had appeared. If it was related to the system, there should have been some sort of compensation in some way. However, no one managed to acquire any significant rewards. The invasion of the Spirit King was indeed a war, bringing only destruction and death. There truly was no coherence to the incident. That was why people simply referred to this incident as a disaster. Jin Hyeok remembered that the incident was summed up as one day, the crazed Spirit King wreaked havoc in the wrong place. So that monster really had his daughter kidnapped, then. Now it felt like the pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, one by one. Afterward, the players who were harmed by the Spirit King suffered serious after effects, and the one who treated them was the surgeon, Dr. John Pritch. He not only treated the after effects caused by the spirit fever but also gifted the players with scientifically inexplicable prosthetics and artificial organs. At that time, he even received praises as the surgeon bestowed by the gods. I wondered how he was so knowledgeable on the spirits. It seemed John Pritch had set up this artificial experimental facility, conducting all sorts of biological experiments on spirits. Jin Hyeok vigorously shook his head. That's one bad bastard. Perhaps the conclusion of the New World scenario Jin Hyeok was currently progressing, titled Walking Alone in a New Place, might eventually be about rescuing the daughter of the Spirit King. If I do that, I can prevent the disaster from my past life along the way, perhaps. Honestly speaking, Jin Hyeok did not have any sense of mission or justice to prevent the disaster. However, he felt that if he proceeded well with this scenario, he might be able to build a good relationship with the Spirit King. Spirits are a race who easily forget grudges, but never forget favors. They usually did not make enemies. Instead, once they become friends, they regard them as friends forever. Once they became friends, they possessed the disposition to turn a blind eye to any misdeeds, within reasonable bounds. I've always wanted to meet the Spirit King anyway. In his previous life, he was not able to fight against the Spirit King. Jin Hyeok wondered how strong the Spirit King was that the top-tier American players suffered such a massacre. He wanted to experience being engulfed in that blaze at least once. Will you help? Options appeared before him. 1. Of course, I will find the Spirit King's daughter, thwart John Pritch's nefarious deeds, and stand with you. 2. Battles are the only thing that keeps me alive. I have dreamed of battling you, Ygritte, the fire spirit. Wow. Jin Hyeok nearly chose the second option. I have to clear the dungeon properly. Let's stay focused. Jin Hyeok steeled his mind. Of course, I will find the Spirit King's daughter, thwart John Pritch's nefarious deeds, and stand with you. Whoosh. Just as Jin Hyeok thought flames were going to burst from Ygritte's body, it suddenly turned into a ball of fire and flew somewhere. Following its movement, he saw stairs leading to the third floor in the distance. Please. As Jin Hyeok approached the stairs, he noticed some kind of special barrier. He didn't sense any spirit power, and it seemed to be more like a trap of some kind. I don't remember this being here. Originally, Ygritte, on the second floor, was set to transition into a total of 3 phases. Although dealing with Ygritte was quite difficult, once defeating it a few times, the way to the third floor opened up. I see some kind of semi-transparent barrier. Jin Hyeok tried hitting it a few times with his sword, but it didn't budge. With broadcaster's clairvoyance, he saw a name appear. Separating barrier. The barrier seems very tough, making it difficult to just break it and enter the third floor. However, I don't think it is much of a concern. I have the new achievement at my disposal. After all, the new world really was a well-constructed dungeon, which was quite pleasing. You all remember that I obtained this achievement in the barren wilderness earlier, right? One who breaks artificiality. Break down all that is artificial. Judgment will befall upon all actions that defy the laws of the new world. On that day, everything will shatter. Achievement effect amplifies the ability to destroy all things artificial. This effect is limited to the new world. By artificial, it means something is created by humans, not from the power of nature. This barrier seems man-made. Probably the work of John Pritch, right? I've applied the achievement. I wonder if it will break. Jin Hyeok swung the greatsword of Logon. It broke. I think players can proceed with the scenario this way. Wait, would this be unlocked by the unleashing technique? I should have tried. What a pity. Bong King gulped nervously. How can that monster be so powerful? He thought. There was only one monster, merely a lizard the size of a human forearm. The issue was that the entire body of the lizard was engulfed in raging flames. The only player capable of close-range attack seems to be the Sword King, Lee Hyeon-sung, Bong King muttered. Hyeon-sung managed to inflict damage on Ygritte by overlaying a special sword aura, a feat others could not replicate. They couldn't even approach Ygritte, let alone attack it effectively. The flames are too intense, igniting anything that gets close. It was clear that they would have been wiped out already had their tank, Choi Gangbaeok, not been present. Eventually, even Gangbaeok met his demise, followed shortly by Hyeon-sung. I guess I have to die with them. It's a shame. We could have succeeded if we had strategized a bit better, Bong King said. Every party member had previously set their save points well and resurrected immediately. Given the instant resurrection setting was in place, the players waited at the save points. Is everyone alright? I think this is the 7th time resurrecting, Bong King asked. If we weren't, we would have left the dungeon already. The majority of players accompanying Bong King were of a high caliber, unafraid of death. Despite the official decrees from various nations discouraging repetitive deaths, these individuals paid no heed. They believed that if someone was mentally affected by consecutive deaths, it was due to their own weakness. The ruler overseeing the entire party, Kong Min Hyeok, said, "Let's try again. I have a good feeling about this time." Bunking re-entered the burning fortress on the second floor, resuming the live stream. Due to the ever-present threat of being burnt to a crisp at any moment of carelessness, he had no time to check his LTube channel separately. The conditions of the hidden achievement lead the way for those who follow the footsteps have been fulfilled. Bunking had no idea what this notification was about. The phrase have been fulfilled irked him greatly. Did Kim Chul-soo surpass me? Last time I remember, he was wandering around on the first floor. It was believable that he cleared the first floor, but Bunking had no idea how Chul-soo could advance faster than him on the second floor. It was logically inconceivable. Who does he think he is? Kim Pyongbyum. As time passed, Bunking's party faced another failure. It's really disappointing. We were so close to killing it. We will definitely kill it next time. Having resurrected, Bunking concealed the sense of urgency and opened LTube to check Chul-soo's play. Chul-soo had already reached the third floor. The third floor? Really? Unbelievable. Bunking almost screamed out loud. He was struggling even with the Sword King, Lee Hyun-sung, and his rival, Choi Gang-byeok. He could not believe that Chul-soo, who was in solo mode, had already reached the third floor. I should rewind and check the earlier part of the Chul-soo's live stream. Bunking moved the scroll slightly to see what had transpired earlier. Wait, he managed to have a conversation with that violent spirit. Ultimately, the conversation was successful, and the path to the third floor was immediately opened. Bunking wanted to scream. Is this even fair? It seemed impossible, yet it happened. Then, a message arrived from King God General Yumi, another one of his competitors. King God General Yumi has donated 1 million dios. Mr. Bunking, I have a really great idea. Would you like to hear it? The path to the third floor was opened. As Jin Hyeok set foot there, another notification popped up. You have fulfilled the conditions of the hidden achievement. Lead the way for those who follow the footsteps. It seemed like Bunking and his party were struggling on the second floor. Should I be enjoying this? Jin Hyeok was focusing on the intrinsic fun and quality that the content held, a unique story that only he could pursue, something the others could not do. Hence, the simple matter of clear speed was unrelated to him. It was not something he cared about. Even though he thought that, he couldn't help but smile. Hehe. How dare you try to clear faster than me? Although the clear speed was not important, it would be nice to be faster since he was already doing it. I feel at ease now. With a relaxed mind, Jin Hyeok entered the third floor. You have entered the field burning fortress third floor. The third floor had a quite different vibe compared to the first and second floors. There's no flames engulfing the place. A perfectly normal space revealed itself. Rather than being hot, a fairly cool breeze was entering through the open window. The window is open. I suspect that if John Pritch was here, he might have escaped through there. Chasing John Pritch recklessly wasn't a great strategy. Jin Hyeok decided to look for some clues. The third floor was much smaller compared to the first and second floors. I see some tools scattered on the ground that I have never seen before. This seems to be scissors. Even without viewing through broadcaster's clairvoyance, it is not hard to guess that someone escaped hastily. Usually, places like these had clues related to the scenario. The bed cover is burnt in the shape of a person. It seems someone was restrained here. It seems John Pritch kidnapped the Spirit King's daughter and conducted some sort of experiment. Jin Hyeok started to become impatient. Finding the clues quickly would prevent his live stream from becoming boring. Jin Hyeok quickly searched the area. You have received a surprise mission. Creator of the surprise mission, Wind Wanderer. Jin Hyeok had wondered if Wind Wanderer had stopped watching his live stream, but after a long hiatus, he created a surprise mission for Jin Hyeok. Whenever Jin Hyeok saw Wind Wanderer, he thought of Kong Miene. Wind Wanderer is seriously a top-tier viewer. He doesn't ask for more than what was agreed upon, he's polite, and he doesn't make any weird requests. As long as he's having fun, he gives out huge rewards to streamers. He's super chill. The compensations for his missions are always great, and his missions are generally on the easier side too. Jin Hyeok also held a bit of gratitude toward Wind Wanderer. He once provided Jin Hyeok with the runaway dog from the Heavens mission, helping Jin Hyeok fight the demon. However, apart from that incident, the fact that a viewer from when Jin Hyeok first started the live stream was still consistently watching him made him happier. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. These days, Jin Hyeok continually felt like he had truly become a streamer. Mission title: Assassinate John Pritch. Mission reward: Phoenix Heart. Jin Hyeok unconsciously stopped his live stream and looked at the mission reward. Phoenix Heart? Is he really giving this out as the mission reward? Phoenix Heart. It was one of the dream items for the fire elemental class players. When consumed in a special manner, it greatly enhanced resistance to fire, and it was known as the ultimate elixir for those under level 200. The players who managed to contend with the Spirit King of Fire, Alcinous, were mostly those who had consumed the Phoenix Heart. Less than 100 of these were released on the Earth server. At one time, a Phoenix Heart appeared at an auction, and one of the chaebols bought it for about 460 billion won, which was a hefty sum. It was said, perhaps in jest, that just consuming it would place a player within the top 100 players worldwide. Oh, and it grants immunity to poison as well. Not every player who consumed the Phoenix Heart acquired the poison immunity. However, for those who acquired it, it was known to grant complete immunity to poison attacks below level 200. If it's a mission given by Wind Wanderer, I have to do it. This is amazing. Cha Jin Hyok accepted the surprise mission. I'm not quite sure what the Phoenix Heart is, but Wind Wanderer has been watching my livestream since the beginning. Thank you for loving my livestream from the start, and I hope you keep watching it until the end. I will try my best to entertain you. Jin Hyok never had thought that the Phoenix Heart would be listed as a mission reward. Being a streamer is great. When Jin Hyok first chose to be an initial awakening streamer, he had many concerns. To put it simply, it seemed somewhat less cool compared to a swordsman, and he believed it had a clear limit in terms of becoming powerful. However, now, his thoughts had changed a lot. If I consume the Phoenix Heart, Jin Hyok's goal was to enjoy playing, like he was right now, until level 150. But perhaps he could enjoy it even up to level 200. It seemed like he could become powerful enough to not be envious of others by level 200. Let's focus on clearing the mission first. Without realizing it, Jin Hyok cracked a sly smile. Perhaps it was due to his improved mood, but he began to notice things that were not apparent before. There. That bookshelf seems suspicious. Jin Hyok approached the bookshelf and pulled out a few books. Nothing seemed to change. I have a feeling that there is a special space behind this. However, he could not just destroy everything that might be a clue. For moments like this, there was a very useful mystery. You have activated the mystery pure luck. Sometimes, it was good to rely on sheer luck to solve problems. A swift flash of light zipped by. There is a predetermined order of pulling out the books. It was like drawing a pattern to unlock a cell phone. Jin Hyok had to pull several books out in a specific and consecutive order, but given that there were dozens of books, he couldn't quite remember the order. Being a streamer is truly a blessing. It did not matter that he couldn't remember. Everything was recorded on his live stream, after all. This is the last book. As he pulled the last book, a creaking sound echoed, and the bookshelf began to rotate. It made a sound like turning a stone door, revealing a narrow gap just big enough for a person to squeeze through. I will go in and take a look. You have entered the field John Pritch's secret chamber. It was a space even smaller than the third floor of the burning fortress. There doesn't seem to be anything special. Just that enormous safe over there. It was a black safe. It flickered with a gleaming light and looked extraordinarily heavy. Wait. Isn't that Overpowered obsidian? Overpowered obsidian was known to be the hardest material in the world. He had heard that only a very limited number of blacksmiths could work with this material. This was only the second time he had seen it in person. I've never seen a safe this fancy. I guess I have to try and open it, right? The Korean Region Minor Gallery had transformed into an online community where discussions only related to Kim Chul-soo's livestream proliferated. That probably seems to be a safe made of Overpowered obsidian. What is that? Just memorize that it's freaking awesome. From my power of knowledge, I conclude that Chul-soo can't open that safe. Jesus, another idiot cosplaying Myra-ryuk. LOL. A safe made of Overpowered obsidian, haha. Even high-level thieves nearing level 200 can't open that monstrous safe. He might open it, but I'm sure it will take several days. The discussions about the safe made of Overpowered obsidian heated up both Nervar and the KRMG. Users who already knew about the Overpowered obsidian asserted that Chul-soo would not be able to open the safe. Posts continuously emerged, claiming that Chul-soo's abilities were being grossly overestimated. At best, he is a promising player in an open beta server. If he keeps playing like that as a streamer, he will become obsolete soon. What's the use of reaching that far? He can't even open the safe alone. He's just a half-complete player. If you refute this, you are wrong. Written by, no overpackaging please n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Numerous rebuttal comments were posted. This bastard is spouting nonsense here again, lol. Are you okay? LOL. You're the one that's obsolete. Do not feed the troll. The post author, no overpackaging please, was a named user who had recently gained fame on the KRMG. He was famous for writing posts that criticized and belittled Chul-soo. Haha. In a dark room, Joseph stared at the computer screen and laughed. Come at me? Like moths to a flame? More. The more Joseph got criticized, the more magnificent Chul-soo would appear. The reason heroes stood out in movies was because they were villains. With a vigor as if to break the keyboard, Joseph typed away. Tap 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 tap. Chul-soo has hit his limit now. It's over for him. His downfall is imminent. Let's all enjoy his last struggle together. Teehee carrot. His thick trapezius muscles twitched. Joseph, who had uploaded the post, lit a cigarette. Ha ha ha. Numerous comments were being posted under his post. He didn't particularly check the comments. Who? Joseph exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke and murmured, Chul-soo has the unleashing technique. The unleashing technique will tear the safe apart. You have activated the mystery unleashing technique. The mystery known as the unleashing technique, even Jin Hyok thought it was an incredibly overpowered ability. It was known that safes made of Overpowered obsidian were difficult to open even for thieves in the late level 100s. It was generally believed that instead of opening the safe on the spot, it was better to steal the entire safe and take time to slowly open it later. I can't believe this worked. Click. With that sound, the safe's door opened. It was quite a tumultuous experience, but bearable. Wait. Flash. A burst of light erupted. This is. The light engulfed him. It's a trap. It seemed very likely that this was a trap set by John Pritch. And this explosion was quite familiar to Jin Hyok. It's the same as the skill of the high-ranking spirit, Magner. The high-ranking spirit, Magner, was originally a monster found on the 3rd floor of the burning fortress. Its level was around 130. It uses a very annoying and complex skill called Exploding Fire Orb. When facing Magner, it would throw a few orbs of light into the air, and touching them triggered this kind of explosion. It seems to be the power of a spirit. Jin Hyuk used Broadcaster's Barrier. In a very short time, he also used Star Shield. Holy shit. The explosive power was insane. Though the explosion happened just once, it felt like hundreds of beams of light were piercing through him. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. Jin Hyuk twisted himself to minimize the effects of the explosion and repeatedly activated Broadcaster's Barrier. Within that seemingly singular explosion, there were clearly points and methods to minimize the damage. Soon, the white light began to fade. Cold sweat trickled down Jin Hyuk's back. I was lucky to survive the attack. Without realizing it, a giggle escaped from his mouth. Did I really withstand that head-on? At this very moment in time, Jin Hyuk came to a realization and understood something. He had become much stronger than his past self. The past me could not have endured even one hit from that. Dodging those kinds of attacks was the best strategy. Apart from Choi Gang-byuk and Kim Jong-hyeon, no one from Jin Hyuk's party from his past life could have withstood this attack directly. But now, he had endured it. I am stronger now than I was then. At least in terms of defensive abilities, this was clearly the case. His voice grew a little louder. It seems like a trap crafted by John Pritch using the power of a spirit. Touching those light orbs floating in the air there might cause some trouble. Perhaps another massive explosion. Jin Hyuk made a save point just in case. There was a possibility that he might die here. I'm going to touch it. An explosion occurred. This time, he couldn't block it properly. It seems like I died. He was resurrected once thanks to the extra life trait, but still died in the end. It seemed Jin Hyuk died twice from a single explosion. I think I can block it with some practice. There were about 7 light orbs. Jin Hyuk tried each one of them. He died to the first 4 orbs but didn't die to the last 3. I think I've gotten used to these explosive attacks now. Though it wasn't formalized as a notification, it seemed he had developed some resistance to this kind of attack. Jin Hyuk had achieved another milestone in his growth. Hoo. He had become stronger again. Wait a minute. What was I doing again? He quickly regained his composure. Now let's inspect the inside of the safe. It didn't get a single scratch even within such a powerful explosion. War Portal of Encounter Recipe. Jin Hyuk could not tell whether this was something John Pritch failed to retrieve or something generated through the system scenario. Oh, it describes a method to activate a teleportation circle. It seems like I can move to the eastern ancient castle town in one go from here. Jin Hyuk looked outside the open window. I think I know why John Pritch fled with the window open. Upon closer inspection, Jin Hyuk could see faint traces of mana with his broadcaster's clairvoyance. Over there was a war portal in the air. It seems like the remnants left by the war portal of encounter. Through that, we might be able to chase after John Pritch. A few ingredients were necessary. Teeth of the molten horseshoe crab, eyeball of the 3-headed beast, knee made of old tree, among other things. These miscellaneous items were acquired when Jin Hyuk ventured into the trance realm and slaughtered numerous monsters. These ingredients will be turned into powder by burning them in the final flame, and then sprinkled on the faintly remaining mana circle to create the war portal of encounter. Jin Hyuk gathered the items in one place. Then, using the final flame, an item left to him by Agreed, he set the items ablaze. Whoosh! The flames soared high as if to touch the ceiling, only to have all the items turn into black powder and disappear in a blink of an eye. The ferocious flames subsided just as quickly. I will sprinkle the powder and try to chase after John Pritch. But I think I'm too far away. I just need to jump higher, right? Jin Hyuk jumped up high. It seemed like he could jump higher than his swordsman days. I will sprinkle the powder. He sprinkled the powder downward. The black powder dispersed in the air before taking shape. A black magic circle was created. You have activated the war portal of encounter. He passed through the magic circle. It felt like he was being pulled somewhere. It feels like I'm falling somewhere. Wow, this is much more dynamic than I expected, like jumping off a cliff toward a black hole with my arms spread wide. The feeling was quite interesting as it felt like his flesh was being pulled inward. The falling speed accelerated to a point where it was slightly dizzying. This was the first time he felt this way while going through a war portal. It was definitely not an ordinary war portal. It's quite fun. You have received a message from King God General Yumi. Can you please pause the screen? The viewers are getting motion sickness. They get motion sickness just from this? Why? I will momentarily stop the livestra. It seemed there was no need to stop. Whoosh! Jin Hyuk's view brightened. A new place appeared before his eyes. The surroundings were ablaze. Wait a minute. Jin Hyuk knew this was not an ordinary war portal, but he did not expect this to happen. You have entered the field-burning fortress 2nd floor. Jin Hyuk assumed he would be transported to John Pritch's hideout, or perhaps the eastern ancient castle town. Instead, he was transported to the burning fortress 2nd floor. Solo mode is still in effect. Sounds of shouts echoed from various directions. Those familiar shouts belonged to Lee Hyein-song. Is he fighting with the sword aura? And he's pushing Agreed to the brink of death. Hyein-song seemed to have grown quite a bit. You have activated the hidden achievement encounter with the footsteps follower. New world scenario, walking alone in a new place has been adjusted to walking alone, and together in a new place. While maintaining the solo mode, Jin Hyuk entered the new world that other players were clearing. This was a setting he was seeing for the first time. It seemed that while playing together in the same space, the privileges of the solo mode, such as slight difficulty adjustment and monopolizing experience points, remained intact. Were you the ones who were following my footsteps? Hop? Hyeon-sung was swinging his sword toward Ygritte, from left to right. He seemed to think it was his final attack. His face looked truly desperate. He seemed to be trying very hard, but it wasn't particularly impressive. That's not how you use a sword. Without realizing it, Jin Hyuk's inner voice had slipped out. Oh, I unintentionally revealed my true feelings, Jin Hyuk thought. For a moment, Jin Hyuk saw that Lee Hyeon-sung was startled. That's not good. He shouldn't be able to hear my voice when fighting so fervently against the Ygritte. The only voices that should be heard during a battle were those of one's comrades, especially the voice of the ruler who commanded the party members. Conversely, players should avoid hearing their streamer's voice as much as possible, because a streamer was someone who broadcasts, not someone who commands. Therefore, reacting to Jin Hyuk's voice so easily meant that Hyeon-sung's training was severely lacking. Let's see. I guess their ruler is Kong Min Hyuk, right? Kong Min Hyuk would later be one of the top 10 rankers in the future. Jin Hyuk didn't have a personal relationship with him, but anyway, he knew Min Hyuk was a guy with quite excellent qualities as a player. LV88/commander/iron-blooded ruler/skills/following the footsteps. Jin Hyuk approached Min Hyuk. Iron-blooded ruler, I'm assuming you're the ruler of your party, right? He seemed busy. He was commanding the battlefield while deploying his members here and there, utilizing the ruler's buff skills and others. Can I join your party? Perhaps it was too hectic, but no reply was heard. Jin Hyuk spoke to his viewers. Since he didn't answer, we can assume that he gave permission, right? No answer usually means okay, right? Jin Hyuk pulled out his weapon, the greatsword of Logon, and approached Hyeon-sung, who was still fiercely fighting with Ygritte. This is frustrating. What's the point of fighting your ass off when you're not doing it properly? He is very different from the Lee Hyeon-sung that I once knew. Of course, Jin Hyuk would admit that his standards were high. Jin Hyuk's standards on Hyeon-sung were set to the Lee Hyeon-sung of his previous life, when Lee Hyeon-sung was around level 200. However, acknowledging that did not change the fact that this situation was frustrating. It was that frustrating feeling a person would get when their mom asked them the same thing about new technologies multiple times. I feel like I am going to die of frustration, Jin Hyuk said. How can he be so bad despite having such a good sword aura? Ygritte has roughly 6 patterns. Jin Hyuk walked in between Hyeon-sung and Ygritte. Seeing the flaming lizard, Jin Hyuk's heart pounded heavily. This is the real Ygritte that hasn't been nerfed at all. Hyeon-sung yelled out in anger, what are you doing, putting yourself in danger like this? The easiest pattern to deal among them is this current one. It moves from side to side, utilizing an attack that resembles a whip made of flames as its tongue. The basics of swordsmanship came from footwork and distance control. It was quite obvious, but a swordsman needed to fight at a distance that favored them, and if that seemed difficult, at the very least, they should be faster than the opponent. If that was also challenging, then having the sense of perception to find the opponent's weak points was a must. Ygritte usually moves in the opposite direction of its tongue attack. If it moved to the left, the tongue attack would come flying from the right. If it moved to the right, the tongue attack would fly in from the left. The attack itself is quite destructive. What should you do when such a dangerous attack comes flying at you? The answer was very simple. You just have to move your feet to dodge it. How can Hyeon-sung not be able to do something this easy? Among several of the monsters' patterns, unfortunately, they were fighting against the easiest one. It would be more exciting to fight if a challenging pattern occurred. Even though Jin Hyuk did not like the fact that it was the easiest, he decided to focus since now was the time for some lessons. Whoosh! The tongue came flying in. By just moving a couple of steps forward like this, you can avoid the tongue, Jin Hyuk said. However, this was a trap set by Ygritte. Hey, it's dangerous to approach like that. Hyeon-sung shouted at Jin Hyuk. Roar! Flames surged upward. Approaching in a straight line like this would cause the flames imbued with spirit energy to attack the opponent. There is no fight in this world that isn't dangerous. The important thing here was whether or not Jin Hyuk could withstand after taking the hit. Jin Hyuk already blocked the white explosion on the 3rd floor of the burning fortress. If he could block that, this was a piece of cake. You have to take hits like these to fight properly. I can't understand how you think you can fight without taking any hits. Ugh, this is so frustrating. No wonder he's having a hard time. Do you think you will die if you get hit by this? The answer was no. Only a considerable amount of skin would melt. Jin Hyuk had Broadcaster's Barrier and Guardian Ring, so it only reached the level of skin melting. If Hyeon-sung got hit, even his organs might melt to some degree. Of course, if really unlucky, he could die. But that's why there's a healer. For this exact reason. I don't know what he is doing when there is a perfectly good healer. I see a significant weak point in Ygritte. That's expected since the monster is setting up traps and performing a difficult maneuver that involves conjuring flames imbued with spirit energy while using its tongue. Even writing with both hands at the same time was difficult, not to mention executing such a complex attack. When someone would do something difficult, even for monsters, weak points would emerge. And when you see a weak point like this, you can just stab it. Thud. Jin Hyuk stabbed Ygritte's torso. Usually, it wouldn't get stabbed this easily, but when you see a weak point, it's this easy. Once it got stabbed, its body would stiffen. Then all he needed to do was to swing his sword to cut off its head. If you know where the punch is coming from, you're not going to die. The same goes for swords. This was something Jin Hyuk learned from the martial king, Kim Jong-hyeon, in his past life. He said something about how players could withstand even the strongest punches if they knew where the attack was coming from. Why yes. Whether my punch hits hard or soft, if it lands well, the enemy will be gone to another place. In the end, what matters is the timing. From a physical type player's perspective, the unknown punch was said to be the most dangerous punch. No matter how strong the punch, if they saw the attack and took it, it was bearable. Not knowing and taking the hit. That's the best. The principle was the same just now. Jin Hyuk stabbed Ygritte, now full of weak points, making it startled and weakening its barrier and defense. Then, Jin Hyuk swung in an unseen trajectory, cutting its head. He looked at Hyeon Song, concealing his growing frustration. Why can't you do this? You should at least be able to do this much. It's infuriating. In a secluded conversation, Bong King was discussing in the chat with King God General Yumi. Bong King almost raised his voice in anger. What did you say? You're telling me to adopt that weird pounding on my keyboard concept? Me? Bong King? You want me to just be a streamer who rages at Kim Chol-soo? You really want me to do that? Think about it carefully. Do you really believe that you can beat Kim Chol-soo with conventional methods? Bong King gritted his teeth. Chol-soo was a streamer beyond anyone's reach. Many predicted Chol-soo's downfall as he reached a higher level, but as of now, he was on another level. Can you move like Chol-soo? No, but no streamer can imitate that. Then, can you convey the thrill and tension of killing monsters from a first-person perspective? Absolutely not. Chol-soo is the weird one for being able to do that. Or can you find hidden achievements like Chol-soo, showcasing what other players cannot? Are you picking a fight right now? Look at what Chol-soo is live streaming right now. He's telling his viewers how to properly play. Can you exhibit such an incredible play as a ruler? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Bong King felt a deep cut in his pride but admitted what needed to be acknowledged. He was the kind who believed there was growth only in acceptance. There's no need to be down. It's not just you. I can't do it either, nor can Kong Mena from Mena TV. Even Egan Paul, who was proclaimed as being the world's #1 streamer, can't do it. It's not that we are inadequate. It's Chol-soo who is unrivaled. Let's accept that we cannot surpass him with conventional methods and move on. Bong King could not type in the chat for a while. Actually, he was too preoccupied with live streaming the current situation, which was Chol-soo strangely killing Ygritte with ease, to focus on the chat with Wang Yumi continuing the secret conversation with her amidst all this was adding to the chaos that was already happening. However, Yumi kept the conversation going. But you know that Kong Mena has Kim Pyongbyeom on her side, right? I'm not sure, but the rumors say that she slept with Pyongbyeom. What? You know about Miane's ability, right? If she engages in intimate physical touch, a contract is automatically formed, or something along that line. Though I'm not sure if it's true, an exclusive contract has definitely been formed between them. Kim Chol-soo was a streamer beyond reach. Kong Mena had Kim Pyongbyeom, an irreplaceable weapon. Then, what do I have? Bong King thought. He made a decision. At last, the path he needed to take started to become clear. If he just put down his pride a bit, a path of growth would appear. PSHH anyone can do that much, Bong King said. Outwardly, he seemed to mock Chol-soo, but inwardly, he was readying his hidden card. I need to stack up my bad karma. Bong King needed to be the one to put himself against Chol-soo and show the world his angry and embarrassed face after being defeated by Chol-soo. With a furious determination, Bong King threw himself with everything he got. I mean, it's not like Chol-soo is all that great. He was able to do that only because we took most of the energy out of Ygritte. Approaching Jin Hyuk with a confident stride, Bong King questioned, don't you think the same, Mr. Kim Chol-soo? Well, I was indeed lucky, Chol-soo said, nodding in agreement. But it will be a different story from the third floor onward. Bong King captured the angles of all the players accompanying him in a single shot. Do you think you can maintain this solo performance? I personally don't think it's possible, Bong King said. Jin Hyuk liked how Bong King was thinking. Hashtag just a show. Hashtag no pride here. Hashtag Bong King the indestructible toy. Hashtag the super durable toy that won't break even when beaten. Jin Hyuk had a rough idea of Bong King's intentions. Impossible, you say? Jin Hyuk asked. Yes. The third floor is an uncharted territory, never cleared before. From your livestream, it seems you cleared the third floor rather unconventionally, didn't you? Their gazes collided in midair, seemingly at odds on the surface. Yet, Jin Hyuk admired Bong King in his mind. He was doing his own livestream, conversed with Yumi, and monitored my livestream at the same time. Jin Hyuk thought. Executing 3 tasks simultaneously was no small feat. I guess he really is a king. Jin Hyuk had no choice but to humbly acknowledge Bong King's ability as a streamer. I find it overwhelming to communicate with the viewers alone. That's why I have Yumi for this very reason. This truly deserves respect. Jin Hyuk felt greatly lacking compared to the top-tier streamers with exceptional talents. His standards escalated once more at this moment. Why don't we bet on who can clear the third floor more brilliantly, and who can create a better scene for their live stream? Though it's clear that we'll do better, Bunking asserted confidently. Hashtag even if I become a toy. Hashtag a toy that wriggles when stepped on. Hashtag the wriggling toy. Numerous viewers laughed as they placed various missions on respective live streams. The popular opinion among viewers was that Bunking was making an absurd claim. He erupted in anger, seemingly quite aggrieved on the outside. Why am I the underdog here? We have far more players. We have the top-ranked swordsman and even the top-ranked tank. You guys know nothing. I will show you what we're made of. Just don't whine later, Bunking said. He arrived at the third floor alongside Jin Hyeok. Man, I'm so excited. I really get to fight against Magner. Magner was the high-ranking fire spirit. It was quite regrettable not being able to fight properly before. This time it seemed like a genuine opportunity to truly experience his own growth. You have entered the field-burning fortress third floor. The scenario walking alone, and together in a new place is underway. Jin Hyeok could hear the voice of Min Hyeok, who was the ruler. Watch the walls. Be careful of the walls. From the walls, several orbs of light gently floated up. Choi Gangbaeok. Min Hyeok yelled loudly. Jin Hyeok's former colleague, Choi Gangbaeok, shouted as he rushed toward the orbs of light. He used one of his skills, Steel Wall, as he charged forward. Choi Gangbaeok has activated the skill Steel Wall. It had been a while since Jin Hyeok had seen that skill. It was a beginner skill that summoned a wall to block frontal assaults. Despite being a beginner skill, it held a considerable defense capability and had high versatility. Rumble, the steel wall, 5 meters tall, surged from the ground, colliding with the orbs of light. I can't hold for long. Everyone brace yourselves. Gangbaeok yelled. Having manifested the steel wall, Gangbaeok moved a few steps aside to protect the ruler. It seemed like he was carefully preventing the aftermath of the explosion from reaching Min Hyeok. The remaining members shielded themselves from the explosion in their respective ways. Boom, boom, it felt like the light itself was exploding. Several explosions occurred, and the entire third floor was engulfed in raging flames. This time, a few orbs of light fell from the ceiling. Gangbaeok took a firm step forward with a thud. Choi Gangbaeok has activated the skill Steel Umbrella. The surroundings darkened. A dome-like structure made of steel formed from the ground covered their heads. Bunking seemed slightly excited. Here it is, the Steel Umbrella, stronger than a nuclear shelter. It feels like being protected inside a fortress of steel. No matter how powerful the light explosions are, it feels completely safe inside the Steel Umbrella, even somewhat comforting. He glanced at Jin Hyeok and continued, I bet Kim Chulsoo can't do something like this. Chulsoo looked above his head. Indeed, Gangbaeok's Steel Umbrella seemed sturdy. It was indeed a magnificent large-scale defensive skill. Unwittingly, Chulsoo muttered once more, that's not how you play as a tank. That's not how you play as a tank. Choi Gangbaeok heard that comment crystal clear. While using his skills to protect his party members, he opened his mouth with an angry expression. What do you mean by that? Gangbaeok asked. What? Jin Hyeok replied. You just insulted me. Insulted you. What did I say? Jin Hyeok couldn't remember what he had said to himself. As far as he remembered, that's not how you play as a tank was just him talking in his mind. You said that's not how you play as a tank, Gangbaeok said. Oh, did you just say oh? Can you read my thoughts? Did Gangbaeok have such a skill? If you continue to insult me, I won't hold back anymore. You will regret saying that. Jin Hyeok let out a deep sigh and then stepped forward. He relayed information to the viewers. The orbs of light explode upon contact, causing a big destruction. But if they don't make any sort of contact, the explosion range is considerably small. If the orb of light didn't hit any surface, the explosion wasn't considered a wide-range attack. I don't really understand why he would create a wall so big and allow the orbs of light to blow everything up. Of course, it was possible to defend against the orbs of light like that. However, the stamina consumption was tremendous, since Gangbaeok was getting hit by things that could be easily avoided. I happen to have an ability similar to a tank too. It's a defensive ability called Phantom Swordswoman. Gangbaeok wanted to ask Jin Hyeok how his defensive ability was similar to his. It's an ability to defend a localized area, Jin Hyeok said. From above the ceiling, the high-ranking spirit, Magner, revealed itself. Magner had a slightly larger form than the lizard-like Ygritte. If Ygritte resembled a common lizard, Magner resembled a lizard capable of bipedal movement. Magner, the high-ranking spirit, is looking down at me. I suspect another attack is imminent. Just as expected, the orbs of light regenerated. I'm sure if I defend like Choi Gangbaeok, I won't be able to withstand many of the monster's attacks and will be overwhelmed. There was no need to block everything. It was fine to let the non-fatal hits land. The party members here weren't weak players, after all. Magner swept its hand from left to right and 6 orbs of light appeared in midair. A total of 6. I am not going to block 2 of them. Jin Hyeok had already observed their flying trajectory earlier. Monsters around level 100 did not have particularly complex attack patterns. Of course, this was by the standards of Jin Hyeok, who had forgotten how weak he was when he was around their levels in his past life. The important part is what to do with the other 4. Jin Hyeok sneaked a glance behind him. Gangbaeok was preparing to block the orbs in his own way. Judging by his stance, Gang Byeok seemed to be ready to block one of them on his own. So he's not trying to block them all at once, Jin Hyeok said. Every play came down to footwork. Jin Hyeok moved to an appropriate position and activated Phantom Swordswoman. Activate Phantom Swordswoman. The Phantom Swordswoman surged into the sky, then she embraced one of the orbs. Boom! An explosion occurred. The Phantom Swordswoman managed to prevent the spread of the explosion effectively. Blood trickled from the corners of Jin Hyeok's mouth, but he didn't mind. Gang Byeok, you can block like this too, can't you? Instead of widely dispersing the steel wall used earlier, he just needed to focus on a narrow range and form it into a box shape. Now one of the orbs is gone. This way, the monster's full attention is on me. Jin Hyeok promptly hurled himself toward Magner, who was floating in the air. I think I can block its attack with just my broadcaster's barrier. Having taken a hit through the Phantom Swordswoman, Jin Hyeok felt a bit more confident. As a player, it was only natural to experience things firsthand. Of the remaining 5 orbs, a whopping 3 were flying straight toward him. Jin Hyeok tightly embraced Magner. Although it could deploy orbs of light with a formidable explosive force, its physical strength was almost non-existent. If I maintain broadcaster's barrier at a relatively weak yet uniform level, I can even withstand the flames from a high-ranking spirit. It's akin to taking shallow, elongated breaths for an extended period. It was more exhausting to keep breathing shallowly for a long time than to let out one big breath. The same principle was applied to using skills. Sure, a lot of players can't do it, but you, Choi Gang Byeok, you have to. Jin Hyeok felt deeply betrayed. Lee Hyein Song? Choi Gang Byeok? You guys can't keep letting me down like this. Suddenly, one of the orbs flying toward Jin Hyeok collided with Magner, unable to overcome the inertia. Boom! The orb exploded along with Magner. You can block such a powerful explosion with Star Shield. Jin Hyeok started to fall to the ground, his body in tatters. He felt a bit woozy. How can you guys not be able to do something that I can? Meanwhile, Gang Byeok, who had successfully blocked one of the orbs, quickly ran over to catch the falling Jin Hyeok. Healer! Gang Byeok shouted. A healing spell was cast on Jin Hyeok. The healer of the party, Lim Jongmin, was shocked. Wait, my healing ability was this powerful, Jongmin thought. To Jongmin, Jin Hyeok appeared nearly half dead. It was a miracle that he was still alive, given how his entire body was melting. Despite the severe injuries, Jin Hyeok recovered in no time. Jin Hyeok quickly regained his senses. As you can see, the attack can be blocked this easily and simply. Though Jongmin's healing ability was maximized due to Jin Hyeok's all-rounder, Jin Hyeok didn't see it that way. Perhaps Magner's attacks are less lethal than I thought. That's why I recovered so easily, Jin Hyeok thought. By his own strict standards, Jin Hyeok could not consider himself to be exceptional. In the meantime, the damage-dealing players, including Hyein Song, are causing problems for Magner with their fierce attacks. Jin Hyeok stole a quick glance at Gang Byeok. His body was shaking uncontrollably. Gang Byeok had realized something thanks to Jin Hyeok. I have to discard what needs to be discarded and take the damage that I have to take. Even if it means sacrificing my own body, Gang Byeok thought. Though he knew it in his mind, it had been difficult to put into action. Seeing Jin Hyeok demonstrate it made all the difference. I didn't know I could construct a cubic structure using my steel wall. And that was how he blocked one of the orbs. Creating a smaller steel wall proved to be far more efficient than when he created the giant wall. Are you regretting your past actions? Jin Hyeok asked. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. See, I told you you'd regret it. Gang Byeok bit his lip. So he wasn't mocking me, but he was only trying to teach me. In essence, Gang Byeok had made the outrageous mistake of warning his supposed mentor never to insult him. You're feeling ashamed right now, right? You should apologize to me. I will apologize after we hunt down Magner. Jin Hyeok joined the party to kill Magner. Did I overdo it by acting like a big shot? Jin Hyeok thought. He felt as if he had overstepped due to his frustration. By Jin Hyeok's standards, his offensive capabilities were far less compared to Hyein Song's at Hyein Song's peak. Jin Hyeok's defensive abilities were also far inferior compared to Gang Byeok's at Gang Byeok's peak. So, Jin Hyeok decided to be a bit humble. At this stage, job boundaries aren't that clear, which is why I was able to do this, Jin Hyeok said. Usually, at around level 100, job boundaries would become distinct. Jin Hyeok had always thought and said so. Although he was vaguely aware that something was wrong with his standards, he didn't actively admit it. I think this style of play should be possible up to level 150. It looks like Gang Byeok has grown a little too. I'm glad I could help. It shouldn't take long to kill the Magner. It took roughly 6 hours. Jin Hyeok grinned widely. It really didn't take long. You have defeated Magner. I wonder who is going to get the biggest reward. In most cases, the player who dealt the most damage got the biggest reward. I doubt it's going to be me. Even though Jin Hyeok said that, he was secretly hoping for the biggest reward. Bong King also chimed in, it definitely won't be Chulsu. How could a streamer get the biggest reward? You have acquired the item Superior Spirit Stone of Fire. The item was given to Jin Hyeok. In a whirlpool of sarcastic donations, the chat roared with laughter. Taylor Swag has donated 10,000 dias. I mean, it's not like Chulsu is all that great. He was able to do that only because we took most of the energy out of Ygritte. 8shit has donated 10,000 dios. Do you think you can maintain this solo performance? I personally don't think it's possible. Angelina Jelly has donated 10,000 dios. I bet Kim Chol-soo can't do something like this. Leftward arrow, he actually said this. LOL. The never-ending flood of donation alerts mocked Bunking as viewers were typing laughter emojis at him. With a theatrically aggrieved expression, Bunking offered all sorts of excuses. Hey, Chol-soo only managed to do well because our tank did a good job in the beginning. We were the ones that figured out how strong that monster was. That's why Chol-soo played so well. Bunking became a self-appointed clown. His ears flushed crimson as he vented his frustration. Even Jin Hyeok couldn't help but admire his performance. The Bunking that Jin Hyeok was seeing was a professional. Finite Challenge has donated 10,000 dios. You're pathetic, Bunking. LOL. Chol-soo is not even a tank. He is a streamer. Haha. What do you mean pathetic? Our party's damage was way higher. A torrent of donation alerts ensued. Yet the reward item went to Chol-soo. Nope, you're wrong. It's just because of the unique system that acknowledges only Chol-soo's solo mode that his damage was the highest. Nope, you're wrong. The system never lies. Pathetic Bunking. Shameful Bunking. Countless taunts and laughing emojis filled the chat, as donations continued to pile up. Tears welled up in Bunking's eyes. The viewers are enjoying it. It was a moment of awe for him. He had never seen so many laughing lols and laughing emojis before. King God General Yumi was right. The viewers' enjoyment was also Bunking's joy. Tears of exhilarating happiness streamed down his face. Dude, is that guy crying? LOL Bunking? More like Cry King. Ha ha ha, why are you crying? To the viewers, it appeared as if Bunking was crying because it felt unfair to him. However, Jin Hyeok, who was looking at him in the distance, understood Bunking. This is why people should be humble. How could he even think of such an innovative concept? I know I wouldn't have pulled that off. He is really a cool guy, Jin Hyeok thought. Bunking had earned a special place in Jin Hyeok's heart. As Jin Hyeok glanced at Hyeon Sung and Gang Byeok, he sighed. You guys should learn something from Bunking. This is a meme in Korea where people don't write the specific name of the person who actually said the phrase, just to mock them even more. For this instance, would be Bunking. Jin Hyeok was not only impressed by Bunking, he also marveled at the healing prowess of the healer, Lim Jongmin, who had treated him well. Though in fairness, this was largely because Jin Hyeok responded exceptionally well to healing skills. Jin Hyeok was equally in awe of their navigator, Kim Mujin. During that time, Mujin had discovered a hidden space behind the bookshelf. Truly remarkable skills, Jin Hyeok said. Without causing any disruption to the players fighting the monster, the navigator, Kim Mujin, managed to find a secret space behind the bookshelf and opened it. It seems that various conditions needed to be met to open this hidden space, and he managed to satisfy them all by himself. Their navigator is indeed remarkable. In truth, Mujin had been able to locate this space because he had reviewed footage from Jin Hyeok's livestream. Still, Mujin felt somewhat flustered by Jin Hyeok's praise. I'm remarkable, Mujin thought. He had seen firsthand how swordsman Lee Hyeon Sung and tank Choi Gang Byeok had been thoroughly trounced by Jin Hyeok. Both Lee Hyeon Sung and Choi Gang Byeok got humiliated by him, but I got praised. Mujin felt elated, a feeling neither he nor Jin Hyeok understood. Mujin was unaware that Jin Hyeok's standards were erratic. To be fair, Jin Hyeok didn't know it either. When it came to Jin Hyeok's rival, Lee Hyeon Sung, and Jin Hyeok's former comrade, Choi Gang Byeok, Jin Hyeok had unknowingly set the standards for them to be exceedingly high. An accomplishment that would have appeared extraordinary when achieved by others felt mundane when done by them. Unfortunately, even Jin Hyeok himself was unaware of this cognitive dissonance of his. As a side note, he was most strict with himself. If he had been a bit more forgiving toward himself, he wouldn't have thought, I'm just a streamer, I can't possibly go beyond level 150. Meanwhile, Mujin, his face flushed from Jin Hyeok's praise, cautiously approached Jin Hyeok and asked, Do you want to be the first to go in? It would be an honor for Chol-soo to go in first. Mujin wanted to dedicate the first glory he had discovered to Chol-soo. If Han Seirin or Mok Jae Hyeon had said the same thing, Jin Hyeok would have definitely replied, why would a streamer go in first? Do you still lack common sense? However, the current Jin Hyeok just nodded. If the navigator has chosen so, I must follow. Chol-soo's simple acknowledgement made Mujin's heart race. After all, it essentially meant that Chol-soo respected him as a navigator. Mujin's heart swelled with emotion again. I can become the greatest navigator. Today, he was finally able to confirm his limitless potential for growth. Leaving an emotionally touched Mujin behind, Jin Hyeok moved toward the secret place. You have discovered the suspicious secret passage. You are the first to discover the suspicious secret passage. Jin Hyeok was the first to find the passage. The hidden achievement encounter with the footsteps follower is still activated. The new world scenario, walking alone, and together in a new place, is still in progress. The new world scenario, hidden achievement, and the fact that Jin Hyeok was the first to discover the passage merged, and Jin Hyeok was given a scenario item. You have acquired the scenario item fragment of John Pritch's Lost Research Journal. As a scenario reward, the field's suspicious secret passage has been changed to John Pritch's secret passage. Jin Hyeok began to feel excited. It feels like I have taken one step closer to John Pritch. His pace quickened. Enraptured, he walked along John Pritch's secret passage. Soon enough, light began to appear in the distance. There is light up ahead. Following the light, Jin Hyeok quickly moved and eventually emerged outside. You have entered the field John Pritch's hideout, formerly, Eastern Ancient Castle Town. His heart pounded. It was the first time he had entered the Eastern Ancient Castle Town in this manner. Jin Hyeok tilted his head in confusion. Why is no one following me? A few minutes later, only Mujin, the navigator, came running, gasping for breath. Please, wait for us. The players finally arrived at John Pritch's hideout much later. We are in the Eastern Ancient Castle Town. I've seen a lot of videos of other players in this field, but this is the first time I have entered since it's been changed to John Pritch's hideout. Both Jin Hyeok and Bong King were excited. Bong King spoke, spitting as he talked. See, what did I tell you guys? Didn't I say I would show something super cool? This is a world first, John Pritch's hideout. Taylor swag, yeah, all thanks to Kim Chulsu. Finite challenge, yeah, the super cool part is all Kim Chulsu. Inside the fortress walls, a ruined village was visible. Monsters appearing here have changed a lot. Their levels are in the 90s, similar to the barren wilderness. Creepy chimeras are roaming around. If the chimeras in the barren wilderness had diverse forms, the ones here seemed to be made based on humans. Jin Hyeok continued his live stream while staying out of the fight. Why aren't you participating in the battle, Mr. Kim Chulsu? Bong King asked. That's because I am a streamer. Finite challenge? Map of what? Outsider man? Many question marks filled Bong King's chat. Most people had forgotten that Chulsu was a streamer. Bong King quickly understood Chulsu's intentions. This is too boring for you, right? Am I right? Jin Hyeok denied it. I'm just focused on my live streaming. The party's cooperative play is excellent. Bong King wanted to say, after humiliating Hyeon Sung and Gang Byeok, you say our teamwork is excellent. It was clear that the level 90 monsters here were too boring for Chulsu to personally engage in battle. However, Jin Hyeok thought differently. It is a bit boring, but killing easy monsters had its own charm. Though it was less thrilling, it helped reinforce what he had learned in intense battles. Yet Jin Hyeok chose to stick by Bong King's side because he recognized Bong King as an excellent streamer. I feel like I can learn a lot from you, Bong King. Jin Hyeok wanted to see firsthand how Bong King interacted with his viewers. He wanted to see how a live stream should be properly conducted and if there was anything he could learn from Bong King. Bong King was momentarily flustered but hid it with a grin. You hear that, guys? Many question marks appeared in the chat again. Can you repeat that, Mr. Kim Chulsu? Bong King asked again. I said it feels like I can learn a lot from you, Bong King. Bong King wore a triumphant expression. See, guys, even the almighty Chulsu wants to learn from me. Though Bong King was showing off to his viewers, he was actually sweating bullets. Unlike Mujin, who simply accepted Chulsu's praise, Bong King had a more skeptical personality. What is Chulsu up to? He can't seriously think he can learn something from me, can he? Bong King thought. That seemed unlikely. In his mind, Chulsu was an extraordinary player. Let me teach you a thing or two, haha, Bong King said, sweating slightly. Quite some time had passed. This place also had a resurrection setting, so numerous players had died and came back to life multiple times. The ruler, Kong Min Hyeok, felt that something had changed significantly. Everyone is not afraid of dying at all. The atmosphere of the entire party had changed considerably since meeting Chulsu. No one even cares about getting their heads cracked open. If they could efficiently kill the monsters, then losing an arm or a leg was practically expected. The standard for dangerous play had changed in an instant. Everyone had become bold. Even Min Hyeok's own standards were being shaken. This way is actually more efficient. There was a chance that someone might lose their mind and become critically exhausted. However, if only looking at the efficiency, this was remarkable. We would have avoided this kind of risk before. Min Hyeok would not have given such commands or directions under normal circumstances. However, something shocking kept catching his eye. Surprisingly, everyone seems to be fine. It was well known that continuously dying was dangerous, yet that had become irrelevant. All the players that entered the new world with Bong King were top-tier players. Min Hyeok's standards were gradually changing. So, I guess rankers can afford to die. It seemed that safety could be slightly less of a priority. Somehow, this feels like the new norm. Finally, they had killed all the continuously spawning monsters. They also managed to kill a monster that looked like several humans stitched together into a serpent, which was called John Pritch's toy. You have defeated John Pritch's toy. After that, no more monsters appeared. The field was silent. The crow's call resonated the silent field from time to time, but no other changes were detected. Min Hyeok approached Jin Hyeok. All the monsters have been defeated. It seems like we can't progress any further. Why are you telling me this? Jin Hyeok asked. Min Hyeok tilted his head in confusion. Oh, right. Chulsu is a streamer. Such discussions should be had with their navigator, Mujin. He had unintentionally sought advice from Chulsu, the streamer. I apologize, Min Hyeok said. There's nothing to apologize to me for. But you should apologize to the navigator, shouldn't you? Just then, Mujin came running up, sweating. I've found something strange. Mujin had been searching through the ruined houses for clues. Among them, he had found a house with a large well, from which a mist-like smoke was continuously rising. Jin Hyeok smirked. So, what I saw earlier was correct, Jin Hyeok thought. Jin Hyeok had actually noticed it earlier when he had climbed the wall of the fortress. It was similar to when he had found the unleashing technique in NAK and Historic Village. However, he did not expose it on the live stream. Even in live streams, pacing was necessary. Rushing the content could tire out the viewers. Jin Hyeok and Bunking's party followed Mujin to the well. That's a really suspicious well. How did you find this? Jin Hyeok asked. If Han Seirin had been here, Jin Hyeok would have scolded her about why it took her so long to discover the well. However, Mujin was met with boundless generosity. I cut off limbs from various monsters and threw them into this well. With my skills as a navigator, I could hear constant murmurs of hunger. At first, there was no reaction, but after cooking the meat with the spirit fire and throwing it in, the mist began to rise. Mujin was filled with emotions while looking at Jin Hyeok, who was listening attentively. Mujin had validated his own talent and shattered his own limitations. I employed some interpretive skills and found a thin barrier of sorts spread over this well, Mujin said. He took out some unidentified powder and blew it toward the well. A name floated in the air. Last line of defense. It feels faintly imbued with spirit energy. It seems like a barrier made using spirit power. However, I am not sure how to break this barrier. I think I can handle that, Jin Hyeok said. He stepped in front of the well, pulling out the rule breaker. It was not necessarily needed for this task, but he felt that using a hammer-shaped item would make for a better visual for his live stream. What should my cool line be? Jin Hyeok thought. Depending on how he staged the same task, the outcome could be different. Jin Hyeok came up with a line that was uniquely cool for him. My sword shatters artifice. Jin Hyeok raised the hammer high and struck down. The applied achievement was the one who breaks artificiality. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. One who breaks artificiality. Break down all that is artificial. Judgment will befall upon all actions that defy the laws of the new world. On that day, everything will shatter. Achievement effect amplifies the ability to destroy all things artificial. This effect is limited to the new world. Bonking's viewers expressed reasonable doubts. A sword? Did he just say sword? Not a hammer? However, the viewers came to a conclusion. If Kim Chul-soo says it's a sword and not a hammer, that thing is now a sword. No matter what. Jin Hyeok used the unleashing technique with the activated achievement. When the barrier clashed with the rule breaker, red flames erupted. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, it was quite a satisfying visual effect. I broke it. Jin Hyeok spoke swiftly. The destruction of the last line of defense means that even Jonprich doesn't have many moves left. He will likely become desperate. From here on, it's a race against time. Jin Hyeok promptly threw himself into the dark well. I will go after him. Bunking looked down into the well that Jin Hyeok had just plunged into. Fuck. I have acrophobia. I can't even see the bottom of the well? How the hell am I supposed to jump? This is crazy. I'm not a coward. Chul-soo is the crazy one. Normally, you would die if you fell from here. How could he jump without knowing what was down there? Even the navigator hasn't figured it out yet. He's insane. I'm not gonna jump. No, I can't jump. Bunking looked at Min Hyeok, who he believed was a relatively sane person. Ruler, what should we do? Surely, there is another way without this reckless approach. However, Min Hyeok was about to dive as well. What are you doing? Aren't you coming? Min Hyeok asked. Beside him was the navigator, Mujin. Bunking mumbled with a face of utter despair. Everyone is going insane. The well was incredibly deep. How deep is this well? Jin Hyeok did not have acrophobia, but he did feel the pressure to fill the silence in his live stream. Just a word of advice. Even if you are in a hurry, jumping down haphazardly like this is not something I'd highly recommend. Normally, one would die from a fall like this. As for me, I set a save point at the top of the well, and I can absorb most shocks with my broadcaster's barrier and star shield. But even so, no sane player would jump like I did, right? While falling, Jin Hyeok kicked the well walls multiple times. Right to left to right. He zigzagged, adjusting his speed by leaping from wall to wall several times. If there are any protrusions on the wall that I can put my feet on, it's good to control my speed like this. Someone else was plummeting down the well. The navigator seems to be falling faster than me. Why is our navigator falling so fast like that? Jin Hyeok was puzzled. Another person went past Jin Hyeok. Wait, that's our ruler. The ruler, Kong Min Hyeok, was also falling. They'll die if they fall like that. Why are they so reckless? Does our skilled navigator have some special skills that I don't know about? Am I wasting my time trying to reduce my falling speed? Jin Hyeok had an epiphany. I guess it's fine to just fall down. I'm going to let gravity do the work. I don't need to waste my energy if it's not going to kill me. Thud. Jin Hyeok hit the bottom of the well. Activate broadcaster's barrier. He used the broadcaster's barrier to minimize the impact. Lying on the ground, Kim Mujin was unconscious and bleeding profusely. The navigator is seriously injured, and the ruler is dead. Looking at Mujin, Jin Hyeok felt a touch of admiration. Just like how dodging attacks by the razor's edge is most efficient, it seems like pioneering a new path is the same. He poured a potion over Mujin's head and carefully poured some into his mouth as well. Our navigator risked just enough danger to not die when he jumped. Of course, that was not true. Mujin had embarrassingly trailed behind Jin Hyeok earlier. It was such a shameful situation that Mujin would rather die than experience it again. That was why he jumped without care. However, since he survived, it did not matter anymore. But it looks like the other party members are taking their time to wait a minute, Jin Hyeok said. Thud. Did something just break? Jin Hyeok glanced to the side. I was right. Something really did break. To his side, Jin Hyeok spotted the remnants of someone who was once Bunk King. It looks like the streamer was too reckless trying to capture good content for his LTube channel. He died instantly. Still, Jin Hyeok thought that Bunk King's passion was commendable. With the last line of defense collapsed, it looks like John Pritch will try to escape somewhere. Seems like he can freely manipulate warp portals. Before waiting for others, I should chase him down. Without waiting for the other party members, Jin Hyeok moved swiftly. It's unfortunate, but I will proceed on my own. The layout is very much like a complicated sewer system. In other words, this place was an underground labyrinth. The paths branched so much that it was difficult for Jin Hyeok to find the correct way. Even if he could identify the right path, it would likely take too much time. His seasoned player's intuition told him that this was now a race against time. A guide I'm quite fond of once told me, Jin Hyeok said as he raised his sword, the great sword of Logon. The quickest way through a maze is to destroy it. This was a method favored by Han Sae-rin. Of course, it helped that Kim Jong-hyeon, who could destroy just about anything, was on Jin Hyeok's party in his previous life. But she always did say that this isn't the orthodox method. Would it look strange if a streamer went through the labyrinth by breaking the walls? The visual might not be as appealing. As he contemplated, Jin Hyeok justified himself, much like Sae-rin did in the past. While it would be nice to have the skill and leisure to properly navigate through the maze, unfortunately, I don't have that luxury as a streamer. Jin Hyeok approached a wall and touched it. These maze-like structures are artificial constructs made by John Pritch to buy time. That made things much simpler. Standing before the wall, he took a deep breath. I got a shot of myself for my thumbnail, so that's good. Jin Hyeok uttered the previous cool line that he thought of, my sword shatters artifice. He swung his sword. Though he slashed through the walls, he was not quite satisfied with his work. Zhang Haiyan would have shattered it more efficiently. Comparing his own power to the standards he had set for Zhang Haiyan, he couldn't help but feel humble. I never really liked this skill in the first place, but I guess I have no choice. The skill's name was Shattering Sword. It was a swordsman exclusive skill acquired at level 60. You have unlocked the latent skill Shattering Sword. You have acquired the skill Shattering Sword. Jin Hyeok always prioritized the basics, usually favoring skills acquired below level 100. However, Shattering Sword was an exception. Shattering Swords was a kind of special technique that allowed him to use a sword as if it were a blunt weapon. According to Jin Hyeok, a sword was not a blunt weapon. Using it as such was inefficient. The satisfaction of cutting something was also lacking. Besides, using this skill always made him feel like he was losing to Zhang Haiyan. Well, that's not the important reason, anyway. While most of his old party members would insist that was the most important reason, Jin Hyeok himself was oblivious to it. For the first time, I will show this swordsman exclusive skill, Shattering Sword, which can be acquired by a swordsman at level 60. He swung his sword, the Great Sword of Logon. Boom! With a loud noise, the Great Sword of Logon slammed into the wall. Crack! As if hit by a giant hammer, the wall started to show cracks. I'm making my way? How fortunate! Wang Yumi watched the chat with a satisfied smile. The chat is extra lively today, she thought. Without her having to steer the conversation, the viewers were buzzing with enthusiasm. The content had a powerful pull all its own, and the viewers were very interested. Warm Americano, LOL, the navigator just died for real. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Although the navigator had not actually died, it seemed as though he had. Doo-doo, LOL, it's like a mere sparrow is trying to imitate a phoenix but managed to die instead. Papio Orika, the ruler's also dead. The streamer is dead. LOL. Why the heck are they following Kim Chulsu? Green attacker, even Chulsu commented that falling down recklessly was not a good idea, yet they did exactly that. Warm Americano, they just need to do exactly like Chulsu, yet they can't even do that LOL. In Chulsu's livestream, he did not wait for the other party members. He just went ahead and started to explore the maze. It's unfortunate, but I will proceed on my own. The moment the viewers heard him say that, they went wild. Warm Americano, I bet he is not sad at all right now. Shubham, LOL, I bet he's happy that he is finally able to do something interesting. Doo-doo, just be honest, Chulsu. I know you were bored this whole time. Then, on-screen Chulsu said something unexpected. While it would be nice to have the skill and leisure to properly navigate through the maze, unfortunately, I don't have that luxury as a streamer. Fish God, he's back? Intense Man is back? Kimchi Cactus, the humble Intense Man LOL? Shubham, the Kim Chulsu universe has appeared LOL? Fierce Semin, I am intense, therefore I am Intense Man. Haha. The Kim Chulsu universe, a world where Kim Chulsu is the greatest, unbeknownst to Chulsu himself, provided an unexpected catharsis to many viewers. Wang Yumi selectively messaged to Jin Hyeok the most reasonable chats for feedback. More money please, looks like Chulsu is making the best of the current situation as a streamer. Extreme youth. It's beautiful to see a young man doing his best even in a bad situation. I will always cheer for you. Feedback summary. Although unorthodox, your earnest effort is garnering positive reactions. Jin Hyuk liked the feedback. The idea of a streamer being passionate and doing their best was something he wanted to emulate. His excitement involuntarily increased. Yes, let's keep smashing through these walls. Real Mole Man has donated 10,000 dios. Is that even possible? A viewer claiming to be the real Mole Man spat out his disbelief. Yumi pinned the comment. Is that really him? The real Mole Man? No way. 120% that's an imposter. I'll bet my wrist that's not the real Mole Man. Real Mole Man kept asserting that he was the true Mole Man, and he was outraged. Real Mole Man has donated 10,000 dios. That's not how a navigator plays. A navigator would never do that. Yuri right, he's not a navigator. He's a streamer. That guy is so angry at the streamer, maybe he is the real Mole Man. Real Mole Man was the nickname he used for the Kim Know It All TV channel. His player name was Mole Man and he almost threw his cell phone out of frustration. What is he going to do about those venom darts, Molly? Chulsu blocked them with broadcaster's barrier. What about those flying blades, Molly? Chulsu blocked them with star shield. What about that giant arm attack, Molly? A wooden arm that looked exactly like the arm of the madman of the wilderness attacked Jin Hyuk. It wasn't hard for him to dodge the attack. On the screen Jin Hyuk said. It's the same arm that was attached to the madman of the wilderness, but the attack pattern is simpler. Jin Hyuk shared how he dodged it. You can dodge by moving your feet like this? Everyone knows that you can dodge attacks like that, Molly. It's just hard to execute. Mole Man slammed his desk in frustration. What Chulsu was doing was unforgivable. After a long watch, Mole Man slumped his shoulders in defeat. How is he managing to make that work, Molly? That looks like John Pritch's footprints. I think we are closer to him than I thought. Kim Chulsu had discovered watery footprints. Jin Hyuk had discovered human footprints. I've found it. Though there were minor traps along the way to this point, none were much of a problem. The most bothersome one was the wooden arm, but fighting against the madman of the wilderness had trained him well enough to deal with it effortlessly. The water hasn't dried yet. It looks like he hasn't gotten far. I will hurry and follow. A dark, lengthy tunnel appeared before him, so dark that he could not see a thing ahead. You have activated the skill broadcaster's light. There are footprints on the wall. Looks like he has some kind of a wall climbing skill. The footprints seemed to continue up the wall. When Jin Hyuk used broadcaster's light to illuminate the dark tunnel, he noticed an increasing number of footprints, as if dozens of people had randomly stamped their feet on the wall. Jin Hyuk came to his own conclusion. Looks like he has got a lot of feet. Then, suddenly, the footprints vanished. But there's an odd chemical smell in the air. It was a scent similar to what one might smell in a hospital. Jin Hyuk began to feel a slight heaviness in his movements. It seems like some sort of poison is spreading. Soon, a voice echoed through the tunnel. Welcome to my lab. Jin Hyuk lifted his head to look at the ceiling. There is a spider wearing glasses. Oddly, it has a rather rotund belly. Jin Hyuk tilted his head out of confusion. Is that an obese spider? The overall appearance resembled a spider. He looked quite similar to the madman of the wilderness Jin Hyuk had encountered before. His face was identical to that of a surgeon Jin Hyuk knew, John Pritch. LV-128/John Pritch/bioresearcher/beyond multiple dimensions. He seems to be more insane than I thought. Turns out he wasn't running away, but luring me into a trap. Purple smoke is leaking from his mouth. I think that is some sort of anesthetic or... Jin Hyuk could no longer continue speaking. That was a trap. John Pritch said while bursting into raucous laughter. The purple smoke was merely a diversion. John Pritch had already dispersed an odorless anesthetic in the air. First, your tongue will go numb. Then, you won't be able to see. And within a minute, your lungs will rot and decay. You will be the finest specimen, neither dead nor alive. John Pritch said while laughing. You are going to make quite an interesting test subject. He leaped down from the ceiling. Using his rotten wooden arms, he touched Jin Hyuk. Ah, such fresh flesh. Haha, I can merge you with the spirits. John Pritch extended his long wooden arm like vines to lift Jin Hyuk into the air and examined him carefully. Just then, Jin Hyuk's eyes snapped open. This is also a trap. Jin Hyuk threw out his sword, the great sword of Lagon. Having become familiar with the skills he had been using throughout his journey through the maze, he immediately activated Shattering Sword. The great sword shattered John Pritch's glasses and struck one of his eyes. Arg! John Pritch let out a scream, covering his eyes with his four limbs. This allowed Jin Hyuk to break free from him. Through broadcaster's clairvoyance, I have already seen that a colorless, odorless anesthetic gas was filling the area, Jin Hyuk quickly said. He had been deliberately hiding this information. He was beginning to know what to reveal to the viewers and what to keep hidden. His collaboration with Bunking had been quite helpful in that aspect. I'm also reaching my limit on holding my breath. Using the same principle as before, Jin Hyuk had protected himself with broadcaster's barrier by maintaining a thin layer of it over his skin to minimize his contact with the anesthetic gas. That was really tough. Not only did he have to pay attention to his live stream, but he also had to avoid being fatally injured by John Pritch, hold his breath, and maintain the broadcaster's barrier all at the same time. The path of becoming a great streamer is truly high and steep. Being a swordsman seemed so much easier in comparison. Back then, all he had to do was just mindlessly swing his sword. However, the more complicated his life got, the greater the sense of accomplishment he felt. I will use this, Jin Hyeok said, pulling out an item from his inventory. Superior Spirit Stone of Fire. If I detonate the spirit energy with this, I should be able to clear out all of this colorless, odorless anesthetic, Jin Hyeok declared. He tossed the spirit stone into the air and swung his sword, the great sword of Lagon, like a bat. You have activated the skill-shattering sword. A blaze of red fire ignited. Flames imbued with spirit energy enveloped both Jin Hyeok and John Pritch. Naturally, the fire consumed Jin Hyeok as well, filling him with a sense of pride. Humans really are adaptive creatures. Had he encountered these flames when he first entered the new world, the agony would have been far worse. However, repeated interactions with the spirits had made him quite accustomed to the spirit energy. But it seems John Pritch has far greater resistance to the spirit flame than I do. The spirit flame could not even stick to John Pritch's legs. After all, he is a monster with 8 limbs made of wood from the lava. It makes sense that he would have that sort of resistance. Although the flames had caught onto John Pritch's face and torso, the monster puffed up his belly and inhaled the flames. He ate the fire. His belly area has turned red. I didn't know that was possible. Can I do that too? Wouldn't it be convenient if I could block fire like that? Jin Hyeok was momentarily curious, but he had little room for experimentation right now. Just conducting a live stream while battling John Pritch was overwhelming enough. A madman who experiments with spirits on living creatures would naturally have such resistance, Jin Hyeok said. Jin Hyeok never intended to inflict damage on John Pritch with the spirit flame, so it did not matter. Just then, a wooden arm flew toward Jin Hyeok's head. I just need to quickly dodge the attack. Jin Hyeok still could afford to broadcast his next step to his viewers. He took a few steps backward and dodged the wooden arm. Another attack is coming. Thud, thud, thud. The freely extending wooden arms drove into the ground. Once again, Jin Hyeok took several steps backward and dodged them. It looks like John Pritch's appearance has become quite grotesque. On John Pritch's torso, which originally had 8 limbs, dozens more had sprouted. Each arm writhed as if it possessed its own life. He's definitely a high-level monster. The arms themselves stretched and contracted like rubber, moving freely at will. They attacked Jin Hyeok in various ways, once like a whip, another time like a blunt weapon, and yet another like a spear. Occasionally, they even caused explosions. The complex and clever range and means of attack left Jin Hyeok without the leisure he had before. He's strong. A sly grin formed on Jin Hyeok's face. John Pritch was indeed a level 128 monster. I've been relatively able to dodge his attacks thanks to his attacks being slightly off the mark. Reducing John Pritch's field of vision during the first attack had been a wise choice. The monster's precision had faltered. Yet, John Pritch seemed to be growing accustomed to his impaired vision. The attacks are becoming sharper. It's really hard to counter with ordinary swordsmanship, Jin Hyeok commented. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. While pressuring Jin Hyeok with most of his arms, John Pritch used 2 remaining arms to mold clay into a round shape. Soon after, he pierced his damaged eye with a quick stab, plucked it out, and threw it to the ground. He is an interesting fellow. John Pritch inserted the round clump of mud into his eye socket. The clump of mud began to spin before morphing into an eyeball. John Pritch had fully recovered from the injury. A sly chuckle escaped from John Pritch. Now, let's really get down to business. We need to move quickly, Kim Mujin, the navigator, said. Before he knew it, the resurrected Bung King, Kong Min Hyeok, Lee Hyen-song, and even Choi Gang Byeok had descended into the well. Time was running out, and Mujin grew increasingly anxious. Kim Chul-soo is still progressing in solo mode. It's quite strange when you think about it. Why does this dungeon have a setting where someone is set as the one who is leading and the others are the ones who follow? And why, after bringing them all together, allow that one person to retain the solo mode? There are some bizarre contradictions occurring here, Mujin said. Mujin barely managed to calm his pounding heart. Having recovered from a near-death state, he felt like he had pushed his own limits. It thrust him into a state of intense euphoria. To fully clear this new world, to complete the scenario, our roles have clearly been assigned. Chul-soo has shattered the maze and headed somewhere. We can't say his path is wrong, but the path I thought of is a bit different. Mujin spoke fervently. Our paths have been different from the start. We must go a different way. Our role is not just to follow the steps of the one who has gone before but to go on our own. We have to show our strength elsewhere. We should not compete with Chul-soo. We must collaborate. In our own way. Mujin then began to pave a new path, in the style of a navigator. It was in the opposite direction to Chul-soo's path. It's easier than I expected. Though he was not sure why, many traps seemed to have been destroyed. It was probably because Chul-soo had demolished the maze to create his path. Mujin entered the trance realm, advancing at a pace that would make it difficult for other players to catch up. His eyes shone with a madness akin to someone with a runner's high. Lagging behind, ruler Kong Min Hyeok felt intensely stimulated in his own way. That look in his eyes. That's the same look Chul-soo has, Min Hyeok thought. That look was indeed the foundation of an excellent player. I've been thinking about this all wrong. To reach great heights, one had to be a bit mad. Though Min Hyeok knew this intellectually, it was the first time he felt it viscerally. Even the eyes of Min Hyeok, who was considered to have the most common sense, began to change a little. Bunking caught this transformation on his live stream. Our ruler is awakening. Are you guys seeing this? Our party members are growing stronger in real time? This is all thanks to me, Bunking. The viewers mocked Bunking. Yeah, right. Anyone can see that he is only motivated because of Chulsu. Stop lying. Now, let's really get down to business. As Jin Hyeok heard John Pritch's voice, he changed his achievement. I hadn't been using the one who breaks artificiality achievement until now. The change was instantaneous. You know, upon reflection, John Pritch is the very definition of artificiality. John Pritch had modified his own body, fusing it into a chimera-like amalgamation of body parts. This made the one who breaks artificiality achievement exceedingly effective against him. You have activated the skill Shattering Sword. Boom! Accompanied by the sound, a wooden arm belonging to John Pritch snapped off powerlessly. I shouldn't be doing this. Jin Hyeok still saw swords as weapons meant for slicing and stabbing. This is not supposed to be this fun. Swinging the sword like a blunt weapon was clearly frowned upon in the world of a swordsman. It was almost disrespectful to the blade itself. But then again, I'm not a swordsman, am I? Upon reconsidering, he recalled his actual job, a streamer. And a streamer had no obligation to think like a swordsman. I'm right. It doesn't matter. Truthfully, the sensation of swinging his sword like a blunt weapon was not too unpleasant. It's even more fun because I have never done this before. Employing the one who breaks artificiality achievement had made deflecting John Pritch's attacks substantially easier. Despite his diminished stamina, facing the opponent had become more manageable. Snap! Another wooden arm twisted grotesquely and broke off. If the same thing keeps happening, my live stream will get boring, right? Jin Hyeok already figured out the attack patterns. Let's just quickly break the arms. In just 15 minutes, dozens of the wooden arms that clung to Jin Hyeok were smashed to smithereens. With all his limbs shattered, John Pritch screamed, "You bastard!" A stream of purple venom spewed from his mouth. Hiss! Upon contact with the air, the liquid instantly vaporized. Jin Hyeok quickly covered his nose and mouth with his sleeve. It doesn't look like the venom is specifically targeting me. More likely, John Pritch is just buying time. I will take a closer look. The broken arms shattered into fragments, embedding themselves into the ground surrounding John Pritch. Soon enough, the fragments coalesced, forming a fortress-like barrier around him. Looks like I'll need to take a closer look through the gaps. You have activated the skill time-lapse recording. Jin Hyeok managed to slow down John Pritch's movement. The monster was not particularly fast to begin with, so slowing down his movement allowed Jin Hyeok to see what John Pritch was doing. He is using his arms to construct a fortress, shielding his back, Jin Hyeok narrated, finding the situation vaguely familiar. Come to think of it, isn't that ability quite similar to Mok Jae Hyeok's wood fortress? Jin Hyeok felt a curious sense of nostalgia but maintained his focus on the live stream. The back is beginning to split. Something seems to be squirming and emerging from there. A sticky green liquid oozed from John Pritch's back, and from it, something covered in white scales started wriggling like a larva and then began to rise. Ah, I get it. He is in the middle of transforming. Being vulnerable during transformation, it seemed John Pritch was using the purple poison mist and the wooden fortress for protection. I've always wondered, Jin Hyeok mused, recalling his childhood fascination with robot cartoons. Why don't the villains get attacked while they are transforming? Wouldn't the perfect time to attack be during a transformation? A wry smile crept onto Jin Hyeok's face. The target was too tempting, too opportune. Unconsciously, he found himself murmuring, "What a wonderful day for a good stabbing." Jin Hyeok was currently located inside a sewer. It wasn't possible to confirm the weather, but that did not matter. In a world where alliances reigned supreme, the KSM alliance stood out as a testament to a new direction. With the illustrious full name of Kim Chul-soo Sybil Mok Jae Hyeon Alliance, it was an alliance formed by Mok Jae Hyeon due to his frustration with his previous affiliated alliance in regard to their overly cautious plays that prioritized safety. Known by various names such as the K-Division or K-Alliance, it was a faction under Kim Chul-soo's command and had recently been enjoying a surge in popularity. Mok Jae Hyeon, the leader of the KSM alliance, skillfully utilized his favorite defensive skill, Wood Fortress, to block the relentless assaults from a bird-type monster. The monster's attacks were razor-sharp and it was as swift as a giant eagle. However, that was based on ordinary standards. This is too easy, Jae Hyeon thought. Let's put it this way. When someone was going at a speed of 100 km per hour, they would naturally be considered as going pretty fast, right? However, if the very same person was used to going at a speed of 150 km per hour, and they suddenly had to drop their speed down to 100 km per hour, it would naturally feel slow. To the person, at least. Jae Hyeon was experiencing such a phenomenon. Such weak attacks. Before Jin Hyeok's regression, his training partner was always Choi Gang Byeok. After his regression, Jin Hyeok's training partner was always Mok Jae Hyeon. Having been trained against Jin Hyeok, Jae Hyeon's eyes widened. Compared to Jin Hyeok. With thoughts of Jin Hyeok's attacks in his mind, Jae Hyeon parried the bird-type monster's Talon assault. This is nothing. Jae Hyeon was tinged with a hint of madness. He could feel himself spiraling, a state he could not deny, especially given what his party members were saying lately that he was becoming influenced by Jin Hyeok. It was a confusing mix of emotions, one he both enjoyed and disliked. Jin Hyeok's voice seemed to echo in his ears. Why are you wasting such good physical attributes? Though Jin Hyeok was physically fighting the bird-type monster, in Jae Hyeon's mental world, his real opponent was the Cha Jin Hyeok in his mind. In this inner universe, the sharp talons and the beak of the monster had suddenly transformed into Jin Hyeok's sword. Yeah, Jin Hyeok chuckled softly. The buoyancy of his mood nearly made him draw his sword at that instant, but he exercised extreme restraint and quickly spoke. I will talk about soccer as an example. Some players excel at dribbling, some have a wide field of vision, some have an exceptional shooting ability, and some have a knack for positioning. Yet, if one excelled in certain areas, there were bound to be shortcomings as well. John Pritch's defensive ability seems to be incredibly poor. The wooden arm created from the lava was undoubtedly durable and strong, far more resilient than the wood conjured by Jae Hyeon's skills. However, its application was inferior in comparison. Jin Hyeok spat out the words he had already said to Jae Hyeon several times before. I don't understand why he would use such impressive physical attributes so ineffectively. Without a second thought, Jin Hyeok lunged at John Pritch. It's a shame I had to prevent his second phase. Had Jin Hyeok been the swordsman Cha Jin Hyeok, he might have allowed the second phase to commence. However, Jin Hyeok's perspective widened as he became a streamer, and he embraced the bigger picture now. Somewhere out there, I bet Bong King and the other players are up to something. In this scenario, Jin Hyeok was the one who was leading, while Bong King's team were mere followers. Their relationship was both cooperative and competitive. I can't lose to them. Strong opponents would continue to emerge, but defeat was everlasting. You have activated the skill 1 with the sword. You have activated the skill Sharper Spirit. By simultaneously activating two skills, Jin Hyeok maximized their effects. A different kind of excitement and thrill washed over him, distinct from his days as a swordsman. I like this. These days, Jin Hyeok was tasting a new world of exhilaration. He was learning that there was a joy beyond just fighting strong opponents. Before the second phase, John Pritch seems to be in an incredibly vulnerable state. Digging into the opponent's weaknesses and striking accurately, even quelling them before they could fully display their skills, this too provided endless delight and excitement for Jin Hyeok. If I just target these weak points and strike them, I can penetrate the wooden fortress formed by his wooden arm. Let's give it a try. Inside, Jin Hyeok found John Pritch in the midst of a transformation. A viscous green liquid oozed without pause, making him look like a human-shaped larva. Jin Hyeok grinned devilishly and lunged toward John Pritch. Now, I will try and slash high. Wait a minute. Jin Hyeok barely stopped his sword in time. It seems like I got carried away by the surprise mission. He almost embarrassed himself as a streamer. A normal streamer would not be this sloppy on a live stream. After catching his breath, Jin Hyeok carefully examined John Pritch, who was still in the midst of transforming. He approached him to ask him something. You have activated the skill exclusive in-depth interview. What are you doing right now? Jin Hyeok asked. No reply came, of course. Not that Jin Hyeok actually wanted one. I need to rescue the Spirit King of Fire's daughter. Fighting John Pritch led to this realization that John Pritch was not just a spider with a big belly. It seems like the Spirit King of Fire's daughter is trapped inside that belly. He sensed an odd spirit energy near John Pritch's stomach. It seemed like the Spirit King of Fire's daughter was sealed in there. While brainstorming ways to rescue her, Jin Hyeok did his best to keep the viewers entertained. Mr. John Pritch, may I kill you? If he killed John Pritch outright, he might also kill the Spirit King of Fire's daughter. He needed to cut open the belly to rescue her, but even he wasn't confident about that. If it's just killing, I can do it easily, but... However, saving someone was a different story. With his sword, the Great Sword of Lagon, Jin Hyeok sliced several strands of the sticky green filament. Groaning in what seemed like agony, the unconscious John Pritch writhed. It looks like John Pritch is absorbing nutrients from these filaments. He decided to stop this source first. Jin Hyeok swung his sword wildly. Slash, slash, slash. Relentlessly, he cut through the regenerating green filaments. A fair amount of time passed. John Pritch, who failed to transform, finally spoke. Jay, just kill me. Entranced by the invigorating feel of the battle, Jin Hyeok could not hear him. He continued to sever the regenerating green filaments with relentless determination. Should I give up on rescuing the Spirit King of Fire's daughter? Jin Hyeok had already wasted much time. It took quite a while before he could hear John Pritch's whimper of, just end it, kill me, which had completely dampened Jin Hyeok's enthusiasm. The fun was gone. Is it too greedy to save the Spirit King of Fire's daughter as well? Killing John Pritch alone would secure him the Phoenix Heart. To wish for more in such a situation felt like greed, but he was the only one who had advanced up to this point in the scenario of the new world, so a little greed seemed justifiable. As time goes by, it seems John Pritch is suffering more. There was no enjoyment in repeatedly slashing a monster that had lost his will to fight. John Pritch had by now shriveled in size. The level of the fallen monster that failed to transform plummeted to around level 50. The content will become too boring at this rate. This could not go on. Jin Hyeok had to just kill John Pritch. Just as he made up his mind, Mujin the navigator hurriedly ran up to him. By the way, the fortress made of wooden arms had long since shriveled. Hey, I think I have discovered something. Mujin said, his face flushed with color. I feel like I've figured out why this place is called the New World. This palace is set as John Pritch's laboratory. John Pritch conducted experiments on cutting and merging things that were originally separate. In the process, the power of the spirits was needed. Mujin had proceeded with the new world in a different way from Jin Hyok and had obtained many clues in his own way. Spirits are entities that roam the various corners of the universe without constraints. They move to other servers through a special ritual called summoning. The existence of spirit summoners on Earth, which was not yet connected to other worlds, is proof of that. Jin Hyok had never thought about it that way. He was intrigued as well. The power that links the worlds. John Pritch used and studied that power. He created rifts between dimensions through that power. In some ambiguous space, neither of this dimension nor that, there existed a place called the rift between dimensions. It seems that John Pritch forcibly conducted experiments to artificially create a rift in dimensions within his own belly. Mujin said. Why? I'm not certain, but if the connected dimensions get severed, it generates an immense explosive force that damages both dimensions. Jin Hyok nodded. That's actually true. It was a fact that would come to light in the future. In his past life, there were indeed some villainous alliances who had committed acts of terrorism by deliberately severing dimensional passages. I think John Pritch thought that he could rule the world if he could control that power. Could you possibly permit me some time to dissect his belly? Mujin asked. Are you sure? Mujin's expression was incredibly earnest. However, John Pritch must not die, Mujin said. Jin Hyok, having already lost interest, was casually severing the green filaments that were supplying energy to John Pritch. And I shouldn't give him enough time to fully recover as well, right? Jin Hyok asked. Yes, that would be great. I suppose there's no choice. Although Jin Hyok was uninterested, it seemed like he had to continue this monotonous, repetitive labor. Just kill me, John Pritch wailed. Jin Hyok found himself somewhat empathetic toward John Pritch's agony. Neither alive nor dead. Being in between is always the hardest. Jin Hyok knew that feeling all too well, so he was exceptionally good at regulating John Pritch's current state. If I cut off any more here, he will die. Thus, Jin Hyok deliberately supplied some energy. If I give him more energy, he is going to fully recover. Jin Hyok severed just enough of the green filaments so that John Pritch would stay in the current state. His delicate balancing was nothing short of extraordinary. Mujin was sweating bullets as he worked on dissecting John Pritch's bloated abdomen. Just one more step and we're done. Before he knew it, Mujin's whole body was covered in a thick, green, groovy liquid. A foul odor, indescribable in its potency, radiated from him. Yet, unfazed, he looked at Jin Hyok with eyes filled with an unquenchable thirst. We just need one more piece. For that, I need your assistance, Mr. Kim Chulsu, Mujin said. My assistance? Yes, I need the lost research journal that John Pritch. Mujin hesitated. Through Chulsu's livestream, he knew that Chulsu had acquired the fragment of John Pritch's lost research journal. Asking for it felt audacious. Oh, this. Jin Hyok said. He held out the journal without any conditions attached. You're giving this to me just like that? Yes, if it will help you dissect the abdomen effectively. John Pritch mumbled. I can hear you. You wretched beings, but Jin Hyok paid him no mind. However, if anything good comes out of that belly, it's mine, all right. Of course. The Kim Mujin, before and after entering the new world, were entirely different beings. He had turned into someone who found great satisfaction in accomplishing things that nobody else had. The sheer act was pleasurable, the rewards that followed were immaterial. Jin Hyok admired Kim Mujin. As expected, he's amazing. Mujin felt exhilarated under Jin Hyok's approving gaze. Meanwhile, Bunking watched the two of them and gulped. I hope it wasn't a mistake to change my livestream concept. There was no doubt that Jin Hyok was not just crazy, but the kind of crazy that drove everyone around him mad. Bunking was doing his livestream with the concept of belittling and ridiculing such a madman, and it was working to some extent. However, now, he found himself increasingly anxious, feeling like he had fallen into the trap of King God General Yumi. Still, Bunking did not let it show and continued his livestream enthusiastically. John Pritch's abdomen has split open, brilliant rays of light are seeping out, and there are numerous flames of various colors erupting. These are spirit fires, made up of tremendous spirit power, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The surrounding atmosphere grew extremely hot in an instant. It was hotter than the burning fortress. Mujin quickly shouted, we need a medium to channel this overflowing spirit power back into the spirit dimension. Then he turned to Lee Hyen-song. I need you to stab his anus, Mujin requested. Anus? Yes, deeply. How deep? Deeper than what Chulsu would have done. Hyen-song's competitive spirit flared up. He was to pierce deeper than what Chulsu would have done. Gritting his teeth, Hyen-song muttered, then I shall pierce it, without question, deeply. Watch me, Kim Chulsu. Hyen-song thought, his eyes filled with madness. Lying helplessly on his back, John Pritch, neither dead nor alive, mumbled, please, save me, from the world of madmen. Thud. Emboldened by Jin Hyok's stylish line of my sword shatters artifice, Hyen-song muttered to himself, my sword will shatter your anus. Lee Hyen-song gave it his all as he stabbed John Pritch's anus. Although it was only for a brief moment, Hyen-song felt as if he had entered the trance realm. Exhaling a heated breath, he unconsciously let his true feelings slip. How does it feel? Hyen-song asked. John Pritch trembled as if shocked by electricity. John Pritch was unable to scream, and his eyes turned a shade of red that went beyond bloodshot, morphing into the color of ripe tomatoes. Erg. Uck. Eek. John Pritch emitted groans that were barely considered groans. It was the most he could muster after he was overwhelmed by Hai Yin-sung's madness. John Pritch himself had conducted innumerable experiments on others, but even he himself never had the audacity to ask his test subjects how they felt. Such a question went beyond the bounds of morality, venturing into the grotesque. However, the "how does it feel" was not intended for John Pritch. Instead, it was aimed at Cha Jin Hyok, who was frowning slightly. Wow, Jin Hyok thought to himself, his mood darkening a notch. Stealing my spotlight just like that. This was a clear violation of their respective jobs. Interviews were the domains of streamers, not swordsmen. Why can't we respect each other's domains? Jin Hyok's lips moved to form these words, but no sound emerged. Hai Yin-sung, whose focus had entirely shifted to Jin Hyok, was taken aback. What about all the things that you've done till now? Were you respecting my job? Hai Yin-sung thought. He wanted to counter Jin Hyok's argument but held himself back. After all, Jin Hyok was in the middle of his live stream, seemingly having had some sort of epiphany. So Hai Yin-sung was asking me, not John Pritch, Jin Hyok muttered, his mood souring even further. He didn't even do much, but he's asking me how does it feel? This is from Lee Hai Yin-sung, who once eagerly declared himself my rival. Jin Hyok thought. Jin Hyok was deeply disappointed in him, but the situation was too pressing to express that outright. It was time to move on with his content. A medium that can channel the spirit power, Pretending to be lost in thought, Jin Hyok conveyed a moment of intense internal struggle. In the meantime, their healer could not take the heat from the flames and died. Since the healer is dead, the others are going to die also. The agony of burning to death might be painful, but it seems like everyone has grown rather numb to pain. Experience was crucial, after all. They should all be thankful for me, right? Just as Jin Hyok was basking in this inner satisfaction, Bong King, drenched in sweat, asked, do you have any brilliant ideas this time around? I'm not sure. Everyone is full of expectation that the almighty Kim Chul-soo would know what to do, Bong King said, raising the tension with his irritating tone. Even the almighty Chul-soo seems to be out of options. We should just focus on killing John Pritch. Don't you have a mission related to killing John Pritch? The subtext was clear, stop being greedy and just take the phoenix heart and leave. Jin Hyok was once again impressed. Wow, look at his detestable expression. I just want to punch him in the face. Bong King was nailing that kind of acting. His expression, tone, and the subtext of what he was saying were all perfect. There's so much to learn from him. Seeing that expression on Jin Hyok, Hai Yin-sung's pride had taken a blow. It was the kind of look he had long yearned for from Jin Hyok. What am I lacking? Why isn't he looking at me like that? Hai Yin-sung thought. Once again, Hai Yin-sung lifted his sword and, with more passion than before, cut through the anus. My sword shatters anus. Thud. The flames roared even more fiercely, accompanied by the sound of sobbing from somewhere. Spirit fire raged as if to consume the entire area. Enveloped by these intense flames, Hai Yin-sung met a valiant death. Jin Hyok then approached John Pritch's anus. Finally, Hai Yin-sung has done something useful. Jin Hyok needed this much crack in the anus so he could proceed with what he was trying to do. Before he joined up with the Bong King's party, Jin Hyok had a conversation with Fire Spirit Ygritte. Please, save the daughter of the Spirit King. Of course, I will find the Spirit King's daughter, thwart John Pritch's nefarious deeds, and stand with you. 2 battles are the only thing that keeps me alive. I have dreamed of battling you, Ygritte, the Fire Spirit. Jin Hyok had nearly chosen the second option, but his refined judgment led him to choose the first. Please. With that, Ygritte had transformed into a small ember and moved somewhere else. The path Ygritte led him to had been the next field, the burning fortress 3rd floor. Jin Hyok then continued his live stream. Ygritte, who had gone up to the 3rd floor before me, has now vanished. Ygritte knew exactly what his role was. It seems it was waiting here for an opportunity. It revealed itself when the spirit power was strengthening. The moment John Pritch's belly split and spirit fire roared the area, Jin Hyok knew that Ygritte, who had vanished earlier, would reappear here. With the help of the streamer-exclusive skill Transcendent Translation, Jin Hyok could read Ygritte's intentions. Use me, as the medium, to open the spirit gate. That was already 3 minutes ago. Jin Hyok heard Bong King talking to him. Ugh. I can't hold on anymore. Let's meet at the save point. There's no point for me to hold out any longer. So just die, so we can have a tactical meeting. Okay. Bong King's skin had melted and looked soggy. It was hard to understand why he had deteriorated so quickly when he also had broadcaster's barrier, like Jin Hyok. Especially when he was such a great streamer. Is his ability to use broadcaster's barrier subpar? While Bong King's character design and storytelling were great, his ability to use broadcaster's barrier might be lacking. Still, it was understandable, since every streamer had their own strengths and weaknesses. Anyway, Bong King had died, and Jin Hyok continued with his live stream, highly motivated. Bong King, watch closely. I deliberately didn't disclose my conversation with Ygritte. Everything had its proper timing. Around the time when everyone except Choi Gang-byok had died, Jin Hyok spoke. I think we can open the spirit gate using Ygritte as the medium. Jin Hyok leaped high and swung his sword, the great sword of Logon, at the fiery form of Ygritte. The spirit, which was a single mass of flame, dispersed like smoke and began to absorb the surrounding flames. It acted like a small black hole, sucking up all the various flames that were burning the area. Sob. Sob. The sound of a young girl crying came from somewhere. It was from within John Pritch's belly. Perhaps it was because John Pritch expelled all the spirit energy he had been holding, but his belly looked emaciated. Jin Hyeok asked Gang Byeok, the only one who had survived, check inside the belly. I hear a voice. Okay. Somehow, this Choi Gang Byeok did not seem like the Gang Byeok he knew, who never listened to what he said. Gang Byeok's expression looked somewhat complex. It looked like he had something to say but was holding back for now. Anyway, Gang Byeok rushed toward where the crying was coming from, and Jin Hyeok continued with his live stream. I will try to control the situation so John Pritch does not regain his strength. Before fully rescuing the daughter of the Spirit King of Fire, Jin Hyeok decided to postpone killing John Pritch. Just in case. Did I overdo it? John Pritch kept begging for a quick death, and it was becoming boring. After a bit of time passed, Gang Byeok appeared, carrying a young girl. I saved her, Gang Byeok said. Thanking him right now would be a bit awkward. If it had been the old days, Jin Hyeok would have promised to stab him in the heart next time. However, this was not the time to say that. In the midst of the awkwardness, Jin Hyeok eventually said, thank you. It felt like the biggest growth he had had in a long time. Then, Gang Byeok whispered to him, what the hell are you trying to do? A few minutes ago. In Gang Byeok's mind, an inconceivable picture was drawn. Did Kim Chul-soo know everything from the start? Gang Byeok thought. It seemed unlikely, but for some reason, he felt that way. Chul-soo appeared to have known about Ygritte from the start and had some idea of how to open the spirit gate. Was he waiting for most of our party to die? Dramatically solving a problem in a moment of crisis was considered a bit cliché, but it was effective. He could have saved everyone but chose not to. Everyone was burned alive. Party members who had become incredibly accustomed to moderate suffering were screaming when they died. Some could not bear the pain, rolling on the ground until they died. Some players even took their own lives. And he just turned a blind eye to all this? Is that how he built the concept for the live stream? Gang Byeok clenched his fists. Chul-soo's actions had a significant impact on him. Wow, he is something else. Admiring Chul-soo for a moment, Gang Byeok suddenly became angry. He whispered softly to Chul-soo, what the hell are you trying to do? What do you mean? Jin Hyeok swiftly muted his live stream, cutting off Gang Byeok's voice. You can speak up. I've muted the live stream, Jin Hyeok said. You have been intense the entire time. You've deeply impacted me. Jin Hyeok could not say anything. It was not common for him to receive such praise from Gang Byeok. But look at yourself right now, Gang Byeok said. Me. Jin Hyeok looked at his appearance and had a small realization. Bong King is the #1 streamer in Korea. He was neck and neck with Kang Miene, but right now, Bong King was still considered #1. And Bong King melted and died. The disappointment in Jin Hyeok was as great as the respect Gang Byeok had for him. So shouldn't you at least suffer third-degree burns to make the story believable? Gang Byeok asked. What the hell is going on? You look so clean. Are you even really a streamer? I get it, you're very skilled. But is that right for a streamer? Are you some kind of tank? Or a swordsman? Jin Hyeok was at a loss for words. He's always been good at telling harsh truths, Jin Hyeok thought. Old memories flitted through his mind. Gang Byeok had always been good at speaking uncomfortable truths. You say the right thing. So right that I'm gonna punch you in the face. I used to just stab him back then. Why would you stab me with a warning, you idiot? And Gang Byeok used to just block my attack and yell at me. If you were going to stab me, you should have done it without warning. Jin Hyeok considered just stabbing him again like he used to, but couldn't. The current Jin Hyeok was not a swordsman, but a streamer with a live stream to run. I'm sorry. I'm still lacking as a streamer, Jin Hyeok said. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Like Bong King, Jin Hyeok needed to be able to do 3 things at once, but he had not yet reached that level of expertise. The standards he had set for himself had risen. Then do better, Gang Byeok said. Thanks. Jin Hyeok unmuted the live stream and continued his narration. There is a young girl here. She is unconscious. There is not much I can do right now, so we will wait for the healer. Jin Hyeok shifted his gaze to capture the spirit gate that had consumed all the flames. That spirit gate. I have a feeling something might burst out of it. What if the Spirit King of Fire appears when it fully opens? Yet nothing significant happened. Before the healer arrives, I want to ask you, Wind Wanderer. I've successfully killed John Pritch. Does that count as the mission accomplished? A notification followed. You have cleared the mission. You have received Phoenix Heart as the mission reward. Just then, a throbbing heart revealed itself from the spirit gate. The heart, engulfed in flames, slowly descended and landed on Jin Hyeok's palm. TSSSS. His flesh sizzled. Despite using Broadcaster's barrier, the heat was difficult to ward off. Wow, the heat is no joke. Suddenly, another surprise mission was generated. You have received a surprise mission. Creator of the surprise mission, Money Shower. It did not stop there. You have received a surprise mission. Creator of the surprise mission, Money Shot. Jin Hyeok tilted his head in confusion. I thought it was difficult to generate consecutive surprise missions. Jin Hyeok had heard that a ton of money had to be poured into the system for this to happen, though he could not confirm that. Mission title, Eat It Quick. Mission title, We're All Gonna Die. 2 incomprehensible missions were given. So, Money Shower has given me the Eat It Quick mission and Money Shot has given me the We're All Gonna Die mission. The contents of the missions were strange. The Eat It Quick mission wants me to consume the phoenix heart and I get the phoenix liver as the reward. Wait, the phoenix liver was sold for 300 billion won in an auction? Can this really be called a mission? And for the We're All Gonna Die mission, the reward for consuming the phoenix heart is the flame of Nebediah. The 2 missions promised the phoenix liver and the flame of Nebediah respectively, just for eating the phoenix heart. Upon checking the mission rewards, Jin Hyeok could see why they were doing this. So, this is how it is. Jin Hyeok smiled. In Choi Gap-soo's alchemist workshop, Lilia the succubus informed Choi Gap-soo, Chairman, Michelle Jang has come to visit. Again. Shall I send her up? No need. I think she's already here. Ding! With that sound, the elevator door opened. This elevator was not the creation of human technology but a system artifact. The official term for it was the dimensional gate and where it led to was Gap-soo's self-made sanctuary called the media room. It was a secluded space where he could indulge in his hobbies without interruption. Lately, he had been enjoying watching Net Plus and Kim Chol-soo's live streams here. You've been frequenting my media room quite a lot lately, Gap-soo said with a frown. Where else could you find a place as well equipped as this? How much have you invested in your hobby? Maybe I should start charging admission for the room. You're still happy, though, aren't you? Michelle said with a chuckle. With what? That I acknowledge the quality of this room. You've really done well. You can call this the epitome of life experience, taste, and class. Yeah. Aren't you also happy that you have someone to enjoy it with? Michelle sat down on the sofa. The media room was optimized to bring out the most lifelike experience of Chol-soo's live streams, and Gap-soo took considerable pride in that fact. It took 1.2 billion DOS just to set up the sound system, Gap-soo said. It's cheaper than I thought, by the look of things. Tisk. When will you stop measuring everything by its cost? When will you move beyond that upstart mindset? Creating this space with such a modest sum is a great feat by itself, don't you think? A modest sum. Lilia doubted what she had just heard. The 1.2 billion DOS was just for the sound system. You actually spent around 40 billion DOS for the entire room. No matter how many times Lilia overheard such conversations, they never ceased to boggle her mind. Before she knew it, Gap-soo and Michelle were engrossed in Chol-soo's live stream. Chol-soo eventually killed John Pritch. He should receive the Phoenix Heart any minute now, Gap-soo said. Even with money, the Phoenix Heart is hard to get. This Wind Wanderer guy seems to really favor Chol-soo. Seems so. I haven't seen him in any other live streams lately. He must be utterly smitten by Chol-soo. At least we're not that bad. True. That guy is simply overboard. Compared to Wind Wanderer, we're not crazy, right? Obviously. I don't think you can say that when you spent 40 billion DOS for a room specifically designed to watch Chol-soo's live stream. And you think it's cheap? How are you guys not crazy? Lilia thought to herself. Michelle, who claimed they were not crazy, continued to speak. But at this rate, the Spirit King of Fire will appear, right? I've seen him in another live stream. He was completely out of his senses. Then Chol-soo will be in danger too. The two of them looked at each other, having the same facial expression. This feels awfully like a strategy designed by the system, doesn't it? It's as if the system is treating Chol-soo like some sort of virus. The both of them erupted in anger. No one else in the world produces such high-quality live streams. This crosses the line. Gap-soo was the first to give out the surprise mission. Mission title, Eat It Quick. Michelle followed by creating her own surprise mission. Since she was slower than Gap-soo, she ended up using 3 times the DOS to do so. Mission title, We're All Gonna Die. Lilia, fetch the phoenix liver from the storage, Gap-soo said. Me. What's the matter? My level is only 110. I hardly have any fire resistance. There should be a pair of gloves in the storage. Wear those and bring it. Wouldn't it be better for you to go personally? The gloves that Gap-soo mentioned were single-use fire-resistant gloves that cost a whopping 1 billion DOS. Using the pair of gloves once would waste 1 billion DOS. However, for Gap-soo, those few minutes it took to walk to the storage seemed more valuable than the billion DOS. Lilia headed to the storage, and Michelle shrugged, commenting, I've set the mission reward to be the Flame of Nebediah. Good. Nov. L. B /JNN. They shared the same sentiment. I can stand it if we're the ones killing Chol-soo, but if it's the system, I can't let that happen. Obviously. The Phoenix Liver and the Flame of Nebediah were auxiliary artifacts that assisted in properly consuming the Phoenix Heart. However, the order of consumption was extremely crucial. If Chol-soo consumes the Phoenix Liver first, it's lethal, right? The chances are high. One had to consume the Flame of Nebediah first and then swallow the Phoenix Liver. While this method was less effective, it was considerably safer. But if he consumes it the other way around, the effect is superior, right? Michelle asked. That's the charm. Which will Chol-soo choose? The less effective, but safer way, or the highly effective yet risky way? What if he dies? When live streaming sincerely, it's a risk one might have to take, isn't it? Either way, it'll be entertaining. Meanwhile, after retrieving the Phoenix Liver from the storage, Lilia hurriedly logged into Kim Know-It-All TV and quickly sent a message. Chol-soo is handsome has donated 100,000 DOS. He has to eat the Flame of Nebediah first. Otherwise, it's going to be dangerous. Please make sure he knows this. If a player were to recklessly consume the Phoenix Heart, disaster would ensue. Their stomach would burn from the inside out, turning a charred black. Assistance from a Fire Elemental class player was typically required. In Korea, this would be akin to seeking help from someone like Taegu, also known as the Fire King. However, there existed a method to consume the Phoenix Heart without Taegu's aid. They've given me the Phoenix Liver and the Flame of Nebadiah, Jin Hyeok thought. He knew that he had to swallow the Flame of Nebadiah first and then consume the Phoenix Liver. Doing so provided significant aid in controlling the flames emanating from the Phoenix Heart. It seems like the old man and Michelle really want me to grow as fast as I can. It would have been better if they had informed him of the correct sequence, but that might have made the live stream less thrilling. While not knowing the order could have been a potentially deadly mistake, it turned out for the better. This is perfect for my live stream. It felt like a sign of respect toward his role as a streamer. You have received a secret message from King God General Yumi. Jin Hyeok paused the live stream for a moment to check the secret message. You must first consume the Flame of Nebadiah. It's dangerous if you don't. It appeared someone among his viewers cared deeply about him. He decided not to disclose this information and continued with the live stream. By consuming the Phoenix Heart, I can clear 2 surprise missions at once. Thank you for giving me such an easy task. His hand felt searing hot. Taking the genuine advice from Choi Gang-byeok, Jin Hyeok held the Phoenix Heart with his bare hands. His skin nearly melted off, but presenting it this way seemed more intense and appealing. It would appear as though I had exhausted all my energy battling John Pritch, wouldn't it? Now, I shall consume the Phoenix Heart. Gulp. A sensation of scorching heat coursed through as the massive fireball passed down his throat, seemingly burning his esophagus. This is quite painful. I think at this point, I need the assistance from Taegu. You have cleared the surprise missions. You have acquired Phoenix Liver as the mission reward. You have acquired Flame of Nebadiah as the mission reward. Both rewards manifested on his palms. One was the blazing Phoenix Liver. The other, a lump of flame, burning in a majestic purple hue. Given their fierce intensity, his hands were completely scorched. If merely holding them felt this excruciating, consuming them would probably incinerate his insides. I should eat the Flame of Nebadiah to be safe. But then, the sincere advice from Gang-byeok flashed in his mind. What the hell is going on? You look so clean. Are you even really a streamer? While the viewers from the Earth server might be oblivious, there would certainly be those from other servers who knew the danger of consuming the Phoenix Liver first. Memories of his swordsman days surfaced. Greater danger brings more thrill. This was a truth almost too evident. He decided not to overlook that fact. I should consume the Phoenix Liver first. Upon reflection, this was not a matter of choice. It was imperative. Being a streamer, the right course of action was clear. As a streamer one should stream, or rather showcase, the riskier, more thrilling choice. I will consume the Phoenix Liver first. Jin Hyeok chewed and swallowed the blazing Phoenix Liver. Instantly, he felt as if flames were engulfing the inside of his stomach. Wow, this is pretty painful. At moments like this, a streamer should stay focused, ensuring that there were no silent gaps in his live stream. However, right now, he did not have the luxury to think about that. He still had much to learn as a streamer. I have a method in mind. John Pritch was capable of artificially creating a space to imprison the daughter of the Spirit King of Fire. To keep the fire spirit from dying, even when cut off completely from the spirit realm, John Pritch had to have devised an artificial environment of fire. If John Pritch could do it, so can I. Desperately, he recalled his earlier memories. He ate the fire. His belly area has turned red. I didn't know that was possible. Can I do that too? Wouldn't it be convenient if I could block fire like that? This was what he thought just a while ago. Acing on them now was, in a way, fortuitous. Let's recall what John Pritch did. Immediately, Jin Hyeok assumed a cross-legged position. Being defenseless was a bit risky, but he trusted Gang-byeok to protect him. If he did not focus, he would likely meet his end either way. And now, I need to consume the Flame of Nebadiah. A wave of nausea hit him. His body instinctively seemed to reject any more fire energy. I need to suppress the urge to vomit. He concentrated on his meditation. He toiled to navigate the microcosm within his mind, seeking an answer. What would the Fire King, Taegu, have done in this situation? Damn it, I might go crazy. He felt like he was on the verge of shattering his meditation. The microcosm, where only he existed, seemed aflame. And to be precise, it was actually engulfed in fire. If I don't handle this properly, I might melt away, soul and all. Though the resurrection setting was active for the dungeon, he was certain that even if revived, he would be left in a vegetative state. It felt as if his spirit, not just his body, was dissolving. I must get through this. The Phoenix Heart, Phoenix Liver, and Flame of Nebadiah. The intense heat of these 3 artifacts blazed through his inner universe. I might genuinely perish at this rate. Yet, paradoxically, his consciousness felt sharper. The deeper the agony and torment, the more heightened his senses became. This electrifying sensation of death's approach, as much as he loathed to admit, was an intense pleasure for him, amplifying his senses to their peak. I had forgotten this sensation for a while. Without realizing it, he became wholly engrossed in the situation. It felt like a pendulum swinging between should and shouldn't. This is exhilarating. At some point, he began to drift into the trance realm. Within this bubbling euphoria, with his sharpened senses, he instinctively started searching for what he needed to do. He let out an exclamation, seemingly involuntarily. It felt as though he had discovered something. It was a method he had never considered before. Stepping into the trance realm, Jin Hyok saw a brilliant light within his inner universe. Reaching out toward that light, he was able to obtain something. You have activated the latent skill fire control technique. For Jin Hyok, he could not comprehend how this could happen. While it made a certain amount of sense for the abilities that were once imprinted on his soul, like the skills of a swordsman, were lying dormant within him, there was absolutely no reason for the fire control technique, which he had never ever possessed before, to also be lying dormant within him. In fact, it was absolutely baffling, but alas, he was already in a state where he had lost his reason and failed to realize the peculiarity of the situation. Meanwhile, Choi Gapsu, who was watching Cholsu's livestream, clenched his jaw. He seems to have lost his senses, but the livestream has not stopped. Is that even possible? Exactly. I don't know how this can happen. It must mean his obsession with live streaming is tremendous, Michelle Jiang replied. It seems a vast array of skills are dormant within Cholsu's mind. Fire control technique? Isn't that a skill only players who control fire possess? Well, I see it differently. Moneyshot had a comparatively more flexible way of thinking than Moneyshower. I believe that the fire control technique is innate in everyone. After all, every individual possesses infinite potential, Michelle said. That's preposterous. Don't underestimate the human potential. It's boundless. It's just that ordinary people cannot tap into the talents innate to them. A gleam sparkled in Michelle's eyes. In my opinion, out of all the talents Kim Cholsu has, his most exceptional talent is his survival instinct. Survival instinct. I'm talking about the ability to find a way to survive and awaken even in the most perilous situations. I believe this ability is beyond imagination. For example, Michelle continued to speak by mentioning the earlier situation. If I know Cholsu, he would have at least tried using pure luck before consuming the Phoenix Heart. Yet he did not, or rather, he couldn't. Why? Because the situation was too dire. The flames emitted by the Phoenix Heart were just too powerful. I suppose you are right about that. It was in that pressing situation that his survival instinct shone through. His heightened senses eventually awakened one of the infinite potentials within him, so he was able to awaken the fire control technique. That's what I believe. Michelle started to speak in a slightly exhilarated manner. It is as if he has overcome countless threats of death. In doing so, his naturally honed survival instinct always finds a way. It feels like talent augmented with experience, wouldn't you say? If you say I'm wrong, I am not going to argue with you. Michelle was unaware of Jin Hyok's regression but demonstrated remarkable insight. In his previous life, Jin Hyok had overcome numerous near-death experiences. While he believed he had merely been lucky to survive, there was more to it. Despite his penchant for risky plays, his survival was also due to his formidable survival instinct. Anyone acting like Jin Hyok would typically die before becoming the Sword King. Gapsu shook his head vigorously. I don't see it that way. How so? I believe Cholsu is very good at hiding his capabilities. Like the secret only we know of, the all-rounder, per se, Nov, L, B // JNN. Michelle subtly glanced toward Lilia. Don't worry about her. She is bound by the secret oath of succubus, so she can't disclose anything she learns through me, Gapsu said. Got it. But the all-rounder? He told us about that already. What if that's just a cover? What if there is something even more remarkable than the all-rounder? Wouldn't he keep that hidden as well? Of course, Jin Hyok had nothing more to hide, but Gapsu was dead serious. While I don't disagree, would that even be possible? Or rather, does such a thing even exist? Michelle asked. In theory, yes. Or perhaps, it's more apt to call it a legend. There's such a legend? I've never heard of it. Well, youngsters like you wouldn't know. Let's just wait and see. In hindsight, both Gapsu and Michelle were correct. Jin Hyok's acquisition of the fire control technique was due to the all-rounder trait, as well as his outstanding survival instinct. Regardless, the important point to take here was that Jin Hyok had acquired the fire control technique. You have activated the skill fire control technique. With the assistance of the skill, Jin Hyok began to gradually regain his consciousness. I'm adapting, slowly, Jin Hyok thought. Eventually, he succeeded in controlling the flames that surged from within his body. He had successfully consumed the Phoenix Heart. He felt hot, as if his body was filled with fiery blood, but it was not uncomfortable. My consciousness is returning. He quickly checked his live stream. It wasn't cut off. This was truly fortunate. To not have the live stream interrupted even when he lost consciousness was a stroke of luck. A feeling of accomplishment, having overcome the crisis, surged within him. You have acquired complete immunity to fire up to Phoenix grade. You have acquired complete immunity to poison up to Snake King grade. With his consciousness fully restored, Jin Hyok opened his eyes. Wait. Should I be delighted just because the live stream was not interrupted? Having set high standards for himself, Jin Hyok was slightly disappointed in himself. I should not be happy over something like this. Keeping the live stream running is just the basics, right? Being content with just accomplishing the basics? I still have a long way to go. After criticizing Lee Hyein-sung to such an extent, he felt ashamed of his own behavior. He quickly reflected on himself and began to assess himself with even stricter measures. I couldn't fill the silent gaps for the live stream. The production was not on point either. I was merely fixated on consuming the Phoenix Heart. Jin Hyok bit his lips. I need to reflect on this diligently and strive to become a better streamer. The moment Jin Hyuk ate the phoenix liver, Lilia almost silently yelled, "No, no, that's not what I told you," Lilia shouted in her mind. She concealed her trembling hands behind her back. The keen-eyed Gapsu did not miss her trembling hands. "Lilia, why are you so restless?" Gapsu asked. "It's nothing. You were hired to seduce Chulsu, but it seems you might have been the one who got seduced." "God, I miss being young," Gapsu said while chuckling. "I'm embarrassed." "Why?" "Because I failed in my attempt to seduce Chulsu." Even though she tried to genuinely seduce him, she failed. None of her succubus skills or abilities had any effect on Jin Hyuk. The only thing left was to approach him sincerely. "But tell me, how did you come to be so fond of Chulsu?" Gapsu asked. "That is." Lily could not think of a proper response. To put it in terms of the Korean server, is something like "no man has treated me like this before" type of thing. That's not entirely untrue. What should I say? Reflecting on it, even she did not know when or why she became so sincere toward Chulsu. "Old man, are you genuinely asking because you don't know?" Michelle said with a deep sigh. "Do you know?" "Of course I know, and Lilia knows it too." Gapsu and Lilia turned their gazes to Michelle, with an expression suggesting, "Why don't you get something so obvious?" Michelle said, "He's handsome." Gapsu slightly frowned, and Lilia had a small realization. Gapsu, who somehow seemed a bit upset, asked again, "That's the only reason? If someone looks like that, what other reason do you need? Don't you agree, Lilia?" Lilia found herself involuntarily nodding. Knowing Jin Hyuk's true face, it was a truth she could not help but resonate with. Michelle licked her lips with a hint of regret. "If I were only 200 years younger, I would have tried to woo him no matter what." "What do you think, Lilia?" "Well, just say what comes to mind." "I can't help but agree with you." Gapsu's mood darkened even more. "Do you know what irritates me the most?" Gapsu asked. It was not because of Michelle or Lilia spewing such nonsense that he was angry. "The most annoying thing is that I find myself somewhat agreeing." Gapsu decided to stop his donation for the day. Upon entering the new world, Jin Hyuk proceeded in a manner he had never tried before and eventually even killed John Pritch. Everything had gone smoothly. He had a premonition that he was on the brink of achieving a significant milestone. But Jin Hyuk faced an unexpected obstacle. What should I do with her? The Spirit King of Fire's daughter, who had been carried on the back of Choi Gang by Eok, had come to her senses. Presumably having lost most of her spirit powers, her appearance now closely resembled that of a human. Except for the occasional flames flickering from her, she looked just like a human. If she were human, she looks like she is about 5 years old. In reality, it was hard to tell her age. Whether such a small child was 3, 5, or 7 years old was unclear. In Jin Hyuk's eyes, the Spirit King of Fire's daughter seemed almost like a baby. LV80-69/Elines/. Her name was Elines. Originally at level 80, but due to exhausting all her spirit power, her current level had dropped to around 11. "Can I interview you?" Jin Hyuk said softly. Terrified, Elines stepped backward. "Help me. When will daddy come? Elines is here. Please help. I'm not trying to hurt you." Kaya. Elines ran even farther away. When her back hit a wall, she seemed to give up on everything. Covering her face with both hands, she huddled down and began to sob uncontrollably. "Elines didn't do anything bad," she said. A sorrowful cry echoed. "You guys are bad people? My daddy will scold all of you." Jin Hyuk scratched the back of his head. With her being trapped in overwhelming fear and anxiety, it was not possible to have a regular conversation. "I understand that after enduring hardships inside John Pritch's belly, it's hard for you to trust anyone, but..." Jin Hyuk thought it would have been easier just to fight monsters. This was a challenge too complex for him. "The energy emanating from the Spirit Gate is intensifying by the moment," Jin Hyuk said to the viewers. The Spirit Gate had opened. The spirit energy that John Pritch had trapped inside his belly had carved a path, linking the spirit realm to this place. If the Spirit King of Fire, Alcinous, appears, we are in for some serious trouble. Even in Jin Hyuk's past life, no player had ever faced Alcinous head-on. If Alcinous, misunderstanding the situation, takes a single wrong breath, it could spell doom for us all. At that point, even the resurrection setting in this dungeon might become meaningless. The resurrection in the New World was designed to revive those who met New World level deaths. The death bestowed by the Spirit King of Fire would surpass the New World level resurrection setting. A death by the Spirit King of Fire's hand might mean no return. The Spirit King of Fire who has lost his sanity is terrifying. That would be a disaster. Even for Jin Hyuk, who enjoyed fighting with powerful opponents, the Spirit King of Fire was an adversary he was not prepared for. "We probably do not have much time." Jin Hyuk had to find a solution. "Even if I have fire immunity up to Phoenix grade, I won't be able to withstand Alcinous attacks." The Phoenix grade flame was one of the highest grade flames, but it was still ranked a notch below the Spirit King of Fire's flame. In other words, no flame other than that of the Spirit King of Fire's flame could harm Jin Hyuk now. Though it was a remarkable progression, the imminent threat was the arrival of the half-deranged Spirit King of Fire. And the girl leaning against the wall, clearly traumatized and crying, was the daughter of the Spirit King of Fire. "I'm truly at a loss." In this intense moment, even his famed survival instinct did not shine through. The situation was too challenging for him. Soon, resurrected players began to arrive one after another, which only intensified Eline's fear. Stay back. Stay away from me, you wicked beings. Approaching her seemed impossible. Jin Hyeok felt trapped. I could really use Wang Yumi's advice right about now. Whenever he found himself at an impasse, it was always Yumi who provided the solution. Her advice, though often beyond Jin Hyeok's comprehension, always turned out to be correct. I really need Yumi's help now. Just then, a secret message from her arrived. You have received a secret message from King God General Yumi. You have no choice. Show her your true face. That will solve everything. I will handle the live streaming aspect. Just ensure Eline sees your true face. Once again, her advice was baffling. During Cha Jin Hyeok's time as a government official, his social status fluctuated daily. After handling an incident well, he would be hailed as a national hero. However, if he made a slight mistake, he was treated like garbage by everyone. To put it nicely, it was a shift in his social status, but in reality, it meant he was just a punching bag for the public. However, things began to change significantly after Wang Yumi joined. Jin Hyeok, you shouldn't be doing that. One day, there was an incident with civilian casualties. Though the situation was complicated, the bottom line was that an entire family had died. To note, had Jin Hyeok and his party tried to save them, they would have been the ones in danger. As always, the media lashed out at them, and this time, Jin Hyeok was their primary target. Demands poured in, urging him to make an official statement and apologize. Jin Hyeok thought that, as a government official, he should comply with the public's outcry. He believed it was the only way to enjoy the benefits provided by the government. He believed that every gain came with a loss. Jin Hyeok, you should just go with the bite me approach. Yumi's direction, however, was different. Some might even call it peculiar. Trust me and go with it. Speak your mind. Say that you would have been in danger if you tried to save the family. Say that you are deeply regretting not being able to save them. Wait, no, just let me write your lines, and you can use them for the interview. Jin Hyeok felt quite perplexed when he got the script from Yumi. His understanding of a public apology was typically humbly bowing down and saying that he was sorry. However, Jin Hyeok was not even sure if this script could be called an apology. The main gist of it was, I mourn the deaths deeply, but I did nothing wrong. You want me to go on air with this? I'll get heavily criticized, you know. Just trust me. This is the right direction for your persona. Yumi winked and flashed a sly grin. You are from the Moon King. Stop. Of the Ashen World. Chills ran down his spine, and he fled from Yumi. Nevertheless, he followed her advice, and it surprisingly worked in his favor. He did not know why, but in Yumi's words, it was because of his hardcore fans, and his fandom. She said something about the ridiculously cringy Moon King of the Ashen World concept that somehow became a huge hit. Many incidents occurred thereafter, but Yumi's advice always turned out to be the best. I don't understand it, but let's give it a try, Jin Hyeok thought after reminiscing about the past. Upon receiving Yumi's suggestion, Bong King was flabbergasted. Okay, I get that you want me to cover Kim Chol-soo's face. Chol-soo strictly live streams only from a first-person perspective. Moreover, he always used the deceiver's mask to conceal his true face. Jin Hyeok was about to reveal his true self, and Bong King understood why Yumi wanted him to cover Jin Hyeok's face. But what's the point in doing that now? Why reveal his face at this moment? There is a reason. You'll see. What reason? From what I've gathered, Eline's has a thing for handsome faces. What? Apparently, she was kidnapped by John Pritch because of it. Yumi started to write. It wasn't just about the looks. John Pritch used his unique dimensional fusion abilities and spirit affinity techniques to gain her favor first, but she erased it all. These were trivial details. The important fact was that Eline's, the spirit princess, had a fascination with handsome faces. Do you really think that this will work? To Bong King, this strategy was insane. Do you really think it won't? A few minutes later, Bong King was taken aback. Eline's, who had been paralyzed with fear till now, started to let her guard down. She stopped trying to escape. Bong King was momentarily speechless at the bizarre turn of events, but he was a professional streamer. You can see Kim Chol-soo from the back and Eline's from the front. I don't know what magic Chol-soo has cast, but strangely, Eline seems to be responding to the interview. Fear is still evident in her eyes. What? Chol-soo is reaching out his hand, and she's taking it. Bong King shifted to where Jin Hyeok was standing, maintaining a distance not to make Eline's too anxious. Fuck, Bong King thought. There had been much speculation about why Chol-soo never revealed his face. There were rumors about how he could have a significant burn scar or an incredibly ugly face. Some even speculated that he had tattoos that would invoke intimidation or disgust. However, when Bong King saw Chol-soo's face, he felt a hint of defeat. He is number 1 in the unofficial rankings without revealing that face, and he's number 1 by a significant margin. Bong King believed that looks had a competitive edge. Being good-looking was undeniably advantageous. He suddenly felt envious of Jin Hyeok, who held the top rank without displaying such an asset. A voice interrupted his thoughts. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes. My name is Eline's. I was so scared. Eline's whimpered and hugged Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok, with his rugged hands, gently patted Eline's back. At one point, Eline's mumbled, please say everything is going to be okay. Bong King found it hard to comprehend what was going on. Besides Chol-soo revealing his face, what changed? Everything else seemed the same. Yet, Eleen's had lowered her guard and was now crying in Cholsu's arms. Is this for real? While Bunking was grappling with various feelings of defeat, a sudden burst of flames erupted. From the spirit gate, black flames surged. In an instant, the entire sewer was engulfed in the black fire. Bunking could no longer continue the live stream. What just happened? For a brief moment, it felt like his memory had been cut off. Did I just die? Looking around, it seemed everyone had died and resurrected from their save points. Did even Choi Gangbaeok die? What happened? Were we attacked? Bunking asked Gangbaeok. I didn't see any attacks. Unlike the others who had unknowingly faced death, Gangbaeok had confronted a substantial terror. The Spirit King of Fire killed us merely with his presence, Gangbaeok said. With just his presence? Is that even possible? I don't know. It's the first time I have experienced this. Gangbaeok bit his lip. Even if their opponent was the mighty Spirit King of Fire, to die without even experiencing an actual attack was unsettling. One thing is for sure. If the Spirit King of Fire had truly tried to kill us, Gangbaeok felt a shiver down his spine, foreseeing a grim possibility. Our resurrection setting would have probably broken. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. Then, Gangbaeok glanced around and clenched his fist. Cholsu is not here. It was clear that Cholsu had survived the Spirit King of Fire's overpowering presence. The fact that he lived while Gangbaeok had died was a huge blow to his ego. Gangbaeok walked over to Lee Hyein-sung and sat next to him. Your sword technique, I saw that, Hyein-sung. Show that sword technique to me as well. Though Gangbaeok's speech pattern seemed a bit off, probably influenced by Cholsu, Gangbaeok didn't realize it. My sword? Hyein-sung asked. We now share a common goal. He is just a streamer, but he is tougher than a tank and stronger than a swordsman. At least in our domain, our field, don't we need to beat him? I guess you're right. A spark ignited in Hyein-sung's eyes. There is no point re-entering the sewers now. We can't do anything, so. Hyein-sung drew his sword. Actions always spoke louder than words. Let's go. It's time for some training. Try and cut me, if you wish. Bunking, observing their sudden enthusiasm, was utterly bewildered. They're sparring all of the sudden. Externally, Bunking continued to live stream, but internally, he wanted to scream. You crazy bastards! Why are you suddenly sparring here? It's been less than 3 minutes since we resurrected, and why are you talking like you're in a historical drama? Sweat trickled down Bunking's back. They're being influenced by Kim Cholsu. Bunking internally vowed that he would never go mad like them. I will not be infected by the Kim Cholsu virus. A loud voice echoed in the sewer. You fool. The sewer was already filled with the black flames summoned by Alcinous, the hottest and most malevolent fire in the universe. A hellfire manipulated by the deranged Spirit King of Fire. It was the tainted flames. Jin Hyeok almost let out a sly laugh. All the party members died. They all perished with the arrival of the Spirit King of Fire. But I survived. It was burning hot, but it was somewhat bearable. 3 minutes? No. 4 minutes? No. Maybe even 5 minutes? I think I can hold out for 5 minutes. Jin Hyeok could feel the bloodlust of the Spirit King of Fire. The sharp and piercing aura felt like hundreds of spears stabbing him. His consciousness felt shredded, and his body felt like it was about to be torn into hundreds of pieces. However, amidst all of this, he felt exhilarated. I want to withstand it for at least 5 minutes. Had it been his swordsman days, he could not even think about withstanding the heat. His resistance to fire would have been weaker than now. This was all thanks to properly consuming the phoenix heart. Compared to my past self, the current me is stronger, at least when it comes to fire resistance. This sense of surpassing his former self elated Jin Hyeok. I wish the flames would surge just a bit more. Unfortunately, the situation did not last long. Eleen stood between Jin Hyeok and Alcinous. With her short arms spread wide, Eleen's blocked her father. Daddy? He is on my side. Ellie, move out of the way. No, he is a good person. The standoff persisted for a while. The Spirit King of Fire's daughter restored the sanity of her father. Before long, the tainted flames that had filled the surroundings died down, and the sharp bloodlust directed at Jin Hyeok gradually subsided. I lasted 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It was an astonishing achievement for Jin Hyeok. For a novice, at least by Jin Hyeok's standards, who had not even reached level 150, to withstand the tainted flames invoked by the furious Spirit King of Fire for a whole 3 minutes and 20 seconds was no small feat. I'd love to experiment more, but now is probably not the right time. The Spirit King of Fire and his daughter were having a tearful reunion. Being a streamer, Jin Hyeok felt obligated to capture this touching moment dramatically. Some background music would be perfect right now. However, he had no idea which track to play or from which angle to shoot the scene. Once again, he found himself reflecting. I've always just been fighting haphazardly and strategizing for hidden achievements that I've never thought about how to produce delicate and heartwarming scenes. This was a new challenge for Jin Hyeok. Upon reflection, Kang Miene was incredibly skilled at this kind of thing, evoking emotions with her production. He felt he might have to shadow Miene in the future and learn a thing or two. Yes, that Appa saved me. He also said everything was going to be okay. It took quite a long time for things to finally settle down. Exhausted from crying, Eleen's fell asleep comfortably nestled on her father's back. The Spirit King of Fire, Alcinous, approached Jin Hyeok. I apologize for the misunderstanding. And thank you, there is nothing to thank me for. I simply kept the spirit's promise. Alchemist flinched slightly. Do you not feel my presence? I feel it. Your mere presence burned and killed all my comrades. Fascinating. Most tremble in fear in my presence. It was typical for most to be so overwhelmed by his presence that they could not even lift their heads. However, Jin Hyuk was different. It's not just about concealing fear. This guy genuinely does not feel any fear toward me, the Spirit King of Fire thought. It almost felt as if a part of Jin Hyuk's brain was malfunctioning. Rare to meet a madman these days, the Spirit King of Fire said. A madman? Did he just call me a madman? Me? Who is sanely and diligently growing as a streamer? Jin Hyuk thought. He sought affirmation from his viewers. Don't you guys agree that this is crossing the line? Slightly frowning, Jin Hyuk asked the Spirit King of Fire, is that how you address someone who just saved your daughter? I meant it as a compliment. I quite like madmen. Your affinity with fire is beyond imagination. By any chance, did you consume the phoenix heart? I even sensed the flame of Nebadiah in you. I did consume both of them. You managed to survive then. Normally, one would have been burned to ashes. I was lucky. Do you think merely being lucky would have been enough to survive? At a bare minimum, you must have been born with an extraordinary affinity for fire. Alchemist hummed thoughtfully and seemed lost in his thoughts for a while. After some time, he finally seemed to make up his mind. Listen, lend me your hand for a moment. I need to verify something. Wang Yumi hosted her livestream while simultaneously monitoring Bong King's livestream. As she watched his livestream, she unwittingly let out a gasping sigh. Ah, it's beautiful, she murmured. Entranced, Yumi kept muttering. Even in her distraction, she professionally made sure her voice was not broadcasted by muting her livestream. It's like the completion of the world. Gorgeous scenes continuously flitted through her mind, where ashy elegance and fiery passion intertwine. Behold, a new world unfolds. Gulp. Yumi whipped the droll from the corner of her mouth. When one beauty meets another beauty, it creates the utmost beauty. I shall call it the super ultra beauty. No one knew when, but someday, Cha Jin Hyuk's true face would be revealed. The emotional masterpiece of today would undoubtedly be re-evaluated then. She decided to perfectly save today's footage for that future moment. It's not just the beauty of appearance. His sole existence is the epitome of beauty. Meanwhile, the Spirit King of Fire, Alchemist, who was holding Jin Hyuk's hand, started to frown. He consumed the phoenix liver, too, the Spirit King of Fire thought. Alchemist found out that Jin Hyuk was around level 100, which was considered low by the Spirit King of Fire's standards. Alchemist wondered how a low-level player could consume both Phoenix Heart and Phoenix Liver, as well as the Flame of Nebadiah. How did you obtain the Phoenix Heart, Liver, and the Flame of Nebadiah? Alchemist asked. By his understanding, a player of this level could not possibly acquire these items. Even if one managed to obtain one of the three, getting all of them was inconceivable. Are you by any chance a member of the Trinity Club directly involved with the system? Nope. I am just a regular player. Alchemist frowned once more. Spirits were entities close to ethereal beings. By holding Jin Hyuk's hand, Alchemist could fairly accurately find out Jin Hyuk's current mental state. He genuinely believes he is ordinary. However, something felt oddly twisted about it. If Alchemist were to condense the myriad sensations from Jin Hyuk's psyche into human language, it would roughly translate to compared to the world's top-ranked players in various jobs, I am only Korea's #1, which is just average. However, Alchemist wondered how a so-called ordinary player could consume the Phoenix Heart in that manner and still survive. He was clearly far from ordinary. To be able to do that at your level, you need. There was only one plausible scenario. You must have received donations. Exactly. I knew that's not true, so wait, what did you just say? I told you. I got those from donations. Alchemist could not believe what he was hearing. How can you get donations? What are you talking about? This time, it was Jin Hyuk who found Alchemist hard to comprehend. I'm a streamer, and I completed missions to get the donations. You're a streamer. Alchemist was aware that when he had appeared here, numerous humans had perished. He wasn't blinded by his rage. Even the sturdy fellow, Choi Gangbyok, was instantly burned to death. However, he could not comprehend how a streamer managed to survive. Why, don't I look like a streamer to you? Jin Hyuk asked. Do you think you look like a streamer? Jin Hyuk felt slightly offended. He thought he had grown quite a bit, but apparently, he was still lacking by the Spirit King of Fire's standards. I shouldn't think like this. I can't grow if I feel offended by trivial things, Jin Hyuk thought. He felt the need to use this humiliation as motivation to strive harder. I will try my best to look more like a streamer next time. Even while holding his hand, understanding Jin Hyuk's mental state was incredibly challenging. It felt as though Alchemist was encountering an entity far more advanced than a mere human. Alchemist ceased trying to understand Jin Hyuk from a logical standpoint. Anyway, you have consumed the Phoenix Heart in a mysterious, no, an impossible manner. If my guess is correct, you are fully qualified to be a vessel for the Spirit King of Fire, Alchemist said. Red flames surged from Alina's. Like fire traveling down a fuse, the red flames crawled from his shoulders, down his wrists, and onto his hands, consuming Jin Hyuk. You are a vessel capable of accepting the fire of the Spirit King of Fire, Alchemist said. I, Spirit King of Fire, Alchemist, offer you a pact. Become my vessel, and I will grant you the power to burn anything. Being a vessel for the Spirit King of Fire, who was capable of receiving the Spirit King of Fire's power, was extremely rare. I refuse, Jin Hyeok said. What? Jin Hyeok let go of the hand he had been holding and spoke as if exasperated. I'm not a spirit mage, I'm a streamer. The greatest privilege given to the VIPs of the Trinity Club was the ability to directly participate in the play, to act like a player without actually being one. It was a special treatment all VIPs desired. The Spirit King of Fire felt the same. You might not know, but Spirit Kings have many restrictions when traveling between worlds. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Restrictions. Just by existing, I consume a vast amount of spirit energy. Outside of the spirit realm, it's challenging to find a place with enough spirit energy to sustain my existence. Much like the VIPs, Spirit Kings, too had a strong desire to participate directly in the play. However, due to various restrictions, it was practically impossible. What made it possible was the vessel of the Spirit King. A vessel with the physical and mental capacity to fully receive the Spirit King's power. Although very rare, they were occasionally found. Establishing a formal contract with such a vessel allowed the Spirit King to roam the worlds more freely. So, like the VIPs of the Trinity Club, you want to freely roam the system's worlds. Yes. No, Jin Hyeok declined instantly. Why not? I told you, I'm a streamer. It would be weird for a streamer to command spirits. Isn't it more weird that you survived my flames in the first place? Aren't you practically a spirit mage with your level of affinity for spirits? Alchemist thought. There were so many points of contention. Streamers should focus on their live streams and look like they're professionals. I was highly motivated by what you said. After all, Jin Hyeok said. Jin Hyeok was not rejecting the Spirit King of Fire's offer simply because he was a streamer. If I make a pact with the Spirit King of Fire, there will be too many restrictions, Jin Hyeok thought. Jin Hyeok's spirit power would become so strong that it would hinder the growth of his other abilities. Essentially, it would burn away all other abilities. It would certainly hamper his growth as a streamer. His power doesn't fit my style, anyway. No matter how cool and powerful the ability, it was pointless if it did not resonate with a player. Of course, I would become much stronger. However, the power would only be wieldable properly at a minimum level of 200. If Jin Hyeok consumed a power that he could not handle, there would be an avalanche of side effects. Weighing the pros and cons, making a pact with the Spirit King of Fire seemed to have more disadvantages. More than anything, I am not yet ready for your power. Things would have been different if Jin Hyeok had reached a pinnacle where he could handle the Spirit King of Fire's power with ease, or if he had become an extraordinary streamer, unaffected by the Spirit King of Fire's power. However, the timing for a pact with the Spirit King of Fire was not right. Just then, Elise raised her hand exuberantly. Me. Elise spoke clearly. Then I want to make the pact. I'm still a child anyway. Having the Spirit King of Fire's power felt a bit intimidating. But what about the Spirit King of Fire's daughter? If she grows up, she could become a Spirit Queen someday, right? It was like an unclaimed lottery ticket. The Spirit King of Fire's lineage was said to continue by blood. It was a surefire lottery ticket with a 100% chance of winning. She will be much easier for me to handle right now. Alchemist seemed to appreciate Eline's proposal. He gazed at Elise with fond, lingering eyes. Does he want to grant her the opportunity he couldn't seize for himself? From that perspective, it seemed understandable. It was a father's hope for happiness he could not experience but wishes for his daughter. The intensity of that sentiment briefly revealed Alchemist's true feelings. Hashtag if not me, then hashtag at least my daughter. Hashtag for my daughter's future. In front of his child, even the mighty Spirit King of Fire was just like every other father. Eline's status was clearly visible to Jin Hyeok. Hashtag let's do it. Hashtag the pact. Hashtag Appa is mine. Hashtag mine. Hashtag lovestagram, red heart, red heart. Her status seems a bit off. Either way, they both clearly wanted Jin Hyeok. I must have a knack for spirit mage. Had it been to my taste, I would have passionately pursued it, but our relationship seems a bit mismatched. If it's a pact with Elise, I will consider it. But, there is one condition, Jin Hyeok said. Condition? Alchemist's eyebrows twitched. I feel a bit uncomfortable, like I am the only fool here. That's just your feeling. Sitting in a position of power for so long makes even the trivial feel like a challenge to one's authority, Jin Hyeok said. Even if you were tricked, so what? I saved your daughter. That's why I allowed the pact with my daughter. I never asked for this. Elise did. Jin Hyeok turned to Elise and asked, right, Elise? Yes. Even though everything he said was right, Jin Hyeok could not figure out why Alchemist looked so forlorn. Alchemist's face looked like Jin Hyeok was about to kidnap his daughter. My condition is nothing difficult. I would appreciate it if you could get me a thermal flower. When Jin Hyeok first entered the New World dungeon, the first quest he received was to collect thermal flower. Originally, he was supposed to obtain it from the burning fortress, but an unexpected scenario progression prevented him from doing so. Such an easy condition. But why the thermal flower? Alchemist asked. I have to stick to the basics. Even if an unforeseen scenario was unfolding, even if the contents of the new world had completely changed, the essence of clearing the dungeon remained unchanged. Jin Hyeok still needed to do what he originally intended. What he did was an unconventional and exceptional play, so he should not overlook the basics of play. You seem to have your head screwed on the right way. Alchemist produced a flower from his hand. It was a flower burning in a vibrant purple flame. Here, the thermal flower. I asked for a thermal flower. Mysterious thermal flower. Alcinous handed him a mysterious thermal flower. Jin Hyuk assumed by the standards of the Spirit King of Fire that this was a regular thermal flower. What an unusual standard. To hold this, you will need a specially crafted vase. A mere human cannot grasp it with bare hands, Alcinous said. Will this do? Jin Hyuk took out the vase that the guard at the western gate of Azov village had given him. It's a bit lacking, but it should suffice for now. Nov, L, B / JNN. With a flick of Alcinous' finger, the mysterious thermal flower floated gently into the vase. There was a sensation of intense heat, but Jin Hyuk felt no harm to him. It seemed he had genuinely absorbed the phoenix heart. Eileen stood in front of him. Make a pact with Ellie. Ellie is a good child. All right. Eileen's held out her tiny hands. Following her expectant gaze, Jin Hyuk took her hands. You're mine. The contract seemed to be written in a strange format. You have formed a pact with the Spirit King of Fire's daughter, Eileen's dot. You have activated the skill spirit summoning technique. Due to the request of the summoned entity, the name of the skill spirit summoning technique has been changed to Summon Cute Ellie, Tada. You have activated the skill Summon Cute Ellie, Tada. You are mine now, Eileen seemed to be a bit strange in various ways. But she is cute, though, Jin Hyuk thought. The smile that gleamed brightly at him was brimming with genuine affection. Let's take a selfie. A selfie. Surprisingly, she displayed a bubbly demeanor, making it hard to believe she had just experienced a traumatic event. Perhaps it was because she was the daughter of the Spirit King of Fire, but her mental recovery seemed unimaginably swift. Daddy, give me your phone. Alcinous hesitated for a moment, then created an object resembling a phone. I didn't know modern spirits use smartphones too. Taking the phone from Alcinous, Eileen hugged Jin Hyuk's leg and took a picture. Jin Hyuk thought she might take 1 or 2 shots, but her enthusiasm exceeded his expectations. Her passion was so pure and profound that Jin Hyuk willingly played along. Finally got one good picture. Nov, L, B / JNN. Just one. Regardless, she did not seem like an ordinary child, but then again, she was the Spirit King of Fire's daughter, so it was understandable. Can I post the picture? Where? On Instagram. Instagram was a universally used social media platform. For the record, Jin Hyuk had never used it before. He did have an account before his regression, but it was managed by the support team and Wang Yumi. Come to think of it, Instagram has not been introduced on Earth yet. Can I upload it? No. Why not? Jin Hyuk knew his true face would be known to the world at some point, but the later that happened, the better. It would mean less hassle for him. Eileen's expression turned serious. It looked like she might burst into tears in about 3 seconds. This is a precious memory between Ellie and me. Let's keep it a secret. Since Ellie is a good girl, I know you are going to listen to me, right? Yes. Good girl. Then, can you pat my head? Of course. As Jin Hyuk gently patted Eileen's head, she giggled. In any case, he had formed a pact with the daughter of the Spirit King of Fire. It's fascinating that I can do this even though I am not a spirit mage. For Jin Hyuk, this was an astonishing experience. Alcinous, holding Eileen's, spoke to him. I will return to the spirit realm for now. If fate allows, we will meet again. I am grateful for your company. I won't forget this favor. True to a spirit's nature of never forgetting favors, Alcinous handed Jin Hyuk an item. Spirit Stone of Alcinous. This item serves as a medium to summon me once, even without a contract. Call upon me if you face insurmountable challenges. The grade of the item was mythic grade. Jin Hyuk had acquired another mythic grade item, which most players could hardly even see once in their lifetime. I got the mythic grade card out of luck, but this time it's different. Jin Hyuk had only spent 5 billion dios, but he was lucky to have obtained the mythic grade card. However, that was thanks to the pure luck mystery. Jin Hyuk never expected to obtain a mythic grade item without the aid of the mystery. In the midst of his overwhelming job, he was shocked, as if he had been hit in the head. He once again found himself disappointed in his own actions. I left silent gaps on my live stream again. Caught up in his conversation with the Spirit King of Fire, engrossed in the contract with his daughter, and mesmerized by the mythic grade item, he failed to focus on his live stream. Did I just make the same mistake? Damn it, why don't I ever learn? Even though he felt a tad dejected, showing it would not leave a good impression on his viewers. Wait, Alcinous! Jin Hyuk shouted. The Spirit King of Fire, who heading toward the Spirit Gate, stopped and looked back at him. Do you have any further business to discuss with me? As a streamer, there was something he had to say. To erase the shameful repeated mistakes from his own consciousness, he mustered his resolve and said with a stern expression, please subscribe, like, and turn on the notifications. The Spirit King of Fire returned to the Spirit Realm through the Spirit Gate. The flames that were fiercely burning at the Spirit Gate died down, leaving a looming gate-shaped void in the air. Closed Spirit Gate. With that, the Spirit King of Fire has become one of my subscribers. Everyone, please welcome Alcinous for becoming a member of Third Cease. The term Third Cease was a playful nickname for Jin Hyuk's subscribers, derived from the term third place. Since Jin Hyuk had aimed, or used to aim, for the third place, he named his subscribers Third Cease. He was contemplating Ordinary One as the nickname, but then it would be too obvious that he was Kim Pyongbyum, so he went with Third Cease. Jin Hyuk felt his social skills had improved, and personally, he quite liked the nickname Third Cease. It aligned perfectly with his initial direction of play. He checked the detailed description of the closed spirit gate. Closed spirit gate. The connection to the world of fiery heat has been closed. But where there is a bond, there is also a break, and vice versa. Today's closure is not the end. Then a notification followed. You have completed the new world scenario walking alone, and together in a new place. Closing the spirit gate and connecting the new world with Earth seemed to be the conclusion of this scenario. A magic circle formed beneath him. In an instant, mana circuits extended, and a powerful force erupted, covering him entirely. It was a transportation spell. Thanks for your hard work, Jin Hyuk said to the other party members. In the new world, it is survival of the fittest. The one who walks alone will now claim everything. Oh, the one who walks alone referred to Jin Hyuk, who chose the solo mode. This meant that he would get all the rewards for himself. As the victor, would you like to share or yield your rewards? Jin Hyuk could tell Bong King received a similar notification. Bong King looked at Jin Hyuk with pleading eyes. Nope, Jin Hyuk said. Suddenly, he was transported to the eastern ancient castle town. The system made it clear from the beginning that the new world was a winner-takes-all type of dungeon. Sharing or yielding rewards would be a foolish act, contrary to that principle. Of course, even without that notification, Jin Hyuk would have claimed everything for himself. However, Jin Hyuk refrained from saying that aloud. After all, he was in the process of learning social cues, and he now prided himself on having quite decent social skills and common sense. A reward has been granted to the one who walks alone. You have acquired the major achievement One Who Walked Alone to completion. One who walks alone. O pioneer, your steps lead the way, and they are your glory. Your journey toward the new world shall benefit the future. All who follow in your footsteps will eternally chase after you. Upon acquiring the major achievement, another notification sounded, asking if Jin Hyuk would like to register it in the Hall of Fame. Ah, the Hall of Fame. In the past, when Jin Hyuk acquired the major achievement completion of tutorial, he outright refused to register it in the Hall of Fame. After all that remained from registering it in the Hall of Fame was mere honor. It was essentially a way to advertise that Jin Hyuk was number one and that he was powerful. Well, should I register it? Considering that I have been live streaming everything anyway. No, let's not forget about my initial purpose. Jin Hyuk had decided to play until level 150 and retire. Going beyond that might really become dangerous. And there was also the risk, as before, of absurdly losing his family members. If I'm a sane person, I need to snap out of it. The decision to register it or not in the Hall of Fame was not the main concern. It was more a matter of principle. In the early stages of the tutorial, when he first encountered the Hall of Fame, he considered it to be useless. Jin Hyuk decided not to forget that perspective. I will not be registering my major achievement in the Hall of Fame. But why does it feel so bitter? There is no real benefit of registering. Hiding his bitterness, he continued with his live stream. Let's check out the effects of the major achievement. Achievement effects. 1. Constant application of all achievement effects acquired in the New World dungeon. 2. Enhancement of achievement effects acquired during the first progression of any scenario. The achievement I acquired from the New World is the one who breaks artificiality. This achievement increased damage against artificial beings, like mechanical monsters or chimeric monsters, allowing one to perform significantly better against them. It seems this effect, which was originally only applicable in the New World, is now always active, even outside the dungeon. It was quite a satisfying effect. This power gave a definite advantage against specific types of monsters and situations. Also, when starting a scenario for the first time, there seems to be an advantage in the form of enhanced achievement effects. This seemed like something he could use to get great content for his LTube channel. Continuing the live stream, Jin Hyuk noticed a change. The name of the previously closed spirit gate has changed. Clear Gate. Through that gate, I can exit the dungeon. It seems the clear of the dungeon has already been recognized. Jin Hyuk could clear the new world right now, by going through the clear gate. Although the strategies he knew from before his regression had changed significantly, he had essentially cleared the dungeon in a different way. However, he had no intention of passing through just yet. I need to go back to the basics. The clear gate might be open, but I still need to finish the first quest I accepted. After some walking, Jin Hyuk arrived at the earlier part of the new world, the western gate of Azov village. The NPC guard at the gate recognized him. Oh, it's you? You have returned alive. The thermal flower. Did you get it? Yes. It's right here. Jin Hyuk handed over the vase containing the mysterious thermal flower. As the NPC took the vase, whoosh, a purple flame sword. The NPC holding the vase was burned to ash on the spot. And then, a series of strange notifications followed. The seed of the new world has sprouted. From the ashes of the burned NPC, a peculiar plant began to grow. Rapidly expanding, it soon resembled the giant beanstalk from Jack and the Beanstalk, reaching so high that it touched the clouds. It has reached the clouds. I can't even fathom its height. Wait, the entire Azov village is being scattered by the wind. The new world Jin Hyuk knew before his regression was, frankly, too grandiose to be named so. Azov village has disappeared, replaced by a massive magic circle. The sight, never seen before, involuntarily made him gulp. He regretted not learning a new skill, like drone flight recording. Being so fixated on a first-person perspective prevented him from acquiring such useful tools. The view from above would have been quite refreshing. And it's getting dark. The magic circle gleamed in 5 distinct colors, while the towering 3 radiated a deep red hue. And stars are falling. Numerous stars with glowing tails started to descend from the dark sky. With so many celestial bodies moving, it felt as if the ground itself was in motion, much like the way trees seem to move when viewed from a moving vehicle. It's a beautiful sight. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. He instinctively looked up, even though he had a gut feeling of what had transpired. It seems the tree, which grew to the height of the sky, has hit this world's ceiling. The dungeon, the new world, was not infinite. Somewhere high, beyond his sight, there seemed to exist a boundary, an endpoint to this world. The massively grown tree, eager to grow further, writhed at its base, seemingly trapped. The tree is struggling, and the sky feels like it's shaking. The beautiful meteor shower, which gracefully painted the sky, had now started to fall chaotically. Another explosion occurred. The meteor shower isn't beautiful anymore. Meteor showers were beautiful when viewed from afar, but when those meteors fell nearby, they turned into a meteor storm. Boom! A dust cloud billowed. Lost meteors began to plummet to the new world. If this continues, the new world will crumble into oblivion. And I, who am inside, will go down with it. Good. This is what I call a dungeon. It had been too easy up to this point. This is getting interesting. One ordinary in Korean is, or Pyongyang. In Great Britain, Charles, a journalist and human rights activist, was one of the leading figures in the HARD movement. His play is excessively hard. The acronym HARD stood for harmful, with adverse effects, risky, and dangerous. The HARD movement was also known as the anti-Kim Il-sung movement. Charles claimed that Il-sung had a profoundly negative influence on the world. There are countless cases of players becoming disabled after imitating his style of play. Even if we disregard such direct adverse effects, it is undeniable that his style of play contributes to public sentiment that trivializes grave dangers. From Charles's perspective, the way Il-sung played was far too reckless. Or he is sending an irrational message to society that one must play like that to level up. Why must we bear so many risks? We are humans, and we have the right to live as such. Many social activists sided with Charles. With Europe at the forefront, the momentum of the HARD movement grew. The opinion that Il-sung's style of play was inhumanely intense began to gain traction. I know that an overwhelming number of people are fervent admirers of Kim Il-sung, but that does not necessarily mean they are right. Humans have always fought against wrongs, and will continue to do so because we are human. Charles turned his attention to the new dungeon, new world, that Il-sung had recently entered. After experiencing countless deaths, even the most resilient of minds are bound to crack. Perhaps Il-sung has already lost his sanity. However, those players are different. This time, it was not just Il-sung, other players, including Bong King and his party, were also playing in the new world. And Il-sung went so far as to admonish Lee Hyein-sung and Choi Gang-byok, claiming they were just basics, even though they were performing well. This infuriated Charles. In Charles's eyes, Hyein-sung and Gang-byok were performing their roles adequately. Yet, Il-sung excessively berated and cornered them. Other regular players witnessed it, and countless viewers saw it as well. Some of them will lose their minds, and their lives will be shattered. A family's happiness, which once dreamt of a joyful life, will be broken. The countless children who have watched his live streams will behave the same way and see their daily lives collapse. Yet, no one takes responsibility. Once they come out of the New World dungeon, someone will surely have gone mad, Charles thought. They had experienced too many deaths. Right now, they might be maintaining an alert state due to high tension, but as soon as they exited the New World, some minds would undoubtedly collapse. The world must know that Il-sung's style of play is malevolent. Charles boarded a plane to South Korea to interview Bong King's party. Hyein-sung and Gang-byok might just agree with me. A meteor fell right above Cha Jin-hyok's head. Seeing it directly, it was bigger than he had thought. Activate Star Shield. He used the Star Shield to fend off the meteor. It's not an instant death attack. Meteors were falling everywhere. To his senses, it felt like multiple mages with levels around mid to late 100s were targeting and attacking him at the same time. The dust is rising so thickly, making it hard to find the way. For now, my destination is to head back to the eastern ancient castle town. Jin Hyok recalled the optimal route of the New World. 1. Enter Azov village. Engage in a conversation with the guard and acquire the vase. 2. Enter the eastern ancient castle town. Gather a few items and power up to fight the fire spirits residing in the burning fortress. 3. Enter the burning fortress. Defeat the fire spirits and acquire the thermal flower embedded somewhere in the fortress. 4. Re-enter Azov village. After delivering the thermal flower to the guard, obtain ownership of the vase. 5. Re-enter the eastern ancient castle town. Deploy the vase in a special location located somewhere in the eastern ancient castle town. When the vase was returned by the guard, it was supposed to be imbued with several special settings. It will then act as a key to operate the clear gate. This was the optimized route discovered after countless challenges by numerous players. Up to step 4, it was more or less similar. Originally, the guard would take the vase and do something with the thermal flower. What the guard did exactly was unknown. The important point was that after the thermal flower was extracted, the remaining vase, now with those special settings, was to be returned to Jin Hyok by the guard. Over there, the vase is lying on the ground. It was supposed to be returned to Jin Hyok with those special settings, but the guard had been burnt to death, preventing that. I will pick it up for now. I need to hurry before it gets destroyed by the meteor shower. While Jin Hyok could have simply picked it up, he threw himself at it. It would appear more intense that way. Rolling several times, he managed to rescue the vase. A violet aura is swirling around the vase. It seems to be due to the mysterious thermal flower inside. The vase was quite hot, but it was not a problem to handle. It feels like a heat below the phoenix grade. I am not affected at all. Jin Hyok considered feigning an intense reaction, pretending his palms were melting, but it seemed pointless. It felt more appropriate to clearly show the effects of the phoenix heart. Come to think of it, the guard was instantly incinerated upon holding this. Had I not consumed the phoenix heart, I would have faced a similar fate. Trying not to look too intense felt a tad awkward. He could almost hear Bunking from a distance scolding him, saying, "That is not how streamers do it." I was indeed fortunate. What if I had received this mysterious thermal flower without the phoenix heart? The chilling thought was oddly comforting. Now that I've obtained the vase, Jin Hyok had to progress through this dungeon while maintaining a modicum of logical consistency. He instinctively felt that the time allotted to him was not long. This vase seems to act as a key. There was a keyhole-like slot right above the oval-shaped spirit gate. He set his course back to the eastern ancient castle town. The ground constantly shook, as if it was in the middle of a massive earthquake, and the meteors kept raining down, so even walking was not exactly an easy task, but he had to press on. I believe that inserting this into that slot will complete the new world. This was a path he had traversed twice already, and showing the same content consecutively meant he had to diligently fill the silent gaps of his live stream. The New World dungeon has always spoken of connections and junctions with new worlds. John Pritch had said the same, and so did the spirits. I think the transformation of the closed spirit gate into the clear gate is part of that process. Both the spirit gate and the clear gate symbolize connections with other WORL. A meteorite collided with Jin Hyok's head, shattering on impact. Ouch! That one hurt quite a bit. That was a sizable meteorite. Trying to multitask was not easy. I messed up my control. There is a bit of blood on my head. Jin Hyok felt a warm sensation. Warm blood streamed down his face, wetting his clothes. It would be good if I could stop the bleeding, but I don't have that luxury n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Given the choice between live streaming and stopping the bleeding, live streaming was the obvious choice. He felt he would not die from losing this amount of blood, so he needed to focus more on the live stream. I believe that the culmination of all the scenarios I have progressed through here is the spirit gate, which connects this world with the spirit realm. And as the clear gate, which bridges this world to the outside, it is the epitome of everything this dungeon and scenario represents. Jin Hyok felt like his speech skills had improved. Working alongside a talented streamer like Bunking seemed to have helped. His confidence began to swell slightly, and his crumbling self-esteem started to rebuild. This vase had a special power. It housed the thermal flower, protecting its mystical flame from ever fading. Simply holding the thermal flower would burn it out. It could only be harvested with this vase. For the thermal flower, this vase was its world. Much like John Pritch's stomach that engulfed Eileen's. Li Hyeonsung's cleaving sword became the medium to split open John Pritch's belly, ultimately connecting two isolated worlds, as many of you may recall. Everything was interconnected. So, I believe that breaking this correctly will open a path to a new world. Exiting through the clear gate would technically be a completion, but not a perfect one. What the New World dungeon demanded was inserting this exact key into the spirit gate. I found it. Jin Hyok was inspired by Bunking, who managed 3 tasks at once. Inspiration without change led to no progress. While streaming and dodging meteors, Jin Hyok captured the area of the screen where the spirit gate appeared and displayed it to the viewers as a reference. Right there. That hole looks like where the vase goes. Crack. The world split. It looks like the sky is about to collapse. It resembled a building about to fall. I need to move quickly. Breathlessness consumed him. Talking and moving made his breathing erratic. I see it. The clear gate was in view. It floated high in the air, but that was no problem. He ran up the walls of the eastern ancient town castle and leaped into the air. The world shook massively. Time was truly running out. I only have one chance. He recalled the image of Hyeonsung, focusing on a single point. Although Jin Hyok had been disappointed with him numerous times before then, Hyeonsung looked great back then. Hyeonsung's line was so earnest it resonated deeply with Jin Hyok. My vase knows not of failure. Jin Hyok wanted to recite a more impressive line, but he could not think of one in the rush. Though it was a pity, he finally inserted the vase into the slot. I don't even have the time to check the notification. The moment the vase was placed, Jin Hyok immediately exited through the clear gate. You have cleared the dungeon New World. In the Korean region minor gallery, there was much debate on whether it should be upgraded from a minor gallery to an official gallery. Yet, for some reason, it still held the title of a minor gallery community. Traffic surged at the site. Honestly, isn't he actually intense right now? Isn't he going to die like that? If it was that intense, could he live stream and play like that? LOL, what's this intense concept even about? Are you dumb? You don't understand? The reason he live streams like that is that the situation is intense. Intense man is always intense. What the hell are you talking about? If it was really intense, could he run and live stream simultaneously? Normally, he would just run for his life. Do you think Cholsu is normal? Sorry. It looks like a lot of blood is flowing from Cholsu's head. From the first-person perspective, it was hard to be certain, but the traces of blood made the injury look severe. Is he really live streaming in that condition? Excuse me everyone, but isn't he genuinely intense if he is bleeding that much? The viewers were confused. They were wondering if Cholsu was genuinely intense, or if he was just acting. Then, a named user of the KRMG, no overpackaging please, joined the conversation. Of course, it's freaking dangerous. Cholsu is just pretending to be nonchalant and squeezing out false composure for his live stream. I have told you many times before. Kim Cholsu is overrated lol. He is going to croak from blood loss LMAO. Written by, no overpackaging please. As Joseph, who was no overpackaging please, flexed his huge trapezius muscles and posted his comment, countless users began to unite in condemning him. When did this bastard come back here? If Cholsu is fluff, you're bluff. Is that supposed to be a joke? Tisk tisk. Damn it, I laughed, crying face, I wanna die. When will no overpackaging please kick the bucket? Is no overpackaging please mom doing okay? He is just a troll. Let's not feed the troll. Joseph chuckled. As he mocked Cholsu, people began to rally around him. 101 reasons why Kim Cholsu's play is brilliant. The sole SSS tier Korean streamer providing content no one else can. Cholsu's play began to be idolized, and Joseph was thrilled. Huh. Joseph thought. Why is someone trying to assassinate Cholsu? In Cholsu's first-person view, just after clearing the dungeon and moving outside, someone came into view. It was an assassin with blonde hair and blue eyes. Holy shit, Cholsu got stabbed? This seems like an actual dangerous situation. Who the hell is that foreign-looking girl? She's like a foreign villain. This is a diplomatic issue. How dare they try to stab Cholsu? Is she out of her mind? But she's pretty hot. It was Kalen, the assassin from the Avengers army. Player name, Black Butterfly. A few days ago, Kalen, also known as Black Butterfly, visited Korea. So you are the leader of the Black Thorn Alliance? Kalen asked. A pleasure. I am Kwak Do-hyun, the leader of the Black Thorn Alliance. You must be the assassin from the Avengers army, Black Butterfly. An assassin representing the United States and another representing Korea met. I heard my friend received great help from you. Thank you, Do-hyun said. Well, it was a mutual favor. The meeting between Do-hyun and Kalen was the butterfly effect set off by Cha Jin-hyuk. The root of this situation was Do-hyun's close friend, self-proclaimed Warang, alternatively called Taekwon-V, Kim Do-won. After suffering a resounding defeat at the hands of Jin-hyuk, Do-won had an epiphany and began pioneering his own path. Guided, though not overtly taught by Jin-hyuk, he emerged as a performance-type player. This development occurred much sooner than it had before Jin-hyuk's regression. Thanks to Jin-hyuk's help, Do-won started traveling the world sooner, combining his training with performance. My goal is to be a performance-type player. My play ultimately has meaning when showcased to others, and the stage where I perform is also my training ground. I will stand on stages around the world. Thus, Do-won decided to travel the world, and his first destination was the United States. The concept of a performance-type player was still nascent, and especially in America, there was a tendency to overlook such players. This led to significant conflicts with some players in the United States, and that was when the relationship between Do-hyun and Kalen began when Kalen helped out with matters relating to Do-won. I was quite impressed by the way you handled Cholsu's assassination, Kalen said. I had been defeated quite brutally then. If you managed that much, you did well. I was completely overpowered without even putting up a fight. Kalen got straight to the point and asked, how were you able to survive? What do you mean? I'm asking why Cholsu was so lenient with you and your alliance. Kalen still had nightmares from time to time. In them, Cholsu approached her with an indifferent expression, only for his eyes to be suddenly filled with bloodlust as he stabbed her. He was not just lenient with me and my alliance, Do-hyun said. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, Cholsu is lenient with all players, assuming they stick to the basics. The Cholsu that Do-hyun knew was the very embodiment of ideals. He was infinitely kind, gentle, and affectionate to players who played fairly. As you know, I tried to assassinate him and still attempt it repeatedly. If given a chance, I am always ready to stab Cholsu in the heart. I survived because he always looks favorably upon players who stick to the basics, Do-hyun explained. After conversing with Do-hyun and returning to her hotel room, Kalen had a profound realization. I didn't stick to the basics. Reflecting upon it, an assassin's attack should always be a surprise attack. The very definition of a surprise attack was an unexpected, sudden attack. What I did was not a surprise attack. She recalled the situation after escaping the Petronas Twin Towers when she attacked Cholsu. At that time, Kalen, who had struggled for over 10 hours to escape the steel centipedes that surrounded her, lost her sanity as soon as she saw him. I unknowingly exuded bloodlust and attacked fiercely. By that point, she had already revealed her presence to Jin-hyuk. The surprise attack had already failed. I should have chosen to flee or surrender then. Yet, she used her chokehold skill to attack Jin-hyuk in that situation. If I had attacked more like a true assassin, if I had been more faithful to the basics, the outcome might have been more meaningful. She calmly devised a new assassination plan, targeting Jin-hyuk, who who had unexpectedly become the dream and ideal of assassin worldwide. The next day, Kaelin met Du Haiyan again to talk. But what if, even after sticking to the basics, Cholsu retaliates excessively? Kaelin asked. Du Haiyan looked slightly irritated. What do you mean by excessive retaliation? If Cholsu sincerely retaliates, wouldn't the assassin likely die, or rather, have a high chance of dying? Do you plan to act like an assassin while worrying about trivial things like that? Du Haiyan frowned. He threw a dagger. Kaelin swiftly turned her head to dodge, but a shallow cut appeared on her cheek, and a line of blood trickled down. Black Butterfly, I am disappointed in you. I hope we don't cross paths again. Jin Hyeok caught the wrist of the woman who had aimed for his heart. It hurts, but still, he narrowly contorted himself to avoid a fatal stab to the heart. Though there was significant pain, it was not unbearable. If I try to suppress her properly, it won't work. He was already exhausted from clearing the new world. That was why he purposely exposed his chest and captured her wrist. It's been a while, Black Butterball. By the way, this situation was currently being live-streamed worldwide. It was the moment when the player name of Kaelin, a prominent assassin from the Avengers army, would be established. She looked at Jin Hyeok with a momentarily flustered expression. He recognized me immediately, she thought. She knew that streamers could read their opponent's information with the broadcaster's true sight, but Jin Hyeok's skill seemed exceedingly efficient. I even used the deceiver's mask, but it was all for naught. With his left hand firmly gripping Kaelin's wrist, Jin Hyeok swung a dagger with his right. Cook. The dagger pierced Kaelin's chest. We're even now. Kaelin tried to escape Jin Hyeok's grasp using the skill's smooth and flexible body. How strong is this streamer? She could not overpower him with strength alone. Amplifying the smoothness on her wrist with her skill, she barely managed to free herself and quickly retreated. Then, she raised both hands. Enough. I surrender, she said. Surrender? What the hell are you talking about? Kaelin felt that something was off. What is going on? This was not the Kim Cholsu she knew. In the past, it was hard to detect any emotional fluctuation in Cholsu's eyes, which were always filled with bloodlust. He was like a doll, indifferent to murder. But currently, it was different. He seems really angry. It was an incomprehensible situation for Kaelin. I clearly succeeded in surprising him and even managed to land a significant blow on him. Despite her fundamental play yielding a meaningful result, Cholsu seemed much more irritated than before. How dare you stab me here? She could see Cholsu getting closer and closer. It felt as if a gigantic mountain was looming over her. Kaelin grew desperate. I'm going to die at this rate. She could feel death approaching. She began to melt. Black Butterfly has activated the skill liquefying to escape. Kaelin liquefied herself and hid in the cracks of the ground. As she retreated as far as she could, cold sweat poured down her back. If I just stood there, I would have instantly died. Black Butterfly's attack was quite threatening. Jin Hyeok was significantly fatigued from clearing the new world, and it was true that he momentarily let his guard down in the euphoria of the clear. It was the perfect situation to be caught off guard, and Black Butterfly took full advantage of that moment. It was a commendable play for an assassin. It brought back the tension in Jin Hyeok, which was relaxed for a bit, and was a great mock drill for future encounters. On a normal day, he might have even appreciated such a challenge. But not now. She ruined my live stream. Jin Hyeok went through many challenges to clear the new world. He even unlocked the All Clear achievement. This is the third All Clear I have achieved while playing. An All Clear was a rare achievement. After his regression, he had achieved it only twice. Once in the Saryaga Mart dungeon, and once in the Hope Rising from the Ruins. But the Hope Rising from the Ruins was a bit of a special case. It was somewhat forced upon him due to its connection with the Fourth Soul scenario. As per his own experience, the only genuine all-clear was the Saryaga Mart dungeon. He achieved such a precious and rare all-clear, and the fact that someone was trying to ambush him was utterly infuriating. I successfully achieved an all-clear in the new world. There is an additional engraving on my right hand. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I should have shared this with the viewers first. The flow of my live stream has been disrupted. Still, I have to show what needs to be shown. I will share the all-clear details. Jin Hyeok replayed the recorded scene for the viewers to see. All clear, new world. An achievement that is given to those that all clear new world dungeon. 1. Mark of the all clearer, on activation, appears on right wrist. The achievement bearer is recognized as the pioneer of the new world and granted the right to move between servers. The achievement bearer has the ability to choose the first server to be connected to the Earth server. 2. Pioneer's privilege. It is a privilege given to those who successfully connect worlds. Upon moving to another server, one chosen trait of the achievement bearer gets an enhancement. The achievement bearer can assist the planter to strengthen the guardian tree and acquire certain rights. Maybe I shouldn't have shown everything to the viewers. In a rush to return to normal live streaming, Jin Hyeok might have been a bit hasty. Well, hiding too much information might have a counterproductive effect. It might be better to reveal everything transparently. After all, it was an all-clear achievement. Jin Hyeok did not want people's imaginations to run too wild. It's not like I uncovered it just to show off. Let's take a detailed look from the beginning. Jin Hyeok zoomed in on a part of the all-clear achievement effect and displayed it on the screen. The achievement bearer is recognized as the pioneer of the new world and grants the right for server teleportation. I am not entirely sure what they mean by granted the right to move between servers. We might need to observe this more closely to understand. The achievement bearer has the ability to choose the first server to be connected to the Earth server. I get to choose this. A list of connectable servers unfurled in his mind. Servers vastly different from the Earth server were displayed in faint gray text, while those that could be connected were displayed in black bolded text. Wow, this is amazing. Jin Hyuk was able to selectively connect to a server that was the most advantageous to him, a server that was best for generating interesting content. Moreover, I would be the first one to establish this connection, right? Anything labeled as world premiere always had its appeal. He felt like this could draw a lot of LTube views. This seems to be like the pioneer acts as a fuse, so to speak, to launch the official service. That's good news. I am quite fortunate. Let's move on and look at the pioneer privilege. Upon moving to another server, one chosen trait of the achievement bearer gets an enhancement. Enhancing one trait. Several pieces of information were transmitted into his mind. It appears that among traits, there are those that are growth-type traits. If I choose wisely, one of the traits I possess can be powerfully enhanced. However, if the chosen trait is not a growth-type trait, then this effect vanishes. A careful selection seems paramount. Also, multiple selections are not permitted and the chance to choose only comes once. Jin Hyuk realized that he could not choose a new trait every time he moved to a new server. Once a choice was made, it seemed to become a permanent setting. His heart raced. I already possess a growth-type trait, don't I? Jin Hyuk knew this for sure because his almighty jack of all trades trait, which had consumed both the sword emperor trait and the genius trait as ingredients, had been enhanced to the all-rounder trait. I need to think about this and attempt it later. The answer was already decided. He was planning on enhancing the all-rounder trait. However, he did not disclose this detail. Lastly, there is this part. It contains some interesting information. The achievement bearer can assist the planter to strengthen the guardian tree and acquire certain rights. As many of you might know, that planter is me. Though he was feeling physically drained and worn out, ending the livestream now was not an option. The momentum was built and it felt right to conclude this livestream properly. I did bleed quite a bit and feel slightly dizzy, but a quick healing session should sort that out. He could not possibly stop the livestream just because he lost some blood. Oh, I had not even noticed this. Jin Hyuk only now noticed the dagger lodged in his chest. That's pretty impressive. How focused on the livestream must I have been to overlook this? I must be doing well as a streamer. I will go straight to the guardian tree. In between, I will summon the blood priest to heal my wounds. I will catch up with you guys in Yanhuidong. Please subscribe, like, and press that notification button. If you set up your notification, you will not miss the livestream right after I arrive in Yanhuidong. Shortly after, he arrived in front of the guardian tree. Before Cha Jin Hyuk arrived at the guardian tree, Cha Jin Sol came running to him. Hey. She had clearly been eating something in haste as ketchup and mayonnaise were smeared around her mouth. Being the elder brother, Jin Hyuk chose not to mention it. It was she who should be embarrassed, not he. You crazy bastard. Jin Sol shouted. I don't like being called that. Why would she call me a crazy bastard? I have nurtured a fair amount of social skills, and I am no longer just crazy about swords like before. Is it wrong to call a crazy bastard a crazy bastard? Jin Sol said. I am not a crazy bastard. Jin Hyuk could handle most insults, but being called a crazy bastard got under his skin. Seriously, if you are going to be crazy, at least be moderate, Jin Sol said as she tended to his wounds. Was she always this naggy? Jin Hyuk had never complained about her nagging during the 7 years he had been messing around after his regression, but it seemed to have increased quite a bit recently. Has her personality changed? What's so crazy about what I did? He asked. Sure, you got hit on the head by a meteorite. I get that it couldn't be helped, given the urgency. You needed to survive first. Okay, and then the assassin appeared. That can be excused too. But what did you do after everything was over? What? Why is she asking such an obvious question? You were obsessed with your live streaming, weren't you? Wait, is this not nagging but praise? But why does her praise sound awfully like a scolding? I get that you are a streamer, and you need to stream, but shouldn't you take care of your injuries while doing it? What were you saving the potion for? Why did you wait until I arrived? To be honest, I knew your head injury and the stab wound in your chest were serious. Oh, it was noticeable. If that's the case, it's great news. It must have made for a quite thrilling live stream. Obviously, if you were fine, would you have just let the assassin run away? You would have chased her immediately. Did I look intense? Appa, please? You will really die acting like this. As they conversed, Jin Hyuk could tell it was not praise. But aren't your priorities a bit off? He asked. How? Between treating injuries that are critical but non-fatal and live streaming right away, which is more important? What? Jin Sol flinched. It seemed her brother's wise words had enlightened her. And you've died a lot, so you should know. With injuries like these, you get a feel for whether they're fatal or not, right? And I felt mine weren't. Jin Hyuk won the argument with logic. Having conceded defeat, Jin Sol refuted with just one sentence. Normally, any players with your kinds of injuries would die, but I didn't. Until now, Jin Hyuk thought his teachings were providing her with a profound realization. This is not the time for me to be like this, Jin Sol said. What? I know you won't change anyway, since you are a maniac. In the end, Jin Sol mumbled to herself. Jin Hyeok wanted to say that he was not a maniac, but Jinseol was already lost in her own world, biting her nails and deep in thought. What is she thinking so deeply about? Unable to understand her mind, he used broadcaster's clairvoyance. Hashtag I've decided. Hashtag I need to form the strongest healer alliance on earth. Hashtag I will make him unkillable. Hashtag I can do it. Jin Hyeok started his live stream in front of the guardian tree. A considerable crowd had gathered around him. Is that Kim Chulsu? He doesn't seem as handsome as I had imagined. He's probably using the deceiver's mask. He does not like revealing his true face. Whispers echoed from all directions. Jin Hyeok's heart thumped unexpectedly. All this crowd just to see me live. He was suddenly reminded of the growing influence of live streaming. Egan Paul also draws massive crowds when he streams. It would be great if I could pull in more people than Hino. I shouldn't think like that. Jin Hyeok calmed himself. Lately, I keep losing sight of my initial goal. Losing one's initial goal could be fatal for long-term success. It was a timeless truth. Let's just aim for third place. His aim was the same, but its essence had changed significantly. In the past, his goal really was to be in third place. His standard might have been a bit abnormal, but he genuinely aimed for that. Now, his resolve was different. Maintaining one's initial goal is essential for longevity. This was common in every field. Jin Hyeok believed that never forgetting one's initial goal was the foundation of growth. So, his new let's aim for the third place aim was closer to self-hypnosis for longevity. Past level 150, even up to level 200, or perhaps even beyond, his instinct guided him for even higher growth. Fortunately, I am both the pioneer and the planter. Jin Hyeok stood in front of the guardian tree. From all around, chants filled the air. Kim Chulsu, Kim Chulsu, Kim Chulsu. This feels pretty good. Jin Hyeok began to realize more about himself. He quite liked the attention. Maybe I am an attention whore. He recalled that even during his Sword King days, he did not exactly despise attention. However, back then, he was obsessed solely with swords and had never contemplated it. Now, things had changed. It's natural for a streamer to enjoy attention. Now, he had a job that thrived on attention. As he pondered the audience's attention, he recognized his deep-rooted desire for it. I should have been a streamer even before my regression. Now, the remaining longing for being a swordsman had vanished inside him. Not a shred of regret remained. Streaming is my true calling. Jin Hyeok proceeded with the live stream, with elevated tension. Back when I was just a novice streamer, I was too focused on producing content quickly. Those were his low-level days. While calling him a high-level player would still be a stretch now, he felt he had grown. Let's stall and wait for the right moment. Once a sufficient number of viewers had gathered and the atmosphere was ripe with anticipation, Jin Hyeok spoke. Let's see what this is about. The achievement bearer can help the planter strengthen the guardian tree and acquire certain rights. The all-clear mark lit up on his right hand. Shadowy energy emerged from the tattoo-like mark, swirling and heading toward the guardian tree. Dash it tickles. The energy spread over the guardian tree like ink dripping into water. Dash he, ha 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 ha, it's tickling. The golden guardian tree trembled. Its gold-hued leaves shimmered and fell in the breeze. It's gold. Wow. The surroundings instantly turned chaotic. The leaves that fell from the golden guardian tree contained gold, and people's eyes turned red as they raced to collect them. Move. This one is mine. Some even started to fight. The world they were heading toward was naturally stained with battles. Jin Hyeok, seemingly unperturbed, warned someone, "Hey, you. With the player named Blue Grandpa, the one you are pointing your spear at is a non-player. You know what happens if a player attacks a non-player, right?" Players fighting among themselves was common. However, a player attacking a non-player disrupted the balance. Blue Grandpa had no choice but to release the leaf he was holding. "Yes, I apologize." Blue Grandpa, his face flushed, disappeared as if he was fleeing from the scene. This was quite a novel experience for Jin Hyeok as well. I remember they used to be so disobedient, Jin Hyeok thought. Actually, 8 or 9 out of 10 used to listen to him and his colleagues. Most of them followed their commands. However, 1 or 2 troublemakers would always exist, and they were the ones who left a lasting impression on Jin Hyeok. They said things like how I lived off of their tax money and stuff. Perhaps they took advantage of him being a government official. However, now, things had changed quite a bit. It feels good not to be a government official anymore. People were hanging on to his every word. It felt like he had even more influence on people now than he did during his Sword King days. Everything seemed to be falling into place. The guardian tree is slowly growing. It was still complaining about the tickling. The guardian tree seemed like it would run out of breath, but it was a tree, so that probably would not happen. A timer appeared before Jin Hyeok. 23 hours 52 minutes and 3 seconds. 23 hours 52 minutes and 2 seconds. 23 hours 2 minutes and 1 second. The timer showed the countdown in hours, minutes, and seconds. It seems like the guardian tree will take 24 hours to grow. This was a bit of a letdown, but it could not be helped. Jin Hyeok couldn't just wait here for 24 hours. Resting and recovering to continue the live stream later seemed like a better decision. I will take a break now and see you guys in 24 hours. When he returned home, he saw 2 uninvited guests, Black Butterfly and Kwakdu Haeyong. Black Butterball. Jin Hyeok said, "An assassin came to my home without my permission again? This can't go on. I should, well, probably can't kill her. Jin Hyeok's mother was serving them a bowl of fruit. This always happens once in a while. Do they know that my mother will be here? Oh, Jin Hyeok, your friends are here. Why does mom seem so pleased? Jin Hyeok was not supposed to rely too much on the broadcaster's clairvoyance, but he wanted to know why she looked so happy. #relieved. #my son has friends. The hashtags were brief but quite powerful. It seemed Jin Hyeok's mother thought he did not have any friends. Thank you, ma'am, Black Butterfly replied in fluent Korean and gave a seemingly genuine smile. Who would think of her as an assassin? Just have fun. I'll leave you guys to it. His mother passed by Jin Hyeok, patting his shoulder with a relieved look as if she felt reassured. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. I tried calling multiple times, but you did not answer. Do Hyong spoke first. How dare you assassins come into my house without my permission? Jin Hyeok whispered. If it weren't for my mom, I would have killed you. Do Hyong is okay, but Black Butterball? Seriously. I keep thinking about how she messed up my livestream earlier. Damn. I really wish I could kill her. I genuinely wanted to ask you something, Black Butterfly said. What? Why did you try to kill me earlier? What kind of nonsense is she spouting? Is that something an assassin should be asking? Jin Hyeok replied. I think I stayed true to the basics. As an assassin. So, you seemed to welcome such assassins. Me. The past Jin Hyeok might have. Assassins used to torment Jin Hyeok in novel and thrilling ways. He could not tell how exhilarating those moments were. However, it was supposed to be different now. Do I look like that to you? #yes. #you are a legit player. #I admire you. #you just smiled a little. #you love this. #Kim Chulsu is the real deal. Did I smile? No way. Jin Hyeok was no longer the crazed swordsman. He was an average streamer now. Not at all. I don't like this. Is it because my skills are lacking? Did I not meet your expectations? Black Butterfly asked. For a moment, Jin Hyeok wondered if she was right. Reflecting on it, he realized that if she had done a little better when she tried to stab him earlier, she could have landed a more threatening attack. What are you talking about? Who in their right mind would welcome an assassination? #he is right here. #you welcome it. #are you tsundere? Black Butterfly continued. I guess I wasn't good enough. Then please give me permission to. For what? To officially target you. I will give it my all and try to stab you. Ah, that almost got me excited, but I'm sure it did not show on my face, right? But why did you say to? You gave permission to Viper, right? You have officially allowed him to attack you, haven't you? I never did such a thing, he replied. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I would appreciate it if you would give me the same permission. I told you, I never granted him such permission. Why am I an exception? Do you think that I am that inadequate? #am I weaker than Viper? #I want your recognition. Black Butterfly bit her lip slightly. Just give me the permission, and I promise I will land a good stab. As he thought about it, Jin Hyeok thought giving permission to her might not be such a bad idea. Maintaining constant vigilance would surely help improve his skills. He was now roughly at a promising young talent level, and before going into the big league, he wanted to maximize his capabilities. At least before he retired. A smirk appeared on his face. Do you also want to do the 7 captures 7 releases? I don't know what that is, but I am in. In the end, Black Butterfly also promised to partake in the 7 captures 7 releases. Someone as desperate as her was bound to accomplish something, which would likely be beneficial for Jin Hyeok. Well then, I will go now, Do Hyeok said. I promise a more satisfactory surprise next time. You can count on that, Black Butterfly said. After the two of them left, it wasn't long before Jin Hyeok heard a knock on the door. Who could it be? To Jin Hyeok's surprise. Keel. It was GM number 3 of Sidamungu, Keel, with his hat pulled low over his eyes. Keel, what brings you here? Can we have a private conversation for a moment? He seemed far more serious than usual. I would appreciate it if you kept my visit a secret. I see. I had a feeling something was off, Jin Hyeok said. Cook. Keel covered his face with his hands and sobbed loudly. Jin Hyeok looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. It's sad enough that you and your girlfriend broke up. But your boss, Searchin, actually said it was a good thing and was happy about it. Yes, Keel replied with a sigh. According to Keel, the passionate Searchin was a ruthless devil without any compassion. Searchin had said something along the lines of now you can focus more on your work. Ha ha ha, it's music to my ears. Let's drown in our work. Searchin doesn't even know why we broke up. Why? It's all because of that bastard. Keel slammed a beer can on the table. He seemed to be harboring a deep grudge against Searchin. #jerk. If he had less muscle, I would have hit him. #damn him. Why is Searchin the reason you broke up with your girlfriend? He ruined my work-life balance? He constantly demands overtime, and if I don't do it, he treats me as if I am the abnormal one. He acts as if working late is the most natural thing in the world. If he loves it so much, why doesn't he do it himself instead of forcing it on others? He really hates overtime. Back in my government official days, I quite enjoyed the extra hours. Well, you do value work-life balance, which is quite common and sensible among GMS. Exactly. But that jerk thinks he is the epitome of common sense and reason. That's what pisses me off the most. Nov. L. B //JNN. A GM using such language was surprising. Lately, Jin Hyuk had noticed that GMs, and not just them but also Choi Gap-soo and Michelle Jang, seemed to use trendy Korean slang quite often. Is it because of my live stream? Could it be that my live stream has become so popular and has a significant influence on people? It was a pleasant thought, but Jin Hyuk quickly shook his head. I'm not some high-tier streamer, so I probably don't have that kind of influence. I doubt even Egan Paul, who has a similar number of viewers as I have, has that kind of influence. It was essential to dream big but also stay objective. I don't even know what good can come out of this if I keep living like this, Keel said. He vented his frustrations for a while before getting to the main point. Rather than working my ass off, I might as well leech off you. Leech off me. Do you realize you are now the target of all the GMs? Me. To Jin Hyuk, this was an incomprehensible statement. Why would they target me? Are you serious? After everything you have done, you still need to ask that. What I've done? I just played intensely. What's wrong with that? Forget it. You wouldn't get it. What's the point in explaining to a crazy bastard? You know, I hate it when people call me that. Then how should I describe you? No, never mind. Fine, you are not crazy. But anyway, you are a target for the GMS. They are waiting for the perfect chance to get rid of you. Do GMS have that much free time on their hands? Keel might be exaggerating. They must be extremely busy with the official launch. How can they spend so much energy on a mere player like me? Maybe Keel is overinterpreting things because of his issues with Searchin. They will probably try to torment you within legal limits, Keel added. Huh, what? Does that mean they will raise the difficulty to its maximum within the legal limits? Well, yes. Jin Hyuk smiled. He believed that true play came out when the difficulty was high. Why are you smiling? If the difficulty increases, it means that the thrill also, no, the rewards will also be better. This guy isn't normal either, Keel thought. For some reason, the world seemed to be filled with crazy bastards. In such a world, Keel needed to keep his sanity. Regardless, I've decided to ride on your coattails. Having come this far, Keel planned to elevate Jin Hyuk as much as possible and reap the Cha Jin Hyuk effect. He had even secured a promise for a future job at Kim Know-It-All TV, with a promise of a higher salary and better working conditions. I will provide you with as much helpful information as I can. Today marks the start of that. You are currently waiting for your guardian tree to grow, right? Keel said. Yes, I am. A guardian tree, once matured, is a divine tree that showcases unmatched vitality and protective power. However, for it to fully grow and reach that state, a few processes are needed. Did you know this? No, I did not. This was surprising to Keel. He had assumed that the monstrous Jin Hyuk knew everything, but it seemed even this crazy bastard was not aware of some things. No, let's be real. It's normal for him not to know. Although Jin Hyuk had demonstrated excellent play in various ways, he was not a god. Keel thought his standards of Jin Hyuk were becoming skewed, so he reprimanded himself. By now, fruits should be forming on the tree, Keel said. Fruits. They are called the unripe golden fruits. But they are not entirely beneficial. The unripe golden fruits drew the life force from the golden guardian tree to grow. One fruit among them will stand out, shining brighter and larger than the others. The problem is that one. It sucks up all the life force from the golden guardian tree. So, before the guardian tree fully matures, what's colloquially known as pruning is necessary to remove any fruit that excessively drains the tree's vitality. Jin Hyuk nodded. So I need to promptly remove that greedy unripe golden fruit for the sake of the golden guardian tree. Exactly. But you will need an exceptional harvester for the job. Thanks for the intel. Jin Hyuk stood up. I was hoping to rest a bit since I had the time. Once Jin Hyuk decided to move, he felt he was not that tired. He had also received healing from Cha Jin's soul, so he was not in a bad state. I've been too complacent, he said. What? I should have been more intense. Thanks for making me reflect on this, Keel. Had he stayed by the guardian tree's side, he might have noticed the changes occurring within it. Allowing fatigue and injuries to keep him away from the tree, even briefly, had been a mistake. Reflect on what? Keel asked. Resting leads to stagnation. When you can do more, you should. You made me realize this. I did. When? Keel avoided eye contact with Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk's eyes eerily resembled Searchin's. Is that a veiled dig at me? The GM asked. However, Jin Hyuk did not answer. He had already exited the door. Rushing to follow, Keel saw Jin Hyuk was already too far away. Keel wanted to shout, "Hey, you need to find the harvester first," but stopped himself. Adjusting his hat, he quietly exited Yunhui-dong. A moment of realization or reflection often sparks an unrecognizable vitality in a person. Jin Hyuk was experiencing that now. I was too excited to keep resting, he said to the viewers. He started his live stream in front of the guardian tree. The moment he began live streaming, an exhilarating thrill surged through him. This is so much fun. Watching his viewer count rise in real time was satisfying, and the increasing number of likes gave him a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Just to be safe, he set the title. A chill live stream that might be a bit boring. Over 10 hours were still left for the guardian tree to fully grow. The live stream was a laid-back one before any major events would occur. I do want to interact with the viewers a bit during times like these. In Jin Hyuk's opinion, he was not yet cut out for that level of interaction. Let's maintain a sustainable concept. He did not want inconsistency in his live streams, interacting with his viewers at one moment, then not at another. Thankfully, Wang Yumi had created a playground ecosystem for the viewers, so this was not an urgent matter. Some peculiar fruits are growing on the tree. Approaching the guardian tree, which was still emitting a majestic glow, Jin Hyeok touched its trunk. How does it feel? He heard a voice. It tickles so much I feel like I'm going to die. He. The guardian tree still seemed to be in discomfort. At a glance, there does not seem to be a problem. Using broadcaster's clairvoyance, Jin Hyeok examined the branches. Unripe golden fruit. At first glance, the unripe golden fruits scattered throughout the tree resembled green apples. That should be the one. While the other fruits looked like apples, one looked like a watermelon. It was significantly larger than the others, predominantly green but shimmering in a unique gold hue. These fruits look good. I will see if I can harvest them. He checked the underlined details, but the specifics did not expand. Only harvesting class players can view the details. Only harvesting class players can view the details. Jin Hyeok smiled. It seems like the golden guardian tree is set up in a way that prevents me from harvesting these fruits. This could be problematic. Meanwhile, Yumi smiled contentedly, watching the chat window of Kim Know-It-All TV. Intense man is being intense again. His voice sounds so calm, yet he thinks the situation is intense. The viewers found a remarkable calmness in Kim Chul-Soo's voice. He's like a memory foam mattress, so calm. It's so cute that he really thinks he is being intense. Wait, isn't he genuinely intense this time? Debate sparked among the viewers again. Yumi timely initiated a poll to channel the debate into an engagement. Chul-Soo is genuinely intense this time vs intense man is just being typically intense. 1 Chul-Soo is genuinely intense this time. 2 intense man is just being typically intense. What's your take, King God General Yumi? Let's bring in our Kim Chul-Soo expert, King God General Yumi? Yumi naturally leaned toward the second option. She prided herself on being able to gauge Jin Hyeok's psychological state just by the tone of his voice. However, outwardly, she responded rather seriously. Doesn't it seem like he is genuinely, truly intense this time? 1 Chul-Soo is genuinely intense this time. 45%. 2 intense man is just being typically intense. 55%. The percentage of option 1 instantly surged. Highly satisfied with the result, Yumi secretly grinned. The more diverse the opinions become, the more Chul-Soo will feel threatened. Then his content will naturally become richer and more controversial. Tilting her head slightly, she said. Actually, harvesting class players, what are they called? Foragers? Harvesters? Anyway, without them, harvesting those fruits seems impossible. As Kim Chul-Soo just said, those fruits are consuming too much of the guardian tree's life force. So, finding a harvester should be his priority. Yumi began to speak faster. You guys know the value of the guardian tree, right? She shared a few pieces of data she had prepared in advance, which equated the guardian tree's value in monetary terms. According to a report from an American research institution, the guardian tree was worth at least several $100 billion. To protect such a valuable tree, Chul-Soo is undoubtedly exerting immense effort right now. The guardian tree is essentially a shield for Sadamungu, Seoul, and by extension, the entire Korean server. Chul-Soo is always devoted to its protection. Protect Korea? LOL. That's a wild exaggeration. That's a major leap. LOL. We don't know that. If the guardian tree grows significantly and expands its territory, maybe it can truly protect the entire country. Calm down with the national pride. LOL. Do you really think that makes sense? How can a single tree cover Korea? Korea is larger than you think. Yeah, just like your face is huge. Huh? Chul-Soo is making a move. On the screen, Chul-Soo began climbing the trunk of the guardian tree. As it was not that big, Chul-Soo was able to climb it rather quickly. Let's try to harvest some fruits then, Jin Hyeok said. Huh? He's not even a harvester? What's he thinking? Did he get sucked into his intense concept? Some things are just impossible. Isn't that overdoing it? Chul-Soo continued. Typically, in such cases, one would usually hire a harvesting class player or a foraging class player, but I will try a different method. One in the ROS, it says, which is a combination of the words king and angry. It is an online slang, where users use king plus any adjectives to amplify the meaning. King God General Yumi has sent you a message. Is it possible to pick the fruits without a harvester? Do you want me to look for one? Jin Hyeok's heart skipped a beat. That's right. This is why I live stream. He did not think Yumi had sent the message out of ignorance. In his life, he had never seen a supporter as capable as Yumi. She noticed and interpreted things he glossed over from a different perspective and informed him about them. So this message meant that everyone was curious about his next steps. My actions have caught everyone off guard. To a streamer providing content and story, it was an immense thrill. I can harvest those fruits even without a harvester. Why? Because I have grown immensely. Jin Hyeok immediately took out the rule breaker to share its effects with the viewers. Rule breaker, upgradable, bound. A weapon that can destroy the laws. However, this alone was not enough. Even if I use the rule breaker to shatter the rules, I am not a harvester. Those fruits have their own will, so I might not be able to harvest them easily. He prepared another information screen. All clear, hope rising from the ruins. In a place where there was no hope, a white flower bloomed. Now, one can dream. Achievement effect, subdue all items related to the fourth soul scenario. I've obtained the power to subdue all items related to the fourth soul scenario. The fourth scenario had ended a while ago. Instead of invaders from other servers, the Queen Ant had appeared in the scenario. As I reflected on the disappointment I felt due to the previous all clear, I realized something. The achievement effect of Hope Rising from the Ruins was limited to only items related to the fourth soul scenario. When Jin Hyeok had gained the achievement, he had been disappointed, thinking its versatility was lacking. The achievement effect was not flawed. I was just weak. He just could not properly utilize it. Jin Hyeok displayed the final information screen. The long-awaited major achievement, the one who walks alone. Jin Hyeok omitted the details and shared only the achievement effect. 2 enhancement of achievement effects acquired during the first progression of any scenario. Hope Rising from the Ruins was the scenario I undertook first. His all clear was proof that he had cleared the scenario first. I will use this major achievement effect now. Jin Hyeok recorded and shared the entire process with his viewers. He had displayed 2 achievement sections on the screen, the all clear section on the left and the major achievement section on the right, intending to show the viewers how the effects interacted with each other. You have applied the major achievement effect of the one who walks alone to the achievement effect of the Hope Rising from the Ruins. A golden light momentarily flashed in the major achievement section, then became semi-transparent and moved to the left section. As it overlapped with the all clear section, sparkling golden dust fell. It seemed as if a synthesis was taking place. The achievement effect of Hope Rising from the Ruins has been enhanced. All clear, Hope Rising from the Ruins. Achievement effect, subdue all items related to the soul region. With the rule breaker, all clear effect, and major achievement effect, it seems I can harvest those fruits even without a harvester. I am quite fortunate. This crazy bastard. Keel inadvertently shouted inside a coffee shop near Yanhuidong. He had been watching Kim Chul-soo's livestream through Kim Know-It-All TV. Feeling the stares of people around him, he quickly covered his mouth. After pulling his hat low over his face, he resumed watching the livestream. He was aware that Chul-soo was crazy, but he had not realized the extent of the player's madness. Keel felt a growing sense of dread, realizing he had sorely underestimated Chul-soo. I clearly told him to get rid of that massive fruit. Chul-soo had ignored Keel's advice. Instead of going for the glaringly large fruit, he was harvesting the smaller ones surrounding it. Why? Keel gripped his head in frustration. He doesn't even care if everything collapses. That was the only answer Keel could think of. Otherwise, Chul-soo's current actions were incomprehensible. He simply thinks it is enough to just get good views on his LTube channel. Everything seemed to be falling apart. I shouldn't have trusted him. A wave of despair washed over Keel, and it left him feeling like he would forever be trapped by his company and Searchin. However, Keel was unaware of one thing: Searchin was not a mere musclehead brimming with passion. Searchin is remarkably sociable. Before Jin Hyeok's regression, Searchin had been the GM of Gangnam-gu and was later promoted to an executive position. If Jin Hyeok's memory served him right, Searchin had become the youngest executive. It was not something one could achieve with passion alone. One needed to be quick-witted and adept at handling situations. In other words, Searchin was smart. Searchin said it was rather a good thing that Keel lost his girlfriend in front of him. That was not the Searchin Jin Hyeok knew. Searchin was a GM obsessed with passion, but he was not socially inept. At the very least, he would have offered Keel some form of consolation, even if just for formality's sake. Searchin was not the type to cheerily exclaim and tell someone to get lost in their work and die from overwork. Searchin manipulated Keel into feeding me false information. But why? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The answer had come from Keel himself. Jin Hyeok was on every GM's watch list. By eliminating him, one would receive a significant reward. It was evident that Searchin had plotted against Jin Hyeok by using Keel. Don't feel wronged, Keel. This was inevitable. Searchin always lived fiercely, while Keel yearned for a balanced life. It was clear why Searchin was more competent than Keel. Well, there's a chance that I am wrong. There was no such thing as 100% certainty in this world. Perhaps Keel had indeed brought accurate information to him. However, pondering this for too long would yield no answer. Jin Hyeok had to move forward with the mindset of accepting errors. He continued with his live stream. I am thrilled to offer you guys content in a new way. Jin Hyeok felt like his mindset had evolved. Previously, personal growth and strength were the most important to him. However, his focus was now on whether or not that strength could be harnessed as content. I bet no one else has put out content centering on aiding the growth of the guardian tree like this. It seemed his very constitution had transformed, fitting that of a streamer. His mood lifted unknowingly, boosting his energy. I won't pick that large fruit since it looks beneficial. Jin Hyeok picked the smaller fruits one by one. He held the fruits and cut the stem near the fruits, and the fruits fell effortlessly. With a swift sound, the hand-picked unripe golden fruits then disappeared into thin air. These fruits are seedless. They seem to have no reproductive ability and merely hinder the guardian tree's growth. Let's remove them all. The task was not tough. As Jin Hyeok moved between branches, picking dozens of fruits, he heard the guardian tree's voice. Phew, I feel better now. Thought I would die of hunger. Now, only the largest fruit was left. Jin Hyeok rubbed his chin, pondering whether to remove it. Should I pick this too? Nah, I'll leave it be. Why, you ask? His heart raced again. Did I pose a question to myself? Did I just succeed in communicating with the viewers? No particular reason. Jin Hyuk felt like he had grown once again. The golden guardian tree grew rapidly. This was odd, considering plenty of time was still left out of the 24 hours. The timer is decreasing at an alarming rate. Once the fruits were removed, the guardian tree began to grow more quickly. It was as if Jin Hyuk had applied the time-lapse recording skill on the tree. Huh? Wait, how could I have missed that? You have used the skill time-lapse recording. Ugh, I feel dizzy. You need to endure such dizziness to become an adult, Jin Hyuk said to the guardian tree. I think I'm going to vomit. Don't worry. Trees do not throw up. Are you sure? The guardian tree seemed to be a little convinced by Jin Hyuk's logical explanation. However, the next second, it displayed another dramatic reaction. My body feels like it's breaking apart. That's just growth pains. How can one grow without experiencing growth pains? The guardian tree screamed and wailed, but Jin Hyuk did not think it was a serious issue. I am dying. No, you are not. There was no visible damage on its trunk or sudden wilting, so Jin Hyuk was not sure why the tree was making such a fuss. In human terms, this was like having a few bone fractures. It's growing nicely. Perhaps because Jin Hyuk was a planter, he felt pleased seeing the guardian tree thrive. The timer rapidly decreased, leaving just an hour on the screen. However, given the rate of decrease, Jin Hyuk estimated the growth would complete in less than 10 minutes. Arg? I feel like I am going to explode. You're just getting stronger. Indeed, the guardian tree's trunk thickened and strengthened. It became so thick that it could fill a 4-lane road. Leaving that especially large fruit seems to have been a good decision. That special fruit was absorbing the guardian tree's vitality appropriately. Without that fruit, the guardian tree could have indeed broken apart, as the tree claimed. That fruit is like a safety mechanism for the guardian tree's growth. I've learned something new. This is how you should nurture a guardian tree. A shiver ran down Jin Hyuk's spine. I bet this is a brand new strategy on how to nurture a guardian tree. Little was known about the golden guardian tree. Yet, here Jin Hyuk was, discovering a new fact and live-streaming it to the world. As a streamer, this was definitely the proudest moment for him. Soon, a magnificent tree emitting a golden aura revealed itself. The young golden guardian tree has evolved into the golden guardian tree. The territory of the golden guardian tree has expanded. A blinding golden light burst forth from the guardian tree. All communications and electricity in the vicinity were momentarily disrupted. Jin Hyuk came across something interesting. Flash, the light enveloped the entirety of Seoul. Have all the monsters vanished? The small monsters hiding in narrow alleyways had disappeared. Even broadcasters' clairvoyance did not show anything. There are no monsters in all of Seoul. The Hongwon Overpass dungeon in Seoul, Korean region, Earth server, has been closed. The dungeon in Seoul, Korean region, Earth server, has been closed. The relentless stream of similar notifications forced Jin Hyuk to fiddle with the settings and turn off the notification alerts. It seems that not only have the monsters in Seoul vanished, but the dungeons have also shut down. This was not entirely good news. Now, Jin Hyuk could not enjoy dungeon play in Seoul anymore, and he needed dungeons and monsters to create content for his live stream. The guardian tree has gotten too big for its own good. Had Jin Hyuk achieved this during his government official days, he would have received great appreciation from the public. This tree will ensure the safety of the citizens of Seoul to an extent, and that makes me very, very pleased. But then again, why did it have to close all the dungeons in Seoul? This was like eradicating all cars because some people died or got injured in car accidents every year. I don't think even the 3 golden guardian trees growing in Plant Arvas can cover such a large area. Jin Hyuk had not imagined a guardian tree could cover the entirety of Seoul. This body has matured, the golden guardian tree declared. Its tone was a bit odd, as if it believed it had become an adult. This level of pain is nothing. I was not affected by the pain at all. Muahaha. I will check just how sturdy the guardian tree has become. Jin Hyuk approached the guardian tree and kicked it. Considering it has grown large enough to cover Seoul, I think it would be alright if I kicked it with some sincerity. Ouch. Why did you hit me? It seems the guardian tree has grown strong. That hurt a little. Nonsense. I just kicked you to test how strong you've become. I don't believe you. I definitely felt something. The Planter's Record Journal has been updated. Planter's Record Journal, bound. A journal that automatically records the birth and growth of the golden guardian tree. 2022/7/26, seed was sown. 2022/7/29, the young golden guardian tree has grown. 2022/8/19, the young golden guardian tree has grown significantly and become the golden guardian tree, LV.3. The tree had skipped level 2 and jumped straight to level 3. This was probably due to the Pioneer's Privilege achievement, which Jin Hyuk had acquired in the New World. The power of the golden guardian tree has been shared with the planter. Within the golden guardian tree's domain, the planter is set to non-attackable. This encompasses attacks from all living and non-living beings, such as monsters, NPCs, and players, that are below level 200. The designated co-growers will also share in the same settings. Jin Hyuk was aware that the co-growers could also enjoy the protection of the tree, but this effect had become even stronger now. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The limit on the number of co-growers has been removed. However, the number of co-growers cannot exceed the guardian tree's capacity. I feel like if this becomes known, hordes of people will swarm me. The idea was both somewhat annoying and enticing, as it could make him too much money. This made him worry. Such an amount of money would allow him to retire faster, which he did not like. Jin Hyeok quickly shook off these thoughts. The golden guardian tree is wobbling. Jin Hyeok was not sure if it was trying to help him, but the golden guardian tree began to shake. At the same time, golden dust started raining down. It seemed unlikely that his kick had caused this. The large special fruit that had been precariously dangling from the tree due to its massive size shook as well. The guardian tree groaned softly, probably exerting force to drop that fruit. The situation mirrored that of a human struggling on the toilet due to severe constipation. That fruit is about to fall. Can I catch it in time? Jin Hyeok was certain that if he caught the fruit with his hand, it would vanish into smoke. Without hesitation, he activated time-lapse recording to delay the drop. What are you doing? Why are you meddling with my natural process? The guardian tree seemed to protest, but Jin Hyeok had no time to spare. He quickly pondered how to secure the falling fruit. There has to be a way. Jin Hyeok considered why the fruit could disappear. Typically, such a thing would happen with an item because the item was unsuitable for the server environment. It was like a fish taken out of the water. I don't have much time to think. The fruit began its inevitable descent. Spirit summoning technique. If the fruit was incompatible with the Earth server, then perhaps something not of Earth could catch it. A spirit seemed like a perfect match. But why isn't she responding? Oh, right. That's not the right way. I can't believe I have to say the incantation out loud during the live stream. Jin Hyeok briefly thought about giving up, but that would not be fitting for a true streamer. Summon cute Ellie, Tada. A spirit gate made of fire materialized in the air, and out jumped a barefooted girl. It was Ellie. She waved at Jin Hyeok with a big smile, but there was no time for explanations. As Ellie sprinted toward him with arms wide open, Jin Hyeok quickly scooped her up and threw her toward the falling fruit. Ellie soared effortlessly, probably thinking it was a game. Her arms fluttered like butterfly wings. Ellie is flying, she exclaimed. Ellie, I need you to catch that fruit. A mission? For Ellie. Her expression shifted, reminiscent of a kitten eyeing its prey. Ellie's first mission? Yay. Despite her cute looks, her current level was in the 80s. She possessed agility and strength far surpassing those of average players on the Earth server. Mission complete. She hugged the fruit, almost as large as her, and tumbled on the ground, eventually colliding with the guardian tree. A thud echoed, leaving a trail of flames that were shortly extinguished. Hehe. Impressively, Ellie held onto the fruit and stood up. She was covered in dirt, a quick splash of spirit fire enough to clean her, yet she found it fun to keep the dirt on her. Did Ellie do well? She asked. Her large eyes were full of anticipation, seeking Jin Hyeok's approval. #Ellie do great? #your praise will make me happy. You did well, Ellie. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten the fruit, Jin Hyeok replied. Hehe. Ellie beamed, setting off multicolored mini fireworks above her head. I got praised by Appa. She approached Jin Hyeok and poked her head toward him. He affectionately patted it, eliciting heart-shaped flames around her. Jin Hyeok sent Elines back to the spirit realm. I still haven't found a way to properly store that fruit on Earth. He felt he needed something like the belly of John Pritch to properly store that fruit. A tinge of regret surfaced inside him, as he wondered if he should have at least taken John Pritch's corpse. Maybe I should consult Lee Hyeon-song, as he was the one who had stabbed John Pritch's belly. We will need to store the fruit in the spirit realm until we find a way, he said. During his live stream, the Korean Region Minor Gallery had finally been upgraded to an official gallery. The Korean Region Minor Gallery has been incorporated into the system's online community Nerver. It was the first time an online community from the Earth server had been integrated into the system's online community, Nerver. While the identity of the creator and the manager of the Korean Region Minor Gallery remained unknown, as per rumors, they had received a whopping 900 billion DOS from the system. Due to the significance of the KRMG, the system had granted it the privilege of being a proper part of the system's community. Now, it was not just a minor gallery of the Korean region, but a minor gallery of the system's online community. Choi Gap-soo proudly grinned. Lilia, it's been years since a minor community from a region was integrated into Nerver, right? According to the official data, it has been 38 years. But why do you look so happy? Well, because it is an achievement of my dear Kim Chul-soo, she almost blurted out. Doesn't matter. Your reason is probably the same as mine. Ha ha ha, Gap-soo said. He was a sponsor who had discovered and supported Kim Chul-soo from the beginning. As a sponsor, he found it fascinating and joyful to see Chul-soo's achievements. A large part of the reason the KRMG was integrated into Nerver was the streamer Kim Chul-soo. Over 90% of the content that made the KRMG trending was related to Chul-soo. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to call it Kim Chul-soo Minor Gallery? Gap-soo said. Yes, I think so. This is undoubtedly an achievement that is not related to his play. Gap-soo, feet propped up on a coffee table, remained focused on Jin Hyeok's live stream. He just sent the daughter of the Spirit King back to the spirit realm. He can take some time to rest right about now. At this point, Gap-soo and Lilia's reactions diverged. But I'm glad to see him push through. What a great streamer. I am concerned about his physical condition, the succubus said. While Gap-soo praised Jin Hyeok's attitude, Lilia worried about his health. Gap-soo chuckled. Who would have thought the day would come when a succubus would be concerned about someone else's health? This is truly astonishing. Haha. I'm embarrassed, Lilia said. No, it's admirable. I support your genuine feelings. It seems like Chulsu is about to choose the server to connect with the Earth server. Straightening his posture, Gapsu intently stared at his phone. On the screen, Jin Hyeok spoke. Upon clearing the New World dungeon, I was given the choice to select the first server to connect with the Earth server. This server connection signified the official launch of the Earth server. Many servers already showed immense interest in the Earth server. Money shot. No, Michelle Jiang told me that players from a lot of servers want to establish a connection with the server that nurtured a player like Chulsu, Gapsu said. Every Cinderella story had an origin, and the current Earth server was the origin of Chulsu's Cinderella story. Many server pioneers and adventurers showed deep interest in Earth. I wonder which server will be the first to connect with Earth. Gapsu said. I believe Chulsu will come to the best decision. With unwavering faith, Lilia eagerly awaited Jin Hyeok's choice. The first server I will connect with is... Gapsu clenched his fist. Haha, he is indeed a streamer? He knows how to take his time to build up the suspense. Watching the streamer Chulsu grow was both gratifying and frustrating for Gapsu. Hopefully, he doesn't choose Arvis, Gapsu said. I checked in advance, and Planet Arvis is currently not a connectable server. That's a relief. If Planet Arvis had been connected to Earth, Earth would have instantly become a colony. I don't remember Lilia being such a diligent secretary, Gapsu thought. Both Chulsu and Lilia had grown. Gapsu was pleased with their growth. I wonder if he will use the pure luck to make his choice. He's dragging this out. Just as Chulsu was about to make his choice, a few protesters appeared. Kim Chulsu, shame on you? Aren't you ashamed as a privileged individual? One of them was the leading representative of the Hard Movement, Charles, a journalist and human rights activist from Great Britain. Your actions lead countless children and youths astray. You promote extremely dangerous play, set strange standards, and normalize absurdities. Your negative influence causes pain for people worldwide. Please, deeply reconsider the impact you have. I beg you. Charles handed the microphone to Jin Hyeok. Charles's eyes held an undeniable confidence. This is my domain. Cameras were rolling, a crowd had surrounded him and Kim Chulsu, and he had posed a pointed question to Chulsu. While Charles did not know how incredible a player Chulsu was, he was certain that right now, they were in his domain. His head will surely go blank. Charles was certain that this situation was unfamiliar to Chulsu. He assumed that Chulsu, who had grown accustomed to being exalted by everyone, would never be able to escape this intricate trap. He will stumble after making a few good remarks. Charles's goal was not the downfall of Chulsu per se. He simply wanted to raise awareness about the Hard Movement and inform people that Chulsu's style of play was overly dangerous and harmful to humanity. With so many viewers, Charles was confident Chulsu would play right into his hands. What the hell are you talking about? Cha Jin Hyeok scowled. Seeing Charles brought back memories he never wanted to recall. This is giving me PTSD, Jin Hyeok thought. Before his regression, Jin Hyeok had been a government official who was constantly under media scrutiny. Things had improved slightly after Wang Yumi joined his side, but whether he performed well or poorly, he always faced criticism. Back then, I had to endure the frustration no matter what. At the time, there had been certain things Jin Hyeok was unable to change. He was a player sponsored by the government, and to enjoy the benefits of that sponsorship, he had to endure such treatment from the public. Player Kim Chulsu, don't you have any regrets about your actions? Charles asked again. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Jin Hyeok approached Charles. Good thing you are a player too. Charles was level 10. Although that was extremely low, he was still a player. If he were not, confronting him would have been a bit difficult for Jin Hyeok. Thankfully, he was. Anyone can act all high and mighty like you, Jin Hyeok said. Anyone could say those things, that everyone should play with elegance and nobility and as humanly as possible, ensuring everyone's safety. Charles's words were indeed appealing. Have you cleared a dungeon even once? I would appreciate it if you remained respectful, Kim Chulsu. Instead of making offensive remarks, please answer my question. I'm getting under Chulsu's skin. Charles smirked. As far as he knew, Chulsu live-streamed without interacting with his viewers. Charles suspected this was due to his lack of communication skills. So, a situation like this had to be unfamiliar and frightening for Chulsu. This is my answer. Jin Hyeok lifted Charles by the waist. It did not require any effort due to the vast level difference between the two of them. What are you doing? People like you, who just run their mouths, need a first-hand experience. Contrary to Charles's expectation that Jin Hyeok would not do anything with so many viewers, Jin Hyeok's approach was quite radical. Go inside a dungeon and see if you can still spout such nonsense. A fully grown guardian tree came with a few advantages. With the planter's authority, you can open dungeons. Jin Hyeok had gained the authority to reopen closed dungeons. This was a significant achievement in its own right. He could now create relatively safe dungeons without worrying about a dungeon break. You have entered Saryagamart dungeon. Hey, let go of me? What are you doing? Charles shouted. Sometimes, actions spoke louder than words. And sometimes, violence spoke louder than actions. Try it, come on. How can you call yourself a civilized player after this? I never said I was. Jin Hyeok threw Charles amid a group of fist monkeys and continued his live stream. I think Charles is confused about the definition of peace. This was not something new. Those engrossed in peace would always come out to challenge and annoy Jin Hyuk. He did not think their thoughts or beliefs were wrong, but they pissed him off. No matter how hard he risked his life and accomplished dangerous missions, they would always complain about how he could not save everyone, how he could have done it faster, or why he did not find a safer method. With the server connection imminent, I do not have the luxury of indulging in such talks. Humans could live like humans only when they were strong. The players of Earth server were mediocre in terms of strength. That was why, before Jin Hyuk's regression, humans were often caught between powerful servers, getting bullied and intimidated. However, this was only because they were at least moderately powerful. Had they been any weaker, other servers would have colonized them. A fairly large percentage of the population on many servers lived in near slavery. Arg. The fist monkeys started beating up Charles. Hashtag how can he be so barbaric? Hashtag Chulsu is insane. I guess he is still delusional. Hashtag please save me? Hashtag I don't want to die. The fist monkeys treated the newly arrived low-level player like a toy. They tossed him around and used him as a punching bag. Thud, thud. The satisfying sounds of blows echoed throughout the entire dungeon. PL. Please save me. If you spout off about peace and human rights in front of me one more time, I will smash your head in, Jin Hyuk replied. I am sorry. Please, just this once. With the fear of death looming large, naturally, Charles softened up. But, he sure is a drama king. His insides had not splattered out, and he was not even bleeding profusely enough to die, but the way he shook in fear suggested he was greatly underestimating his limits. Maybe I should let him get beaten up a bit more. The world we are going to live in from now on is like this. Whoosh! Charles went flying. A fist monkey leaped and smacked Charles as if it were spiking a volleyball. If we are powerless, this is what happens. We might even be abused by intelligent beings from other servers. Maybe I should just end him. Recalling the things he had endured during his time as a government official, Jin Hyuk was tempted to do so. Tisk. Nevertheless, he decided to spare Charles since the journalist was a low-level newbie. If Charles's level were over 60, Jin Hyuk would not have turned a blind eye to him. However, it was basic courtesy among players to be lenient toward low-level newbies. Peace is the privilege of the strong. I hope there won't be other shameless beings who leech off the peace created by the strong while demanding that they fulfill even more responsibilities. They make me seriously want to smack them in the head. Jin Hyuk lifted the unconscious Charles as if he were picking up a plush toy from a claw machine. I am going to spare him because he is a low-level player. Jin Hyuk subtly applied some force, breaking another one of Charles's ribs, a petty act of revenge. At the Korean region minor gallery, as always, discussions were explosive. Damn, he is so cool. Totally swooning over Kim Chulsu right now. That was so satisfying. That's what true power looks like. How is he so relaxed? He speaks too calmly. A few also expressed concern over Chulsu's aggressive and violent actions. Isn't that too violent? Honestly, wasn't Charles somewhat correct? Get this SJW out of here. Without Chulsu and other players during the Queen Ant's raid, we would have all died. He is excessively oppressing the weak. That doesn't look too good. Charles barged in and confronted him about remorse. What weak are you talking about? This is reverse discrimination against the strong. A former streamer with the player name Shut Up and Play and now an editor of Kim Know-It-All TV and a named user on KRMG, Chulsu is God, left a lengthy comment. Intense Man is showing us a miniature version of reality. If you are weak, you get devoured. And you won't gain strength by sitting in your comfy chairs. The fact that you guys are not supporting or backing those who risk their lives and sacrifice themselves and instead have the audacity to criticize them for being a negative influence is just beyond me. Intense Man saved Earth, yet these jerks demand more things from him? Can you guys think of any medicine that doesn't have even a few side effects? Intense Man has achieved and will continue to maintain peace in the world, and you leeches are siding with the hard movement? Get a life. Written by, Chulsu is God. Then, another named user, no overpackaging please, chimed in. Did Chulsu really need to show the reality in such a violent way? Even if that's close to reality, he crossed the line. Just because he is that powerful, he has no right to act like a thug. And you guys praise such violent acts? Praise when it's due, idiots. Written by, no overpackaging please n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. So you're admitting that's the reality? He just admitted that this is what happens when you're weak. LOL? You are an idiot. At this rate, you are not a hater, but actually a fan of Chulsu. LOL? Joseph, known on the KRMG by the username no overpackaging please, chuckled. Good, good. Mock me all you want. Joseph did not care if he became the target of ridicule. If it helped Jin Hyuk, he was prepared to become the scapegoat. He gently tapped the shoulder of the person sitting next to him. Hey, Kangcheol, try using more radical and aggressive expressions in your comments. I am trying, hehe. Kangcheol, with the username Chulsu is God, drew in radical advocates for Chulsu, and Joseph subtly swayed those in the middle ground to side with Chulsu. The mastermind behind the two was none other than Wang Yumi. His Majesty's recent actions were quite aggressive, which had me worried, but things seem to be going smoother than expected, Yumi said with a smile. This was the power of a powerful persona. Had anyone else but Chulsu acted in the same manner, they would have received harsh criticism. The Great Britain government probably won't openly protest to what happened in Korea. From the outset, it was challenging for governments and authorities to intervene in the play. Having witnessed the power of the Queen Ant, they would not want to fall out of His Majesty's favor. Hehe. Yumi believed that if another powerful monster like the Queen Ant emerged, the national governments of other countries would inevitably seek Jin Hyeok's assistance. Therefore, they would not criticize or attack Jin Hyeok. Just then, Yumi received a secret message from Jin Hyeok. Oh, Yumi's eyes widened in surprise. While she often sent secret messages to Jin Hyeok, this was the first time he had sent one to her. This is exciting. The content of the message was not particularly complicated. Rich server vs aggressive server. Yumi immediately deciphered the meaning hidden in this short message and swiftly sent a reply. Aggressive server. Jin Hyeok smiled upon seeing her response. He had been uncertain and had reached out to Yumi for guidance. She had promptly pinpointed the essence of his question and provided the answer. Yumi then offered another piece of advice. Apologize to your viewers. Say you are sorry for the delay in the livestream due to an unwanted guest. Kang Cheol questioned. Why ask him to apologize? Cholsu did nothing wrong. It will make every viewer from across the universe criticize Charles, Yumi explained. We need to clean up anything that gets in His Majesty's way. I look forward to more of your teachings, Master. Meanwhile, Jin Hyeok resumed the livestream. I will now attempt to connect to another server. I sincerely apologize for the delay in our content due to the unexpected intrusion. Let's get back on track. As Yumi had predicted, the criticism toward Charles became even harsher. Jin Hyeok scrolled through the list of connectable servers and selected Scanorbia. Scanorbia was a server inhabited by highly aggressive warriors. This was the beginning of a new era in its truest sense. Scanorbia. I have chosen this server as the first connection. The boundary between day and night disappeared, plunging the entire Earth into darkness. Some long-dormant volcanoes began erupting, and auroras became visible in the skies everywhere. Preparation for the official service of the new server Earth server has begun. On the back of Jin Hyeok's right hand, the all-clear mark emitted a dazzling light, similar to the auroras seen in the sky. The official service of the new server Earth server has launched. As the notification for the official launch of the Earth server appeared, Jin Hyeok saw several changes. Another notification followed immediately, asking Jin Hyeok to select a trait. Right now, I'm live streaming. Jin Hyeok had already decided which trait he was going to enhance. For getting the maximum benefit from a single application, the most rational choice was the all-rounder trait, which encompassed all his traits. If I do it here, it will reveal too much about me. He reassured himself several times that he was going to retire at level 150. Of course, it should be alright to have a plan B, right? Jin Hyeok had not forgotten about his retirement plan, still determined to stop at third place. I should have at least a trump card of my own. That should be okay, right? Jin Hyeok thought he had evolved as a genuine streamer, but unforeseen situations could not be avoided sometimes. With increased confidence in his ability to act, he spontaneously spoke to his viewers. Wait a minute, what's going on? The signal seems to be getting weaker. He hurriedly shut down his live stream, making it appear as though he was facing technical difficulties. However, his act was not as natural as he believed. In truth, Jin Hyeok was not cut out for acting. Intense man is being intense again. Does he really think he is good at acting? That's hilarious, lol. Must be his concept. Haha, no, he genuinely believes he is a good actor. No doubt. This is clear evidence that he does not monitor his live stream, lol. Ugh, you guys are idiots. It's a gimmick. How can you guys fall for this? LOL. The viewers of Kim Know-It-All TV once again debated over whether Jin Hyeok's acting was genuine or just a part of his streaming persona. 1. Kim Cholsu intentionally cut the live stream. 2. No, a streamer as devoted as Kim Cholsu would not intentionally cut off the live stream. As these two opposing opinions clashed, the viewers began to express their doubts. Why would Cholsu deliberately cut the live stream? It's the first time he's done this. The debate continued fervently on the Korean region minor gallery, which had recently merged with the Nervor online community, with many wondering why Cholsu would do such a thing. It's the perfect time for him to live stream, isn't it? Why would he cut it off just as the new server is officially opening? I'm inclined to believe this was an unintended glitch. The unexpected termination of the live stream at this crucial moment raised many questions among the audience. However, a figure emerged to offer a definitive answer. It is likely this was a temporary disruption due to a system error. A meticulous streamer like Kim Cholsu, who calculates his every move, would not intentionally cut off his live stream before such a golden opportunity. Cholsu cleverly used his awkward and inadequate acting to turn this disruption into content. Despite the interruption, his viewers are invested in his content and discussing what is going on without any complaints. Cholsu's response to the system error epitomizes the essence of a streamer. Written by Encyclopedia. Wow, Encyclopedia's analysis is on point. 2222-3333. Anonymous, the live stream was interrupted due to a system error, but Cholsu showcased his top-tier adaptability. What's with the quality of this summary? It's amazing. Thanks for the summary. Long posts are so tedious. With the encyclopedia's input, everyone came to that conclusion. Of course, they were wrong. There was no system error. However, Cholsu's intensity was genuine, not a gimmick. Since the live stream is off, I should choose the trait. Jin Hyeok immediately selected the All-Rounder trait. This trait was the upgraded version of the Almighty Jack of all trades trait. Jin Hyeok's heart raced as he wondered what the next upgrade would be. You have applied Pioneer's privilege to the trait All-Rounder. The trait All-Rounder has been upgraded to the trait. What the hell is going on? Question marks. A special constraint has been applied to the trait, rendering it unviewable. Asterisk attempting to break the constraint can lead to the destruction of the trait. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Until the constraint is lifted, the trait will act as the trait All-Rounder. Jin Hyeok had a guess about why this had happened. The system, or perhaps the GMS, doesn't want me to acquire this trait. Given how the constraint was applied to the new trait, it might even be the system's will. While Jin Hyeok was slightly disappointed, it was not a big deal. Keel might have some insight. Today, of all days, Jin Hyeok wanted to see Keel. Afterward, continuous notifications popped up about the launch of the official service of the Earth server. 4 hours remain until the server connection is complete. Oh, that's good. Jin Hyeok left a post on the livestream bulletin. He apologized for the poor livestream environment, mentioning overload from connecting to the new server as a probable reason. He also added that he would take a short break. I can finally take a break. Perhaps it was the constant forward momentum, but he had started to feel some fatigue. I'll rest a bit and start again. The Black Rose Alliance had swiftly risen to become Korea's largest information and thief alliance. This was a significant change from the state before Jin Hyeok's regression. Unknown to him, prior to his regression, this point in time had been chaotic for the information and thief alliances. Numerous alliances had waged silent wars over the position of Korea's strongest. However, the Black Rose Alliance had bypassed that struggle entirely this time. Centered around the alliance leader, Angel Girl, many thief-type players had united in this alliance. In truth, they gathered because of Kim Chol-soo, not me, Angel Girl thought. It was the so-called Kim Chol-soo effect. Song Ha-young knew this well and pushed herself even harder, continuously refining her skills. I need to become stronger. That is the only way to prevent the alliance from falling apart. She endeavored to be a better player, a player who prioritized the basics. She closely followed in the footsteps of Chol-soo, the one who set the standards. As a result, she was recognized as the genuine leader of the Black Rose Alliance. It's not bad that we are called the Twin Alliance. We can focus on our respective areas and support each other, Ha-young said. The Black Rose Alliance and the Black Thorn Alliance pledged to form a tight cooperation. The one who had made this all possible was none other than Chol-soo. I also think it is a good idea. But let's get one thing straight. I want my alliance to be the Nuna of the two alliances, Ha-young said. The leader of the Blackthorn Alliance, Kwak Do-ha-young, disagreed. I think we should be the Appa. No, we're the elder one. Why? Do-ha-young had dozens of reasons prepared about why the Blackthorn Alliance was superior. I met Chol-soo first, Ha-young said. Damn it. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Dong sang. You too, Do-ha-young replied. You too, Nuna. This was another deviation from before Jin Hyeok's regression. In Jin Hyeok's past life, the Black Rose Alliance and the Blackthorn Alliance had been rivals and adversaries. So, why did you want to see me, Nuna? The Saint of Freedom, Cha Jin-sol, has started to move. Really? Ha-young had predicted that the Saint of Freedom, Jin-sol, would eventually make her move. Alliances of healers had started appearing worldwide, becoming privileged groups. Korea also had a few healer alliances, but none were as influential as the foreign alliances because the country's strongest healer, the Saint of Freedom, had yet to make significant moves. The existing powers will definitely challenge her. Acting away from Kim Chol-soo, the Saint of Freedom lacks strong support. She will face resistance from players and, undoubtedly, pressure from the government. The government is nurturing players right now. They will not want a powerful healer alliance centered around the Saint of Freedom. It was a global trend. Non-players getting involved in play because of state power was problematic, but players were a different story. The government nurtured government official players to maintain control and power. I see. Do-ha-young nodded. So, what do we have to do? It's obvious, isn't it? They needed to eliminate all factors hindering the rise of the Saint of Freedom and do everything possible to ensure Jin-sol properly established her position. That was the new goal for the Black Rose and Blackthorn Alliance, colloquially known as the Black and Black Alliance. In a coffee shop in downtown Seoul, King God General Yumi, also known as Wang Yumi, met with the Saint of Freedom, Jin-sol. What is so urgent that you wanted to speak about? Jin-sol asked. I want you to heal the British journalist, Charles. What did you just say? Jin-sol frowned. She disliked Charles even more than Jin Hyeok himself did. She had long been aware of the hard movement and that her brother was a prime target of it. Why would I heal such a person? She asked. Because it's all for the sake of Mr. Cha Jin Hyeok. Jin-sol and Yumi talked for quite some time. I still don't fully understand, but I will do as you ask, Jin-sol said. You might want to hurry up. If my assumptions are correct, the Blackthorn Alliance might be targeting Charles. The Blackthorn Alliance? Do you think my brother ordered them to? Nope. His Majesty has no reason to get involved in such a mess. Hehe. Anyway, that's my guess. At this point, the only one who can save Charles is the Saint of Freedom, which is you, Baby Shark. Do. Tracking Charles was not too difficult. Streamers following him had made his location quite evident. He was heading to a hotel near Gwanghwamun. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the fist monkeys, Charles collapsed as soon as he reached the hotel lobby. Look, it's the Saint of Freedom. Really. Unlike Jin Hyeok, Jinsol was relatively famous. She approached the fallen Charles and emitted a holy power, healing him. His injuries are more serious than I thought. It was not just his physical injuries, Charles's mental trauma seemed severe too. The 9-star healer, Blood Priest, also mended Charles's mind. Yumi livestreamed the entire process, and the assassins of the Blackthorn Alliance gave up on killing Charles. They couldn't kill Charles, especially after the Saint of Freedom, who was also Cholsu's sister, had saved him. The incident of Jinsol helping Charles became a topic of interest. I didn't expect this to become trending, Jinsol said. See how the chat is exploding. Wow, the mighty Blood Priest is healing him. LOL. It reminds me of my mom applying ointment after spanking me. Isn't this almost like parental level care? LOL. Yumi winked. She quickly set her chat to mute mode before speaking. This will provide a valid justification for Jin Hyeok. The harsh treatment of Charles was, after all, a passionate lesson for humanity? What a grand excuse. This video is going to let everyone understand where His Majesty stands, forced to harshly punish his ignorant subject. Hopefully, it has been a valuable lesson for Charles. Indeed, Jinsol's actions garnered significant attention from the public, severely weakening the hard movement. The popularity of Cholsu and Saint of Freedom skyrocketed, with global platforms being almost plastered with their names. The server connection is complete. The Earth server has been connected to the Scanorbia server. Warp portals have been created throughout the server. Resting at home, Jin Hyeok received a barrage of notifications. Adventurer Captain from the American server has requested warp portal access. Navigator Ziun from the Chinese server has requested warp portal access. Adventurer Layla from the Czech Republican server has requested warp portal access. The flood of notifications was overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Jin Hyeok turned them off. Whew, that was an unexpected onslaught. Clearly, the system was not fond of him. The sheer volume of information pouring in from all around the world had almost made him lose his focus. Had it not been for Imperial resilience, I would have lost it. It was like some kind of DDoS attack. With no room for relaxation in this world, Jin Hyeok became really tired. He could understand why he had received such notifications. The achievement bearer is recognized as the pioneer of the new world and granted the right to bestow the permission to move between servers. So no one can move between the two servers without my permission. Jin Hyeok gulped. Soon, travel between the two servers would become frequent, and players from all over the world would be using the warp portals. Yet, only one individual had the authority to allow the passage. Before my regression, everyone could use it freely after paying a fee. Jin Hyeok had never heard of a mere player being granted such massive authority. Should I just hit the approve all button? But there was a slight issue with this. 10% of the warp portal usage fee will be automatically transferred to the Pioneer's inventory. Oh, this is just too good. Jin Hyeok instinctively frowned. I might become the richest man on the planet. He began to suspect whether the system was trying to expedite his retirement. Suddenly, Jin Hyeok remembered a piece of statistical data he had seen long ago. As connections between servers would become more active over time, just the fees of using warp portals for moving between servers would amount to tens of billions of DOS a day. If the system automatically transferred 10% of that amount into his inventory, he would be receiving billions of DOS every day. It could be an even more amazing source of income than the rent a building owner would earn in Yanhuidong. Warp portals would remain in use as long as the Earth did not meet its end. Billions of DOS per day. This had to be a scheme by the system. Its intent to rush him into retirement was clear. Jin Hyeok wondered why else would it offer billions of DOS a day to a mere player like him. This won't do. Jin Hyeok was resolute about his initial intentions. He had managed to come this far precisely because he had never forgotten his noble goal of just aiming for third place. Receiving that much amount of DOS every day is a shortcut to becoming complacent. Realizing that drastic measures were needed, Jin Hyeok immediately headed for Choi Gapsu's workshop. As he entered the workshop, Lilia the succubus greeted him warmly. Your performance has been quite remarkable lately, even better than Egan Paul's. Jin Hyeok asked. Why do I keep thinking like this? I should be aiming for the third palace, but I keep finding myself unconsciously considering the first place player as my rival. Thanks for the compliment, Jin Hyeok said. Shall I take you inside? I will notify the chairman. Before that, I'd like to get a phone number. My number. Peach blossoms burst into full bloom around the succubus. The surrounding mana seemed to be reacting to Lilia's mana, creating a floral mana pattern. What sort of seducing technique is this? Yeah, that's not going to work on me. The entire city of Seoul had become the Golden Guardian Tree's domain, and within the tree's domain, Jin Hyeok received its protective buffs. The buffs could block any attack at or below level 200, whether physical or mental. I haven't activated a phone on Earth yet, but I will do it right away. I'll give you the number, Lilia said, her face slightly flushed. With her bright smile, she looked as lovely as one would expect a succubus to be. Jin Hyeok guessed he was getting a bit more relaxed, being able to appreciate such things now. I saw Michelle Zhang using a cell phone the other day. What are you talking about? He suddenly said. The peach blossoms around Lilia wilted instantaneously. You want Michelle's number and not mine. Why would I want yours? Do succubuses also practice the art of seduction via cell phones these days? If that is the case, I wouldn't mind getting seduced by her, just to check it out. This would be a good opportunity to see how much his resistance had increased. After all, it was always good to experience various kinds of attacks. Let me know when you get a phone. You can call me from time to time, he said. Really? Yeah, feel free to seduce me all you want. I can't wait to face a genuine attack from a succubus. Suddenly, the peach blossoms bloomed again. It meant Lilia's mana flow was fluctuating. She was probably excited about being able to freely test her new seduction skills. Can I ask why you are looking for me? Whoa, that surprised me. A magic circle appeared in midair, and Michelle emerged from it. What was that just now? Jin Hyeok asked. What do you mean? It's a standard personal portal. So it's something like a private jet. Before his regression, Jin Hyeok had only heard rumors that such things existed, but judging by Michelle's attitude, it seemed like common technology for the members of the Trinity Club. I have something important to discuss, Jin Hyeok said. With me? And not Gapsu? Yes. Well, that's good to hear. Michelle smiled broadly, though a somewhat terrifying gleam shone in her eyes. Looks like I won today. They were in a trendy coffee shop in Cheongdam-dong, yet not a soul was in sight. It was the work of Lilia's mental abilities. Your abilities are more exceptional than I thought, succubus. You've improved a lot, Michelle said. Thank you. Lilia did seem to be growing at a relatively rapid pace. Being next to the Trinity Club member Gapsu had probably accelerated her growth. But why are you here, old man? Michelle asked. Gapsu was sitting there with a gloomy expression. Even at a glance, he looked disgruntled. You two got to know each other because of me. It would be unfair to leave me out of the conversation. We don't really have any business with you. Are you ignoring me because I am old? Yikes, better be careful when he says that. That phrase meant Gapsu was genuinely in a bad mood. Jin Hyeok could not afford to upset his esteemed viewer too much. So, he said, I was just worried that we might take up too much of your time for no reason. I have time to spare anyway. Humph. Gapsu seemed to relax a little, allowing Jin Hyeok to start the conversation with Michelle. When Michelle heard Jin Hyeok's proposal, her eyes widened. So you want to create a foundation that actively nurtures and trains players? Yes. This would be one of the charitable endeavors Michelle, a Korean-American entrepreneur, would undertake in the future. And the foundation's operating costs will be covered by the 10% of the revenue generated from the warp portals. Yes. Why do you want to do this? I would like the Earth server to be competitive. While part of the reason was the system's scheme, Jin Hyeok wasn't lying. The Earth server had to become strong so that players from other servers could not act recklessly here. If you want peace, you must prepare for war. It was a sad but true statement. Jin's soul is also unnecessarily getting stronger. She was growing faster than he had expected. Her compatibility with the Blood Priest job was excellent, and she was enjoying the play a lot. So, it had become awkward for Jin Hyeok to tell her to stop playing. Instead, it might be more appropriate to transform the Earth server into a safer one. The Kim Chulsu I know is not the most philanthropic, Michelle said. The more outstanding players there are, the more varied content I can create, Jin Hyeok replied. That's true. But why are you asking me to chair the foundation? Receiving billions of dios per day is a huge amount by normal standards. Really? For a member of the Trinity Club, it was nothing. They were rich individuals as per the standard of the whole universe, and not just the Earth. The amount is so big that I might go insane if I keep it. And you think that I won't, right? There's that reason, and I thought you would like it, Michelle. Michelle, who was an entrepreneur of Korean descent to the public, operated several non-profit organizations in the United States. Isn't the point of the Trinity Club VIPs getting access to the players' fields that they can experience the joy of playing for themselves? Jin Hyeok asked. Perhaps it was because he had honed his diplomacy skill in the past, but he seemed to speak better now than he did when he was a swordsman. Or maybe it's just my imagination. I provide the content, and I want to offer special opportunities to special VIPs, Jin Hyeok said. These words amused Michelle, her smile somewhat resembling that of a victor as she looked at Gapsu. Bang! Gapsu slammed the table. Hey, what about me? If you are offering special opportunities to special VIPs, why am I left out? I am your #1 cumulative sponsor, and by a margin. By a margin? Did you not see my donation yesterday? It's a small margin. Where do you get off acting high and mighty, Gapsu? Michelle flared up. Jin Hyeok tried to calmly mediate. I thought you were not particularly interested in a foundation for player development, old man. Gapsu rolled up his sleeves and stood up. I want you to create content that allows me to participate in active play right away. I may not care about other things, but I can't bear to lose to money shot. My pride will not allow it. It seemed like Jin Hyeok had ended up hiring 2 employees who were too eager to work for him. And for free, at that? Fine. I will be the chairman of the foundation, Michelle said. There could be no one more reliable and safer to take this role. Chairman of the Choi Gapsu franchise business. It's not bad, Gapsu said. Gapsu had ambitiously decided to expand his workshop business. He planned to form an active partnership with the foundation Michelle was creating. First, Gapsu would boost the Foundation's recognition by crafting and enhancing weapons for the Alliance members that Jin Hyeok's original party members led. Later, the business would branch out into franchises. It's quite exciting to play this proactively after a long time. Huhu, Gapsu said. You're going to give our players enhancements at a discount, right? Jin Hyeok asked. Who do you think I am? Gapsu scowled, his mood seemingly sour today. Every business starts with investment. If you skimp on investment, you can't succeed. Are you telling me to skimp? His tone was harsh, but the meaning behind it was warm. Enhancements for up to second-tier alliance members are free. Don't you dare to even think about paying me. Gapsu said. Alliances led by Jin Hyeok's original party members, including Jin Sol, were considered first-tier alliances. The second-tier alliances were those directly collaborating with Jin Hyeok and the members of the alliances led by the original party members. So, in essence, the KSM alliance led by Mok Jae-hyeon would be first tier, and the Black Rose alliance and the Black Thorn alliance would be second tier. This is going to be fun, huhu. I am intrigued for the first time in a while too. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Seeing the two of them filled with such energy made Jin Hyeok happy. Even though the two of them were working for free, they looked so happy doing it. This was why people liked to say that one must try doing a job they love. Guess I will have to spend all my money. I can't retire now. What a pity. Hehe. Jin Hyeok had to put his retirement on hold. So this is well taken care of. Jin Hyeok's phone started ringing incessantly, and strangers began showing up at his home. Our chairman would like to buy the power of the Guardian Tree. The power they were talking about was the one that provided players protection from attacks below level 200 in the domain of the Guardian Tree. Numerous people were coming to Jin Hyeok to buy this power. Please, I just need a couple of minutes of your time. Our chairman also would like to. Jin Hyeok did not know how there were so many chairmen, nor how they had gotten his phone number. It was infuriating, to say the least. It's not for sale. They keep offering astronomical sums of money. Are they mad? Or perhaps they are thieves. I told you, I am not selling it. After Jin Hyeok warned the first person who kept pestering him that he would cut off their tongue, things finally quieted down. Life was surprisingly shallow. People would not listen unless he went to such extremes. This was something he had experienced since his days as a government official. I really need a secretary to handle these trivial matters. That way, he could avoid all these annoying tasks. Feeling utterly exhausted, Jin Hyeok was about to take a quick break when he suddenly got up to his feet. The overwhelming fatigue instantly evaporated. That's right, there was that option. He immediately picked up his phone and made a call. Yes, we should meet. About 30 minutes later, two people came to see him. One was Lee Hyein-sung, who had recently gained some fame and even a nickname as the Anus Destroyer, and the other was Maria, also known as Mother. Good to see you, Kim Chul-soo, Hyein-sung said. Have you finally become stronger? I am still training. I am nothing compared to you. Hyein-sung's modesty, unlike how he always insisted that they were rivals before Jin Hyeok's regression, was rather appealing. I would like to speak privately with Maria, Jin Hyeok said. Well, I'm here to protect her. You? How are you going to do that? Maria is much stronger than you. Who is protecting whom here? I guess you're still not grasping the situation, huh? I was just starting to like your humility. Hyein-sung tended to go off track just when he was about to become likable. Maria shrugged. All right, let's talk privately for a moment. My sword can cut anuses. The furious Hyein-sung shouted, but he was ultimately kicked out of Jin Hyeok's house. Left alone with Maria, Jin Hyeok got straight to the point. Maria, your goal was to enhance the abilities and standards of Korean server players, right? Yes, that's right, but why? Jin Hyeok informed her about the discussion he had with Michelle and Gapsu. Not one to show much emotion usually, Maria stared at him with a stunned expression for a long while. You can't be serious. Two members of the Trinity Club are helping you out that enthusiastically, she asked. It's more like they are enjoying what they find interesting, so it appears as though they are actively assisting me. Jin Hyeok lately felt that his mind had become incredibly sharp, almost as if he could be a ruler. Think about it. How much can the government really help you? What's the annual budget? He asked. I can potentially allocate billions of dios to you per day. Well, not yet, but soon. That day won't be too far off, I assume. Many government agencies struggled with limited budgets, including Maria's, even though she had a relatively larger allocation. Maria was keen to squeeze out more funding. She would wake up from sleep if someone so much as mentioned the word budget. Our goals align. Ultimately, we aim for the effective nurturing of strong players. Think carefully about what would be better, the National Intelligence Service or my side. Clearly, Jin Hyeok needed to start headhunting capable players from the NIS. Most people there said they would quit if they could, so recruiting players from among them would not be too difficult. Jin Hyeok already had Wang Yumi, and going after AHNG1 from the support team did not seem like a bad idea. And while you are at it, you could serve as my secretary. Jin Hyeok snuck this into the conversation as well. I can't give you an answer right now. It did not matter. Jin Hyeok could see Maria was already on board. She could become the head of a player development agency with a potential daily budget in the billions, supported by two members of the Trinity Club. Maria would not miss this opportunity. Moreover, Jin Hyeok would get the most competent secretary he knew. Isn't this a fabulous trade for both parties? Wait, what's going on? Am I actually good at this? Jin Hyeok had now recruited 2 unpaid workers from the Trinity Club and a level 200 administrator with exceptional practical administrative skills. Maybe I do have a talent for being a ruler. Back at the National Intelligence Service office, Maria fell deep in thought. Kim Chol-soo's influence is polarizing. Chol-soo had a profound influence on the entire Earth server. The positive aspect of it was that many top-tier players were growing faster than Maria had anticipated because of him. However, his actions also had a negative impact on the players. He blocked Queen Ant's raid too easily. That scenario should not have ended like that. At the very least, the Queen Ant should have consumed the entire Korean server and given humanity a more severe threat of extinction. By saving the world from the Queen Ant so effortlessly, Chol-soo had hindered humanity's progress. That was why the idea of joining forces with Chol-soo involved a lot of contemplation. As time goes on, warp portals will undoubtedly become more active, and as Chol-soo said, the daily fees could add up to billions. With such an amount, Maria could achieve everything she dreamed of. She wished the most for the Earth server to adapt well to the system and establish itself as a formidable server every player would want to play in. And there would be less pressure from the higher UPS. Chol-soo's proposal sounded very different from her experience of working at the NIS. If what Chol-soo said was true, they would be backed by a foundation operated by 2 members of the Trinity Club, with those 2 members being Money Shower and Money Shot. Sometimes emotion should come before reason and logic. That was the case with player development. However, at the NIS, Maria had to be conscious of her superiors. She was required to submit a thoroughly rational report on whether a player was suitable for investment. Even then, she would strive to extract maximum efficiency at minimal cost through strict evaluations and verifications. However, with Money Shower and Money Shot in the picture, the story would change. That looks fun. Let's invest. I like their style of play. Let's nurture them. The gracious voices of those 2 seemed to echo in her ears. Such a paltry sum isn't a big deal. It's the process that is important. Ha ha ha. I liked your fierce effort. Keep going and continue to shine. Maria had already thought of an answer. Chol-soo's expression, which spoke volumes, came to mind. She felt like she was dancing in the palm of his hand, but the sensation was not particularly unpleasant. Without hesitation, she picked up her phone and contacted him. Let's do it. The Korean region minor gallery was abuzz. Apparently, Money Shower and Money Shot have joined the Earth server. Everyone knows that. Did you see it in the Choi Gap-soo workshop gallery? He's been playing from there. No, he established an organization for player development called For the Beautiful Play. Seriously? You're joking. For the Beautiful Play was known to be almost like a non-profit charity organization. I heard he bought a massive piece of land in the middle of Seoul to build a school. Like a player academy? Isn't that a luxurious thing that only top servers have? Fewer than 12 of those exist in the entire universe. An academy in a server that has just finished the open beta service? LOL, that's not weird at all. The interesting news was that 2 rivals known for their bad relationship with each other, Money Shower and Money Shot, had entered into an active partnership. They have been on good terms all along, haven't they? I think they set themselves up as distant relatives on the Earth server. LOL, who said they weren't close? They're like BFFs. Money Shower and Money Shot establishing that foundation was undoubtedly an unusual move, as they had never shown such a gesture before. But why are the members of the Trinity Club moving so proactively? There's an interview on that. Send link please. /watch. Gap-soo's interview became the talk of the town. On this Earth server, a person has shown a play more beautiful than anyone else's. I was deeply inspired by him and wanted many players to express such beauty. Many gave their opinions on who Gap-soo was referred to, but they had all reached a consensus. Isn't he talking about Kim Chol-soo? To impress Money Shower like that, it must be Chol-soo. Totally agree. But isn't Egan Paul the top streamer on the Earth server? I find that weird too. Based on influence, Chol-soo dominates, but Egan Paul has more viewers. Probably has more casual viewers. While people didn't exactly believe that the foundation was established at Jin Hyeok's suggestion, the consensus was that he had a significant influence on its establishment. Viewers from other servers also wrote down their opinions on the Korean region minor gallery. Earthlings, understand that this is a huge opportunity for you. You guys are so lucky. You should bow to Chol-soo, like 100 times a day. I'm so jealous. Can we clone Chol-soo for our server? As the so-called Kim Chol-soo effect became well known, the hard movement ironically began to face more criticism than before. Don't we eventually have to play like Chol-soo to survive? Right? Anyone can say things that the public wants to hear. It was hilarious in the dungeon with Charles or whatever his name was. That's the truth. He's just all talk about peace and human rights. LOL. Screw those peace lovers. Ha ha ha. With the rising popularity of the Kim Chol-soo effect, British journalist Charles could not roam free in other countries. Go back to your country. Smack. Someone threw an egg at him. Eat shit. Someone even threw ice cream. Charles quickly sought police protection and fled back to England later that night. This is madness, Charles thought. He did not think he was wrong. Chol-soo's play was possible only because he was Chol-soo. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At least one of his party members should have gone crazy. That would have given momentum to the hard movement. Charles regretted that this had never happened. Somehow, it seemed like heaven had favored Chulsu. People should not play like Chulsu. It's a matter of human dignity. Why is everyone so blinded? Charles lamented time and time again. Chulsu's harmful style of play would influence many and trample on the rights of many others. The naive slogan of beautiful play would mislead many youngsters. Children would grow up learning and following the wrong things. They are not educated, that's why. I just need to teach them. Being an intellectual, Charles believed he had a duty to enlighten the uneducated public. I need to find a way. His worries deepened. The first server connected to the Earth server, Scanorbia, was a server of brave warriors. Valiant warriors? A new land has opened. Originally, Scanorbia was a server made up of numerous tribes. It was a server where approximately 1 billion inhabitants flocked to live on a single planet. The land was barren, making farming difficult, and the planet's resources were scant. Thus, the people there survived through plunder and invasion. For thousands of years, people at the tribal level killed and looted each other, with only the strong surviving, but the scene had changed recently. Our Scanorbia is the most formidable. Khan. Holding huge axes, Scanorbia's warriors stomped and chanted Khan. Khan was the great leader of Scanorbia. He had stopped intertribal warfare and unified the continents. By consolidating the planet's tribal power, he invaded other servers rich in resources. Not just settling for plunder, he started colonial rule with strength, and Scanorbia welcomed an unprecedented era of peace. Look at the Earth server. They know not hunger. A video of the Earth server was being played in the middle of a square. Then there were the images of massive amounts of food being wasted and luxurious scenes of piled food being selectively consumed. To the warriors of Scanorbia, this was an astonishing and inconceivable act. And look, how deeply they are immersed in such feudal peace. A video related to the hard movement started next, showing people holding yellow flags symbolizing peace and shouting, hard. Scanorbia's warriors clenched their fists and stomped, unable to contain their anger. Such unwarrior-like behavior. How can such weaklings breathe and live in such a prosperous land? Seeing the furious warriors, Khan smiled. We need to teach them what a warrior is, what the heart of a warrior is, what the spirit of a warrior is. Go, brave warriors. Show them who is the strongest. I command you all to set sail. Their first target was the British region. The connection of the servers did not always promise blessings and prosperity. Brave warriors, trample this land and place it under your feet. The warriors of Scanorbia made their presence known, their first destination being Great Britain. The average level of these warriors surpassed 100. The players of Great Britain were unable to fend them off with their abilities, and Great Britain crumbled in a mere 5 days. As the Prime Minister and the Queen declared surrender, a notification rang out for players worldwide. The Great British region of the Earth server has been registered under the colonial jurisdiction of the Scanorbia server. The warriors of the Scanorbia server transferred many products manufactured in the Great British region to their server. Compared to Scanorbia, Earth was a much more civilized and prosperous server. For the warriors, this was a blessing. Shocking? Young children under 18 are being enslaved. Horrifying human rights abuses? Can we really call this the 21st century? The EPU must take action? We can't just stand by. Many were in shock. Cameras captured British residents being dragged away with chains on their necks and limbs. A considerable number of players were mobilized to do forced labor. World leaders gathered to discuss how to respond, but could not find any clear solutions. After all, it was part of the play, and the military could not intervene. The consensus was that they needed to make Earth's players stronger. The leader of the EPU, the European Player Union, Lewis, called out to the players for help. The Great Britain is collapsing. Our enemies are unimaginably strong. All Earth players need to unite against their inhuman oppression and exploitation. Please gather your strength. We don't know what will be next after Great Britain. Cha Jin Hyok chewed on the spicy squid legs while watching the TV. That's why I said you need to be prepared. The place where the hard movement was most actively carried out was Great Britain. Because of this, Great Britain was regarded as the country that had the least side effects from playing. Their players even pointed fingers at foreign players and described them as barbaric and abnormal. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. Jin Hyok pondered a bit. If I go there, can I fight warriors over level 100? Fighting as Kim Pyongbyum again, instead of Kim Chulsu, seemed a fun prospect. However, the odds were against him. Suddenly, the door opened wide, and Cha Jin-sol walked in with an angry expression. Appa, look at this. What? Jin-sol showed him a provocative video featuring Khan. The video was horrifying. Charles, who had led the hard movement, had been tied to a tree and was burning. The warriors executed Charles for not being warrior-like, and the video showed all this without any filter. Jin Hyok watched the video emotionlessly. From the perspective of the Earth server, this was an unimaginable act, but from a universal perspective, it was quite ordinary. Slavery was a horrifying system on Earth, but universally, it was a common and natural system. The future was not just peaceful and beautiful. Without power, people were bound to be oppressed. The future did not protect the weak. For Jin Hyok, who had witnessed countless gruesome deaths, an execution like this was not a special event. He continued chewing on the squid legs. The butter flavor was rich, and it tasted delicious. Are all Earth players this weak? Wait, did he just say weak? Jin Hyok thought. Jin-sol paused the video and said while gritting her teeth, they've crossed the line. On Earth, there is Kim Pyongyang, she said with a serious expression. It was as if Cha Jin Hyok were hearing voices. Hey, Kim Pyongyang, are you going to just take that? He is saying that all the players on Earth are weak? Those sincere voices reached Jin Hyok's heart, shaking his emotions. Cha Jin Sol, do you know what a critical point is? A critical point. A critical point is the endpoint in thermodynamics until which equilibrium can be maintained. Beyond that, the boundaries get blurred, he explained. What the hell are you talking about? My heart was like water at 99 degrees Celsius. Jin Sol's comment had added one more degree to that, and at 100 degrees, water starts to boil and turn into steam. This is all because you called out Kim Pyongyang, okay, Jin Hyok said. What? This was not his fault. Jin Sol had provoked him from the side. Some people were very vulnerable to temptation, and if someone stimulated them like how Jin Sol had done right now, they would succumb easily. I guess I'll have to fight them. Playing with my sword in a battle against warriors with an average level of 100. How enjoyable it will be. Just the thought of it sent goosebumps on his skin. It felt like the last thread of sanity he was holding on to had snapped. It's not the weekend yet, but the weather is perfect for Pyongyang to shine. Do you want me to call the other members? Jin Sol asked. Jin Hyok nodded. If they included all their original party members and the second-tier members led by the original party members, they could have a massive battle in the Great British region. All right, I will gather all the members, Jin Sol replied. Can I ask you one thing? What? Do you also want to fight them? Jin Hyok was okay with fighting those warriors, but having his sister join in on it too would be a bit awkward. Even though Jin Hyok constantly denied it, he knew he was a bit of a crazy guy. It was not that big of a problem, as long as he did not get provoked, he could control himself perfectly well. Also, he thought it was okay to be a bit crazy from time to time. However, he hoped his sister would never become like that. No way, I'm not a crazy person, she answered. Really? Yes, of course. I was just angry because it sounded like they were calling Pyongyang weak. I am his fan, after all. Jin Hyok had been just asking, but for some reason, Jin Sol was a bit aggressive. I am not your fan, I am Pyongyang's fan. That statement puzzled Jin Hyok a bit, but he figured it had to be some kind of trendy Gen Z thinking, so he just let it slide. Okay, I will gather the alliance members. It will take some time for me to issue the official notification, so please wait a bit. Okay, why does she look so excited? Thinking about it felt like trying to open a Pandora's box, so Jin Hyok gave up using broadcaster's clairvoyance. He just hoped his sister was normal. In the end, Jin Hyok and Jin Sol's plan came to a pause, thanks to the active intervention of Wang Yumi. You want to take Kim Pyongyang to England. Song Ha-young had read Jin Sol's movements and relayed the information to Yumi. Jin Hyok didn't know when Ha-young and Yumi became so close, but they seemed to have a strong connection. I have a much better idea. Would you like to hear it? Yumi asked. She had never given him wrong advice. Even if Jin Hyok could not fully understand her plan at the time, Yumi's advice always turned out right in the end. There is a way to use Pyongyang more effectively. It will bring the best results. Jin Hyok felt strange. It seemed as if Yumi knew he was Kim Pyongyang. Did she figure it out? If anyone could, it would be the formidable Yumi, but neither she nor Jin Hyok mentioned this. Oh, and this idea isn't just my own. I have an excellent advisor with me. Her player name is Pathfinder, Yumi said. Han Seirin. Yes, I know that you're familiar with her, but you shouldn't disregard her just because she's a navigator. Jin Hyok had never disregarded her. Seirin, who started as a navigator, would later become a great ruler with the absolute monarch trait. She has excellent insight, so we often discuss things. Our first idea is this. I need Kim Pyongyang to. Is Seirin already acting as a ruler? She seemed to be growing fast. Maybe it's just my imagination. As the Scanorbian warriors occupied the Great British region, unthinkable things started happening. Terrible things were happening to humanity one after another. Charles, the leader of the Hard Movement, was burned alive. What should humanity do in the face of horrific human rights abuse? Why are the world and the EPU silent? Amid all this, one piece of news spread worldwide like wildfire. It came from a live stream by Kang Mye-na, one of Korea's famous streamers. Korean SSS tier player Kim Pyongyang, I will crush the warriors of Scanorbia. Mye-na's livestream revealed the appearance of Pyongyang, known as the most powerful player in Korea. Who is the strongest among Scanorbia's warriors? Let's have a duel. If you are a coward, you can run away, Pyongyang said. It was a simple provocation. What's the point of this? LOL? Pyongyang is acting like a child. He should fly to the UK right now and fight the Scanorbian warriors? What's he doing? Do those savages from Scanorbia even watch live streams? LOL. This is mocking the suffering of the British civilians. We should take this rather seriously. Contrary to the opinions online, the warriors of Scanorbia readily accepted the challenge. They brought some British streamers and released a video. Khan, the great leader of Scanorbia, spoke directly. Tell me your level, desired location, and time. I will split your head in half. Khan also said that the brave warriors of Scanorbia never backed down from a fight. Khan seemed to be quite pleased with Pyongyang's provocation and challenge. At least there is someone who can feign valor. Khan even paused his raid on the Great British region. Behold, the greatness of my warriors. From the outside, Pyongyang looked to be around level 130. So Khan chose Pongpuro, a level 138 top-tier warrior from Scanorbia, to send to Korea. Matching levels in an official duel was the warrior's tradition. Go, show them who is the true warrior and return with your enemy's head. Pongpuro nodded to Khan and raised his axe high. He headed to Korea on the British Prime Minister's private plane, which they had hijacked earlier. People were curious about how the battle between Pongpuro and Pyongyang would turn out. Are Earth players finally fighting back? Isn't Pyongyang the strongest swordsman on Earth? Yeah, he's as strong as an irregular. But he probably lacks real combat experience. However, the duel never came to fruition. Astonishing news rocked the world. Pongpuro, a top-tier warrior, found as a corpse. Pongpuro's death suspected to be the work of an assassin. Pongpuro had been assassinated inside the plane heading to Korea. It was well known that only a few players could kill Pongpuro in a fair one-on-one duel. However, an assassination was a different story. Assassins could easily kill opponents at a level significantly higher than theirs with thorough preparation. Who the hell killed him? Probably the British resistance? So the British players actually did something for a change, lol. I thought they were all weaklings. Next to Pongpuro's corpse was a note with the catchphrase "I got you." Wait, isn't that Angel Girl's signature catchphrase? Are you dumb? Angel Girl is a thief, not an assassin? LOL. Do you actually think that Angel Girl has some sort of an exclusive patent on that catchphrase? I got you %, at profit rate 300%. I got you. Guaranteed. Click. To be precise, it was not the sole act of Angel Girl, Song Ha-young. She was a thief, and her assassination skills were unexceptional. However, things had changed when she teamed up with assassin Kwok Do-hyung. Inside the Black Rose Alliance's secret hideout, Do-hyun lay on the bed, with a large wound on his chest. Thanks to you, Nuna, it was relatively easy. When Thief Ha-young and assassin Do-hyun teamed up, they became twice as strong. How is your wound? Ha-young asked. I'm entering the recovery phase. Pongpuro was really strong. It seemed like he had prepared thoroughly. If the blade had gone just 3 centimeters deeper, I would have died too. The ones who had assassinated Pongpuro were the joined forces of the Black and Black Alliance. Do-hyung cautiously opened his eyes. Do you think Cholsu will acknowledge my play? I'm sure he will. We did our best arg. What's wrong? Damn it, it's the tight fee. Tight what? Ha-young rolled on the floor in agony. After a while, she got a call from Jin Hyeok. Was it you guys? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Please, just stop it. Arg. Ha-young could not understand why Jin Hyeok had used the tight fillet spell. If this was not a perfect play, she didn't know what was. They had even intentionally left a note to confuse people about who had done the assassination, employing a disinformation tactic. It was a play that adhered to the basics, so she thought that Jin Hyeok, who valued fundamentals, would be pleased. But why is he using the tight fillet spell? Witnessing Ha-young's agony, Do-hyun slowly disappeared into thin air. He used his stealth skill to make it look like he was not there. Ha-young shouted in frustration, "Where are you going? I thought you couldn't get you arg." Due to the pain and how disoriented she felt, she could not tell where Do-hyun had hidden. I will tell you, it was Kwok Do-hyun. He is the one who did it. He killed Pongpuro. Do you have any idea what you've done? Ha-young was already on the brink of death, and Do-hyung's chest wound bled profusely. Ha-young could not quite understand why Jin Hyeok was reacting this way, but she tried her best to make sense of it. She asked, "Are you worried that Khan will get angry and escalate their invasion because of this? If that's the case, what are you talking about? Do I look like a ruler? Why should I care about that?" While Jin Hyeok was somewhat aware of his talent as a ruler, he was not particularly attracted to the job. I am a streamer. Why on earth would a streamer care about that? Then why are you doing this to us? Do-hyung also seemed a bit aggrieved. Did we not follow the basics? If so, please scold us. We will gladly take that punishment. I told you, it is not my concern whether you followed the basics or not. Jin Hyeok scowled. Why would you take away Pyongbyum's opportunity to fight? Pardon. Do you know how much Pyongbyum wanted to fight the invaders from another server? You don't understand Pyongbyum's feelings at all. Jin Hyeok was furious. Ha-young and Do-hyun could only bow their heads and apologize in the face of his urgency and sincerity. Oh, right. They are really close friends. They are close enough that he would lend a mythic grade card to Pyongbyum. Why did you crush Pyongbyum's dream? Jin Hyeok shouted. In any case, the top-tier warrior, Pongpuro, had died. Infuriated at this, the great leader Khan intensified the looting of the British region. You cowards! I will kill every one of you? Amid Khan's intense anger, Scanorbia's warriors began to rampage even more, and strange rumors began to circulate. The force that assassinated Pongpuro is the Black Thorn Alliance from Korea. Viper Kwok Do-hyung, I led the assassination of Pongpuro. Even Do-hyun had personally stepped forward and confessed to assassinating Pongpuro. It was even reported that Kim Pyongbyum was behind it. Cowards like no other. We will rip out their hearts and chew on them. The Scanorbian warriors shouted to immediately charge into the Korean region. Pongpuro's death had turned the situation into an unpredictable state of chaos. Jin Hyeok was lost in thought. Wow, this really worked. All this had played out exactly as Yumi and Seirin had planned. Cha Jin-sol stopped eating and raised her head with a puzzled expression. Unable to understand it, she asked, Appa, but didn't you already know it would turn out like this, and that's why you orchestrated it? Huh. I mean, the Scannerbian warrior. Ping Pong or Pongpuro, whatever his name is, you know he would be assassinated, and the Scannerbian warriors would get angry and head to Korea. Since they are not that smart, they will storm into Seoul, where there is the Golden Guardian Tree. Didn't you, Wang Yumi, and Han Saerin plan all that together? That's right. So why did you use the tight fillet spell? Oh, that. Cha Jin-hyuk chewed his food and casually replied, I have to discipline her once in a while. Why? Because she is Angel Girl. When he thought about what had happened before his regression, Jin-hyuk's anger toward Angel Girl resurfaced. To control her, he needed to give her such treatment from time to time. So, you mean she didn't really do anything wrong? Well, she did do one thing wrong. What is that? Stealing Kim Pyongbyum's enjoyment. Aha. Jin-hyuk hesitated for a moment. I was joking. Song Ha-young and Kwak Do-hyeon had not done anything wrong. He had just been making a playful remark with the Pyongbyum comment. In the end, Jin-hyuk could not resist and used broadcaster's clairvoyance on his sister. Hashtag guilty? Hashtag guilty? Hashtag guilty? Hashtag how dare she mess with Kim Pyongbyum? Jin-hyuk sighed. His sister's state of mind did not look normal at all, no matter how he tried to think of it. It seemed like she was slowly going crazy, and that was unsettling. Jin-sol seemed to be unaware of Jin-hyuk's complicated feelings toward her, as she spoke while her mouth was full. So what you did to Ha-young was like a form of leadership, so to speak. You disciplined her, showing your leadership, so that Angel Girl could not harbor any mischievous thoughts, right? I guess. Thanks. What for? I just got inspired. Inspired about what? I need to be more like you. Hashtag excellent leadership. Hashtag great leader. Hashtag I should be more like Pyongbyum. Well, Appa, actually, I've been working on something lately. What is it? You don't need to know the details. I'm working on it because of some crazy person. A fervent determination burned in Jin-sol's eyes. It was a kind of madness that Jin-hyuk had never seen before. The letters representing that madness flickered in red. Hashtag for the crazy one. Jin-hyuk slowly lowered his spoon and frowned. Hey, are you dating someone these days? He was very curious about who this crazy person might be. Returning to his room, Jin-hyuk recalled his memories of Khan. When we fought, Khan's level was in the 220s. At that time, Jin-hyuk was around level 200. Despite the 20 level difference between him and Khan, he had won. Though, it was mostly luck. He was fortunate that luck had allowed him to pierce Khan's heart, but that had still been an unsettling and unpleasant experience for him. Right now, Khan's level is in the early 200s. The level difference was much worse now. Naturally, if they were to face off head-to-head, Jin-hyuk would lose. However, Jin-hyuk thought that it might be easier to deal with Khan now. After all, Khan was heading towards Seoul, where Jin-hyuk had the Golden Guardian Tree on his side. Master, are you thinking about me? The Guardian Tree's tone had become somewhat strange. The spiritual connection between the tree and Jin-hyuk had become quite strong, which sometimes led to such annoying situations. Well, I am rather reliable, am I not? Jin-hyuk did not bother to reply because he knew that if he did, the Guardian Tree would start praising itself endlessly. I am quite beautiful too, I must say. Surely, Master, you haven't fallen head over heels for me at first sight. You are not the right type for me yet. You should become manlier and more handsome for me to fall in love with you. God, I wish there was an on and off button on this tree. Since the Guardian Tree was talking telepathically, Jin-hyuk could not just ignore it, which made it quite annoying. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if I didn't have Imperial Resilience. Even thinking about it was dizzying. If not for Imperial Resilience, he would have been unable to think about anything else other than the Guardian Tree's mutterings. This is a dilemma. Jin-hyuk was in doubt. Should I go as Kim Chul-soo or Kim Pyongbyum? Naturally, Pyongbyum would be the right choice if he wanted to fight more aggressively. However, the Chul-soo character would allow him to fight in a way that suited him better. He was a streamer now, not a swordsman, so going as Chul-soo seemed better. But I've built up the whole situation as Pyongbyum, so it would be a bit strange to go as Chul-soo. It was a night filled with deep contemplations. Jin-hyuk sat in the center of the sofa, observing Yumi and Saerin. When did the two of them become so close? Saerin had always disliked Yumi. To be precise, she liked Yumi but was afraid of her. Now, they seem like soulmates. Jin-hyuk was at a loss for words. The two women were sitting close together, affectionately looking at each other and chatting happily. I didn't know Pathfinder had such insight, ho ho ho. I never thought I would have a friend who could communicate with me so well. Yumi then explained, these Scannerbian warriors are uncivilized barbarians who rely on strength and violence. That's why their growth has limits. People on the Scanorbia server were born with strong physical attributes. However, their tendency to rely excessively on their strength had limited their growth. That's right. No matter how strong gorillas can be, humans will always be superior. The exceptional navigator, Saerin, had already infiltrated the Scanorbia server through the warp portal and gathered information about its warriors with the help of the Black Rose Alliance. They pride themselves on being strong and exceptional warriors who even the other major servers do not invade. While the people on the Scanorbia server might pride themselves over that, according to the information Sairin had personally gathered, the reality was different. Scanorbia is a server that is just not worth conquering. The major servers had no reason to invade or conquer the Scanorbia server. In essence, it was a useless server. The people on that server are so uncivilized and dumb that it's even questionable if they can be used as slaves. But even the uncivilized give birth to geniuses sometimes. Yumi stood up from her seat. And their great leader, Khan, is one of those geniuses. He is the only one among the warriors who knows how to use his head. That's why they chose Great Britain as their first target. They judged it to be the easiest region, and since it is an island, they would face fewer hindrances from other surrounding countries. Sairin also stood up. Originally, they would not have cared about Korea, which has the Guardian Tree. But because of the assassination of their top-tier warrior, they got angry and agitated. Jin Hyeok's feelings toward his old comrade were somewhat complicated. Sairin was never this enthusiastic. The personalities of both Jin Sol and Sairin seemed to be changing bit by bit. Wait, why are they crossing their arms like that? Yumi's excitement grew even bigger. If he wants to appease the agitated warriors, Khan has no choice but to come to Korea, otherwise, there will be riots within their army. So, like it or not, there will be a battle in Seoul, where there is the Golden Guardian Tree and even artillery of Nemesis. In fact, right now, I bet Khan does not want to come here at all. Khan had announced that he would strike Seoul in 21 days, with the condition that Korea would be forgiven if they gave up Pyongyang and his associates. Jin Hyeok knew what this meant. So I need to provoke them even more, to prevent their anger from subsiding. As expected, Jin Hyeok's insight is amazing. Not bad at all. Cholsu n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Khan would try to delay their move to Korea by any means possible. He would roar as if he was ready to attack immediately, but the probability was high that he was hoping time would pass and things would be forgotten. Jin Hyeok smiled. His old comrades had undoubtedly been a great help to him. I should start my live stream. Thanks to them, he was sure of one thing: he needed to play a more active role as Kim Cholsu. The inheritor of the Hard Movement and Charles's friend, Erin, cried out for peace. She actively sought help from various countries and the EPU and even led a liberation movement within England. So when Pyongyang showed up and issued that challenge, Erin burst into tears. There is a hero after all, Erin thought. Pyongyang had shifted the attention of the Scanorbian warriors toward himself. While the European players Erin had trusted turned away, a hero from a small country across the sea had risen for the sake of peace for humanity. As time passed, the Scanorbian warriors set sail for Korea on British warships. As a result, the situation in the British region improved significantly. From the perspective of the British people, Pyongyang and Duhaiyang were heroes and freedom fighters. We must not forget Kim Pyongyang's spirit, his love for peace, and how the strong should use their power to keep that peace. Pyongyang is our hero, teaching us what is right. This was different from Cholsu's style of play, which always pursued ruthlessness. Pyongyang was showing a good example of how someone with true strength should use that power. Kim Pyongyang is truly the ideal we should strive for. Our hero. Erin shed tears and wrote numerous articles for various media outlets. After that, she sighed. Cholsu and Pyongyang. How can two extremes like them be born in the same country? The evil of humanity, Kim Cholsu, and the hero of humanity, Kim Pyongyang. It was something she could not comprehend. Her articles received a considerable response not only from various online communities but also from the Korean region Minor Gallery, where the famed user Encyclopedia posted a reply to Erin's article. I agree with much of what she wrote in the article, but I don't think this is a decision Pyongyang took on his own. Pyongyang surely has an excellent advisor. Therefore, we need to study and research the unique characteristics of the Korean region. There is a secret there. What kind of place is it, and why did players like them emerge? If we study that, players can progress further. Written by Encyclopedia. As the clash between the great leader of Scanorbia, Khan, and the hero of the Earth server, Pyongyang, loomed, the tension in the Earth server continued to rise. In the meantime, Cholsu uploaded several provoking videos, saying, how can savages like the Scanorbian warriors possibly win against Kim Pyongyang? He also continued to live stream. The influence of the streamer Cholsu was significant, and it drew considerable attention to the Earth server from across the universe. This scum is making a fuss again, trying to piggyback off Pyongyang. Pyongyang does all the work, but it's Cholsu who is raking in all the profit. Regardless of the Guardian Tree or whatever, everyone knows that Cholsu will die from just one attack from Khan. Written by, no overpackaging please. LOL, you basement-dwelling loser. It's because of guys like you that this country has not progressed at all. How is your mother by the way? I feel bad for your mother for raising a and kid like you. Written by, Cholsu is God. The clash of the named users on the KRMG highlighted Cholsu even more. Players' interest in him skyrocketed, to an extent that even Jin Hyeok could not have predicted. Amid all this, a piece of news came that the 7th Fleet of the United States Navy had annihilated the invaders from Scanorbia at sea. Wait, is that even possible? Jin Hyeok thought. This had never happened before his regression. Egan Paul vividly shared the news, and numerous viewers flocked to his live stream. For the first time, Egan's live stream was trending more than Cholsu's. Jin Hyeok clenched his fist. Egan Paul. His pride was hurt. The United States is the world's most powerful nation? Indeed, the superpower? I don't care if we are in a new civilization or something, the United States has once again proved its strength. LOL. They deployed the 7th Fleet of the United States Navy. Holy. Many online communities were buzzing with excitement. Media outlets were all over this incident, and the public was also focused on it. It was an ordinary evening for Cha Jin-hyuk. He had some time free for his family, so they gathered for dinner. The news channel on the TV was continuously reporting the incident where the United States had annihilated the Scannerbian warriors, showing the warriors sinking into the ocean on their burning ships. Isn't it really fortunate? Yes, well, I suppose, Jin-hyuk vaguely replied to his mother. I knew that the United States was a strong country, but I did not expect them to defeat those warriors so easily. Should I immigrate to the United States with Jin-hyuk and Jin-sol? This startled Jin-hyuk's father, who was eating with his chopsticks. Why am I left out? No, you're just overthinking. How's your company doing these days? Jin-hyuk's mother replied. Even though it did not seem like Jin-hyuk's father was overthinking, he just cleared his throat and answered, it's about the same as usual. There's just chatter about the new civilization or not. How about you guys at work? Jin-sol, who had been eating quietly, flinched. Yeah, it's fine. Good benefits and all. It's pretty good. Okay, don't just idle around, work diligently at your job. Okay, dad n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Cha Jin-sol was quite famous as a player, especially known as the Saint of Freedom among the younger generation. Her LTube videos easily garnered 1 million views each. However, it seemed that her fame had yet to reach the older generation. I was thinking of playing, Jin-sol carefully said. Excuse me, didn't you just hear what your dad said? You need to work hard at your job, save up, meet a good man, date him, and get married. What is this play nonsense? Only crazy kids do that. The older generation, including her mother, had a strong aversion to the term play. Jin-sol just nodded while picking at her food. They're going to find out anyway, she thought. In reality, it was only a matter of time. Whether on the internet or LTube, a quick search for the Saint of Freedom would reveal Jin-sol's face and what she was doing. Whatever. The right moment to tell them had already passed. Moreover, asking for forgiveness was a lot easier than seeking permission in the first place. But why does Appa look so serious? Jin-hyuk had not said much during the meal. He always treats mom and dad more affectionately. Today, he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. After dinner, Jin-sol cautiously knocked on her brother's door and entered his room. Jin-hyuk found this version of Jin-sol unfamiliar. Since when did you start knocking on my door? Appa, is something bothering you? Jin-hyuk was browsing the news on his phone. The news was about the 7th Fleet of the United States annihilating the Scannerbian warriors. Well, from a global perspective, isn't this a good thing? Jin-sol asked. I suppose. Eliminating such threats as quickly as possible was the best option. If the warriors had clashed in Seoul, the consequences could have been unimaginable. From a rational standpoint, it was a good thing, but Jin-hyuk felt uneasy. It just seems strange no matter how I think about it. What's strange? That our world's science and technology can have such a direct influence on play. No matter how he thought about it, it was unbalanced. Oh, that. I saw it in the breaking news just now. They said this was all because the ruler of authority had appeared, Jin-sol said. Ruler of authority? Yeah, what was his name again? Humphrey Millen? Something like that. Wait, let me check. Yup. His name is Humphrey Millen. It seems like he has a special power to bestow authority on our science and technology. He prays and temporarily draws our current technology into the realm of play. Appa, are you listening? Egan Paul considered the Korean region minor gallery the most important among the numerous online communities. Some argued that it should be called the Kim Chul-soo Gallery, but Egan Paul was now realizing that he had become the main topic on the forum. Did you guys see Egan Paul's video? Watch it 10 times, no, 100 times. Hell, watch it 1,000 times. Egan Paul and the 7th Fleet's performance was incredible. 222-333. This is the power of the world police, the United States. The top-tier weapon of the superpower amazed the entire world and terrified Scanorbia, and the people on Earth cheered. The video of Egan's Operation, Savior of the Pacific, which he had just revealed, skyrocketed to the top of the trending list on LTube. He picked up his phone and called Joseph. Joseph, did you see? Stop fooling around and come back to my side now. Egan needed Joseph. You didn't even sign a formal contract with Chul-soo. You have done enough. That should be sufficient. Don't you understand that to pursue your dreams, you must choose my side? Despite these words, Joseph was unmoved. Joseph delivered the same old speeches, claiming that Chul-soo was the true star, which infuriated Egan. Are you serious? Haven't you come to your senses yet? Since when did your judgment become so messed up? Even after seeing what I just did, are you still talking about Chul-soo? Fine. I don't need you anymore. Stick with Chul-soo for the rest of your life? Egan ended the call and threw his phone. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger directed toward one person. Joseph, I will prove you wrong. Chul-soo can never be my match. Egan Paul was not only creating exceptional content himself but also mobilizing a considerable number of paid users to comment on online communities. These commenters were tasked with manipulating public opinion in favor of Egan and skillfully praising his videos. Even if his video did not seem entertaining at first, if many people said it was entertaining, human psychology would make other people want to watch it more. Yes, this user. Try to recruit this no overpackaging please from the Korean region minor gallery. He seems like he wants to tear down Chulsu. Get him by any means necessary. Egan bit his lip. He was determined to prove that Chulsu was beneath him no matter what. Humphrey Millen. Jin Hyuk had a realization. Isn't that the partner of John Pritch the surgeon? John Pritch was a scam artist. A friend of a scam artist is obviously a scam artist too. While not always the case, it was generally true. Humphrey would definitely be another scam artist. Huh? What are you saying? Jin Sol asked. Never mind. After finishing his conversation with Jin Sol, Jin Hyuk urgently summoned Wang Yumi, Han Saerin, and Song Ha-young and got straight to the point. I think this is all staged. Huh? What? Excuse me. None of them had considered the possibility of a setup. Saerin cautiously asked, on what basis do you make that claim? Think about it rationally. Do you think the system would allow the balance of play to collapse like this? Then what about you? What about me? Jin Hyuk asked. You are also overwhelmingly strong. No, I'm still weak. Ha-young interjected, come on, be honest. Are you just upset because you think you lost to Egan and just making excusarg? Before she could finish, she rolled on the floor in pain. Sometimes, Jin Hyuk had to discipline those who disobeyed him. Do you think I am getting upset over something like that? He said. Wait, why does everyone seem to be nodding? Is it just me? Thankfully, Yumi seemed to be reading his mind well today. Alright, let's assume for now that Egan and the United States broadcasted a manipulated video. We should discuss it with that assumption. For now, with that assumption in place, Saerin quickly made her point. So, Khan did not want to come to Korea. But since the warriors were so angry, he had no choice but to come here. Khan's feelings on this matter were easy to discern. It would have been faster to come to Korea using the war portals, but Khan insisted on traveling through unfamiliar warships, taking the long route. His antics of delaying time like that spoke volumes about his state of mind. And the United States wanted to showcase its role and power as a superpower. Since the appearance of players, the power of nations had significantly weakened. Although nations were gradually regaining their former status with governments employing players and establishing them as government officials, in comparison to the past, these nations were still weaker. This incident has undeniably given the United States the status of the world's foremost superpower. Saerin's expression became exceedingly serious. What if there was a secret deal between the United States and Khan? For example, Khan received substantial supplies of food and medical materials from the United States. In exchange, he cooperated with the United States to fabricate that staged live stream. Khan has always strived to unify the Scanorbia server and ensure that the people of Scanorbia did not starve. This is a very plausible story. Shortly after the incident, news outlets had reported that Khan had returned to Scanorbia with a couple of his trusted advisors. Khan is thoroughly blocking and controlling information. Earthlings' resistance turned out to be much more stubborn than he expected, and they lost many warriors. However, he claims to have subdued Earth and, as a result, received a lot of tribute from Earth. It seems that people on the Scanorbia server believe this, Ha-young added. In fact, an enormous amount of rice and wheat had traveled from Earth to the Scanorbia server, but the media had not reported anything about it. Wow, do I have to raid the White House for this? The White House is a bit tough, Ha-young said while shivering. However, she seemed quite excited. The sensible Jin Hyuk put a damper on her unconventional enthusiasm. Instead of raiding the White House, why don't you look into Egan Paul? Egan Paul. It seems more suspicious on the side of Egan and Humphrey than the American politicians. Ha-young, Saerin, and Yumi all fell silent. Jin Hyuk wondered what this silence meant and used his broadcaster's clairvoyance. Hashtag so he is pissed off at Egan. Hashtag I guess losing to another streamer hurt his pride. Hashtag saying that it's staged is just his excuse. Hashtag he already had a plan. Hashtag he just hashtag wants to take down Egan Paul. Hashtag everything goes as Jin Hyuk wishes. Hashtag I am just here to help. Hashtag Egan is doomed. They were all misunderstanding something. Jin Hyuk was not angry at Egan because the latter had outperformed him in terms of popularity. He was not feeling a useless and unnecessary emotion like a sense of defeat. Although he had been pushed out to second place, his initial goal was third place anyway. These three were quite clueless about his feelings. Staging is an act of disrespect to sacred live streams. It was definitely not because he had lost first place to Egan. If I let this go, I cannot call myself a streamer. For the sake of a proper streaming culture and a healthy live streaming ecosystem, streamers should all strive together, right? Jin Hyuk said. That's right. You are always upright and just. Huh? Was Chulsu such a righteous person? Saerin kept doubting Jin Hyuk's pure sincerity, and only Yumi seemed to somewhat understand his feelings. Jin Hyuk posted an announcement. I will show the Earth server's retaliation. Tomorrow at noon, I will cross over to Scanorbia with Korea's top navigator, Pathfinder. Today, for some reason, Jin Hyuk could not sleep. Until a while ago, it was very noisy, but suddenly it felt too quiet. This quiet night brought a lot of contemplation. Egan shouldn't have done that. It's human decency. I know that he wants to beat me, but to do a staged live stream? And even collaborating with that scam artist, Humphrey? If he thinks I am going to let this go, he doesn't know me at all. Jin Hyeok was indeed much stronger in various aspects than he was during his Sword King days, but that only applied with respect to his current level. Apart from his resistance to fire, he was still far inferior compared to his prime days before regression. Did I post the announcement too hastily? He wondered. But when he thought about the unethical Egan Paul, he could not just stay still. When was I ever calculating and strategic in my play? Jin Hyeok realized that he had been overthinking things lately. He needed to act more like himself. A special constraint has been applied to the trait, rendering it unviewable. Attempting to break the constraint can lead to the destruction of the trait. He felt a strange sense of confidence. I can unlock this. I know it. In the silence of this night, he had a strong feeling that he could successfully unlock this trait. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Today, he had a powerful conviction that everything would work out. That Egan Paul. How dare he aim for my first place? Determination rose in Jin Hyeok's heart. He had to unlock this trait. What he had to do was something he had done multiple times before. Through meditation, he floated in the universe within him. I will make it happen. Jin Hyeok told himself that he could do it and that the unleashing technique shredded all limitations. Is it impossible? Is today the day I ultimately fail? Suddenly, fear struck in his heart, and his focus wavered for a minute. Then the image of Egan Paul appeared before him, the Egan Paul who always prided himself on being a step ahead of Kim Chul-soo. Although Egan feigned modesty to the public, Jin Hyeok could clearly see Egan Paul's true self. Egan Paul. At that moment, a minor explosion occurred in Jin Hyeok's universe, like a big bang. It created a small crack in his cosmos, and for a moment, something seemed to be visible through that crack. Now's the time. At times, anger could be a strong motivation or nourishment. Jin Hyeok felt that the happenings before him worked on a similar principle. A unique force had caused an explosion in his mental world, providing immense power and drive to his unleashing technique. The special constraint has been destroyed, unlocked. Jin Hyeok knew he could do it, he just had been foolishly holding back all this time. He felt as if millennia of pent-up stress had just melted away. This is why people should live as they are meant to. He picked up the phone and called Wang Yumi. Even though it was 3 in the morning, she rushed to his place immediately and asked, "What is it? What's going on?" "Yumi, this is confidential. You cannot tell anyone about this." Jin Hyeok shared the information exclusively with the storyteller. "So, this is a secret. It's about my Almighty Jack of all trades trait." "Ah, yes. The Almighty Jack of all trades trait. How would Yumi use this information to help me? Surely, she will think of a way I can't even imagine. Would it ensure Egan never surpasses me again? It has been upgraded to a special trait called Allrounder. Thought you should know before we proceed with the content." Okay." Yumi exaggeratedly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "Thank you for trusting me. This kind of trust is a first for me. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow." After sending Yumi back, Jin Hyeok stayed up all night with eyes wide open, looking at his lovely trait throughout the dawn. Munchkin 1. Who would have known such a trait existed? If I play this out well, I don't need to retire. No, that's not right. I am a player who never loses sight of the basics, always remaining true to my aim. Jin Hyeok decided not to harbor the weak mentality of possibly not retiring. He believed the reason he could become this strong was his challenging mindset that he was going to retire at level 150. This trait is only activated in other servers. On Earth, it was simply applied as the all-rounder trait, so there would not be many changes to his character on Earth. Jin Hyeok once again reassured himself. I need to retire at level 150, so I should enjoy it to the fullest until then. But, now that I think about it, level 150 seems kind of low. Jin Hyeok always stuck to the basics and had never lost track of his goal, but there was nothing wrong with raising the bar a little more. Maybe just until level 175. Yes, 175. The number seemed pretty, and Jin Hyeok liked it. It's just a difference of 25, so it should be okay, right? The next day at noon, Jin Hyeok met with Pathfinder, Han Sae-rin, in front of Seoul Station. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Jin Hyeok could feel she had become much more modest than she was in his previous life. She was not the type to throw such cringe-worthy lines at him, so this made him oddly embarrassed. "Don't worry about it," he said. "I intend to show you this time." "Show me what?" "That I am superior to Mole Man." Without realizing it, Jin Hyeok found himself smiling warmly. Indeed, one grew best when they had a rival. Sae-rin seemed to have grown faster than he remembered, which lifted his spirits. "What do you think?" Sae-rin asked. Between me and Mole Man, who do you think is a better navigator?" "Numbers don't lie. Numbers, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I am talking about the ranking board." Mole Man and Pathfinder had always been neck and neck, alternating between the first and second spots in the ranking board. Unfortunately, Mole Man was currently ranked first. Sae-rin bit her lip and flared up with determination. It was quite a sight to behold. "Let's head out, Intense Man." The warp portal to Scanorbia was located within the tutorial dungeon at Seoul Station. Would you like to use the warp portal heading to the Scanorbia server? Pioneer's privilege exempts you from the usage fee. It might get dizzying, so I will pause the livestream for a moment. With that plausible excuse, Jin Hyeok paused the livestream momentarily. It would be a bit troublesome if his Munchkin trait were exposed. The Pioneer has proceeded with the server teleportation. Pioneer's privilege has been applied. The updated setting values automatically appeared before his eyes. Trait, Munchkin. Jin Hyuk arrived at the Scanorbia server, the server of warriors. It's been a while. He took a deep breath. The air felt much clearer here. The war portal of this place was right in the middle of a vast forest, and he could see quite a few players from Earth. It seems like we've entered an ancient forest. The bushes are dense, and the tree trunks are thick. There are many old trees, giving this place a feeling of an aged land. Should I proceed as planned? No changes, right? Seirin asked. Just a moment. Jin Hyuk tapped Seirin's shoulder. Rushing could ruin things sometimes. The foliage is so dense that the sky is hardly visible. Still, the sunlight filtering through the green leaves is refreshing. As a streamer in first-person perspective, he had a duty to convey the experience of this palace vividly to his viewers. I can also hear sounds of unknown animals, somewhat like monkeys, from various places. There is also the sound of many birds. Just then, a bird perched on a branch flapped its wings and took off. It was a red bird, as big as an eagle, but with a beak so large it resembled a pelican. A bird that I have never seen before has just flown by, and, oh, it seems to have bitten a player's head. That bird's name was Large-Beaked Muncher. It tended to bite anything that fits in its mouth. Although it was not a monster, it was considered to be around level 30. Arg. Blood trickled from the bitten player's head, but that was the end of it. He did not have any major injuries, and the surrounding area seemed quite peaceful other than that. Let's get moving then. At that moment, Jin Hyuk heard whispers and murmurs. A few players even approached him. Are you really Kim Chulsu? Yes, I am. Oh my god. A man who looked to be in his mid-20s jumped in excitement. It is truly an honor to meet my idol, especially here. A woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, could not take her eyes off Jin Hyuk. For a moment, Jin Hyuk wondered if she might be an assassin, but fortunately, she was not. Hashtag world's #1 streamer. Hashtag so cool. Hashtag I hope I can be like him someday. She was also a streamer, one of the initially awakened streamers, with a level in the 90s. Jin Hyuk felt a surge of pride. It seems I have become quite respected among other streamers. Being admired by players with the same job was indeed gratifying. While his heart swelled with pride, he tried his best not to show it. Wait, her player name is 5 Crystals. The name sounded familiar. When he saw her face, he felt like they had met before his regression, but he could not quite recall her. Pathfinder, did you do what I asked you to? Jin Hyuk said in a serious voice. What's wrong with your voice? Why? No, never mind. Hashtag why is he acting so serious all of a sudden? Anyways, I have paved the shortest route. There will be monsters along the way. Are you planning to hunt them? Seirin asked. No, got it. I will guide you in a route that avoids contact with monsters as much as possible. Seirin took the lead and started walking. A significant number of Earth players began to follow them. Hashtag if I follow Chulsu. Hashtag perhaps I can get some rewards. Hashtag let's try to get anything I can. Most of them were pitiful players. Hashtag he is the world's top-ranked player. Hashtag I must see him in person. Hashtag let's emulate my ideal player. Though, some were admirably driven, 5 Crystals being one of them. Because of her attitude toward play, as well as her demeanor toward him, Jin Hyuk found her quite likable. Of course, it was not just because she had acknowledged him as the world's top-tier player. Definitely not. There are occasional monster ambushes along the way. Insect-type monsters seem particularly dangerous. They often hide in trees and suddenly shoot venom. Due to these intermittent monster attacks, some players died on the way, and Jin Hyuk even had to save a few. He did not save them out of goodwill, but because he wanted to experience the venom, rumored to be quite potent. I guess it is true I have acquired complete immunity to poison up to Snake King grade. I don't feel a thing. Jin Hyuk would have loved it if there were monsters with even stronger venom, but it was quite disappointing that there did not seem to be any. Thank you? It's dangerous from here on out, so you should turn back. Before he realized it, no player was following them. Seirin was moving incredibly fast, and more powerful monsters had begun to appear, which had likely deterred the other players. But 5 Crystals seems to be following us from a distance. She seemed to be diligently following them, using Jin Hyuk's livestream as a guide. He found it quite admirable that she was one of his viewers. Seirin, who was cutting down vines with a big sword, suddenly seemed to recall something. She asked, why did you save that girl earlier? A girl. You never cared about players dying. Why did you save her? Jin Hyuk did not remember that it was a girl. When he recalled the incident, it seemed like the person he had saved was 5 Crystals. Are you the type of person who is kinder to women than men? Seirin asked. No way. Jin Hyuk couldn't help but reflect on himself. Did I show such a pitiful side of me to my old comrade? Perhaps Seirin was warning him in her own way. Did it seem that way to you? He asked. Well, she was pretty good looking. Was she? In fact, Jin Hyuk did not remember her face at all. I just wanted to feel how strong the venom was. That's it. I see. Seirin, who had been eyeing him with suspicion, quickly accepted his explanation and smiled. She had to have missed the explanation when Jin Hyuk said it in his livestream earlier. Thankfully, she did not seem too disappointed in him. But you could have just gotten hit by the venom and not saved her, she added. Isn't it better to save someone if possible? I guess. There is no need to force it, but saving someone incidentally isn't bad. Jin Hyuk had not saved 5 crystals just because she had acknowledged him as the world's top-tier player. Definitely not. However, he wondered if Seirin was this cold-hearted before his regression. Maybe she is growing faster than she did before my regression. Maybe this is just my imagination. Seirin seemed to be swinging harder to cut down those vines. Jin Hyuk was happy that she seemed to be in a better mood. Suddenly, they encountered a massive lizard-type monster. Watch out! Jin Hyuk tightly grabbed Seirin and jumped up onto a tree. Oh, I feel light. It was because of the Munchkin trait. From what he could sense, it felt like his level had increased by 30. He felt as light as a feather, so hopping around the tree branches while holding Seirin was not that difficult. There is a large hump on the monster's tail. It is swinging the hump with a considerable force. The tail stretches out like a rubber band and whips, making a more precise attack than expected, Jin Hyuk explained to the viewers. LV77/hump-tailed lizard/tail swing. Its level was only 77, yet that attack had almost hit Seirin's head. But Seirin would not just let such an attack hit her, right? The hump-tailed lizard was quite adept at hiding, but not enough to go unnoticed by Seirin. Was she caught off guard? If she had been caught off guard or made a mistake, that was a bit disappointing. Jin Hyuk asked, "Why did you allow such an attack to almost hit you?" In his embrace, Seirin raised her head to look straight into his eyes. "Because I wanted this to happen." One Munchkin is a gamer who disrupts the game's progress by solving everything alone, instead of following the rules and cooperating with other characters.